Where am I? Is this the primordial world? Have I become a frail fire Qilin among the Qilin clan? Qin Lin sorted through the memories in his mind, feeling extremely complicated. He was just a reclusive young man from Earth, playing games, reading novels, ordering takeout when hungry, and drinking soda when thirsty. What a delightful life! Yet, he suddenly found himself reborn in the primordial realm. Furthermore, judging by his memories, this was during the initial calamity of the Honghuang era, where the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon clans were embroiled in relentless warfare, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. Looking up at the sky, Qin Lin saw a great battle unfolding miles away, with fellow Qilins being slain and their blood soaring into the heavens, while fallen phoenixes rained down like fiery meteors. Even from a distance, he could sense the ferocity of the slaughter. What kind of game is this? I am but a young Qilin. Sending me into such chaos would be courting death. I must escape. I need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Qin Lin fervently thought to himself. He glanced around, noticing that no one from his clan was paying attention, and began to contemplate fleeing. Beep. Congratulations, host. The divine selection system has been bound. Currently, the divine selection system issues the task. Participate in the Dragon-Phoenix War. Option 1. Accept the task. Participate in the Dragon-Phoenix War and receive a dragon's liver and a phoenix's gallbladder. Option 2. Reject the task. You may obtain one of the 10 primordial fires, the true fire of the sun. Wow, is this my golden finger? Qin Lin was utterly astonished. This system was truly extraordinary. Initially, he thought he would be merely cannon fodder upon his rebirth, but this system offered him a glimmer of hope. I choose to reject the task. Without hesitation, he selected the second option. After making his choice, a powerful force surged within him, a strong flame energy that he could control, rapidly elevating his cultivation level from the 9th layer of Earth Immortal to the 5th layer of Heaven Immortal. The cultivation system of the primordial world is divided from weak to strong into Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Supreme Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo, Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, and Saint, each level further divided into 9 layers. It is worth mentioning that the true fire of the sun is no ordinary flame. It is the essence of fire born from the sun, a transformation of the left eye of Pangu after his demise. It is said that the later renowned demon Emperor Dejuan was also born from the sun and mastered the true fire of the sun. As a fire Qilin, Qin Lin was inherently capable of wielding a companion flame, albeit with limited power. Now, having obtained the true fire of the sun, he could become one of the most formidable members of the Qilin clan, with some time for it to mature. However, at this moment, Qin Lin had no intention of concerning himself with such matters. After the initial calamity of Honghuang, it remained uncertain how many pure-blooded members of the Qilin clan would survive. He needed to lay low for now. Surviving was of utmost importance. With that thought, Qin Lin turned and fled wildly towards the outskirts of the primordial world. Eventually, he arrived at an untamed land, venturing into the Tenthis Sangria Mountains, where he discovered a massive abyss and finally halted. This location was ideal for hiding. Moreover, he sensed a source of underground fire beneath the abyss, perfect for his cultivation. Beep. The divine selection system issues a new task. A primordial Qilin of your clan is engaged in battle with the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix, suffering severe injuries and at risk of falling at any moment. Will you go to their aid? Option 1. Accept the task. Go to rescue the primordial Qilin, gain favor, and receive the Qilin clan's most powerful technique, the Qilin 9 transformations. Option 2. Reject the task. You may obtain the body refining technique of the primordial divine demon. Upon seeing the new choices appear, Qin Lin did not even consider it and immediately chose to decline the task. What about the Qilin clan's supreme technique? Could it compare with the body refining technique of the primordial divine demon? Moreover, with the clan's great protector on the verge of demise, rushing to assist would not be a rescue, it would be accompanying this primordial Qilin to their death. After making his choice, the body refining technique of the primordial divine demon appeared in his mind, with its principles even beginning to operate automatically with each inhale and exhale. As expected of a technique from the primordial divine demon, even though it was merely a body refining technique, it was profoundly mysterious. As Qin Lin was elated, He entered the expansive abyss before him. The area below was incredibly hot, with a section containing molten lava. Just as he approached the lava, a dangerous aura emanated from below. Beep. Entering the abyss. Detection shows this area has been occupied by other beings. Will you suppress them? Option 1. Accept the task, eliminate the lava giant clan. Seize the abyss, and upon success, you may transform the abyss into a sanctuary capable of concealing the probing of a saint's divine sense and enduring the attacks of a quasi-saint. Option 2. Reject the task, you may obtain the acquired spiritual treasure heavenly demon armor. Once again, the rewards offered by the system were astonishing. Accepting the task would allow him to transform the abyss into a sanctuary. It could conceal a saint's divine sense, meaning that even saints would be unable to perceive everything occurring within. Crucially, it could withstand the assaults of quasi-saints. This represented the pinnacle of defensive sanctuaries. I accept this time, I shall take on the task. Qin Lin responded without hesitation. Upon accepting the task, the lava within the abyss surged momentarily before revealing about 10 lava giants. Such creatures were relatively rare in the primordial world. They were born from the magma, their bodies composed of massive stones from the molten rock, having gained sentience after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over the years, possessing a certain level of attack power. However, their cultivation levels were not particularly high. The strongest lava giant was merely at the 8th layer of Heaven Immortal, while the others were either at the early stages of Heaven Immortal or even at the Earth Immortal level. Although Qin Lin had only just broken through to the 5th layer of Heaven Immortal, he was still a fire Qilin, with a racial advantage. Even with slightly lower cultivation, he could easily overpower his opponents. Moreover, he now wielded the true fire of the sun, a flame capable of refining everything. Despite their long adaptation to the power of the underground fire, what was that compared to the true fire of the sun? Qin Lin acted decisively. He unleashed the most potent means at his disposal, spraying the lava giants with the true fire of the sun. Under the burning of this true fire, the lava giants did not even have time to react before they vanished into thin air, as if their entire race had never existed in this place. Having dealt with them, Qin Lin officially claimed this territory. The system rewards were also dispensed, enveloping the abyss in an enigmatic power without causing any disturbance. In the days that followed, the primordial world remained turbulent, leaving one to wonder how long the Kylin, Dragon, and Phoenix clans would continue their conflicts. Countless beings were caught in the calamity, blood staining the earth in a scene of utter devastation. Until one day, when the primordial Kylin fell, the ancestral dragon's head was severed, and the primordial phoenix bled out. The 3 clans lost their mightiest warriors, and only then did the primordial world begin to gradually stabilize. However, knowing the trajectory of the primordial realm, Qin Lin was acutely aware that now was not the time to emerge. Many significant events were yet to unfold. When one can hide, one should hide. A moment of concealment brings temporary delight, but enduring concealment ensures lasting pleasure. Chapter 2. The Flamelight Banner of the Earth Ding. The original Kylin has perished, and the Kylin clan finds itself in dire straits. Are you willing to gather the remnants and lead the Kylin clan to dominate the primordial world, reclaiming its former glory? Option 1. Accept the mission. You shall receive the acquired spiritual treasure, the 5 animals and 7 fires fan. Option 2. Decline the mission. You shall receive the innate spiritual treasure, the flame light banner of the earth, or the 5 directions flags. Upon seeing the newly presented task, Qin Lin chuckled and shook his head. It seems that this system is just as survival-oriented as he is. The rewards for these choices lean towards self-preservation. In the early stages, one must quietly grow strong, only to make a dazzling appearance later. After opting to refuse the mission, Qin Lin immediately acquired the Flame Light Banner of the Earth. This banner is indeed an innate spiritual treasure, possessing immense power. It has the ability to ward off all evils and is impervious to myriad laws. Furthermore, it can disrupt the balance of yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements. Not only that, but it is also part of a set of spiritual treasures. Should he gather all the innate 5 directions flags and achieve a certain level of cultivation, Qin Lin's combat prowess would rank among the elite of the primordial world, allowing him to protect himself even beyond the abyssal sanctuary. Without delay, Qin Lin set up the flame light banner of the earth within the abyssal sanctuary. Having acquired this spiritual treasure adds an extra layer of security. In recent days, his cultivation has progressed steadily. Despite the thin spiritual energy in this place, the earth's fire compensates, and with the continuous refinement of the true solar fire within him, alongside the automatic operation of the divine and demonic techniques, his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm. It won't be long before he breaks through to the true immortal realm. Yet, in the vast primordial world, that realm still holds little esteem. If one were to perish, they wouldn't even warrant a second glance from others. In today's primordial world, golden immortals are abundant, while true immortals are as disregarded as mere dogs. Survive. Do not overthink. Continue to endure. On the western demon mountain, as the initial calamity of Honghuang draws to a close, the demon ancestor Luo, who has been scheming for years, wears a sinister smile. It was he who instigated the war between the three clans, causing a tumultuous upheaval across the primordial realm, resulting in countless deaths. Luo, who seeks to validate his path through slaughter, intending to use this catastrophe to ascend to a higher level of existence. The fall of the three clan leaders is also linked to his covert actions. Luo, who aims to gather millions of essences and the collective resentment of the primordial world to achieve his goal. Now, everything is in place. To be cautious, he has also laid out the 4 swords of extermination and wields the god-slaying spear. As the demon ancestor, his bloodshed is boundless, and his scheming mind is profound. At such a critical juncture, he fears that someone might disrupt his path to enlightenment. Demon ancestor, your excessive slaughter of living beings in the primordial realm undermines the authority of the heavenly Tao. Today, it seems you shall not succeed in your path. At the foot of the western demon mountain, an elderly man with an air of celestial grace appears. It goes without saying that this is the Tao ancestor Hongjun. No matter how elaborate Luo, whose schemes are, facing Hongjun, who has comprehended the creation jade plate and is recognized by the heavenly Tao as a quasi-saint. He is destined to suffer a crushing defeat. Ding! Hongjun is engaged in a fierce battle with the demon ancestor Luo, who. Will you choose to emerge from the abyss and lend assistance? Option 1. Accept the mission. Assist Hongjun and gain his favor. Option 2. Accept the mission. Assist Luo, who and receive the innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. Option 3. Decline the mission. Gain earthly spiritual roots, 20 fire spirit fruit trees, 15 peach trees, and 5 ginseng fruit trees. As Qin Lin meditates, he is momentarily bewildered by the new tasks presented. He is surely aware of the battle between Hongjun and the demon ancestor, which occurs at the tail end of the Honghuang initial calamity. However, the rewards for these choices undeniably pique his interest. The first option grants him favor with the Tao ancestor, while the second provides an innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. What, then, is the purpose of the third option? Is the system suggesting he cultivate trees? After some contemplation, he realizes that with his current strength, he could accomplish little. He would be ensnared before even realizing it. Moreover, in such high-stakes combat, he would be of no assistance. Going would only mean certain death. I choose option 3. Qin Lin decisively selects the third option, and rewards materialize. Within his abyss, 20 fire spirit fruit trees, 15 peach trees, and 5 ginseng fruit trees appear, all bearing fruit. Just moments ago hesitant, Qin Lin bursts in a hearty laughter. These are indeed rare treasures of heaven and earth, invaluable resources for cultivation. At this moment, he realizes that these are precisely what he has been lacking. He promptly gathers all the fruits and resumes his meditation. With the addition of these earthly spiritual roots, the previously sparse spiritual energy in the abyss suddenly becomes abundant. He foresees that, in a million years, this place will rival the most esteemed sanctuaries. Moreover, with these roots, the resources he has collected will regenerate after use. This is the crux of the matter. This choice has proven to be a remarkable success. Time flows silently in the timeless primordial realm. After refining numerous cultivation resources, Qin Lin has advanced to the 5th level of the true immortal realm. Upon hearing the announcement of a new task, he suddenly opens his eyes. Ding! The demon ancestor Luo, who is on the verge of defeat. Will you choose to emerge from the abyss and offer assistance? Option 1. Accept the mission. Assist Luo, who. gaining his favor and becoming the last disciple of the demon path, along with part of the demon ancestor's legacy. Option 2. Decline the mission. Gain the abilities of the original Kylin, the 10,000 beasts shattering roar. Observing the rewards from this choice, Qin Lin immediately opts for the second option, instantly comprehending a powerful ability of the original Kylin, the 10,000 beasts shattering roar. In Qin Lin's memory, some formidable members of the Kylin clan who mastered this ability could slay phoenixes soaring in the heavens with a single roar and annihilate the hidden dragon clan beneath the seas. It is an exceptionally potent technique, and he never anticipated that he would learn it. As Qin Lin grasps this technique, far away on the western demon mountain, the 8 great generals under Luo who were slain, leaving him gravely injured and powerless. Before his ultimate demise, he chooses to self-destruct. For beings of such stature, self-destruction is a formidable act, and even Hongjun finds it difficult to prevent. In an instant, countless spiritual mountains and veins in the west are destroyed, and innumerable beings cultivating in that region perish. Consequently, Hongjun incurs a debt of karma for this calamity. He and Luo, who represent creation and destruction, life and death, righteousness and evil, a battle that must reach a conclusion for one to succeed in their path. With the demise of Luo, the initial calamity of Honghuang officially draws to a close. The once dominant clans of the primordial world, the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon, begin their descent into decline. Countless beings affected by the Great Tribulation harbor profound resentment towards them. This explains why, in later generations, the members of these 3 clans become increasingly scarce. Having incurred the wrath of the masses and lacking strong protectors, their situation becomes exceedingly perilous. Chapter 3. The clan in peril beyond the abyss in the vast mountains. Qin Lin, who has been in seclusion, suddenly feels a stirring of his bloodline power, an inherent sense unique to his lineage. This indicates that other fire Kylin are nearby, and they are desperately seeking help. Ding! The fire Kylin of your clan are being pursued. Will you choose to intervene and offer assistance? Option 1. Accept the mission. Gain the innate spiritual treasure, the Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 directions flags. Option 2. Decline the mission. Gain the acquired spiritual treasure, the soul-severing claw. The sudden call for aid unveils a new task that excites Qin Lin immensely. Upon accepting the mission, he acquires another of the 5 directions flags, promptly placing the newly obtained Wuji apricot yellow flag within the abyssal sanctuary. Meanwhile, he lies atop a massive stone amidst the molten earth, extending his consciousness outward, discovering 3 bloodied fire Kylin 3,000 miles away, being relentlessly pursued by a horde of wolf demons. Alas, it seems that the once mighty Kylin clan has fallen into decline, with many of its kind hunted by various forces for their precious blood, to enhance cultivation or to forge magical artifacts. These wolf demons, who once lacked even the qualification to be subordinate clans during the Kylin's ascendance, now dare to pursue a fire Kylin. It is evident that the tides of fate have indeed shifted, Qin Lin lamented. Simultaneously, he utilized a bloodline secret technique to transmit a message into the minds of the 3 fire Kylins. Travel westward directly into the abyss. I shall ensure your safety. Although Qin Lin chose to accept the task, he had no intention of leaving the abyss. As long as the 3 fire Kylins made their way near the abyss, he was confident in his ability to protect them. Upon receiving the bloodline transmission, the 3 fire Kylins were taken aback, astonished to discover that even in such a remote place as the 10,000 Great Mountains, their kin still existed. Moreover, through their bloodline perception, they sensed that this kin possessed formidable strength. Exchanging glances, they quickly set off toward the abyss where Qin Lin resided. Among the pursuing wolf demons, many possessed true immortal-level cultivation. This time, they had targeted these 3 fire Kylins, who were merely at the celestial immortal level. Should they slay them and obtain their blood, it would undoubtedly earn favor with their clan leaders. Do not let these fire Kylins escape. Pursue them relentlessly. After a frantic flight, the 3 fire Kylins finally entered the abyss, which served as Qin Lin's sanctuary. He had set up 2 innate 5 directions flags, capable of slaying any weaker beings that approached without his permission. However, under Qin Lin's control, the 3 fire Kylins traversed the abyss unscathed. While many of the wolf demons perished the moment they crossed the threshold, This left the fire Qilins utterly astonished. What kind of silent execution method did the Qilin ancestor possess? Some wolf demons, unable to enter the abyss in time, were left trembling, horrified by the fate of their kin. Before they could react further, Qin Lin unleashed a mighty roar, utilizing the 10,000 beast thunderous roar technique. This simple cry transformed the remaining wolf demons into dust, erasing them from existence. Younger members of the Fire Qilin clan bow before the ancestor. We are eternally grateful for your salvation. The three Fire Qilins knelt within the abyss, still unaware of Qin Lin's presence, yet overwhelmed by his power. Particularly the earlier roar, a divine ability only accessible to the strong of their kind, was said to be a clan-defending technique passed down from the primordial Qilin. They understood that the ability to wield such power had likely vanished from their clan. Arise, I am hardly an ancestor. I merely grew weary of slaughter, left my clan, and sought this tranquil place for cultivation. How fares the Qilin clan now? Qin Lin asked, feigning wisdom. Ancestor, our Fire Qilin lineage has been nearly exterminated, and the other branches have suffered severe losses. Over the years, various demon tribes in the wilderness have eyed us covetously. We beseech you to intervene and save our clan. One Fire Qilin exclaimed, tears streaming down its face. Qin Lin sighed softly, I understand. However, the tides of fate cannot be reversed. For now, rest here. Do not venture outside. The world beyond is fraught with peril. Remaining here will help preserve our pure blood lineage. He was well aware of the Qilin clan's dire situation. The rise and fall of greatness is a natural order. In later generations, pure blood Qilins would almost be extinct. The steed of Wen Taisher during the Fengtian period, the Mo Qilin, and the steed of the Bull Demon King during the journey to the west, the Baianjin Jing beast, were both mixed blood Qilins, belonging to the water Qilin lineage. Only Guanyin Bodhisattva's steed, the golden-haired roar, was a pure Qilin bloodline, yet it remained a mere mount, its status lowly. The Phoenix clan had virtually disappeared, while the Dragon clan fared slightly better. Yet after the Great Calamity, many powerful beings had fallen, reducing them to guardians of the seas, controlling rain and clouds in the mortal realm. Any misstep could lead to their execution on the heavenly altar. The fates of these three clans were indeed tragic. Aware of this inevitable trend, Qin Lin had no intention of meddling in such matters. The notion of reviving the Qilin clan's former glory was far-fetched. Preserving a few pure-blood Qilins was already a monumental achievement. Having been reborn as a Qilin, he felt he had fulfilled his duty to the clan. Now, I shall continue my seclusion. Unless there are significant matters, do not disturb me. In this abyss, aside from the fiery magma area, you may roam freely. I have planted numerous spiritual roots here. Once they mature, you may harvest them for cultivation. After giving his instructions, Qin Lin fell silent and resumed his meditative practices. In the outside world, after an indeterminate number of years, the entire wilderness suddenly trembled as auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and golden springs erupted from the earth. A powerful aura swept across the wilderness, awakening countless beings. At that moment, streams of purple energy soared into the sky, and the sounds of the Tao echoed, causing the spiritual energies across the wilderness to surge. Many sentient beings, previously devoid of intelligence, suddenly awakened to the rudimentary practices of cultivation. I am Hongjun. Today, I attained sainthood. Having comprehended the principles of creation, I now convey the Tao on behalf of heaven. In 3,000 years, those fated may attend my teachings in the purple sky palace beyond the 33 heavens. Boom! This proclamation reverberated throughout the wilderness for a full decade. Chapter 4. Changing Footsteps. Becoming an innate being while meditating in the abyss, Qin Lin raised his gaze toward the heavens. Hongjun had attained sainthood. Moreover, as a result of his ascension, countless beings awakened their intelligence, resulting in an overwhelming influx of merit flowing towards the eastern lands. This was the merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao upon those who had contributed to the wilderness. The celestial phenomena were astonishing. Ding! Hongjun has attained sainthood. Do you wish to emerge from the abyss to offer congratulations? Choice 1. Accept the task. Gain a fragment of the Phoenix Immortal Wood. Choice 2. Decline the task. Gain 3 million merit points. Observing the descending merit accumulating around Hongjun, Qin Lin felt a tinge of envy. However, upon the appearance of a task, it presented an opportunity for him. He immediately chose the 3 million merit points. With these points, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation without jeopardizing his foundation. Simultaneously, as Qin Lin acquired the 3 million merit points, the previously surging ocean of merit directed toward Hongjun suddenly diminished by half, causing the Tao ancestor to furrow his brow. He attempted to calculate, but found himself perplexed. The heavenly Tao is capricious. Even as a saint, he found himself in confusion. With 3 million merit points in hand, Qin Lin began refining them. 50,000 merit points. Refining. His cultivation surged to the 4th level of the profound immortal stage. Another 50,000 merit points. Refining. His cultivation reached the 9th level of the profound immortal stage. 100,000 merit points. Refining. His cultivation ascended to the 3rd level of the supreme profound immortal stage. Not hesitating, he refined the remaining 100,000 merit points, knowing that greater strength would enhance his means of survival. Ultimately, upon completing the refinement of the 3 million merit points, his cultivation reached the 6th level of the supreme profound immortal stage, placing him tantalizingly close to the golden immortal realm. After refining the 3 million merit points, 3,000 years swiftly passed. Ding! Hongjun is lecturing in the purple sky palace beyond the 33 heavens. Do you wish to emerge from the abyss to attend the lecture? Choice 1. Accept the task. Gain a postnatal spiritual treasure, golden jiao scissors. Choice 2. Decline the task. Gain a drop of innate divine dew. What? A drop of innate divine dew? Upon encountering this option, although Qin Lin was unaware of the purpose of the divine dew, he deemed it more valuable than the trifling postnatal spiritual treasures. Without a second thought, he chose to claim it. Immediately, he commenced the process of refining the innate divine dew. The force contained within this single drop far exceeded Qin Lin's expectations. During the refinement, his cultivation soared rapidly, propelling him into the realm of the golden immortal. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that his bloodline and foundation had undergone a transformation. In the primordial world, countless beings possessed foundations. For instance, the most formidable among them, the 3,000 deities and demons, were innate divine beings, unparalleled in their foundations. Emerging from chaos, figures such as the demon ancestor Luo, Hu, and the Tao ancestor Hongjun were also among this elite. Following them were the innate beings, the first of which evolved in the primordial realm after Pangu's creation, deriving from the essence of Pangu's deceased body. For example, the 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's 3 souls, while the 12 ancestors of sorcery were birthed from Pangu's essence. Additionally, the original Kylin, the primordial phoenix, and the ancestors of the dragon clan belonged to this initial group of innate beings, born from the primordial world shaped by Pangu, thus reaping considerable benefits. The original Kylin was conceived in the heart of the central earth, gaining immeasurable fortune. Similarly, the ancestors of the dragon clan arose from the depths of Pangu's spine, and the first phoenix experienced immense opportunities as well. Next came the postnatal beings, including the Kylin, phoenix, and dragon clan. Although they are classified as postnatal beings, they possess the ancestry of innate beings and began to multiply in the primordial world after the creation. They inherently carried unparalleled fortune, which allowed the 3 clans to dominate in the early primordial era and even instigated the cataclysm known as the Dragon Han Calamity. The remainder consisted of ordinary beings. However, after refining the innate divine dew, Qin Lin sensed a change in his foundation, and his bloodline grew increasingly pure, elevating him to the level of innate beings. With this enhancement, Qin Lin felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Even the weakest innate beings, in his recollection, could easily attain the quasi-saint level, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. In the primordial world, swift advancement in cultivation, achieving astonishing heights, necessitated a solid foundation, as it facilitated natural progress. Otherwise, even with a lifetime of cultivation, one might reach a certain level only to encounter insurmountable bottlenecks. As Qin Lin's cultivation ascended, his aura grew more profound, startling the 3 fire Qilins cultivating in the abyss. They sensed Qin Lin's presence and exhibited signs of trepidation. In their clan, they had never experienced such overwhelming pressure, akin to a suppression of bloodline, rendering them unable to resist. At this moment, Qin Lin gradually reigned in his overwhelming aura. Sensing the fortification of his bloodline, he was filled with unbounded joy. momentarily oblivious to the fact that his recent breakthrough had alarmed the three little creatures in the abyss. Without further ado, Qin Lin resumed his seclusion, which extended for another 3,000 years. During this time, Qin Lin's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Shortly after the conclusion of the initial sermon, the Tao ancestor Hongjun commenced his second lecture, and the system's task arrived as anticipated. Ding! Hongjun is delivering his second sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Do you choose to emerge from the abyss to listen? Option 1. Accept the task. You may become a registered disciple of Hongjun. Option 2. Decline the task. You may receive Panga's essence blood. Upon witnessing the system's reward, Qin Lin was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "No way! Panga's essence blood." Once refined, this substance would significantly augment both his cultivation and foundation. Upon acquiring Panga's essence blood, Qin Lin began the refinement process. After thorough refinement, his foundation was elevated to that of a top-tier innate being, and his cultivation officially broke through to the third level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Having reaped the benefits of the first two sermons, Qin Lin eagerly anticipated the third sermon of Hongjun, hoping to acquire items that could further strengthen his bloodline. Although ordinary heavenly materials had become less beneficial to him, they could still be distributed among the three fire Qilins. However, when the third sermon commenced, the item presented was not related to bloodlines, but rather the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, one of the innate five directions flags. With this banner placed within the abyssal dojo, the formerly arid and scorching depths became enveloped in a misty veil of water, creating a more suitable environment for the growth of heavenly spiritual roots. Chapter 5. The Chaos Divine Fire Palm. Over the years, the abyss, once devoid of life, improved significantly after the cultivation of dozens of heavenly spiritual roots. A glance revealed the flourishing of numerous exotic flowers and herbs around the spiritual fruit trees, saturating the entire abyss with abundant spiritual energy. The three fire Qilins, meanwhile, had excavated dwellings within the abyss's rocky walls, diligently honing their skills. After consuming heavenly treasures such as the peach of immortality and the ginseng fruit, their cultivation progressed rapidly, already reaching the realm of the mysterious immortal. Qin Lin also refined 3 orbs of the original fire from the depths of the abyss and entrusted them to the Qilins, allowing them to devour and assimilate the flames to bolster their strength. For Qin Lin, the abyss's original fire was relatively insignificant, but for the 3 little creatures, it was a rare opportunity. The innate fire within them, when not cultivated to a certain level, was actually weaker than this original fire. By refining the original fire, they could swiftly enhance their combat capabilities. Ding! At Mount Buzhou, a dazzling light pierces the heavens, suggesting the emergence of a spiritual treasure. Do you choose to exit the abyss to seek this treasure? Option 1. Accept the task. You may obtain the innate spiritual treasure, 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Option 2. Decline the task. You may receive a supernatural ability reward, Chaos Divine Fire Palm. This sudden treasure-seeking task piqued Qin Lin's interest. It was likely that the Tao ancestor Hongjun had just concluded his final sermon, and at this moment, the treasure manifesting at Mount Buzhou was the renowned 7-colored gourd vine. Each vine bore 7 innate spiritual treasures, each gourd possessing unparalleled utility. This gourd vine was also a celebrated heavenly spiritual root in the primordial world, and it was likely that the gourds had matured, radiating treasure light, ready to be claimed by the fortunate. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd was indeed one of the gourds on the 7-colored gourd vine, which was likely to be obtained by the first kind-hearted being in the primordial world, Hongjun. Upon acquiring the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, he vanished from the public eye, only to be schemed against by Kuanpeng, ultimately meeting his demise. Hongjun was far too complacent and perished prematurely. Otherwise, as a being of innate lineage, he would possess considerable strength, and had he survived, he could have lived freely, especially considering his friend, Jin Yuanzi, who would later be known as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, was not yet as powerful as Hongyun at this time. Reflecting on this, Qin Lin's thoughts turned. It would not be long before the demon clan began to rise, with Eastern Emperor Tai and Demon Emperor Dijuan rallying the entire primordial demon race to establish the Demon Heavenly Court. They would soon clash with the newly ascendant Witch Clan, sparking a new calamity, the Witch Demon Cataclysm. This calamity would encompass a vast array of beings, drawing in all demon clans, including those Qilins, phoenixes, and dragons that had survived the initial Dragon-Han calamity. Consequently, many would meet their end, losing all hope of revival. Such an event was one Qin Lin wished to avoid. The previous Dragon-Han calamity was an unavoidable trial for the Kylin clan, but this witch demon calamity still presented an opportunity for evasion. It was uncertain how many of the Kylin clans still existed. If he could gather some to hide in the abyss, it might allow more Kylins to survive. After all, the Kylin clan's foundation was quite extraordinary. If a significant number of their kin could endure, Qin Lin would have more assistance in his future endeavors. Upon reaching this point, Qin Lin immediately summoned the 3 fire Kylins that had been cultivating within the abyss. I have a premonition that a new calamity is approaching. As members of the Kylin clan, I cannot bear to see my kin unwittingly drawn into the turmoil of disaster. I shall now impart to you a divine technique known as the Chaos Divine Fire Palm. Whosoever can master it first shall be dispatched to the Central Land to see if they can bring back any surviving members of the Kylin clan to this abyssal realm. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. Those who wish to come shall be under my protection, while those who choose not to, their lives and deaths shall henceforth be of no concern to me, Qin Lin said softly. After a brief pause, he continued, Whosoever can accomplish this task shall be accepted as my disciple, a fortuitous opportunity for you all. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the 3 fire Kylins felt immense joy in their hearts. If they succeeded in this task and became disciples of the esteemed ancestor, it would be an extraordinary blessing. Moreover, they had resided in the abyss for many years, and their cultivation had improved significantly. Although they were not yet formidable beings, they possessed a certain degree of self-protection. They had left the Kylin clan with lingering attachments to their kin. Yet, they had always refrained from expressing these feelings. Now, with Qin Lin urging them to return and bring back willing members of their clan, it was precisely what they yearned to do. The abyss was rich in spiritual energy, abundant with earthly roots, and safeguarded by an ancestor of unfathomable strength, making it an ideal place for the continuation and development of the Kylin lineage. Since the fall of the primordial Kylin, the clan's strong members had nearly perished. The ancestral home of the Kylin clan had been plundered multiple times by various powerful beings, and the Central Land had been ravaged by years of warfare, leaving little hope for the emergence of extraordinary talents from the Kylin clan. Rather than risk it, it would be better to retreat from the world. Ancestor, we accept your decree. Several centuries later, a particularly gifted fire Kylin successfully mastered the Chaos Divine Fire Palm and sought an audience with Qin Lin. This time, the little one beheld the true form of Qin Lin, who, due to his cultivation of innate divine demon techniques and the refining of Pangu's essence blood, emanated an indescribable aura. His true form was colossal, adorned with Qilin scales that radiated brilliant golden light, utterly mesmerizing. His current cultivation, upon breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, would render him akin to the primordial Kylin, and in terms of foundation, he surpassed even the original Kylin. You shall now proceed to the Central Land, venturing by day and concealing yourself by night. It is imperative that you act discreetly. Presently, the demonic tribes are on the verge of giving birth to a demon emperor, and as such, unwarranted slaughter is unlikely. As long as you do not encounter the witch clan, you should not face significant danger. Should you return alive from this journey, you will be my foremost disciple. Go forth. Qin Lin imparted these instructions to the fire Kylin before its departure, although peril awaited it along the way. This was a struggle against calamity for a glimmer of hope. With the onset of the witch demon calamity, the Kylin clan would likely face extinction across the primordial land, with no chance of revival. Should this fire Kylin encounter danger or fail to bring back any of its kin, it would be a fate deemed inescapable, and it would have done its utmost as a Kylin in this lifetime, without fear of karmic entanglement. Chapter 6. The establishment of the ancient heavenly court. As the fire Kylin departed from the abyss, Qin Lin closed his eyes and resumed his secluded cultivation. In the primordial land, the witch clan had already risen to prominence. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft established 12 witch clan tribes, and as they thrived, they began to contest territory with the demon tribes. The witch clan, inherently possessing formidable physical prowess, could manipulate the elements of wind, water, lightning, and had the strength to move mountains and fill seas. Ordinary demon tribes were no match for them. In a short span, the witch clan swiftly ascended, becoming an unstoppable force. Ding! The 12 ancestors of witchcraft have established witch clan tribes and begun to vie for the fortune of the primordial land. Will you choose to emerge from the abyss to intervene? Choice 1. Accept the task. You will receive a strand of primordial purple chi. Choice 2. Decline the task. You will receive the 10th source fire, true Qin fire. Having been in seclusion for only a brief period, Qin Lin sensed the system's new task and promptly checked it. As soon as he saw the primordial purple chi, he felt an overwhelming desire. It is known that this primordial purple chi is rare in the primordial world. Hongjun Daozu has only bestowed 7 strands, and those who received it subsequently attained sainthood. It is a foundational element for constructing the great Tao and the greatest opportunity for achieving sainthood. However, to acquire this primordial purple chi, Qin Lin would need to leave the abyss and thwart the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. How could that be feasible? The 12 ancestors of witchcraft are manifestations of Pangu's essence blood. Each of them possesses quasi-saint cultivation, and when united, they can summon the 12 heavenly killing formation, the most fearsome formation in the primordial realm, against which none dare stand. Even the 12 ancestors of witchcraft face Hongjun Daozu without fear. For this lineage is the true legacy of Pangu. Hongjun Daozu could not intervene directly and instead subtly indicated to Dijuan to collaborate with Donghuang Tai to establish the ancient heavenly court, unifying the primordial world to educate all living beings, thereby instilling order in the primordial realm. He even issued edicts, decreeing that the demons govern the heavens while the witches govern the earth, which brought a modicum of balance between the two factions. Yet, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft showed no regard for even Hongjun Daozu's authority, leading to catastrophic conflicts with the demon tribes, resulting in countless realms being obliterated and myriad veins of Earth's spiritual energy destroyed. Thus, despite the temptation, Qin Lin resolved to resist. This impending calamity was even more severe than the initial calamity of dragons and phoenixes, sweeping across the entirety of the primordial world. Immediately, he chose to decline the task and, in doing so, received a source fire, the true Qin fire. Years prior, he had acquired the true sun fire, and now, with the true Qin fire in hand, the balance of Yin and Yang was restored. After refining this source fire, his cultivation immediately ascended, breaking through to the 5th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, he felt a significant enhancement in his combat prowess, with the fiery power within him now imbued with a newfound agility. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the formidable rise of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft incited unprecedented unity among the demon tribes, who had previously engaged in internecine strife, resulting in countless casualties. Under the leadership of Donghuang Tai and Dijuan, they collectively subdued the demon tribes and established the ancient heavenly court. They even appointed the great demon Kuanpeng, who was present in the Zixiao Palace, as their demon master. Donghuang Tai and Dijuan, originally brothers of the demon tribe, had cultivated in the primordial sun for countless epochs and had already attained quasi-saint levels of cultivation. With Tai wielding the innate supreme treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and Dijuan possessing the innate supreme treasures, the River Map and the Luo Book, their emergence to lead the demon tribes met with virtually no dissent. Dijuan was proclaimed the Demon Emperor, while Tai became the Demon Sovereign, jointly presiding over the ancient heavenly court and beginning to stand toe-to-toe with the Witch Clan. The establishment of the heavenly court positioned these brothers as the rightful heirs of heaven and earth, paving the way for an unparalleled empire. And they could have garnered vast amounts of celestial merit to become heavenly saints. However, all of this was orchestrated in the shadows by Hongjun Daozu. After the establishment of the heavenly court, these two brothers did not receive celestial merit. Instead, it was Hongjun Daozu who reaped considerable benefits. Ding! Donghuang Tai and Demon Emperor Dijuan established the ancient heavenly court and commenced their contest for the fortune of the primordial world. Will you choose to emerge from the abyss to pledge allegiance to the heavenly court? Choice 1. Accept the task. You may become one of the 10 great demon generals of the ancient heavenly court. Choice 2. Decline the task. You will receive one of the innate spiritual treasures, the Qin Lin Bao's flag, one of the 5 directions flags. Following Tai and Dijuan, a new task appeared for Qin Lin. This time, The reward for accepting the task felt rather demeaning. To become merely a demon general in the ancient heavenly court? He would pass. The innate five directions flag was far more appealing. Without hesitation, he declined and claimed the Qin Lin Bao's flag. Now, within the abyss, he had already arranged 4 of the innate 5 directions flags. He merely needed the final one to achieve completeness. When that time came, unless a saint personally descended, anyone daring to enter his domain would surely be subdued. Each of the innate 5 directions flags was a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. If he could collect a complete set, it would become an innate supreme treasure. In the primordial world, treasures are ranked in levels, from weakest to strongest. Postnatal spiritual treasures, postnatal supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, and chaos supreme treasures. The azure lotus banner was strategically placed within the abyss, causing the rare and exotic flora to flourish at an astonishing rate. This banner embodied the essence of the wood element, capable of nurturing the quintessence of plants. Once all was arranged, Qin Lin furrowed his brow, noticing several figures emerging near the abyss. Upon extending his consciousness, he discerned a white ape engaged in a fierce battle against several members of the witch tribe. The white ape wielded an iron staff with unparalleled ferocity. However, this was no ordinary weapon, but rather a postnatal treasure that shattered stones and caused mountains to crumble with each strike. The ape itself possessed considerable strength, having reached the profound immortality realm. Observing this scene, a system notification quietly appeared. Ding! A fortunate opportunity has arisen as the long-armed ape is being pursued by the witch tribe. Will you choose to emerge from the abyss and offer assistance? Option 1. Accept the task and emerge from the abyss to rescue the long-armed ape. Rewards include a postnatal treasure, the Dragon-Phoenix Catastrophe. Option 2. Decline the task. Rewards include celestial roots, 20 celestial peach trees, 10 five-needle pines, 5 divine fire fruit trees, and 3 innate banana trees. Upon hearing the system prompt, Qin Lin realized that this great white ape was none other than Honghuang, one of the 4 divine monkeys. Alongside him were the illustrious stone monkey son Wukong, the 6-eared macaque, and the red-butt monkey, each possessing extraordinary powers. Honghuang was among the earliest to emerge during the primordial era, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Later, during the era of the investiture of the gods, he swept through the celestial beings, only to tragically fall at the hands of Liu Ye's celestial slaying knife, which resulted in his beheading and relegation to the 4-way star on the investiture list, a fate that elicits much lamentation. As Qin Lin observed the unfolding events, he initially declined the task and opted to claim the celestial roots instead. Within the abyss, he had already acquired a considerable number of such roots, and now he added 20 celestial peach trees, 10 five-needle pines, 5 divine fire fruit trees, and 3 innate banana trees to his collection. With these, the total number of celestial roots amassed was nearing 100. The recently acquired celestial roots were particularly precious. The celestial peach trees far surpassed ordinary peach trees in rarity, with very few existing even in the heavenly peach garden managed by the Queen Mother in later times. The countless needles of the five-needle pine and the leaves of the innate banana tree could be directly refined into postnatal treasures. The divine fire fruit tree, on the other hand, could aid Qin Lin in enhancing his cultivation. All these items were invaluable and difficult to find in the outside world. Upon claiming these celestial roots, they manifested within the abyss, each taking root in the most suitable locations. With everything settled, Qin Lin's gaze returned to the outside world. He discreetly employed his divine abilities to transport Honghuang into the abyss, leaving behind trails of divine fire that obliterated the witch tribe members who had been pursuing him. Concealed within the abyssal sanctum, Qin Lin was able to mask the causality of his actions. Even when the great witches of the witch tribe later sought to investigate, they could not trace it back to him. Once Honghuang found himself in the abyss, he was utterly astounded. What kind of transcendent ability was this, allowing for such effortless relocation? However, he soon grasped Qin Lin's intentions. Having barely escaped the witch tribe's pursuit and fled into the 10,000 Great Mountains, he realized that without this senior's intervention, his survival would have been uncertain. Little demon Honghuang pays respects to the elder of the demon clan. Thank you for saving my life. Honghuang sheathed his iron staff and knelt in reverence. Chapter 7, 72 Chilins. Entering the abyss to avoid the world kneeling on the ground, Honghuang gazed deeply into the abyss. The overwhelming aura of this place left him in awe, as though a single misstep could lead to annihilation by its rules. Simultaneously, he sensed the air thick with spiritual energy, far richer than any sacred ground within the 10,000 great mountains. Long-armed ape, we share bond. You are a creature nurtured by heaven and earth, without a foothold in this vast primordial world, correct? This abyssal sanctum lacks a guardian at its entrance. Would you be willing to remain? At that moment, Qin Lin's voice resonated softly from the depths of the abyss. Upon hearing these words, Honghuang was initially taken aback, as his true identity was typically imperceptible to other beings. Throughout his travels in the primordial era, none had discerned him as the long-armed ape. Yet, the prospect of serving as a guardian at the abyss's entrance made him hesitate. As he pondered, Qin Lin employed certain techniques to allow Honghuang to faintly perceive the numerous celestial roots within the abyss, including many peach and ginseng trees. The sight stirred his desire, revealing the profound depth of the place's owner. Isn't it just guarding the abyss's entrance? If I can curry favor with this senior, I may acquire numerous benefits, far superior to wandering alone in the outside world. With this thought, Honghuang eagerly proclaimed, "Elder, I am willing to stay." Upon uttering this, it seemed as though the formidable rules of the abyss acknowledged him. He could now traverse the depths without hindrance. Then, two fire Kylins emerged from the abyss, each carrying an assortment of rare treasures as per Qin Lin's instructions. Currently in seclusion for cultivation, Qin Lin did not wish to meet Honghuang directly, but sent these two little creatures to familiarize him with the environment. This was also to inform Honghuang that his protector was an ancestor of the Kylin clan. Despite the passage of many years since the onset of the Dragon-Han calamity, the Kylin status remained formidable. This ancient race was immensely powerful. Aligning oneself with such a mighty lineage was anything but disgraceful. In the primordial world, several decades passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, a new task notification echoed within Qin Lin's mind. Ding! The fire Kylins have returned from the central land with some Kylin kin, but encountered pursuit from the witch tribe's Zhu clan on their way back. Will you choose to intervene and provide assistance? Option 1. Accept the task. Intervene to assist the Kylin kin and receive a postnatal spiritual treasure, the plain-colored Cloud Realm banner, one of the 5 directions flags. Option 2. Decline the task. Rewards include a postnatal spiritual treasure, the Pillar of Divine Fire. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Lin opened his eyes and extended his consciousness, encompassing the 10,000 great mountains and probing into the primordial lands beyond. His dispatched fire Kylins seemed to have successfully completed their mission, but they faced considerable trouble, especially against the Zhu clan of the witch tribe. Ultimately, Qin Lin's consciousness uncovered the trail of the Kylin kin beyond the 10,000 great mountains, revealing a total of 73 Kylins. Excluding the fire Kylins he sent out, this meant he had only brought back 72 Kylins, a rather dismal figure. Before the onset of the Dragon-Han calamity, the Kylin clan's numbers could be counted in the millions, making the current tally all the more disheartening. In the depths of the abyss, Qin Lin opted to accept the task, claiming the last of the primordial 5 directions flags. This entire set of innate treasures was now fully arranged within the abyss. Qin Lin was confident that even if the 12 ancestors of the witch clan were to descend, the protection of the abyssal sanctum and the safeguarding of the 5 directions flags would enable him to keep them at bay. Furthermore, at this stage, the 12 ancestors were unlikely to focus on him, as they were preoccupied with the demon clan's celestial court. Once he had arranged all 5 primordial flags, Qin Lin began to take action. With a single thought, he conjured a colossal fiery hand from miles away, subduing the entirety of the Zhu clan of the witch tribe. He was now on the cusp of attaining quasi-saint cultivation, wielding divine abilities without ever stepping outside the abyssal sanctum, capable of vanquishing foes from tens of thousands of miles away. Among the pursuers of the Kylins were many of the Zhu clan's great witches, who had reached the golden immortal realm. Yet, before the current Qin Lin, a single strike was all that was needed to obliterate them. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of an enormous flaming hand, the leading fire Kylin was filled with excitement, recognizing that their ancestor was covertly extending assistance. Swiftly, they led their kin to escape into the 10,000 great mountains, heading towards the abyss. Once they entered the mountains, Qin Lin employed his divine powers to erase their traces and subsequently relocated them entirely into the abyss. Most of the Qilins accompanying the fire Qilin belonged to its lineage. Hence, they were more inclined to trust and follow it out of the Central Land. The fire Qilin lineage consisted of over 40 Qilins who had arrived at this location. In addition, among the 5 elemental attribute Qilins, there were 5 water Qilins, 7 metal Qilins, 6 wood Qilins, and 3 earth Qilins, thereby gathering a complete array of pure-blooded Qilins. Moreover, a few were also present. Although the number of Qilins brought was not vast, the variety was commendable. As long as they thrived in this place, it would not take many years for numerous young Qilins to emerge. Thus, the Qilin tribe could endure. Furthermore, as long as this race harbored no great ambitions and sought to remain in seclusion, it was likely that even the heavenly sage would harbor no objections. Ancestor, I have fulfilled my mission by bringing back those who wish to retreat from the world. I beseech you to lead us in restoring the glory of our Qilin lineage. The fire Qilin proclaimed, bowing before Qin Lin in the depths of the abyss. At that moment, Qin Lin rose and slowly approached the Qilins. His stature was significantly larger than that of the Qilins, and among those willing to come here, the highest cultivation level reached only the Taiqing Xinxian realm, which explained why they had drawn the attention of the witch tribe. His gaze swept over them before settling once more on the fire Qilin. I once stated that if you could lead your kin back into the abyss, I would accept you as my foremost disciple. Listen well, my Qilin kin. From this day forth, this little one shall be my disciple, my first apprentice, Qin Lin's foremost pupil. Now, each of you may establish your own dwellings within the abyss. As long as you remain within, I shall protect you all in the days to come. Come, little one, follow me inside. Upon concluding his words, Qin Lin led the fire Qilin deeper into the abyss. The Qilin kin left behind were utterly astonished, particularly a few ancient Qilins who had survived since the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. Though their cultivation was not formidable, their vast experiences allowed them to discern that they had indeed made the right bet upon witnessing Qin Lin. The profound aura of bloodline emanating from him was something they had never encountered even among their tribe's strongest. After Qin Lin's departure, 2 additional fire Qilins appeared before them, sharing their joy at the arrival of so many kin and continuously introducing the circumstances of the abyss. Beyond the abyss, at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Following Qin Lin's eradication of several members of the Zhurong tribe, a few formidable shamans emerged. Previously, the tribesfolk had reported encountering a group of relatively weak Qilins, particularly noting a significant number of fire Qilins among them. The essence blood of these fire Qilins was a rare and precious substance for the Zhurong tribe. Consequently, many tribesfolk were dispatched to hunt the Qilins. However, in a fleeting moment, the life lanterns of these departing tribesmen extinguished, confirming that a powerful force had descended upon them, swiftly exterminating them. Thus, these shamans pursued the trail and discovered the site of their kin's slaughter. The assailant must have been a powerful being adept in fire-based divine arts. The air is thick with fiery energy. We ought to summon the ancestral shaman for further investigation. The opponent's abilities are beyond our grasp. One shaman lamented as he surveyed the surroundings. While speaking, another shaman retrieved a strand of hair, igniting it, and a towering figure materialized in the void. We pay our respects to ancestral shaman Zhurong. We are incompetent. We previously dispatched some tribesmen to hunt the Qilin clan for their essence blood, only to have our kin slain, and the Qilins have vanished without a trace. We beseech the ancestral shaman for punishment. The figure that had materialized gazed intently at the 10,000 great mountains, flames flickering across his form. He was Zhurong, one of the 12 ancestral shamans. However, upon his arrival and sensing the lingering power of the battlefield, he too was taken aback. The fire-based divine arts of the assailant likely rivaled his own. With closed eyes, Zhurong attempted to pierce the river of time, hoping to glimpse the identity of the mysterious figure responsible for the attack. Yet, regardless of the method he employed, the temporal currents in this realm remained untraceable. The celestial mechanisms were exceptionally enigmatic, rendering his inquiries futile. This left him in a state of disquiet. His lineage was extraordinary. They were transformed from Pangu's blood and belonged to the true Pangu lineage. Although they could not inherit Pangu's power of creation, they were naturally favored by the primordial heavenly way. Unless confronted by a sage, They had never feared anyone in the vast world. Yet at this moment, he felt that the mysterious assailant who had laid waste to his tribe was likely of considerable origin, possessing either the means to obscure celestial secrets or holding a treasure that prevented divination. The Kylin clan, after all, was an ancient lineage, still brimming with destiny and opportunities. For the time being, you should refrain from troubling them. Let us return. Zhu Rong instructed his fellow shamans, who were unable to derive a conclusion, before vanishing into thin air. However, he did not depart the area, but rather entered the 10,000 Great Mountains directly. The moment Zhu Rong stepped into the 10,000 Great Mountains, Qin Lin, far away in the abyss, sensed the disturbance. Yet, within the depths of his domain, a mere Zhu Rong would not be able to detect his presence, even if, by some chance, Zhu Rong accidentally stumbled upon his location. What could he possibly do against Qin Lin? In due time, Qin Lin would ascend to the quasi-saint realm, armed with the innate treasure, the primordial 5 directions flag. When a moment arrived for him to emerge from the abyss, dealing with Zhu Rong would be as effortless as a game. This was the confidence that Qin Lin harbored. Furthermore, according to the timeline, the calamity of the witches and demons was imminent. Zhu Rong would soon engage in a fierce battle with Honghuang, leading to their mutual demise. Therefore, there was no necessity for a life-and-death struggle with him. Patience was key. One must not act rashly. Ding! Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestral shamans, has now entered the 10,000 Great Mountains to investigate the slaughter of his kin. Do you choose to emerge from the abyss and engage him in battle? Choice 1. Accept the task and emerge from the abyss to battle ancestral shaman Zhu Rong. You may obtain the postnatal treasure, the demon's sealing sword. Choice 2. Decline the task. Turn a blind eye and focus on self-preservation, which will reward you with a divine art, the chaotic flame devastation finger. Upon sensing Zhu Rong's presence, the system issued a new task. Particularly delighted by the prospect of a new divine art reward, Qin Lin readily accepted the mission. After accepting the task, the method for cultivating the chaotic flame devastation finger materialized in his mind, with countless fragments of laws coalescing into spectral images that continuously appeared in his consciousness, as if imparting knowledge to him. In no time, he mastered this divine art with remarkable proficiency. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong, wandering through the 10,000 Great Mountains, found nothing amiss, and after several days of lingering, reluctantly departed. In the aftermath, the Kylin clan, which had long secluded itself from the world, began to thrive within the depths of the abyss. Thousands of years later, the number of Kylins in the abyss had surged to over 1,000. Fortunately, this abyss was immense, akin to a wondrous world beneath the 10,000 Great Mountains. Qin Lin had contemplated that, without expanding the abyssal Dao field, this place could still sustain millions of the Kylin clan, allowing the continuation of such a purebred lineage. Given time, it might even restore the former glory of the Kylin race. Over the course of these tens of thousands of years, Qin Lin's cultivation had also ascended beyond the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, now standing but a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. His power was unfathomable. Chapter 9. The chaotic 9 transformations. As the years flowed by, the situation in the primordial world underwent a silent yet profound transformation. The demons held dominion over the heavens, while the witches claimed the earth. These 6 words seemed to stabilize the relationship between the two clans, yet in reality, they frequently engaged in fierce battles to achieve complete control over the primordial realm. The battlefield was set at the unyielding Mount Tianzhu, where skirmishes occurred every 3 days and major confrontations every 5, intensifying the hatred between the two factions. This animosity reached a boiling point when the demon Lord Emperor Jun married the lunar goddess Shi He, prompting the 12 ancestral witches to mobilize towards the heavenly court. Ha ha ha! You, a beast with tattered fur, today is your wedding, and we have come to present our gifts, exclaimed Zhu Rong, laughing heartily outside the southern heavenly gate. With a mere wave of his hand, a divine fire erupted, incinerating the southern heavenly gate entirely. Feeling the loss of the southern heavenly gate, Emperor Jun was furious. If he did not teach these witches a lesson, what face would the heavenly court have left? However, before he could act, he was halted by Dong Huang Tai Yi, who transmitted a message to him. Brother, today is your joyous day. It is unwise to engage in combat. Allow me to confront these barbarous witches. With that, Tai Yi, accompanied by the 10 great demon generals, approached the southern heavenly gate. "Zhu Rong, you insolent wretch, let me teach you a lesson today as a celebration for my brother's wedding." Tai Yi, upon seeing the 12 ancestral witches assembled, felt a pang of apprehension. Despite possessing the chaos bell and being superior in cultivation to the ancestral witches, he could only withstand 5 of them at most. Thus, he resolved to strike first, aiming to injure Zhu Rong and reclaim the lost dignity of the heavenly court. Clang! The chaos bell surged towards Zhu Rong, exuding immense pressure. It struck Zhu Rong's head directly. "The chaos bell of our father god? Surrender it, or face death." Zhu Rong thundered in fury. In the minds of the ancestral witches, they believed they were the rightful heirs of Pangu, and that all of Pangu's legacy should belong to them. As his words fell, several ancestral witches lunged at the chaos bell, while the remaining ones charged at Honghuang Tai Yi, intent on seizing the bell. "Retreat!" Seeing the 12 ancestral witches spring into action, Tai Yi hastily called back the chaos bell. "Oof! Do you think reclaiming it will absolve you of consequences? The treasure of our father god should not fall into the hands of a mere beast like you. Brothers, activate the great heavenly demon formation." As Di Jiang observed the chaos bell returning, he let out a cold laugh. In an instant, a multitude of malevolent energies converged, and Tai Yi beheld a massive phantom of Pangu emerging within the witch clan's formation, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was the first appearance of the great heavenly demon formation in the primordial world. The gigantic phantom of Pangu commanded the attention of all great deities in the primordial realm. The 3 pure ones, in particular, were greatly shaken, for they were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit and were profoundly awed by the formation's might. Although the formation merely allowed Pangu's phantom to manifest for an instant, it was still immensely terrifying. Clang! While Donghuang Tai Yi was momentarily dazed, the 12 ancestral witches did not hesitate. A colossal fist emerged from the formation, and even with the protection of the chaos bell, Tai Yi was still sent flying, crashing heavily into the heavenly court after obliterating countless palaces. Tai Yi, the demon Emperor Jun, who arrived just in time, quickly supported Donghuang Tai Yi. At this moment, Emperor Jun realized that the witch clan's intrusion at his wedding was not merely for disruption, but rather an intent to annihilate the demon clan. Thus, disregarding the joyous occasion, he commanded his fellow demons, "Form the great stellar formation, and let these barbaric witches understand the might of our demon clan." As his words fell, the heavens sparkled with stars, and streams of stellar power descended. The ancestral witches were taken aback by the demon clan's hidden strength, yet they remained undeterred, believing that the great heavenly demon formation was an invincible force. They manipulated the formation to continue launching the massive fist towards the great stellar formation. "Star forces unite," Emperor Jun commanded urgently as the fist bore down. Boom! Qin Lin, striving to breach the barrier from the great Luo golden immortal to quasi-saint, was startled awake by a tremendous sound of collision, a sense of overwhelming threat enveloping him, compelling him to open his eyes and investigate the source of this disturbance that could endanger his imminent ascension to quasi-saint. Ding! The 12 ancestral witches are causing chaos in the heavenly court. The first great battle between the witches and demons has commenced. Will you emerge from the abyss to prevent the clash? Choice 1. Accept the quest and step out of the abyss to defeat the witch and demon clans, fostering harmony between them, and receive the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Choice 2. Refuse the quest, remain indifferent, and focus on self-cultivation, earning the Chaos 9 transformations. The ripples from the clash of the 2 great formations filled him with an acute sense of danger. At that moment, it was not merely a matter of dissuading the witch and demon clans. Even approaching the battleground would pose a significant risk to his life. Thus, without hesitation, Qin Lin chose the second option. Instantly, the cultivation method of the Chaos 9 transformations imprinted itself in his consciousness. Meanwhile, the 2 devastatingly powerful formations continued to collide, causing the entire primordial land to tremble. Countless beings were consumed by fear, dreading the potential collapse of their world. Yet, Qin Lin remained steadfast in his belief that the witch and demon clans could not destroy the primordial realm, for the sage Hongjun was present. Hence, he calmed his mind and began to cultivate the Chaos 9 transformations. Truly, it was worthy of its name, as even with his nearing comprehension of quasi-saint cultivation, he had only managed to reach the 5th transformation. In his secluded meditation, Qin Lin found himself reflecting deeply. Chapter 10. The Divine Beast White Tiger submits. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions reverberated through the primordial world, jolting Qin Lin from his contemplation. He gazed at the battlefield where the two formations clashed. Witnessing the ripples they created form countless spatial rifts. An overwhelming surge of chaotic energy poured into the primordial realm through these rifts, obliterating everything in its path. The ground groaned ominously, on the verge of splitting apart. Within the purple cloud palace, the sage Hongjun waved his hand, manifesting the luminous light of the creation jade disk to shield the primordial realm. Yet, this went unnoticed by the multitude of deities, leaving them perplexed as to why the power of the two formations had diminished so significantly. Moreover, they questioned why the sage Hongjun did not reveal himself amid such a cataclysmic battle. While ordinary beings in the primordial realm might remain oblivious to the underlying circumstances, those of notable lineage were somewhat aware. Hongjun, like Pangu, was a being of chaos, a primordial deity. Achieving sanctity and dominion in the primordial realm was a dream for its inhabitants. Yet for Hongjun, it was merely a larger cage. Being sanctified in the primordial realm entailed debts of karma, and becoming entangled in further calamities would only compound those debts. After all, the heavier the karma, the more arduous it became for him to exit the primordial world. To Hongjun, the entire primordial realm was merely a stepping stone towards the chaotic world. As he was originally a being of chaos, having entered this realm alongside 3,000 chaotic deities during Panga's creation, many were suppressed by the might of the heavens, leaving only a few to survive in the primordial realm. Hongjun was one of them. At that moment, the 12 ancestral witches collectively exerted their power, and the immense phantom of Pangu re-emerged, radiating boundless might. Donghuang Tai, shielded by the great stellar formation and the protection of the Chaos Bell, sustained no significant injuries during the clash of the formations. Seeing the situation locked in a stalemate, the 12 ancestral witches grew anxious. After all, they had stormed the heavenly court and needed a swift resolution to avoid unforeseen complications. They immediately burned their essence blood, causing Pangu's phantom to coalesce within the great heavenly demon formation, even manifesting an axe in its hand. Suddenly, with a mighty swing, the axe descended upon the core of the great stellar formation, aiming to shatter it. Clang! The radiance of the axe cleaved through the vast celestial formation. Yet Donghuang Tai, wielding the Chaos Bell, safeguarded the core of the array. When the axe's light struck, his Chaos Bell absorbed the blow. In an instant, time and space shattered, and the divine consciousness of the gods fragmented alongside it. None could discern the outcome of this collision, save for the venerable Hongjun, seated in the Zixiao Palace, who alone comprehended the result of this clash between two formidable formations. With a wave of his hand, he restored the fractured time and space, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, Pangu is powerful. To substantiate the path through sheer force is truly remarkable. Merely a phantom can unleash such a strike. It appears that my survival in the primordial chaos was merely a stroke of luck. As time and space settled, the pantheon of deities beheld the heavily wounded demon Qin, as well as the pallid faces of the 12 ancestor witches. The overwhelming force of Pangu's heavenly might had, with a single blow, exhausted the strength of the ancestor witches. Meanwhile, far away in the remote lands of Honghuang, within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, Qin Lin sensed a potent force of metal, a powerful essence of Gongjin. Upon probing with his divine consciousness, he discovered a massive white tiger, terrified and lurking near the abyss. Is this the white tiger? Since the western earth veins were ravaged by Luo Ho, the offspring of the sacred beast, the white tiger had sought refuge in the east. However, fortune had not favored it. During the initial clash of the formations, the tremors of Honghuang shattered many earth veins, destroying the sanctuary it had painstakingly established. Had it not reacted swiftly, it would have been grievously injured in that moment. Thus, it fled into the 10,000 mountains, trembling as it observed the battlefield between the Wu and the Yao. Ding! As the esteemed beast of the land, the Kylin, will you seek justice for the white tiger? who has been rendered homeless due to the conflict between the Wu and the Yao. Choice 1. Accept the quest to defeat the Wu and Yao and receive the innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Spirit Pearl. Choice 2. Decline the quest, remaining uninvolved, and receive the supreme innate root, 5 elements pine. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lin chose the latter, planting a resplendent pine tree within the abyss. He then gazed at the small, white tiger outside, recognizing its initial cultivation at the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal, which was quite formidable. The weak little Kylin in his abyss could accomplish little. Thus, it was fitting to subdue the white tiger to serve him. With a swift motion, a colossal hand materialized above the white tiger. How powerful! The white tiger gasped in astonishment, attempting to resist, but was firmly grasped by the enormous hand. A wave of dizziness washed over it as Qin Lin pulled it into the abyss. Kylin, the white tiger, thrown before Qin Lin, looked up in disbelief. "Are you willing to submit?" Qin Lin inquired directly, without preamble. The white tiger, still in a daze, pondered in silence. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. The Kylin clan is regarded as the esteemed beasts of the land. In ancient times, many powerful white tigers had already sworn allegiance. Why was this little creature hesitating? Was it possible that he was too benevolent? Upon this reflection, Qin Lin deliberately conjured a massive hand, casting a shadow over the white tiger. Should it dare to shake its head, he would not hesitate to strike it down. Senior, I am willing to submit. Please have mercy." The white tiger, intimidated by Qin Lin's murderous aura, hastily prostrated. "Ah, teachable child indeed. Since you have consented to submit, you shall henceforth be the guardian sacred beast of this abyss." Qin Lin responded with a smile, nodding in approval. Chapter 11. The Abyss, guardian sacred beast at your command. My lord. The white tiger lay submissively on the ground, exuding utmost reverence. Yet, within its heart lay a sense of indignation. For while the title of guardian sacred beast of the abyss sounded grand, its actual status was lowly. The esteemed Kylin, although of a higher status than the white tiger clan, made the white tiger feel humiliated to be reduced to a mere guardian of the abyss. Nevertheless, the memory of that overwhelming hand sent a shiver down its spine, prompting it to comply, biding its time for a future opportunity to escape. As for seeking revenge against Qin Lin, such thoughts had not even crossed its mind, for Qin Lin's prowess instilled no desire for retaliation. Excellent. Qin Lin nodded, subsequently assigning the white tiger to serve under the banner of the plain cloud realm. An idea struck him. He envisioned gathering the 5 sacred beasts, each wielding a 5 elements flag to establish a grand formation, which he believed would rival the extermination sword formation. The plain cloud realm flag. The white tiger exclaimed with joy. The plain cloud realm flag, as the golden flag among the 5 elements, was a coveted treasure for those who aspired to master the path of gold. Hearing Qin Lin assign it to guard this place, the white tiger mused that remaining here might not be such a bad fate after all. Yet it quickly shook its head, recalling its identity as the offspring of the white tiger. It could not be easily swayed by such trifling favors. Meanwhile, having secured the white tiger, Qin Lin pursued a breakthrough beyond the quasi-saint barrier. On the other side, in the heavenly court of Honghuang. Dijun, Tai Yi, you 2 wretched creatures. Today, this ancestor of witches shall ensure your utter destruction. As the time ancestor witch, Zhu Jiuyin, rapidly regained a third of his strength under the influence of the temporal laws, he bore a chilling smirk on his face. Zhu Jiuyin, would this emperor fear you? I stand here. If you possess the ability, come and kill me. Donghuang Tai Yi managed to rise with great effort. His disheveled hair and bloodied visage revealed the dire state he was in, yet he spoke with arrogant defiance. Kill. Upon hearing Donghuang Tai Yi's words, the ancestor witches issued their orders without delay. Simultaneously, within the heavenly court, Nuwa, presiding over the heavenly marriage, observed Dijun and the others losing their fighting spirit. As the ancestor witches prepared to annihilate them, she raised her red embroidered ball to cast it out. Though Nuwa belonged to the demon clan, her status was exalted, and she had remained aloof during this conflict. However, witnessing the witch's excessive bullying, she felt a momentary urge to intervene. Yet, before she could throw the ball, a voice echoed in her mind. Hold your hand, master. Nuwa immediately responded with utmost reverence. The mutual slaughter between the Wu and Yao has caused a surge of malevolent energy, heralding the arrival of calamities. Hongjun continued. I foresee your great opportunity approaching. It is unwise to become entangled in this strife. At these words, Nuwa's expression shifted. As a powerful being of the demon clan, she found herself in a quandary. Witnessing her kin face calamity while her brother Fushi held a position in the heavenly court. Mount Qin Lin. As the Wu clan breached the heavenly court, the three pure ones and other powerful beings distanced themselves from the conflict, returning to their respective sanctuaries. Why has Sister Nuwa not intervened? Tongtian, the master of the way, inquired, perplexed. Under these dire circumstances, it stands to reason that Nuwa should lend her aid, the three pure ones observed. Seemingly indifferent as the Wu clan advanced upon the heavenly court. Elder brother? Yuan Shi Tianzun queried. I too am unaware of Sister Nuwa's intentions. However, the demon clan must not be extinguished. Laozi shared his uncertainty, yet one thing was clear to him. The demon clan should not fall to the Wu clan. Otherwise, the Wu would dominate, and even their ascension to sainthood would not grant them control over the Wu clan, armed with a great array of heavenly divine slaughter. Thus, after casting the Taiji diagram, Laozi addressed Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian. My fellow disciples, let us unite to persuade the Wu clan to retreat. Following this, the Panga banner and the extermination sword formation swiftly appeared before the ancestor witches. The three pure ones? The ancestor witches were astonished at the sudden emergence of these three treasures. In an instant, the silhouettes of the three manifested upon the treasures, and Laozi proclaimed, the demon clan must not be extinguished. I implore you, ancestor witches, to withdraw. Jane and Juanti, since you have arrived, why do you still remain hidden? Laozi's apparition addressed the void. As a magnificent 12th grade merit golden lotus and a wondrous 7-treasure tree emerged, the ethereal figures of the two deities, Jane and Juanti, simultaneously declared, esteemed ancestors of the witch clan, please withdraw. Impossible. Even if you seek to obstruct my witch clan, we shall annihilate those two despicable creatures. Dijan vehemently refused, merely relying on the treasures of our group to compel their retreat. Do they truly believe our witch clan is as malleable as clay? Chapter 12. The God-slaying Spear Ding. As the battle between the witch and demon clans reached its climax, the witch clan aimed to obliterate the demon clan. Consequently, the gods sought to maintain the balance between the two clans and attempted to persuade the witch clan to withdraw. Should we venture to the heavenly court to force the witch clan's retreat? Option 1. Accept the mission and join forces with the formidable beings of the primordial era to compel the witch clan to retreat, thereby acquiring the celestial scripture. Shangxing Dongxianjing. Option 2. Decline the mission, remain in the abyss, and observe the turbulent fate of the witch and demon clans, thus earning the exquisite innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, fragment. I choose option 2, setting aside the risk of entangling with the calamity of the witch and demon clans. I am the sole individual among the three clans who has transcended to the great Luo Golden Immortal after the Dragon-Han calamity. If I were to reveal myself in the primordial era, it would undoubtedly attract covetous gazes. By remaining in the abyss, even saints would be unable to detect my presence, rendering the fate of the demon clan inconsequential to me. The god-slaying spear, forged from the stem of the chaos green lotus, stands as the pinnacle among the 10 innate spiritual treasures of the primordial era, capable of injuring saints. It is a weapon of unparalleled slaughter, rivaling innate treasures. Alas, during the Dragon-Han calamity, the demon ancestor Luo, who wielded the god-slaying spear but was ultimately defeated by the esteemed ancestor Hongjun, resulting in the spear being shattered into 2 pieces. As for the fragment obtained by Qin Lin, no, to be precise, it should be referred to as the god-slaying rod, entirely lacking a spearhead. Consequently, Qin Lin, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the broken god-slaying spear in his hand. Just as Qin Lin declined, a chorus of thousands of voices resounded. Esteemed ancestors of the witch clan, please withdraw. It turned out that Laozi had summoned the powerful figures, including Xinyuanzi and the River of the Underworld, who had been observing in the shadows. After all, none wished to witness the witch clan becoming the sole ruler following the extermination of the demon clan. Instantly, Di Zhang's expression darkened, for he understood that with the treasures before him, the eradication of the demon clan today would be a formidable challenge. Initially, with only 5 from Laozi's group, They felt unafraid, but now, the 3,000 guests from the Zixiao Palace had nearly all sided with the Demon Clan. If my witch clan is to retreat, the Demon Clan must compensate for our losses. Di Jiang harbored secret resentment. Although they had somewhat recovered, they could hardly sustain the Duxiang Shan Sha Grand Formation and were thus unable to contend with Laozi and the other powerful beings. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. Di Jiang verbally acquiesced, yet in his heart, he thought that the Duxiang Shan Sha Grand Formation was merely in its preliminary stages. Once it matured, exterminating the Demon Clan would be as simple as slaughtering chickens and dogs, even if Laozi and the others were to obstruct them again. With the Duxiang Shan Sha Grand Formation in place, they would undoubtedly receive their due retribution for this obstruction. After Di Jiang made his demands, all eyes turned toward the Demon Emperor, Di Jun. This emperor agrees, Di Jun replied coldly. Initially, he had prepared for a desperate struggle, but upon the arrival of Laozi and the others, he felt a surge of gratitude. However, upon further reflection, he realized that with the overwhelming might of the witch and demon clans, these powerful beings from the primordial era would undoubtedly harbor discontent. Thus, their assistance to the Demon Clan was likely motivated by a desire for them to resist the Witch Clan. Understanding this, Di Jun's gratitude quietly dissipated. The Chaos Bell, a sacred relic of the Father God, should not fall into the hands of these despicable creatures. Hand over the Chaos Bell, and my Witch Clan shall immediately withdraw. Di Jiang declared. The Chaos Bell is one of the 3 treasures of creation, serving as the crucial support for Donghuang Tai Yi to become the most formidable being beneath the saints. Additionally, the Chaos Bell is the Heavenly Court's treasured artifact. Should it be lost, not only would Tai Yi's strength diminish, but the Heavenly Court's fortune would also be adversely affected. Impossible. The Chaos Bell shall not be given to your witch clan. Di Jun resolutely refused. The Chaos Bell is a companion treasure of my friend Tai Yi. Your request, Di Jiang, is unreasonable. Zhuani hastily interjected. The balance of power between the witch and demon clans must be preserved. Thus, Zhuani was among those most opposed to a disparity in strength between the 2 factions. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle. Di Jiang proclaimed, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. In truth, Di Jiang harbored no illusions that the demon clan would surrender the Chaos Bell. He merely wished to ascertain whether Laozi and the other powerful beings would risk their own fates to protect the Demon Clan amidst the calamity. Now that Laozi and the others had intervened, they had entered the calamity without directly confronting its central figures, merely absorbing a modicum of calamity energy. As long as they sealed the mountains and refrained from further entanglement, the calamity would struggle to affect them. Di Jiang, ancestor of the Witch Clan, do you truly wish to initiate another battle? Laozi's Taiji diagram shimmered above his head as he spoke in a calm tone. The Demon Clan must be preserved, even if it means enduring the calamity. The other powerful beings shared this sentiment, for without the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan's blade would inevitably one day turn upon them. With tension taut as a drawn bowstring, both sides remained on high alert. You shall swear an oath never to favor the Demon Clan, and the Demon Clan will compensate us with 100,000 pounds of Starlight Essence, 10 top-grade innate spiritual roots, 100 mid-grade innate spiritual roots, and 10,000 low-grade innate spiritual roots. Then my Witch Clan will immediately withdraw, testing the resolve of Laozi and his companions. Di Jiang recognized the futility of annihilating the Demon Clan and obtaining the Chaos Bell. However, he would not allow the Demon Clan to escape unscathed and thus made an audacious demand. Chapter 13. A single blow if these terms cannot be met. Then let us battle, Di Jiang coldly stated as he observed Di Jun's hesitation to refuse. Di Jiang's demand struck at Di Jun's vulnerable spot. 100,000 pounds of Starlight Essence was nearly the entirety of the Demon Clan's treasury. However, Di Jun was truly reluctant to concede. As for the spiritual roots, Di Jun was not particularly concerned. After all, the primordial era is abundant in innate spiritual energy, and the Demon Clan could cultivate using the power of the stars. Yet, the Starlight Essence? In the instant the Zhoutian star array was breached, he suddenly realized that if he were to refine the Starlight Essence into a star banner, it could enhance the power of the Zhoutian star array. Very well, this emperor agrees. Di Jun discerned that Laozi and the others did not wish for the Witch Clan to eradicate the Demon Clan. Yet they would absolutely not risk their lives for the sake of preservation. Thus, after contemplation, Jun proclaimed within 10 years, "The spoils shall be delivered to the witch clan." With that, Jiang led the witch clan away, unperturbed by the possibility of Jun reneging on his promise. Those who cultivate the Tao are attuned to the heavens. If Jun were truly to renege, Jiang and the other ancestors would be genuinely pleased. For Jun's betrayal would surely damage his Tao heart and render his path to enlightenment hopeless. Hence, the ancestors of the witch clan secretly wished for Jun to break his promise. Jun established the heavenly court to consolidate the fortune of the primordial era, leveraging that fortune to attain enlightenment. What good would it do to defeat the witch clan? Thus, he harbored no intention of reneging. Meanwhile, in the abyss, has the battle concluded? Can I slip away now? The white tiger cautiously observed the unfolding events of the witch and demon conflict. Upon witnessing the retreat of the witch clan, he stealthily glanced at Qin Lin's seclusion and pondered for a moment. Although he relished the opportunity to cultivate under the auspices of the Su Se-Yun realm, years of habituation to freedom had left him feeling somewhat constrained. Moreover, should he choose to retreat to the primordial era, the losses would be substantial. Opportunities abound throughout the primordial lands, and, as a sacred beast, the white tiger possessed great potential. If he refrained from seeking these opportunities, would he willingly cede the fortune of the primordial era to others? This was a notion he could not accept. Thus, he began to observe the movements of the Kylin ancestor, noticing that this elder was engrossed in cultivation. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stealthily made his way toward the exit of the abyss. You think you can escape? If you truly make a run for it, where would my face be? Qin Lin's consciousness was exceptionally potent, especially within his own domain. Nothing could escape his discerning eye. Spotting the white tiger stealthily making his way toward the abyss's exit, Qin Lin, still holding the god-slaying spear, or rather, the god-slaying rod, seized the opportunity. How fortuitous that you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. Let me test the might of this spear without a head. With that, he formed a hand seal and silently appeared behind the white tiger. I have finally arrived at the abyssal entrance. The white tiger's face lit up with joy, but just as he let out a laugh, he fell heavily to the ground. Although his rank had dropped to a high-grade innate spirit treasure, its power was not inferior to that of a supreme innate spirit treasure. The magical energy I employed was equivalent to that of the white tiger, and with a gentle strike, I knocked him unconscious. Qin Lin looked at the white tiger, who lay stunned by his god-slaying staff. With a flick of his sleeve, he tossed the white tiger beneath the plain-colored cloud realm flag. Ouch, that hurts. I remember. When the white tiger awoke, he touched his large tiger head and surveyed his surroundings in shock. Why am I still here? I remember I was about to escape. How did I end up back here? White tiger, why do you shout so loudly? Qin Lin suddenly appeared before him, his expression impassive. My lord, I. The white tiger, filled with fear, retreated, terrified that Qin Lin might strike him down with a single blow. Enough of your blabbering. If you dare to shout again, I shall hang you up and beat you. Qin Lin feigned anger. He made no mention of the white tiger's attempt to flee. Instead, he offered him another chance to escape, only to capture him again, allowing him to realize that he could never truly escape. Of course, this was also Qin Lin's way of finding amusement, indulging in his own wicked sense of humor. My lord, I understand. I shall refrain from shouting. Thank you for your mercy. At that moment, the white tiger had no time to ponder why he had returned beneath the cloud realm flag. He merely sought to placate Qin Lin's fury, quickly bowing in submission. Qin Lin huffed coldly and vanished from the white tiger's sight. What is happening here? Did I manage to escape or not? If I did escape, then why? No, if I didn't escape, then what about this headache? Qin Lin's actions left the white tiger bewildered, uncertain whether he had truly fled. Regardless, the war between the witches and the demons had concluded, and he no longer needed to hide here. He resolved to escape when Qin Lin was not paying attention. The white tiger remained perplexed for quite some time, unable to ascertain whether he had fled. However, as Qin Lin did not punish him, he dismissed the matter and began plotting his next escape. The white tiger's confusion stemmed primarily from the god-slaying spear's ability to directly injure one's primordial spirit. Although Qin Lin had not struck him with full force, the god-slaying power had disturbed his primordial spirit, leaving him disoriented. The stubbornness of a death-seeking creature, Qin Lin remarked with a smirk. Chapter 14. The Path of the Five Elements, Attaining the Quasi-Saint Realm Ding. As the son of the Western sacred beast, the white tiger, do you wish to escape the abyss? Option 1. Accept the task, allowing the white tiger to leave the abyss in exchange for a piece of Western gunmetal. Option 2. Refuse the task, as for the sake of the host's dignity, the white tiger must not be allowed to escape, in exchange for the Tao sound of the 5 elements once. I choose option 2. Upon making the choice, the essence of the 5 elements seemed to play out in his mind. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the intensity of fire, the gentleness of water, the solidity of earth. The path of the 5 elements vividly materialized before Qin Lin, deeply captivating him, causing his magical energy to flow instinctively in cycles. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, endlessly repeating. Meanwhile, the 5 elements flag protecting the abyss had unknowingly settled upon Qin Lin's head, its lush branches and leaves forming a massive canopy over him. The aura of the 5 elements? As Qin Lin's understanding deepened, the abyss could scarcely conceal his presence. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the Grandmaster Hongjun immediately sensed the disturbance. The path of the 5 elements is the most widely known path in the primordial world. Many have built their foundations upon the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, while the path of the 5 elements is easy to grasp, it is exceedingly difficult to master, especially when attempting to comprehend all 5 simultaneously. Since the fall of the 5 elements Taoist during the initial calamity of the Dragon-Han era, no powerful practitioners of the 5 elements have emerged in the primordial world. Yet, the magnitude of this aura rivals that of a late-stage quasi-saint. Could it be that the 5 elements Taoist did not actually perish? Grandmaster Hongjun pondered. The sudden emergence of such a powerful quasi-saint amid the witch-demon calamity prompted Hongjun to instinctively consider eliminating Qin Lin, fearing he might disrupt his plans. However, when he attempted to act, he found he could not pinpoint Qin Lin's location, greatly heightening his sense of caution. Initially, Hongjun believed he had complete control over the primordial realm, only to discover that someone could evade his calculations. Therefore, he took note of this aura, vowing to uncover the identity of this individual in the future. Meanwhile, other powerful beings in the primordial world, including Laozi, were also attempting to deduce Qin Lin's whereabouts. Unfortunately, if even Hongjun could not discern it, how could they? Thus, after this aura dissipated, these primordial powerhouses settled down, though like Hongjun, they pondered the identity of this mysterious figure. Bang! Unbeknownst to Qin Lin, a short while later, as he opened his eyes, a radiant burst of multicolored light illuminated the abyss, enveloping it in his terrifying aura. The Grandmaster's aura. Has he broken through? The young Qilins in the abyss, though pressed to the ground by Qin Lin's imposing presence, wore expressions of joy. All beings in the abyss rejoiced, except for one creature, the sacred beast White Tiger, who felt a deep sense of sorrow and indignation. Originally, Qin Lin could have easily subdued him, but now that he had broken through, would he have any chance to escape? No. I am the Western sacred beast White Tiger. I cannot simply submit. After all, as a top-tier postnatal being, the White Tiger had only submitted to Qin Lin out of fear of being killed, outwardly appearing submissive while harboring rebellious thoughts within. A quasi-saint realm? I've finally broken through. After some time, the oppressive aura in the abyss faded, and Qin Lin let out a hearty laugh. Initially, Qin Lin had thought he would need to undergo several more choices or devote himself to cultivation for several epochs to reach the quasi-saint level. To his astonishment, fortune had come swiftly. Under the Tao sound of the 5 elements, his comprehension of the path of the 5 elements soared. And just as the Tao sound was about to conclude, he broke through, becoming a quasi-saint powerhouse. In the current primordial world, golden immortals were as common as dogs, and great Luo golden immortals could only be considered high-end combatants. Only upon reaching the quasi-saint level could one possess a voice in the primordial realm. Congratulations, Grandmaster, on your breakthrough. The beings of the abyss echoed their congratulations. Chapter 15. The impulsive young Kylin. I have finally reached the quasi-saint level. Qin Lin was lost in thought, filled with myriad emotions. Ever since he discovered his identity as a Kylin in the primordial world, he had felt a profound sense of insecurity. As a member of the innate 3 races, the Kylin tribe naturally found itself at the center of the calamity, fraught with peril. Had it not been for the reward of the abyssal Tao field, Qin Lin would have been at a loss for where to hide. For the Dragon-Han calamity engulfed the entire primordial realm, and with his identity as a Qilin, he could not avoid being swept into the disaster. After the initial calamity of the Dragon-Han era, many powerful beings emerged, and while the Purple Cloud Palace held its teachings, Qin Lin remained concealed, as his strength was comparable to that of many ordinary practitioners in the primordial world. If surrounded by foes, he had little confidence in his own safety. Furthermore, his identity as a Kylin with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal drew much attention. After all, during the last calamity, the three races had incurred significant karmic retribution, with few strong beings remaining. Qin Lin's appearance was akin to a deviation from the natural order. Hence, he refrained from seeking opportunities in the primordial realm after the initial calamity of the Dragon-Han era, nor did he attend the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, instead opting to remain in the abyss. Now, having broken through to the quasi-saint level, and doing so through the path of the 5 elements, along with the 5 elements flag, which comprised 5 supreme, innate spirit treasures, even if the 3 pure ones joined forces, they would struggle to breach Qin Lin's defenses, as long as it was not Grandmaster Hongjun himself who took action. Annihilating Qin Lin would prove exceedingly difficult for the entire primordial realm. Though initially sheltered by the abyssal sanctuary, even the sage struggled to divine the future. However, with limited strength, anxiety inevitably took root in his heart. In the primordial world, power reigned supreme. Thus, Qin Lin, akin to an ascetic, diligently cultivated from the initial calamity of Honghuang to the cataclysm of witches and demons. Congratulations, ancestor! With your breakthrough, our Kylin clan shall undoubtedly re-establish its dominance in the primordial realm, compelling it to bow before us, proclaimed a small Kylin, eager to flatter. Indeed, with our ancestors' ascension, we shall emerge as the strongest in the primordial realm, and our Kylin clan will surely conquer it. Another small Kylin chimed in. These young Kylins, mostly born in the abyss, had only heard tales of the outside world from their elders, who often extolled the ancient might of the Kylin clan. Thus, they remained oblivious to the true strength of the witch and demon races. The Kylins who ventured in from the outside remained silent, awkwardly gazing at Qin Lin. Re-establish the primordial realm. Re-establish the primordial realm, they shouted, oblivious to the expressions of the older generation beside them. Ding! As a holy beast, how could the Kylin clan remain hidden in the abyss? Today, the younger generation seeks to return to the primordial realm. Would the host be willing to lead the Kylin clan back? Option 1. Accept the task to lead the Kylin to dominate the primordial realm, receiving the Kylin clan's treasure, Kylin seal. Option 2. Decline the task. The witches are fierce and the demons ruthless. The Kylin clan cannot withstand them. Refusing to lead the Kylin clan into the world grants a high-quality spiritual root, enlightenment T. Qin Lin did not anticipate that this matter would trigger a system task. However, he chose not to emerge. It was not yet the opportune moment. Instead, he opted for the high-quality spiritual root, enlightenment T, quietly adding a celestial root in the abyss. Meanwhile, the white tiger, cultivating under the banner of the plain cloud realm, muttered, "What are these young Kylins thinking? With such meager strength, they aspire to dominate the primordial realm. It's sheer folly." "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Qin Lin extended his hand, conjuring an arm that seized the white tiger by the neck, lifting him up and inquiring. Though the young Kylins had flattered him clumsily, their respect was evident. In contrast, Qin Lin intended to teach the white tiger a lesson for his lack of reverence. After all, Qin Lin planned to utilize the 5 sacred beasts to assist in establishing the 5 elements' great array, requiring their complete allegiance. Any hint of disloyalty could compromise the integrity of the formation. "Master, I won't do it again," the white tiger replied, a pained expression on his face. "I shall spare you this time," Qin Lin declared, releasing the white tiger and addressing the gathered Kylins. "Our Kylin clan suffered greatly in the last calamity and has only just begun to regain our vitality. This is not the time for our emergence. You must strive to strengthen our clan, for only then will we have our day to return. Do you understand?" Emerging now would surely make them targets, especially since the Kylin clan had been central to the previous calamity. The witch and demon races would never allow the Kylin clan to reappear in the primordial realm. "We shall heed the ancestors' teachings." The young Kylins responded reverently, none daring to dissent. Seeing their respect, Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated their boldness, for the Kylin clan must eventually present themselves openly in the primordial realm. Should they be as timid as the dragons and journey to the west, where would his dignity as the Kylin clan's ancestor reside? It is now the 5th watch. Is anyone reading this book? Please leave a comment to liven things up. I wish to see everyone. Chapter 16. On the teachings today, I have broken through to the quasi-saint level. I shall impart teachings to you all. Qin Lin addressed the young Kylins, nodding before sitting down atop a cloud. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Water extinguishes fire, fire melts metal, metal cuts wood, wood nourishes earth, earth absorbs water. This illustrates the principle of mutual restraint among the 5 elements. As profound insights flowed from Qin Lin's lips, the Kylins and the white tiger were enveloped in a radiant display of black, red, green, yellow, and white light. Roar! The Kylins echoed, accompanied by the white tiger's voice. Finally, I have broken through to the 5th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The white tiger exclaimed with excitement. The battle between the demon ancestor Luo Ho and the Dao ancestor Hongjun had devastated the western ancestral lineage, leaving the white tiger's clan severely weakened. The surviving young white tigers wandered the primordial realm, lacking guidance from strong clan members and suitable environments for cultivation. Consequently, after the initial calamity of Honghuang, his progress had been slow, living in constant fear and evasion. As the son of the white tiger, he bore the fortunes of the western lineage, which often placed him in peril. To avoid drawing attention, he often pretended to be merely a white tiger. The holy beast white tiger, being a spirit of metal, although no longer a primordial being, possessed qualifications comparable to those of ordinary primordial entities. Bang! As the white tiger grasped the teachings, he broke through his boundaries, overwhelmed with joy. However, his exuberance disrupted Qin Lin's discourse, affecting the other Kylins and Yuan Hong. With no mercy, Qin Lin struck out a palm, sending the white tiger crashing against the abyss's wall, creating a significant dent. Silence. Dazed, the white tiger climbed down from the wall, devoid of resentment. Instead, he cheerfully declared, "I was wrong, master. I shouldn't have shouted. Please forgive me. I won't do it again." Having broken through, the white tiger was no longer inclined to flee. After enduring so long without a breakthrough, he had just ascended to the 5th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal after merely listening to Qin Lin's teachings. Who want to leave? Remaining here was far more appealing, especially since the spiritual energy in the abyss was comparable to that of Mount Buzhou. Additionally, the plain Cloud Realm's banner provided him insight into the way of metal. Thus, even if Qin Lin tried to expel him, he would be reluctant to depart, recognizing the exceptional conditions afforded to him. Next time? Do you even wish for a next time? It seems I've been too lenient, allowing you to err repeatedly. Qin Lin stated with a stern countenance. To govern effectively, one must wield both benevolence and authority. It was essential that the white tiger felt gratitude while also understanding Qin Lin's might. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the white tiger's powers and tossed a stick to Yuan Hong, 100, in the abyss. The white tiger's anguished cries intertwined with the excited voices of the Kylins, creating a lively atmosphere. However, in the heavenly court, silence reigned. In the Lingxiao Palace, aside from the Empress Nuwa, all the great demons above the level of great Luo Golden Immortal remained in the hall, yet none spoke, their faces marked with expressions of distress. Ahem, is there any solution? Especially the pale-faced Emperor Jun, who weakly inquired. After the retreat of the witch race, Emperor Jun had not allowed everyone to rest, but instead gathered them in the Lingxiao Palace to discuss countermeasures against the witches. Initially believing that the might of the great array of the constellations would surely vanquish the witches, they were instead overwhelmed by the witches' grand heavenly divine array. Were it not for the timely arrival of powerful figures, the demon race would have perished at the hands of the witches. Thus, Emperor Jun found no time to recuperate. The grand heavenly divine array had become a haunting burden in his heart, and he could not engage in any actions without addressing this inner demon. Is there a way? Fushi? As no one in the assembly could provide a solution, Emperor Jun directly called upon Fushi. The grand heavenly divine array possesses formidable power. Yet while our clan's great array of the constellations may not match its might, it can still counter it to some extent. With diligent practice and the assistance of array flags, I believe we can withstand this array, Fushi replied softly. Fushi's response merely addressed half of the matter. for he discerned that the Wu clan's Daishinshin Sha formation was also unfamiliar. Should the Wu clan master the Daishinshin Sha formation, then the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation would likely prove inadequate to withstand it. The latter part of his thoughts was too disheartening for the demon race, which is why Fushi chose not to voice them. The demon race had just suffered defeat at the hands of the Wu clan, and their morale was already low. A further decline in spirit would render them timid and unable to unleash their full potential in the next confrontation with the Wu clan. Indeed, if only we had 365 star banners to assist us, we would not fear the Wu clan. However, our clan's remaining essence of the stars is scarce, making it nearly impossible to gather enough star banners. Such a detestable clan of barbarians, Emperor Jun exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration. In his heart, he did not believe that the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation could be outmatched by the Daishinshin Sha formation. He was convinced that, with the assistance of the star banners, the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation could indeed vanquish the Wu clan. Brother, let us immediately issue orders to all demons to collect the essence of the stars and refine the star banners with utmost urgency. Donghuang Tai urged anxiously. Patience, Emperor Jun cautioned, suppressing Tai Yi's impulsiveness, and turned to Kuanpeng, saying, Demon Master, you have devised the demon script, serving as the mentor of our demon race. Pray, what insights do you possess? At this moment, Emperor Jun did not forget Kuanpeng, though his tone bore a hint of hostility, stemming from Kuanpeng's gathering of numerous demons in the northern underworld, who now followed Kuanpeng's commands without knowledge of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, rendering the rightful rulers of the demon race inconsequential. In earlier years, when Kuanpeng was first acknowledged as a demon master, he was more willing to offer strategies and made considerable contributions to the heavenly court. Yet, over time, his selfishness began to surface, prompting Emperor Jun to remain vigilant. Thus, in Emperor Jun's mind, Kuanpeng was the most concerning figure in the heavenly court, and due to the suppression he faced, Kuanpeng became increasingly isolated, ultimately leading him to seize the Hichu and Luoshu and betray Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, you overestimate me. I possess no remarkable insights, but I do have a modest suggestion. Kuanpeng replied, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, though his demeanor remained respectful. Oh, may I inquire what this suggestion is? Emperor Jun raised an eyebrow, surprised that Kuanpeng indeed had an idea. He believed that to counter the Wu clan's Daishinshin Sha formation, they must employ formations against formations. Thus he was eager to hear Kuanpeng's strategy. Your Majesty, I need to confirm a matter with everyone. May I? Kuanpeng inquired. Demon Master, please feel free to ask. Emperor Jun responded nonchalantly. Are you all aware of the relationship between Gongong and Zhu Rong within the Wu clan? Kuanpeng queried. There are occasional frictions. A knowledgeable demon stepped forward to answer directly. Your Majesty, if the information is accurate, then this presents an opportunity for us. Kuanpeng turned to Emperor Jun. Demon Master, how does this relate to our demon race's victory over the Wu clan? Emperor Jun inquired, puzzled. It is of great relevance, Your Majesty. Should the ancestral shamans of water and fire engage in a fierce battle and perish, would not the Wu clan's Daishinshin Sha formation be rendered ineffective? Kuanpeng replied with a smile. This left Emperor Jun in a state of hesitation. The demons below began to murmur among themselves, despite their various schemes. The prevailing ethos in the wilderness remained largely upright, making it difficult for Emperor Jun to accept Kuanpeng's underhanded method. Your Majesty, our demon race has nearly exhausted all the essence of the stars to the Wu clan. Collecting enough essence to forge the star banners will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time, and the time left for our demon race is already quite limited. Kuanpeng declared loudly. Very well, I shall acquiesce. I entrust this matter to you, Demon Master. Please ensure its success. Emperor Jun contemplated before finally nodding in agreement. With this idea, Emperor Jun's wariness of Kuanpeng deepened. Such a devious and sinister scheme could not allow him to feel at ease. Thus he conveniently assigned this unseemly task to Kuanpeng. Received the decree, Kuanpeng's countenance darkened as he gazed at the piercing eyes of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, ultimately acquiescing. Initially, he had intended for Emperor Jun to carry out this task, tarnishing his reputation and laying the groundwork for his future claim to the title of Demon Lord. But he had unwittingly stumbled into a trap of his own making. Ding! The ancient wilderness is characterized by integrity. Now the Demon Master seeks to employ deceit against the ancestral shamans of the Wu clan. Will the host intervene to thwart this conspiracy? Choice 1. Accept the task. One cannot allow a single mouse droppings to spoil the wilderness's integrity. Expose the Demon Master's plot to obtain the 9 turns mysterious art. Choice 2. Reject the task. Heaven has its course. The earth has its way. Life and death are decreed by fate. Ignore the Demon Master's conspiracy to receive a drop of the blood of the Chaos Demon Ape. I choose option 2. The 9 turns mysterious art holds no value for Qin Lin, as his own Chaos 9 turned mysterious art can be considered a superior version. Conversely, the drop of blood for the Chaos Demon Ape would significantly enhance Hong's foundation and deepen his cultivation, making the choice quite clear. Where is Hong? Qin Lin called out. At your service, my lord. How may I assist you? Hong replied respectfully. His loyalty to Qin Lin was unwavering. Thus Qin Lin felt no reluctance in bestowing the blood of the Chaos Demon Ape upon Hong, for it bore little significance for him. However, the blood of the Chaos Demon Ape would have a far greater impact on Hong, prompting Qin Lin to decisively grant it to him. You have served well in guarding the Abyssal Gateway. This item is bestowed upon you. Upon presenting the drop of blood, Hong was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated upon this gem-like essence. Once he heard Qin Lin's words of bestowal, he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for this reward. Hong vows to remain loyal to you through countless lifetimes. Should I ever betray this oath, I shall perish under heavenly punishment. Rise, and, when you refine this essence, be sure to maintain your focus." After imparting this instruction to Hong, Qin Lin gestured for him to withdraw. Chapter 18. Nuwa creates humanity. Once Hong refines the blood of the Chaos Demon Ape, not only will he experience rapid advancement in cultivation, but he may also achieve the status of an innate being. This presents a tremendous opportunity. The 4 great divine monkeys, including Sun Wukong from the Journey to the West, are all exceptional postnatal beings, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the Luo Jingxian, but without profound fortune, it is improbable for them to attain quasi-saint status. However, should Hong's foundation rise, this opportunity may indeed become attainable. The first battle between the Wu and Demon races sent tremors throughout the entire wilderness. In the vast wilderness, there were times when no signs of life could be seen, and the spiritual energy noticeably waned, rendering the wilderness eerily silent. Were it not for the intervention of numerous powerful beings at the last moment to halt the Wu clan, allowing their conflict to continue could have truly brought ruin to the entire wilderness world. Nonetheless, the current wilderness is still a desolate expanse. Countless mountains have vanished, and immeasurable rivers have been extinguished. It is uncertain how many years it will take for this wilderness world to regain its former vibrancy. After the great battle, the Wu clan withdrew, and the demon race sealed the heavenly court. All powerful beings returned to their respective sanctuaries. Yet only Nuwa chose to wander through the wilderness. My master has conveyed that my great opportunity is approaching, yet the wilderness now appears in this state. Where lies my opportunity? Nuwa lamented. Having traversed the wilderness for what felt like thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, Nuwa gradually observed that the once ravaged wilderness world began to revive. Insects, fish, birds, and beasts reemerged, forests thickened, and flora began to flourish. These were clear signs of rejuvenation. However, compared to the wilderness of 10,000 years ago, it still appeared somewhat desolate. At that moment, Nuwa seemed to grasp something profound. With a flick of her hand, she summoned a handful of soil, which, though resembling clay, swelled with the wind. This was the 9 heavens essence soil, the quintessence of earth and the source of the land. With just a small portion of a 9 heavens essence soil, one could cultivate numerous roots of heaven and earth. It is immensely precious. At this moment, Nuwa, employing her divine abilities, summoned an abundance of divine liquid from an unknown source, which she continuously amalgamated with the essence of the 9 heavens. If a formidable being were present, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the 3 luminaries' divine water. Rumored to be composed of the radiant energies of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, possessing extraordinary properties. It was indeed unexpected that Nuwa would blend these 2 rare substances together, molding them into a peculiar form. Ding! Nuwa is creating humanity. A new life form is about to emerge in the primordial world, heralding a return to its prosperous era. Should the host emerge from the abyss to intervene? Option 1. Accept the task to thwart Nuwa's creation of humanity and receive the postnatal treasure, the mountain-driving whip. Option 2. Reject the task and observe the rise of humanity, gaining the method for slaying the three corpses. Suddenly, within the abyss, Qin Lin was stirred by the system prompt. Humanity was on the verge of emergence. This piqued Qin Lin's curiosity as he was a part of humanity in his previous life, fostering a strong sense of belonging. However, upon seeing the rewards associated with the system's choices, he was equally astonished. The method for slaying the three corpses? This was a gateway to sanctification, a technique that could only be mastered by a direct disciple of the Hongjun Daozu. While astonished, Qin Lin, as a person from a later era, held his own views on achieving sanctification in the primordial realm. Besides the method for slaying the three corpses, there were other pathways, such as Panga's strength-based approach to enlightenment or the merit-based sanctification followed by Nuwa and Hutu. These were all legitimate routes to becoming a sage. Moreover, given that Hongjun Daozu had meticulously calculated the entire primordial realm, the method he passed down undoubtedly harbored significant intricacies. It appeared to be a pathway to sanctification, yet it might lead to a dead end thereafter. Ultimately, this was merely Qin Lin's speculation. He promptly chose to reject the task and immediately comprehended the profound essence of the slaying the three corpses method. This technique involves severing the good and evil selves to reveal one's true self. Ultimately, by unifying the three aspects, one could attain sagehood. However, Qin Lin did not rush to experiment with this method, sensing it might not be suitable for him. With a system by his side, he believed there would be other opportunities for enlightenment in the primordial realm. Thus, the slaying the three corpses method could be set aside for now. If no alternatives arose later, he could always cultivate it then. Just as Qin Lin acquired the slaying the three corpses method, a celestial melody resonated throughout the primordial realm, and a great torrent of merit descended from the heavens. Ding! Nuwa's creation of humanity brought immeasurable merit, and she was on the verge of becoming a saint. Should the host emerge from the abyss to congratulate her? Option 1. Accept the task to congratulate Nuwa on her impending sainthood and receive the postnatal spiritual treasure, the binding immortal rope. Option 2. Reject the task and gain the innate spiritual treasure, the burning heaven feather fan. The commotion in the external world of the primordial realm sparked a new task. Nuwa had become a saint. The second saint of the primordial realm had emerged. Notably, Nuwa attained her saintly status through her own fortune, accumulating merit rather than following the path bequeathed by Hongjun Daozu. As long as she remained within the primordial realm, she would receive the protection of the heavenly Tao. This was a saint recognized by the heavenly Tao, possessing unparalleled fortune. However, should such a saint venture out of the primordial realm, their power would significantly diminish, revealing certain weaknesses. Contemplating this, Qin Lin turned his attention to the task rewards. Upon seeing the innate spiritual treasure, the burning heaven feather fan, he immediately made his choice. This fan was a treasured artifact of the ancient Phoenix clan, crafted from the feathers of divine fire phoenixes, blazing great pongs, heavenly flame peacocks, and fiery eagles. With a mere flick, the fan summoned fierce winds and flames, possessing the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. It was unexpected that this treasure of the Phoenix clan had reappeared in Qin Lin's possession. He couldn't help but reflect on the ancient conflicts, where the Phoenix clan had nearly been annihilated. The innate spiritual treasure crafted long ago had now fallen into his hands. What use was it to vie for transient fortune? It was better to bide his time. After acquiring the burning heaven feather fan, Qin Lin promptly refined it. Being a fire Kylin, he assimilated the fan with remarkable speed. With this innate spiritual treasure, his foundation was significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, within the depths of the abyss, Qin Lin sensed a powerful surge of energy. The source of this energy was Honghuang, who had evidently refined the blood essence of the chaotic demon ape, elevating his strength to the golden immortal level, specifically the sixth stage of golden immortality. His form had also transformed, becoming the weakest kind of innate being. Observing this, Qin Lin smiled. Although Honghuang was now the weakest innate being, he would eventually qualify to challenge the quasi-saint realm. With such a path in cultivation, there would be no more bottlenecks. Though Qin Lin remained in the depths of the abyss, he knew that one day he would emerge. No matter how strong one's power, solitary strength in the vast primordial realm was insufficient. It was essential to have capable allies, which was why he sought to unite the Qilin clan and welcomed Honghuang and the sacred beast, the white tiger. Over time, the Qilin clan had grown to over 10,000 members. Given a sufficient environment for cultivation, they could all reach the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Under Qin Lin's careful nurturing, his fire Qilin disciple and several other talented Qilins had already broken through to the Golden Immortal realm. In moments of boredom, Qin Lin crafted some postnatal treasures for them. After all, there were many materials within the abyss suitable for refining into treasures. For instance, the innate banana tree. Refining a single banana leaf could yield a postnatal treasure, the banana fan, perfectly suited for wind Qilins, who each possessed one. The underground fire of the abyss could reach the depths of the nine hells. With his cultivation level, Qin Lin could easily descend, resulting in the formation of numerous fire attribute postnatal spiritual treasures, along with many postnatal treasures such as earth fire pearls, earth fire pillars, and abyssal fire nets. Over the years, Qin Lin had amassed a considerable collection of these items. While they held little value to him, they were rare treasures for the fire Qilins in his clan. After refining them, they could significantly enhance their combat abilities. With a tranquil mindset, Qin Lin remained in the abyss, attentively observing the changes unfolding in the primordial realm. For now, he would bide his time, waiting until he had sufficient strength and influence to emerge. Chapter 20. The provocation of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong in the primordial expanse, within a small Wu tribe settlement. The inhabitants who had been kneeling in reverence to fire suddenly found themselves engulfed by a deluge. This settlement, located at the mouth of a valley, was swiftly consumed by torrents gushing forth from within, drowning the entire tribe in an instant. Among the floodwaters, there were also aspects of water loss. For the weaker members of the Wu tribe, escape was impossible, and they were left to perish. This tragic scene was not isolated. In recent days, many tribes that worshipped the power of fire faced similar fates, suffering countless casualties. Such occurrences enraged Zhu Rong. These fire-worshipping tribes were all branches of his kin. Currently, the one controlling the rivers and lakes of the primordial realm was Gong Gong, one of the 12 ancestral witches and also his bitter rival. It is said that water and fire are irreconcilable, and they have harbored mutual disdain since their first encounter. Over the years, they have exchanged barbs, yet, as fellow witches, they had not yet come to blows. However, this time, Zhu Rong could no longer tolerate it. The sudden floods ravaging his branch tribes felt like a deliberate assault by Gong Gong, who was the only one bold enough to provoke him in this realm where the heavenly courts were closed and the demon clan dared not challenge him. Thus, after much contemplation, Zhu Rong redirected all his fury towards Gong Gong. Meanwhile, Gong Gong, on the opposite side of the primordial realm, was also filled with wrath. In recent days, several of his subordinate tribes had frequently fallen victim to mysterious fires. Flames raining from the sky or the emergence of underground fires had claimed the lives and caused injuries to many of his kin, leading him to cast his gaze upon Zhu Rong. Unbeknownst to them, all of this turmoil was orchestrated by the celestial sorcerer Qin Lin. Accompanied by several adept water and fire manipulators from the demon clan, he had stealthily infiltrated the primordial realm, subtly sowing discord between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Particularly emboldened by the recent ascension of Nuwa to sainthood, Qin Lin felt a surge of confidence. After all, Nuwa was of the demon clan, and although her status was exalted and she refrained from intervening on behalf of her kin, her brother Fushi still held a position in the celestial court. With such a saint as his backing, he felt empowered within the primordial realm. In recent times, he had orchestrated the demise of numerous shaman clans, pinning the blame on Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, inciting mutual suspicion and internal strife between the two ancestral shamans, thereby granting the demon clan precious time to breathe. The last war between the shamans and demons had seen the shamans exhibit overwhelming power. The 12 capital heavenly fiend formation, once unleashed, could sweep across regions, leaving the demon clan with little room to retaliate. Although Qin Ling's thoughts were not entirely aligned with the celestial court, and he harbored grievances against Emperor Jun, he yearned to diminish the shaman clan's strength. Otherwise, should the celestial court fall, even if he retreated to the northern abyss, he might still be oppressed by the shamans. Under Qin Ling's instigation, centuries later, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong finally clashed violently. Zhu Rong, riding a fiery dragon, soared into the sky, his roar echoing throughout the primordial realm. Gong Gong, Come forth and face your demise. Though we are both ancestral shamans, your actions have brought disgrace upon us. If you are dissatisfied, come to battle directly. Why must you repeatedly oppress my kin? Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temperament, declared vehemently. Simultaneously, Gong Gong, situated at a distance, could no longer endure. Zhu Rong, you are truly shameless. If you wish for battle, then let us fight. Do not distort the truth. With a swift motion of his hand, waves of water surged upwards, and he commanded a black dragon to charge forth. At that moment, Qin Lin, who was cultivating in the abyss, was also stirred by the thunderous roars of these two. The battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had commenced. It seemed the fortune of a shaman clan had reached its zenith. Ding! The battle between the two ancestral shamans, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, will wreak havoc upon the primordial realm. Will the host emerge from the abyss to intervene? Choice 1. Accept the task and gain the postnatal spiritual treasure, Qin Feng Mingwei sword. Choice 2. Refuse the task and gain the innate spiritual treasure, Guan Tian mirror, capable of silently observing any corner of the primordial world, yet unable to view saints, lest one be sensed by them. The clash between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong heralded a new mission. Upon seeing the innate spiritual treasure, Guan Tian mirror, Qin Lin made his choice without hesitation. Gaining the Guan Tian mirror piqued his interest, as it signified he could witness the real-time events of the primordial realm. Immediately, he used the mirror to observe the battlefield. At that moment, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had met at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, and upon their encounter, they engaged in fierce combat. The dragons beneath them were swiftly vanquished by the opposing forces. Such was the lament of the weaker clan. The dragon clan had truly suffered. The dragons, beneath both Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, were nearly at the pinnacle of the current dragon clan, boasting the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals. Yet they had all become mere mounts, slain in an instant. Who would have thought that these were once the sovereigns of the boundless seas of antiquity? Chapter 21. The fall of Buzhou Mountain. The battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong raged on for years. Other ancestral shamans attempted to mediate, reminding them that they were of the same clan and urging them not to harm one another, lest they provide amusement for the demon clan. Yet both were resolute in their desire to determine the victor. No intervention proved effective. The battle persisted unabated. Throughout the ongoing conflict, Zhu Rong gradually gained the upper hand, inflicting severe injuries upon Gong Gong. However, Zhu Rong too was not unscathed. The essence of fire within him had been compromised, yet both combatants, blinded by rage, were driven to ensure the other's demise. This enmity would not be resolved. Wielding a flag of fire, Zhu Rong swept it through the air, igniting flames that surged forth. Although Gong Gong could command the laws of water, under such ferocious flames, his controlled waves of water evaporated instantly, failing to restrain his opponent before being dispelled. Ultimately, the confrontation neared its conclusion. Gong Gong, having lost all capacity to fight, was gravely wounded. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong, having exhausted his essence, felt his strength wane. Zhu Rong, I am no match for you. Yet my life is a gift from our father, and you shall not take it. I shall return it to him myself. Gong Gong's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Rong. After uttering these words, he charged headlong into Buzhou Mountain. This sudden act left Zhu Rong momentarily stunned, even filled with regret. Buzhou Mountain, the highest celestial mountain in the primordial realm since Panga's creation, served as the very backbone supporting the heavens. To reach the celestial court of the demon clan, one must traverse this mountain. However, Gong Gong's collision caused immediate fissures to appear upon Buzhou Mountain, sending tremors throughout the primordial realm. This impact resulted in Gong Gong's demise. Gradually, the cracks in Buzhou Mountain multiplied, spreading like a spider's web, until it ultimately collapsed, causing violent upheaval in the celestial court above. The primordial realm underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The Milky Way surged downward, and fiery rain cascaded from the heavens, as though the heavenly Tao itself were in wrath. In this moment, countless beings of the primordial realm perished. The skies darkened ominously. Meanwhile, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Zhu Rong felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He sensed thick dark clouds forming above, and the chaos wrought by his battle with Gong Gong had led to the mountain's collapse. This was a grave transgression. Even as a legitimate descendant of Pangu, he would face retribution. Bolts of heavenly tribulation rained down relentlessly, and having already expended countless reserves of his essence. Zhu Rong found himself powerless to withstand the onslaught of the divine punishment, ultimately perishing in that place. Ding! The battle between the two ancestral shamans, Zhu Rong and Hongjun, has resulted in the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, causing suffering to the beings of the primordial realm. Will the host emerge from the abyss to save the lives? Choice 1. Accept the task and gain the celestial root, the immortal tree of eternal life. Choice 2. Refuse the task and gain the innate spiritual treasure, Kylin seal, the supreme treasure of the Kylin clan, said to be possessed by the primordial Kylin, embodying the fortune of the Kylin clan, possessing formidable offensive capabilities, and lost during the initial calamity of the Long Han era, vanishing with the fall of the primordial Kylin. The upheaval in the external world once again prompted the emergence of a mission. Without hesitation, Qin Lin chose to remain in the abyss. Saving lives? Was that not the task of Nuwa? It would not be long before Nuwa intervened, mending the heavens and accruing vast merits. Before the Guantian mirror, Qin Lin observed the events unfolding outside, harboring no intention of emerging, and subsequently chose to decline the mission, acquiring the Kylin seal instead. The Kylin seal, the supreme treasure of the Kylin clan, although merely an innate spiritual treasure, was nonetheless unique to the Kylin clan. With this artifact, Qin Lin's power was further augmented. Indeed, not long after, Nuwa made her appearance. Gazing upon the ravaged primordial realm and the fallen Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa sighed deeply. Yet, this scene was invisible to Qin Lin through the Guantian mirror. For the moment Nuwa appeared, the mirror lost its observational capabilities. Attempting to force a view would alert Nuwa to his presence. At this stage, Qin Lin was not yet prepared to attract the attention of a saint. On this day, the shaman clan lost two ancestral shamans, Honghang and Zhu Rong, both perishing at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As Nuwa stood beneath Buzhou Mountain, witnessing the surging Milky Way, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. As a saint of merit, recognized by the primordial Tao, she bore the responsibility of safeguarding the entirety of the primordial realm. The more prosperous the primordial world, the stronger the heavenly Tao became, and in turn, her own power would flourish. Should the primordial realm be destroyed, her strength would plummet drastically. This interdependence was undeniable. Chapter 22. Nuwa mends the sky. As the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered, Nuwa gazed upon the chaotic landscape, retrieving her cherished 5-colored stones. These stones, rare remnants from the dawn of creation, held value comparable to the innate spiritual treasures. After Pangu separated heaven and earth, countless 5-colored stones shattered spontaneously, forming a barrier to prevent the intrusion of chaotic energies. Thus, the 5-colored stones in the primordial realm were scarce. Each piece diminished the overall supply. Ding! As Nuwa undertook the task of mending the sky, she was poised to receive immense merit. The system inquired whether the host would emerge from the abyss to assist her. Choice 1. Accept the mission, contributing to Nuwa's endeavor and earning 30,000 merits. Choice 2. Decline the mission, receiving a pool of sun and moon Xianhuang liquid instead. At that moment, a new system task emerged alongside Nuwa's repair of the sky. The prospect of the sun and moon Xianhuang liquid left Qin Lin somewhat bewildered. What was this sun and moon Xianhuang liquid? It was his first encounter with such a term. However, its name suggested it was a celestial treasure. Mending the sky was Nuwa's responsibility, and he had no desire to intrude. I choose to decline the task, Qin Lin murmured to the system. Upon rejecting the mission, the system's reward manifested before him, a deep pool brimming with sun and moon Xianhuang liquid. The system chimed in, ding. The sun and moon Xianhuang liquid is a rare treasure of the primordial realm, distilled from the essence of the sun and moon and refined over countless years. It holds remarkable benefits for those below the saint level, enhancing their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin felt a surge of joy. Since his breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, he had not experienced any significant enhancement in his abilities. He estimated that this sun and moon Xianhuang liquid would indeed bolster his strength. Without hesitation, he began to refine some of it, eager to test its effects. After refining a portion, Qin Lin distinctly sensed its potency. His cultivation level shifted from the first to the second tier of the quasi-saint realm. Glancing at the pool, he surmised that consuming the entirety would likely elevate him to the third tier of the quasi-saint realm, filling him with elation. In the primordial realm, Niwa had completed her task of mending the sky. The torrential waters from the celestial river had been entirely blocked, and the falling flames from the heavens had extinguished. The floods receded, and the fires were quelled. The primordial realm settled into tranquility, celebrated by all. However, while the sky was restored, the pillar of heaven had collapsed, lacking the support of Mount Buzhou. Eventually, this would lead to further calamity. At that moment, a black tortoise, drawn out by the floods, entered Niwa's sight, perhaps a sign of fate. With a single hand, Niwa summoned the tortoise, severing its limbs to prop up the heavens. Thus, the mending was completed, and a flood of merit descended from the heavens. Niwa quietly vanished beneath the fallen Mount Buzhou. Once she disappeared, Qin Lin's sky-watching mirror restored its image. He sighed, realizing why cultivation had become increasingly arduous in later generations. The ancient realm had endured numerous cataclysmic battles, nearly collapsing multiple times. It was understandable that the spiritual essence had thinned over time. Yet, while reflecting, Qin Lin's gaze fell upon the black tortoise. Despite its severed limbs, it had gained considerable merit for its role in supporting the heavens, allowing it to regenerate and elevate its cultivation to a great Luo golden immortal. Ding! The sacred beast black tortoise has received merit for its support, gaining heavenly merit and transformation. However, the black tortoise clan is nearly extinct and left without support. Will the host choose to recruit it into the abyss? Choice 1. Accept the mission, recruiting the black tortoise into the abyss and receiving a chaos steel. Choice 2. Decline the mission, receiving a postnatal spiritual treasure, divine sea turtle shell. Chapter 23. The infernal divine fire upon witnessing the emergence of a new character. Qin Lin felt a stirring within. The appearance of the black tortoise sparked a desire to recruit it. After all, he possessed the innate Five Directions flag and had already recruited a holy beast, the white tiger. If he could gather more holy beasts, each holding a flag, they would undoubtedly become significant allies. This notion had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Previously, he had been unaware of the external circumstances, making recruitment challenging. However, with the sky-watching mirror now in his possession, it was not far-fetched to aspire to recruit the remaining holy beasts. With this resolve, Qin Lin chose to accept the mission and instantly acquired the Chaos Steel. Ding! The Chaos Steel is an artifact carried on the back of the primordial holy turtle, possessing profound assistance for the turtle clan, allowing them to comprehend the supreme path. Holding the Chaos Steel, Qin Lin smiled, realizing that the system's reward was indeed a sacred object for the turtle clan. Now equipped with this steel, he was confident that the black tortoise would willingly enter the abyss. At that moment, he summoned the white tiger. Little white tiger, it has been some time since you entered my abyss. I have a task for you. If you complete it well, I shall bestow upon you great rewards. The white tiger was momentarily taken aback. What is it? You wish for me to venture out? This is splendid. Though I have grown fond of you, I have grown weary of the abyss. If I can roam freely, it would be delightful, especially with the promise of rewards. Little white tiger, I need you to recruit the black tortoise for me. It is inconvenient for me to leave the abyss, as it might attract attention. The white tiger gazed at the sky-watching mirror, where the scene of the black tortoise at the foot of Mount Buzhou unfolded. He was astounded by Qin Lin's abilities. Knowing that Mount Buzhou was quite distant, he recognized the extraordinary nature of the mirror. A person capable of such feats was undoubtedly formidable. Master, I am willing to journey to the foot of Mount Buzhou and recruit the black tortoise for you. However, I cannot guarantee success in bringing it into the abyss. Take this artifact and tell it that I, your master, have recognized the black tortoise's contributions and do not wish to see it wandering the primordial realm. I offer it the chance to enter the abyss, where it may meditate for 3,000 years. Should it bring merit to me, I shall reward it handsomely in the future. As Qin Lin spoke, he presented the Chaos Steel, tossing it to the white tiger. Though the white tiger did not fully comprehend the steel's significance, he sensed its ancient aura, indicating it was no ordinary object. Very well, master. I shall set forth immediately to bring back the black tortoise. As the white tiger departed the abyss, Qin Lin resumed refining the remaining sun and moon Honghuang liquid, though its efficacy diminished with each successive refinement. After Qin Lin broke through to the third level of the quasi-saint realm, he noticed that there remained some sun-moon Honghuang liquid. Deciding not to refine it further, he chose to reserve it as a reward for those beneath him, as it had lost its efficacy for him. Subsequently, he took out the celestial viewing mirror and observed the white tiger for a while, before shifting his gaze across the vast expanse of the wilderness, ultimately settling on the river of Hades. This river, known in the primordial world as the Blood Sea of Yomi, was formed from a mass of corrupted blood within Panga's body. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with blood, energy, and an aura of slaughter permeated the air. As the view from the celestial viewing mirror shifted, Qin Lin beheld a figure residing within the Blood Sea, a Taoist whose formidable foundation was immediately apparent. With each breath he took, the entire river of Hades surged restlessly. From this, Qin Lin deduced that this individual was likely the ancestor of the river of Hades, a notorious figure in the primordial world. Legend spoke of him as being indomitable, suggesting that as long as the Blood Sea remained unyielding, he too would endure. However, like Qin Lin, he preferred to remain in a place of safety, reluctant to engage in the affairs of the primordial realm. Recently, Nuwa had created humanity and garnered immense merit. And now the ancestor of the river of Hades sought to emulate her by creating life within the river of Hades to see if he could earn the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Upon uttering these words, the ancestor of the river of Hades began to create life using the rare treasures he had collected over the years. A brand new being was about to be brought into existence. Yet, rather than descending merit, the skies above the river of Hades accumulated dark thunderclouds. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The ancestor of the river of Hades, acting against fate, has created the Azura race, a lineage embodying slaughter and bloodshed. Will the host emerge from the abyss to intervene? Choice 1. Accept the task to stop the ancestor of the river of Hades from creating the Azura race, earning the acquired treasure, Blood Pearl of the river of Hades. Choice 2. Refuse the task, gaining the primordial fire, Yomi divine fire. Legend has it that in the Yomi region, the essence of all energies coalesce to give birth to this divine flame. Chapter 24. The chaotic celestial demon Fist, seeing the ancestor of the river of Hades attempting to create a race like Nuwa, Qin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Was this something one could recklessly imitate? The ancestor had invested all his collected rare treasures into this creation, yet it only attracted a heavenly calamity. Concurrently, this triggered a new task for Qin Lin, granting him the primordial fire, Yomi divine fire. Although his realm did not elevate, his overall strength improved slightly, deepening his understanding of the laws of fire. Meanwhile, dark thunderclouds loomed above the river of Hades. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon the ancestor, who, despite retreating deep into the river, could not escape the punishment of the heavenly tribulation. Originally at the peak of quasi-saint cultivation, he fell to the second or third level of quasi-saint after enduring this calamity, now on par with Qin Lin's cultivation. It was striking to consider that this primordial being, born in the same era as the three pure ones, had fallen to such depths, largely due to the Azura race he created, which defied the natural order. Had he created beings recognized by the heavenly Tao, he might have had a chance to become a saint of merit akin to Nuwa. Meanwhile, the events surrounding the river of Hades failed to attract the attention of many powerful beings in the primordial realm. With the recent fall of two ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, all eyes turned toward them. The 12 capital heavenly fiend formation required 12 ancestral shamans to sacrifice their essence blood to unleash its full power, even capable of summoning Pangu's phantom and rivaling saints in combat. However, now, with 2 ancestral shamans missing, could the formation still wield such formidable might? In the face of the impending conflict between the Wu and the Demon clans, could the Wu clan maintain their upper hand? The Demon clan, having long kept the heavenly court closed, began to ponder the same. With the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation potentially weakened, and the Demon clan Zhokatian star array having been significantly enhanced, the balance of power seemed uncertain should the war reignite. Subsequently, the Demon clan South Heavenly Court reopened, dispatching numerous demon beings into the primordial realm. This provoked the ire of various Wu clan tribes. Despite the fall of 2 ancestral shamans, the Wu clan's strength remained intact, bolstered by other powerful shamans and formidable warriors, some even at the peak of the Luo Jingxian, with a few possessing quasi-saint combat prowess. Did they think the Wu clan was without defenders? The Wu clan, naturally combative, found their fury ignited at this moment. They felt the previous encounter had not sufficiently punished the Demon clan's heavenly court. To eliminate this threat, the 10 ancestral shamans convened and launched another assault on the demon clan's heavenly court. Thus, the second battle between the Wu and demon clans commenced, somewhat chaotically. Ding! The 10 ancestral shamans stirred the heavenly court, igniting the second war between the Wu and demon clans. Will you emerge from the abyss to prevent this conflict? Choice 1. Accept the task to emerge from the abyss, defeating the Wu and demon clans to foster harmony between them, earning the innate spiritual treasure, 12th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. Choice 2. Refuse the task, choosing to ignore and cultivate oneself, gaining a divine ability reward, Chaotic Celestial Demon Fist. The second war between the Wu and demon clans also brought new benefits to Qin Lin. He decisively refused the task. Instantly, countless images flooded his mind, each guiding him on the techniques of the Chaotic Celestial Demon Fist. After assimilating these visions, he thoroughly mastered this divine ability. Though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, the techniques he commanded, along with numerous innate spiritual treasures, positioned him to contend with anyone beneath the saint level in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly court, a battle erupted that shook the primordial realm. Numerous Wu clan warriors assaulted the heavenly court, with notable figures among them, such as Jiufeng, Qiyu, Xing Tian, and Yugua. The 10 demon generals of the heavenly court, Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, Bai Zhe, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiu Ying, Ci Tai, Shang Yang, Qin Yuan, and Gue Che, fought fiercely in return. The 10 ancestral shamans employed the capital heavenly fiend formation, but with 2 shamans missing, its power was considerably diminished. The demon clan's South Heavenly Court defended itself with the Zhou Tian Star Array and a newly established Honghuang Hiluo Array. This time, the demon clan was not suppressed. Both sides were evenly matched. Among them, the ancestral shaman Di Jiang fell to the onslaught of Heavenly Court warriors. However, many demon warriors also perished. Both sides, now bloodied in battle, saw the powerful Xianming ancestral shaman, witnessing the death of too many kin, including even an ancestral shaman, choose to perish alongside the Eastern Emperor Tai. Only with the demon clan warriors' deaths could the Wu clan hope for victory. In a desperate clash, the Xianming ancestral shaman shattered the innate treasure, Chaotic Bell, of the Eastern Emperor Tai, leaving both stained with blood across the heavens. Thank you for your support. Seeing that some brothers offered rewards to urge updates, I continue to add this chapter in gratitude. Chapter 25, The 5 Elements Lotus Platform. I become a saint as the Wu and demon clans clashed in the heavenly court. Blood mist enveloped the skies of the primordial realm. The 10 ancestral shamans continued to fall, and the demon clan suffered significant losses as well. Throughout this tumult, Niwa, being a saint, did not intervene, adhering to the immutable fate that forbade her from involving herself in the conflict between the demons and the Wu. As the battle reached its climax, the demon master Kuanping seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the heavily injured demon emperor Dijuan, successfully slaying him and acquiring his innate treasure, the He-Tu Luo Shu. He then fled with remnants of the demon clan. The 10 ancestral shamans have tragically diminished to only one, the He-Tu. In this fierce battle, countless members of the shamanic tribe perished, leaving only a handful of great shamans. The strength of the shamanic clan has been reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. As a result of this conflict, both the shamanic and the demonic races have become significantly weakened, ultimately losing their power to vie for supremacy in the primordial chaos, thus being compelled to withdraw from the annals of history. Ding! The calamity of the shamans and demons is drawing to a close, both sides suffering immense losses. Will they emerge from the abyss to unify the primordial chaos? Choice 1. Accept the mission to rise from the abyss and unify the primordial chaos, earning the postnatal spiritual treasure, True Fire Lamp. Choice 2. Decline the mission, gaining the innate spiritual treasure, 5 Elements Lotus Mat. At the climax of the shamanic war, the system's mission once again arrived as promised. Qin Lin immediately refused the call to unify the primordial chaos and acquired the 5 Elements Lotus Mat instead. What follows is the era of surging saints, but what means does he possess to unify the primordial chaos? Meanwhile, within the realm of primordial chaos, the 3 pure ones are each in search of their own opportunities. Recently, they received instructions from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, indicating that their fortunes are nearing. Laozi, riding a single-horned azure ox, has roamed the human realm for a century. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon a young human. Xiandu, I have observed you for several years. You lack an extraordinary physique and any foundational cultivation, yet your tenacity is commendable. Witnessing the might of the shamans and demons, you strive to stand strong and protect humanity. Your journey has involved seeking immortals and the Tao, bowing to mountains and kneeling by waters, begging for time in every place. Yet none of the powerful ones are willing to take you as a disciple. They all deem you lacking in aptitude and comprehension. However, I perceive your perseverance and determination allow you to inherit my lineage. I am the foremost of the three pure ones, the disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and the elder brother of the Saint Inhua. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Laozi, mounted on his azure ox, spoke earnestly to the young human before him. His identity is indeed remarkable. Although he has yet to attain sainthood, he fears no one beneath the saints in the primordial chaos. Upon hearing his words, the youth known as Xiandu immediately knelt before Laozi. Master, I humbly wish to be your disciple, he said sincerely. After accepting Xiandu, Laozi suddenly felt the opportunity for sainthood awakening within him, realizing that the fortunes of humanity in the primordial chaos are flourishing. Just by accepting Xiandu, he sensed this was the moment of becoming a saint. Subsequently, Laozi vowed to the heavens, I am Laozi. In light of the suffering of the beings in the primordial chaos and the weakness of humanity, I shall establish the teachings for humanity, guiding them towards peaceful development. His declaration resonated throughout the primordial chaos, gradually manifesting the might of a saint. On this day, Laozi attained sainthood. Ding. Laozi established the teachings for humanity and discerned the opportunity for sainthood, now becoming a saint of the primordial chaos. Should the host emerge from the abyss to pay respects? Choice 1. Accept the mission to congratulate Laozi on attaining sainthood, earning the postnatal spiritual treasure, Fire Dragon Armor. Choice 2. Decline the mission, gaining the innate spiritual treasure, God-slaying spear, fragment, spearhead. Just after acquiring the 5 elements lotus mat, Qin Lin was left bewildered. What is happening? Another mission has arrived? Moreover, it includes the spearhead of the God-slaying spear, which he desperately needed. Thus, Qin Lin chose to decline the mission and obtain the spearhead instead. With this item, he has essentially secured the complete God-slaying spear, a formidable weapon of the demon ancestor and an exceedingly rare innate treasure. Its power is unparalleled. Even if the God-slaying spear were to be split in two, each piece would still be an innate spiritual treasure, showcasing its remarkable prowess. While Qin Lin was in a state of ecstatic anticipation in the abyss, at a corner of the primordial chaos, Yuanshi Tianzun fortuitously acquired a fragment of the Buzhou Mountain. Long ago, Honghuang had smashed Buzhou Mountain, causing its fragments to dissolve into the primordial chaos. Yet unexpectedly, a piece of it had come into his possession. With a thought, he utilized this fragment to forge a sword to slay immortals, a dragon evasion pillar, and a heaven-subduing seal. These 3 artifacts are renowned among the disciples of the later generations of the Chan teaching. In the aftermath of Yuanshi Tianzun acquiring the fragment of Buzhou Mountain, several centuries swiftly passed. During these years, he encountered several individuals with profound fortunes, including both humans and demons, subsequently accepting Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Tai Yizhan Run, and Yu Dingzhan Run as his disciples. Upon taking them under his wing, he discovered that these fortunate individuals greatly benefited his ascension to sainthood. Thus, he comprehended the opportunity for sainthood and established the Chan teaching within the primordial chaos. In the abyss, Qin Lin, meditating and nurturing his spirit, became accustomed to the aura of sainthood emanating from the primordial chaos. Particularly in the time that followed, all 3 pure ones sought to attain the Tao, leading the Taoist sect of 3 saints to a grand momentum that overshadowed the primordial chaos. Moreover, the sole remaining ancestral shaman, Hutu, transformed into reincarnation, guiding the souls of the deceased in the primordial chaos, establishing greater order in the cycle of life and death, gaining the recognition of the heavens, and receiving an abundance of merit, thus becoming a saint of merit. Subsequently, the Taoist figures Jin and Junti would also join forces to establish the Western teachings, achieving sainthood themselves. This is indeed the era of surging saints. Concurrently, Qin Lin sensed that he would soon receive a wave of system rewards. At that time, while he may not attain the rank of a saint, he would at least reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Ding! Yuan Shi Tian Zun established the Chan teaching, comprehended the opportunity for sainthood, and has now become a saint of the primordial chaos. Should the host emerge from the abyss to congratulate him? Choice 1. Accept the mission to congratulate Yuan Shi Tianzun on attaining sainthood, earning the postnatal supreme treasure, Thunderbolt Golden Hairpin. Choice 2. Decline the mission, gaining 30 units each of the heavenly spiritual roots, Golden Light Leaf Tree, Wood Spirit Immortal Fruit Tree, Innate Heavy Water Willow Tree, Fire Dragon Red Fruit Tree, and Starfall Earth Tree. As Qin Lin contemplated the rewards from the system, they arrived promptly. It is as if when one is drowsy, a pillow is immediately offered. I choose option 2 and decline the mission. Qin Lin promptly made his choice. At that moment, within the abyss, over 100 heavenly spiritual roots emerged, all possessing the 5 elemental attributes, greatly benefiting his comprehension of the 5 elements Tao, and providing immense advantages to the 5 elemental Kirin within the abyss. This presents an extraordinary opportunity in the external world. Where else could one find over 100 heavenly spiritual roots appearing at once, especially such rare 5 elemental roots? Once these heavenly spiritual roots began to grow, the entire abyss transformed, becoming suffused with an unprecedented richness of spiritual energy. This dense spiritual energy even condensed into spiritual liquid on some of the abyss's rocky walls, slowly dripping onto the ground, eventually forming pools of spiritual liquid over time. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, Qin Lin sensed a familiar aura. Scanning with his divine sense, he discovered that the little white tiger had returned. This time, it had taken quite a while. Did this creature truly go off to do business? After staying in the abyss for so long, it surely went out to frolic before returning? The calamity between the shamans and demons has already concluded. The 3 pure ones have already attained sainthood. Initially, Qin Lin harbored thoughts of punishment, but upon noticing a massive Xuanwu following the little white tiger, both sacred beasts treaded upon clouds, making their way towards the abyss. Upon observing the Xuanwu, Qin Lin's expression shifted, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Well, this is rather impressive. The little white tiger truly brought back a Xuanwu. Shortly thereafter, outside the abyss, the white tiger lay on the ground, respectfully addressing the abyss. The white tiger returns on command, hoping to pay respects to the Lord. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu behind the white tiger appeared utterly perplexed. What is this peculiar place? In the white tiger's description, this is a realm of transcendent immortals, abundant with various heavenly spiritual roots and fruits, and there's a powerful Kirin ancestor to protect them. Kirin, he is well aware, represents an ancient lineage. All beings residing upon the primordial land should fall under their jurisdiction. However, during the initial calamity of the dragons and phoenixes, the 3 clans suffered devastating losses. Is it truly possible that a Kirin exists now? Were it not for the white tiger presenting a stone tablet that greatly aided him, he would never have come to this place. Just as he hesitated, suddenly, a formidable force emerged from the abyss, drawing them into its depths. In an instant, the white tiger and Xuanwu found themselves within the abyss. Chapter 27. The Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Submission. After a brief tumult, Xuanwu realized he had entered the abyss. While he had previously been unable to fathom the richness of spiritual energy in this realm, he had encountered the spiritual springs and sea eyes of the deep sea in the boundless ocean. He had traversed various celestial islands and resided in exquisite paradises on the primordial continent. Yet, the disparity between those places and this one was insurmountable. At that moment, Qin Lin sat cross-legged on a mat beneath a 5 elements pine. With each breath he took, a subtle aura emanated from him, revealing his profound depth. This Kylin undeniably possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, and Xuanwu had no doubt he was an ancestral figure of the Kylin clan. Looking across the vastness of the primordial world, quasi-saints were a rarity. As long as saints remained absent, quasi-saints represented the pinnacle of power. Moreover, anyone who could attain quasi-saint status was bound to have unparalleled roots and had lived for countless years. Otherwise, how could one hope to become a quasi-saint? Xuanwu's lineage was also a sacred beast of the primordial world, yet his roots were restricted. To become a quasi-saint, One required immense fortune. In recent times, after being dismembered by Nuwa, while bearing the power to support the heavens, he had indeed accumulated considerable merit, which altered his roots. In the future, he might not lack opportunities to become a quasi-saint, but it required a prolonged passage of time to endure. However, when the white tiger appeared with a stone tablet, it revealed a chance for rapid growth. Had it not been for the white tiger being of comparable cultivation and repeatedly attempting to seize the opportunity, which ultimately failed, Xuanwu would not have reluctantly followed the white tiger to this remote corner of the primordial world. Xuanwu, during Nuwa's mending of the heavens, I took note of you. You possess a certain fortune, but the number of those with great fortune in the primordial world is countless, and those who ultimately become strong are few and far between, mostly extinguished in the river of time. I see you as a sacred beast of the demon race, and cannot bear to see you wander aimlessly in the primordial world. Would you be willing to remain in my abyss as a guardian, sacred beast? At that moment, Qin Lin opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Xuanwu as he spoke softly. As he began to speak, 5 elemental divine lights appeared behind him, and several primordial divine fires danced around. The rhythms of the abyss flowed, as if words were manifesting into reality. Xuanwu, my lord has already expressed his desire to accept you. What are you hesitating for? Quickly pay your respects. Once you agree, you shall have the opportunity to cultivate in the abyss. The white tiger chimed in. Did you not notice that upon our return, 2 saints have appeared in the primordial world? These saints are exceedingly ruthless. When mending the heavens, they severed your limbs without a second thought. If it were not for the arrival of heavenly merit, you would have been rendered useless. Who could have interceded on your behalf? Xuanwu felt an overwhelming sense of anger when recalling the severing of his limbs, yet he felt powerless. Saints were the strongest beings in the primordial world, and he could not resist them. Initially, he had been reluctant to come to this place, dragging his feet alongside the white tiger, and had been timid. During the war of the witch and demon races, they had hidden away. When they discovered others had attained sainthood, they concealed themselves further, which accounted for the lengthy time it took to arrive at the abyss. In the primordial world, lacking a powerful protector meant living in constant fear, anxious that one day they might offend a strong entity and provoke disaster. I did not hesitate. Had I been indecisive, I would not have come here. The Kylin clan is an ancient lineage that has endured to this day, surely inheriting the fortune of heaven and earth. Compared to the ancestral Kylin, my meager fortune is insignificant. I can serve as a guardian in the abyss, but will I receive the ancestral promise? If I choose to stay, can I comprehend the stone tablet? Xuanwu bowed low in reverence. Indeed, that chaotic stone tablet is an opportunity one acquired many years ago. Thus I share a connection with your lineage. As long as you remain in the abyss, I shall ensure it accompanies you, aiding your understanding of the great Tao. Qin Lin responded generously. Originally, Qin Lin had promised 3,000 years for comprehension, but upon noticing Xuanwu's favorable attitude, he decided it was better to let him take it for now. Thank you, great ancestor. From this day forth, I shall be the guardian of the abyss. Xuanwu replied gratefully. At that moment, Qin Lin focused his thoughts, establishing a new area within the abyss. A waterfall emerged, surrounded by spiritual springs. The Yuan water-controlling banner was also set up here, alongside various water-attributed spiritual roots and numerous rare spiritual herbs, creating an ideal environment for Xuanwu's cultivation. He then instructed Xuanwu to retreat. White Tiger, you have successfully brought back Xuanwu, which counts as a great merit. I possess a technique that suits you well. Close your eyes and concentrate. I shall impart it to you now, Qin Lin said softly to the remaining white tiger. As soon as he spoke, a golden light flashed. The inheritance of the chaotic celestial demon, Fist, manifested within the white tiger's mind. This was an unparalleled technique. In mastering, it would elevate the white tiger's combat prowess to new heights. Thank you, my lord, the white tiger exclaimed, recognizing the power of the technique and immediately kneeling in gratitude. Chapter 28. The founding of the intercepting sect, the ascendance of Tongtian after Qin Lin accepted Xuanwu. On the vast lands of the primordial world, the Tongtian patriarch observed that both his brothers had attained sainthood, each possessing their own opportunities for enlightenment. After wandering the primordial world for countless years, he finally achieved a profound realization. His eldest brother established the teaching to instruct a select few human disciples, allowing them to grow peacefully and gain fortune. The Yuan Shi Tian Zun only accepted those with flourishing fortunes, thereby enhancing his own. Thus, he founded the Chan teaching and established a teaching ground on Kunlun Mountain. He could not follow the paths of his two brothers. Instead, he sought to create an inclusive teaching. Since all were recruiting disciples, as long as they were not heinous individuals, he would accept them into his fold. Thus, the intercepting sect was born. In an instant, the aura of saints swept across the primordial world. The Tongtian patriarch attained sainthood. This triumvirate of saints shone brightly. And aside from Hongjun Daozu, few dared to oppose them. Ding! The Tongtian patriarch established the intercepting sect and comprehended the opportunity for sainthood. He is now recognized as a saint of the primordial world. Will the host step out of the abyss to congratulate him? Choice 1. Accept the task to congratulate the Tongtian patriarch and receive a segment of Thunderstrike wood. Choice 2. Refuse the task and receive a strand of innate 5 elements origin. Upon the emergence of the task, Qin Lin chose to refuse directly, obtaining a strand of innate 5 elements origin. This was not easily obtained. It only manifested at the birth of a world during the creation of the universe, making it exceedingly precious. After acquiring it, Qin Lin chose to refine it immediately, experiencing a swift elevation in cultivation from the 3rd level of quasi-saint to the 4th level. While he was in the midst of this breakthrough, he sensed a peculiar aura within the abyss. Scanning with his divine sense, he discovered a newly born young Kylin. This Kylin was as dark as ink, with a somewhat peculiar appearance: tiger head, lion tail, Kylin feet. It appeared neither fully tiger, nor lion, nor true Kylin, lacking the hallmarks of a pure Kylin bloodline. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Lin sensed the presence of Kylin bloodline power within the young creature. It appeared to be an aberration within the Kylin lineage. Upon its birth, it exhibited an acute ability to perceive everything around it. Ding! An aberrant Kylin has appeared within the Kylin clan. This Kylin could discern the world through sound and hear the voices of the human heart. After gaining strength, it would possess the ability to listen 800 miles away and hear 3,000 miles away, with the power to perceive the past and future. Does the host wish to accept it as a disciple and nurture it with great care? Choose 1. Accept the task and take thee as a disciple to earn the reward of a divine technique, chaotic 5 elements escape art. Choose 2. Decline the task and receive the postnatal treasure, the Azure Blade. Upon seeing the task description, Qin Lin understood that this was no ordinary. This little creature was, in fact, the sacred beast that later presides over the underworld, assisting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He never anticipated that it would be born in the abyss, and within his own clan, which added a layer of intrigue. Immediately, Qin Lin appeared beside, addressing the newly born mother. This child is destined to be my disciple. I shall take him under my wing and name him. The sudden appearance of Qin Lin left the mother utterly astonished. Upon hearing his words, she was filled with excitement. To have the ancestor take an interest in her child was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. After taking away, Qin Lin summoned the fire, his first disciple, who had diligently cultivated over the years and reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. With a slight opportunity, he could become a great Luo golden immortal. As for, he is my recently acquired disciple. In the future, you may pass on your skills to him. When I retreat into seclusion, you can teach him a thing or two. Over the years, I believe I have imparted to you a technique known as the chaotic divine fire palm. Today, I shall bestow upon you another technique called the divine demon body refinement art, along with a divine ability, our clan's ancestral divine ability, the 10,000 beasts trembling roar. After speaking, he inscribed the inheritance seal upon him. In his mind, the methods for cultivating this technique and divine ability materialized. Finally, Qin Lin handed over to his first disciple, the fire, allowing him to cultivate under its banner for greater efficacy. He also distributed the remaining between them. The fire could use it to break through to a higher realm, while could utilize it for foundational cultivation. At that moment, across the vast primordial land, as the 3 pure ones attained sainthood, the surviving members of the witch and demon clans silently lamented. They had once fought fiercely for the fate of the heavens and the earth, but in the end, both clans had declined, benefiting others instead, particularly for the ancestor of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, Hutu, who now stood as the sole ancestor of the witch clan. Observing the decimated state of her clan, where hardly any tribe remained intact, tears welled in her eyes as she pondered. What path should the witch clan take in the future? Chapter 29. Hutu transcends into reincarnation in the primordial world. Within the witch clan's territory, the ancestor Hutu stood atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the witch clan settlements, reminiscing about their past strength and prosperity. But now, alas, she sighed, her heart heavy with helplessness. Turning her gaze to the distance, she observed that the primordial realm had endured multiple wars, with many places left desolate. Despite the ongoing revival of the primordial realm, and with 3 saints now attaining the Tao, the atmosphere of revival hastened significantly. Yet when compared to the past, the entire primordial realm still lacked a certain vitality. Especially in recent years, the increasing number of fallen beings had left many souls wandering aimlessly, creating an imbalance between yin and yang. The scene was shrouded in a chilling aura. Even the ancestor of the river that birthed the Azura clan had emerged quietly, collecting souls to strengthen the Azura he had created. Though he had faced tribulations from the heavenly path when creating this race, he later discovered that the Azura clan possessed formidable combat prowess and considerable innate talent. With proper cultivation, they could become a significant asset in the future. Among the souls collected by the ancestor of the river, many were those who had perished in battle from the witch clan. Reflecting on this, Hutu felt even more unsettled. At that moment, Hutu comprehended the principle of reincarnation. Is it truly impossible for the deceased to be reborn? How should these departed souls be treated? This was a flaw in the heavenly path, an area lacking perfection. With this realization, Hutu's opportunity to attain sainthood also arrived. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft all stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, their formidable foundations, being descendants of Pangu, made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to attain sainthood, as this path was fraught with challenges. Yet now, Hutu had discerned an alternate route to sanctification. I, Hutu, respectfully address the heavenly path. The war between witches and demons has led to the suffering of countless beings in the primordial realm, with souls rising in numbers. Today, I am willing to transcend into reincarnation, establishing the 6 paths. The beings of the primordial realm could be categorized into 6 paths: the heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the animal path, the ghost path, and the hell path. With these 6 paths of reincarnation, lost souls may undergo rebirth and reconstruct their lives. Hutu pledged to the heavenly path. Simultaneously, her form began to transform into the essence of reincarnation. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation was a significant event in the primordial realm, filling the heavenly path's void. All saints were startled at that moment. The heavenly path showered boundless merit upon her, entering her body, elevating her to the rank of the 2nd merit saint, second only to Nuwa. However, her transformation into reincarnation was also a last resort. Once transformed, she could no longer manifest herself and could only exist as a Tao body within the cycle of reincarnation, never to depart. After Hutu attained sainthood, countless powerful beings in the primordial realm turned their attention towards her. Many who were unaware of the events that had transpired began to calculate and trace back the recent occurrences, soon grasping the situation and expressing their admiration for Hutu's decision. Meanwhile, in the abyss, Qin Lin was also stirred by Hutu's ascension. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of a task. Ding! The ancestor Hutu has transcended into the 6 paths of reincarnation, becoming a merit saint. Will the host step out of the abyss to assist Hutu in establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation? Choose one. Accept the task. Proceed to the cycle of reincarnation. Assist Hutu in managing and establishing the underworld, and receive the postnatal spiritual treasure, the judge's pen. Choose 2. Decline the task, remain detached from the world, and receive the innate spiritual treasure, the 18 layers of hell. If operated continuously, it may have a chance to upgrade to a congenital treasure. Upon seeing this task selection, Qin Lin felt somewhat bewildered. Was this urging him to emerge or to continue lurking? Accepting meant establishing the underworld, but the reward seemed rather inconspicuous. If he declined, he would gain the 18 layers of hell. Wait a moment. This hell was actually a magical treasure? Moreover, one that could potentially upgrade? Upon realizing this, many thoughts flooded Qin Lin's mind. Strategies. Although he had not yet emerged, he could still lay the groundwork. In the primordial world, with factions abounding, he needed to seize some crucial opportunities so that when he eventually emerged, he could gain the upper hand. In this abyss, I had been born. And now, with the 18 layers of hell, all of this was already sufficient. Qin Lin's mind was rife with calculations. He also began to sort through his memories, following the trajectory of the primordial realm's development. After the establishment of the Western teachings, two saints would approach Hutu to discuss the necessity of human management for the 6 paths of reincarnation. They would see Hutu transformed into reincarnation, filled with boundless merit, and would propose to send some disciples to assist in the establishment of the underworld and aid Hutu in management. This sounded like a benevolent offer, and indeed, managing the 6 paths would become increasingly challenging for Hutu over time, leading her to agree. However, after the underworld was created, the authority over reincarnation fell into the hands of the Western teachings, which left Hutu feeling particularly helpless. In this lifetime, Qin Lin felt he could lay some groundwork for himself. Even if the Western teachings were to intervene later, he would be able to navigate the situation with ease. Chapter 30. The 5 Elements Divine Fruit. With this thought in mind, Qin Lin advised the now-retired fire once more, instructing him to gather some spiritual fruits from within the abyss to aid in establishing a solid foundation. When the time was ripe, he could send to the underworld to oversee the creation of the 18 layers of hell. This would also be a significant merit, serving as a splendid opportunity for the clan to accumulate fortune. At this moment, Qin Lin utilized the celestial observation mirror to continually explore the vast primordial world. From the boundless eastern seas to the desolate western lands, everything was vividly displayed within the mirror, particularly the traces of humanity that had begun to appear on the primordial land. The human race had firmly established its presence in this world. As his perspective shifted to the central expanse of the primordial realm, once the ancestral land of the Kylin clan, Qin Lin discovered that this area had become exceedingly desolate. The once mighty Kylin clan, apart from Qin Lin's lineage thriving in the abyss, had essentially vanished from the outside world, with perhaps a few survivors remaining. But the vastness of the primordial realm made them nearly impossible to trace. Just as Qin Lin was about to change his viewpoint, he suddenly noticed what seemed to be a creature lying dormant underground in the ancestral land of the Kylin. Driven by curiosity, he focused the celestial observation mirror on it and found a sacred beast, the celestial serpent, undergoing profound cultivation. This celestial serpent was a legendary creature belonging to the earth element of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. It was said that this lineage roamed the central land in ancient times, but during that era, the Kylin occupied the central expanse, and their formidable power overshadowed the existence of the celestial serpent. The 5 elemental sacred beasts were defined in ancient times by their respective elemental attributes. The white tiger represented metal, known for its prowess in battle. The azure dragon symbolized wood, embodying vitality and the ability to heal during combat. The black tortoise represented water, renowned for its impenetrable defenses. The vermilion bird signified fire, capable of incinerating everything in its path. And the celestial serpent represented earth, specializing in protection and enhancement of its abilities. These sacred beasts, in terms of innate talents and bloodline inheritance, were beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Qin Lin, possessing the innate 5 directions flag, had long desired to gather the 5 elemental sacred beasts, but had not encountered a significant opportunity until now, with the discovery of the celestial serpent proving to be fortuitous. Ding! Sacred beast, celestial serpent detected, possessing primordial fortune. Will the host recruit it into the abyss? Choice 1. Accept the task to recruit the celestial serpent into the abyss and receive 1 5-element divine fruit. Choice 2. Decline the task and receive a postnatal spiritual treasure, Hongjun battle blade. Upon discovering the celestial serpent, Qin Lin's task was reactivated. Faced with this choice, he unhesitatingly selected the 5-element divine fruit. Subsequently, he summoned the white tiger. This little creature had gained some experience after previously recruiting the black tortoise, and this time, persuading. No, recruiting the celestial serpent should be a familiar task. Little white tiger, in the ancestral land of my Kylin clan, there lies a sacred beast, the celestial serpent. Go and recruit it, just as you did last time. If you succeed, there will be benefits for you. Qin Lin instructed the white tiger. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the little white tiger was instantly intrigued. After bringing back the black tortoise, it had gained a formidable ability. Since mastering this power, its combat strength had soared. Moreover, being able to run errands for the master provided a legitimate excuse to explore the outside world. What a delightful opportunity. It quickly nodded, fearing Qin Lin might change his mind. Hurry back. The primordial world is rife with uncertainties and do not provoke any powerful beings, or I may not be able to rescue you. Qin Lin cautioned the little white tiger, concerned it might stir up trouble outside. Once the white tiger departed the abyss, Qin Lin took out the 5-element divine fruit and began to refine it. This divine fruit contained the essence of the 5 elemental laws. After refining it, Qin Lin experienced another breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the 5th level of the quasi-saint realm. Simultaneously, his understanding of the 5 elemental laws deepened significantly. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he would need to prepare for the path of ascension. He possessed the method to sever the 3 corpses. Yet he was hesitant to practice it, sensing potential issues with this path to sanctification. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, was an infallible being, the utmost existence in the primordial realm. Would the teachings he imparted allow future generations to surpass him? Could he truly be devoid of selfish motives or personal agendas? Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Qin Lin would refrain from practicing this method. Should he comprehend the 5 elemental path and utilize these principles for ascension, it would be the most auspicious outcome. Chapter 31. The Disciple of Record. Zhu Lusun, just as Qin Lin broke through to a minor realm, several beams of treasure light appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains. This remote area of the primordial world had seen little in terms of treasures over the years. Most were merely mountain spirits and wild creatures seeking to occupy spots rich in spiritual energy, yet paled in comparison to the core regions of the primordial realm. Unexpectedly, treasures had emerged today, although Qin Lin resided in the abyss. He was well informed about the happenings in the 10,000 Great Mountains since it served as a gateway to his domain. He quickly scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered 3 beams of treasure light soaring into the sky from deep within the mountains. Upon closer inspection, he identified 2 postnatal treasures and 1 innate spiritual treasure, the Thunder Calamity Pearl, the sacred armor of spiritual earth, and the 9 Heavens Cloud Goat. Seeing this, Qin Lin felt a stirring of excitement. While he held little regard for postnatal treasures, innate spiritual treasures were rare and invaluable. Despite possessing many spiritual treasures, he could bestow them upon his disciples to enhance the overall strength of the abyss. Just as he contemplated collecting these 3 treasures, numerous adept mountain spirits began to act. Although their collective strength was not overwhelming, with many at the level of earth immortals, one particular Taoist, unimposing in appearance and rather short, emerged with a powerful aura. Having reached the golden immortal level, he wielded a magical artifact that ensnared any daring mountain spirit or creature that approached, rendering them utterly immobile. Ding! A fortune-bearer named Zhu Lusun has been detected in the primordial realm. Will the host wish to recruit him within the abyss and cultivate him as part of their faction? Choice 1. Accept the task to recruit Zhu Lusun into the abyss for a reward of a divine ability. Chaos, Sky-Splitting Palm. Choice 2. Decline the task for a postnatal spiritual treasure, Spirit Stone Giant Axe. Upon the appearance of this unremarkable Taoist, the system's task suddenly activated. Zhu Lusun? So was this individual. Qin Lin chuckled. He was initially a disciple of the primordial beginning, later recognized as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Proficient in earthen abilities, many might not be familiar with him, but he had a notable disciple named Earthwalker's son, who gained great fame during the Fengtian era. Zhu Lusun was inadvertently drawn into the calamity of that era due to his disciple, which led to his subsequent trials. After descending the mountain and clashing with the turtle spirit mother of the Jie school, he was captured by the 3 Heaven Sisters using the primordial golden dipper and confined within the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, resulting in a significant reduction in his powers. Ultimately, after witnessing the death of his beloved disciple, he departed from the Chan school, being guided to the Western teachings by the 2 saints. Reflecting on this, Qin Lin deemed Zhu Lusun a talent of worth, possessing loyalty and righteousness. Choosing to accept the task, he made a swift decision. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, a colossal hand manifested from thin air, seizing the 3 emerging treasures and simultaneously capturing Zhu Lusun, bringing them back to the abyss. Zhu Lusun, now held within Qin Lin's grasp, was filled with trepidation. although he was a golden immortal adept in geomancy. He had narrowly escaped from the grasp of great Luo golden immortals on several occasions. Yet just moments ago, he had no chance to resist and was instantly drawn into this place, indicating the extraordinary capabilities of his captor, at least a quasi-saint. But why was he being captured? Was it due to his treasure-seeking endeavors that had angered this formidable being? As Zhu Lushun pondered in trepidation, Qin Lin appeared before him, instantly discerning his true form. This fellow was a spirit of the land, having long absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, manifesting as a tangible being. It was no wonder he was adept in the art of terrain manipulation. "I am the ancestral elder of the Kylin clan," Qin Lin stated plainly. "Recently, I have discovered that treasures have emerged within the 10,000 great mountains, and I sense a fortuitous aura surrounding you. Would you be willing to become my named disciple?" Zhu Lushun was taken aback by Qin Lin's words. What was happening? Had he merely been summoned to be taken as a disciple? Though he possessed some mystical abilities, he had been living in hiding throughout the wilderness. To become a disciple of this esteemed elder, even if merely a named one, would be an extraordinary gain. "I, Zhu Lushun, am willing to accept the elder as my master. Thank you for your guidance," he exclaimed, prostrating himself on the ground repeatedly. After Zhu Lushun had pledged his allegiance, Qin Lin plucked several soil attribute spirit fruits from celestial tree within the abyss, as well as the recently acquired innate treasure, the sacred earth armor, and bestowed them upon him. This abyss is an ideal place for cultivation. Seek out a serene location to serve as your dwelling and devote yourself to your practice, Qin Lin gently advised him, signaling that he could withdraw. Chapter 32. The Divine Beast Tongue, she submits following Zhu Liuxuan's acceptance. Qin Lin spent several centuries in quiet contemplation within the abyss. Meanwhile, the dispatched white tiger had returned from beyond the abyss, accompanied by the divine beast Tongue Shi, who had attained the level of the Luo Jin Xian. Qin Lin was somewhat surprised by the efficiency of White Tiger's mission. Impressive. This fellow has proven quite reliable in his tasks. As they entered the abyss, Qin Lin revealed himself, standing before the White Tiger and Tongue Shi. Upon seeing Qin Lin, Tongue Shi, with a quavering voice, proclaimed, "The Tongue Shi lineage submits to the Kylin ancestral elder. For many years, I have awaited the appearance of a Kylin in the ancestral lands. My lineage has been a vassal of the Kylin clan since ancient times. However, during the great upheaval of antiquity, the Kylin clan faced calamity, and many of our powerful members engaged in battle on their behalf. Yet, our lineage has dwindled, unable to alter the course of events, and we could only remain hidden in the central earth, awaiting the return of the Kylin's might." Qin Lin was perplexed by Tongue Shi's words. Was he encountering a devoted admirer of the Kylin clan? Regardless of the truth behind Tongue Shi's claims, his demeanor suggested a strong willingness to submit. White Tiger, standing nearby, chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. He had been sent to recruit Tongue Shi and had anticipated a drawn-out process, planning to employ various strategies, even resorting to binding Tongue Shi if necessary. Yet here was Tongue Shi, enthusiastic about joining the Kylin elder, urging White Tiger to hasten his pace to meet him. "Your Tongue Shi lineage has been a vassal of the Kylin clan since ancient times?" Qin Lin inquired with some confusion. "Indeed, elder. Our ancestors were vassals of the primordial Kylin, and our ability to thrive in the Central Earth is contingent upon their blessing. Which race could flourish in the Central Earth during antiquity without the Kylin's consent? We have always followed the Kylin clan, and when the primordial Kylin fell, our powerful members emerged, seeking to reclaim the fallen body of the primordial Kylin. Alas, the number of formidable beings in the wilderness was overwhelming, and our lineage suffered great losses, ultimately leading to our silence." Upon hearing Tongue Shi's account, Qin Lin sensed that the Tongue Shi lineage might indeed be fervent supporters of the Kylin clan. In his recollections, there had indeed been numerous Tongue Shi in the Central Earth during ancient times. Without the Kylin's permission, they would have long been annihilated. "It appears your lineage has endured considerable hardship. I have only recently sensed your presence, which prompted me to send White Tiger to summon you back," Qin Lin acknowledged. Nodding softly, without further elaboration, he retrieved the Wujixi Xinhuang banner from the Five Directions flag, allowing Tongue Shi to cultivate under its auspices, thereby enhancing his comprehension of the Earth's principles. Simultaneously, he bestowed upon White Tiger an innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Heavens Cloud Halberd. This halberd, imbued with a fierce aura, was particularly suited for a divine beast like White Tiger. Once refined, his strength would increase significantly. Upon receiving the treasure, White Tiger lay prostrate, expressing his gratitude profusely. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. How delightful it was to return with such a reward from the elder. He had roamed the wilderness for many years and had never encountered a treasure of such caliber. While he had acquired a couple of postnatal treasures, they paled in comparison to the innate ones. After Qin Lin granted White Tiger the innate treasure, Tong Shi, observing with eager eyes, interjected, "Elder, may I now refer to you as my lord? Are you in search of the 5 directional sacred beasts? I heard from White Tiger that he previously brought back a Xuanwu. I must tell you, years ago I discovered a Qinglong in the Central Earth, and I have seen traces of a Zhuke in the extreme southern lands." Tong Shi spoke rapidly, his tone tinged with nervousness. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin's gaze sharpened, and White Tiger, bewildered, regarded him intently. What was Tong Shi attempting? Was he vying for Qin Lin's favor? Why had he withheld such vital information during their journey? Chapter 33. The Chaos Incarnation Talisman in the Abyss. Tong Shi lay prostrate on the ground, acutely aware that Qin Lin was observing him. The pressure emanating from Qin Lin, a quasi-saintly being, was sufficient to instill fear, even in an intangible form. "So, you can locate the Qinglong and Zhuke?" Qin Lin inquired softly. "My lord, I am confident in my ability to find them, though I cannot guarantee their willingness to come to the abyss. However, if Brother White Tiger is willing to accompany me, even if I cannot persuade them, we can work together to bring them back," Tong Shi replied earnestly. Meanwhile, White Tiger's expression darkened, nearly dripping with annoyance. This Tong Shi was not as noble as he appeared. The idea of binding them was his own. Why drag him into this? "If you can bring the Qinglong and Zhuke to guard the abyss, I shall grant you a significant boon," Qin Lin offered gently. Upon hearing this promise, Tong Shi nodded vigorously, adopting a servile demeanor. "Rest assured, my lord, the Tong Shi lineage will never disappoint the Kylin clan. With Brother White Tiger and I working together, we will undoubtedly bring back the Qinglong and Zhuke." Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction at Tong Shi's declaration before turning to White Tiger. "Go, accompany Tong Shi on another journey. Should you succeed in bringing back the Qinglong and Zhuke, your rewards will be plentiful." Understanding White Tiger's apprehensions about exerting himself, Qin Lin offered him incentives. With Qin Lin's assurance, White Tiger, despite his reservations about Tong Shi, consented. It would be foolish not to seize an opportunity for gain. Thus, with Qin Lin's permission, the 2 divine beasts departed the abyss, venturing deep into the wilderness. Meanwhile, in the western lands, Zhuan and Jie, residing atop Mount Sumeru, are seated upon 12 lotus flowers of merit, surrounded by 7 precious trees and 6 pure bamboos, with the Buddha's light continuously radiating. These 2 individuals are indeed the essence of the primordial chaos. During the time when the Tao ancestor Hongjun delivered his teachings, there were only 6 prominent seats, which they initially did not occupy. However, their extraordinary performance, filled with tears and tragic tales, compelled Hongjun to willingly relinquish his position. This concession led to the expulsion of Kuinpeng, who had the potential to become a disciple of a saint. Thus, the 2 managed to secure their places. Now, with the 3 pure ones having attained enlightenment, the methods and means by which they achieve this have become increasingly clear, allowing them to vaguely understand their own paths to sanctification. At this juncture, how could they possibly let such a magnificent opportunity slip away? Consequently, Zhuan and Jie ascended into the air and made 48 grand vows to the heavenly Tao. I am Jie. Today, my brother and I shall join forces to establish the Western teachings and the pure land of ultimate bliss. Those who enter our teachings shall transcend the 6 realms of reincarnation and guide all beings out of their confusion. Those who enter my pure land shall attain Buddhahood and be free from all suffering. After they established their heavenly oaths, the aura of sanctity enveloped the entire primordial chaos. Simultaneously, the world resonated with divine sounds, and countless golden petals danced through the air. Springs of gold erupted from the earth, and Mount Sumeru in the west began to transform, turning from a celestial mountain into the pure land of ultimate bliss and becoming the sacred mountain of the Western teachings. As Zhuan and Jie achieved sanctification, in the Tao ancestor Hongjun's domain, far beyond the 33 heavens, he opened his eyes and gazed towards the west. In ancient times, he had battled the demon ancestor Luo Ho, fracturing the spiritual soil and celestial veins of that region. Consequently, in later generations, few strong beings emerged from there. This was a matter of cause and effect. Now, with his two disciples achieving sanctification in the West, their ascendants echoed back to that land, thereby resolving this karmic thread. Upon witnessing this, he closed his eyes once more. Attaining sanctification was merely the beginning. Beyond the primordial chaos, there lay a vast chaotic world. Such trivial matters could not delay him. Due to the sanctification of Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In, Qin Lin, deep within the abyss, received a system task prompt. Ding! Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In have established the Western teachings, discovering the opportunity for sanctification, and have now become saints of the primordial chaos. Does the host wish to emerge from the abyss to congratulate them? Choice 1. Accept the task, congratulate Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In on their sanctification, and successfully join the Western teachings, obtaining the innate treasure, the 12 lotus flowers of merit. Choice 2. Decline the task and receive the Chaos Avatar Talisman, usable only once, after which it allows the creation of a long-term avatar capable of carrying 100% of the host cultivation power. Can only be used below the saint level, otherwise it is ineffective. Upon seeing this task selection, Qin Lin was momentarily stunned. This Chaos Avatar Talisman seemed extraordinarily powerful. Did this mean he could step into the world? Moreover, even if he were to perish outside, his true self would remain unaffected. When Qin Lin obtained the Chaos Avatar Talisman, he did not feel overwhelming joy or excitement. Instead, he began to ponder deeply. Currently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of quasi-saint, and using the Chaos Avatar Talisman would be akin to gaining an additional external incarnation that could fully embody his cultivation prowess. This was a remarkable opportunity. Yet, instead of hastily using it, he chose to wait a little longer. If he could endure until reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of quasi-saint, would he not be significantly stronger than he was now? With this thought in mind, Qin Lin carefully stored away the Chaos Avatar Talisman. Patience was key. He had survived for so many years, and now, at this crucial moment, he must remain steadfast at that moment, across the vast lands of the primordial chaos. The continent had been fragmented during the War of the Witches and the Demons. Over the years, the world had formed 4 great continents, with some fragments of the primordial land scattered across the boundless seas, collectively known as the overseas territories, among which 13 immortal islands were most renowned. After the Earth Mother transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, many surviving members of the Witch clan entered the cycle as well, leading to their eventual decline, with no strong individuals remaining to protect them in the realm of reincarnation. Conversely, the demon clan still had the fleeing demon master Qin, who had long been scheming in the North Sea, gathering many demons. This North Sea eventually adopted a new name, North Ju Lu Continent. Here, Qin established the Demon Master Palace. Thus, while the Witch clan entered reincarnation, the Demon clan retreated to North Ju Lu, heralding the rise of the human clan. Ding! With the witches in reincarnation and the demons retreating north, the era of human prosperity has begun. Does the host wish to emerge from the abyss to obstruct the rise of humanity? Choice 1. Accept the task to obstruct the rise and receive an unknown spiritual herb. Choice 2. Decline the task, anticipating the flourishing of humanity, and receive 1 unit of creation divine water. Seated deep within the abyss, upon witnessing the new task's appearance, Qin Lin immediately assessed the corresponding rewards. Upon seeing the task rewards, he realized that by declining the task, he could obtain 2 types of elemental fires. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. Previously, he had already acquired True Sun Fire, True Moon Fire, and Nether God Fire. And now, with the addition of these 2 elemental fires, it could be said that this mastery of fire alone would allow Qin Lin to dominate the quasi-saint realm. After obtaining the 2 elemental fires, Qin Lin proceeded to refine them, and, as he did so, his cultivation improved, propelling him directly into the 6th level of quasi-saint, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level and nearing the 7th. Seated in the abyss, Qin Lin was now akin to an embodiment of the laws of fire. The earth fire beneath him began to surge with his breath, granting him dominion over all flames in the world. After all, He had refined 5 of the 10 elemental fires present in the primordial chaos. For an ordinary strong being, merely mastering one of these fires would grant them the ability to look down upon others. Yet, he had mastered 5 elemental fires. Additionally, as his cultivation advanced, and he deepened his understanding of the laws of fire, he also gained profound insights into the other elemental laws. Realizing that the 5 elements interact and influence one another, understanding one allows for the deduction of the others. This insight significantly benefited Qin Lin's path of the 5 elements. At that moment, as Qin Lin was refining the elemental fires in the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens, the Tao ancestor Hongjun reopened the palace doors, summoning all saints to return. Even one of the incarnations of the Earth Mother, who had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, was brought to the purple cloud palace. The conflict between the witches and the demons had ended. However, the primordial world now lacked a governing force, leading to chaos in the 3 realms. I observe that the heavenly court is the gathering place of fortune and requires someone to oversee and protect the 3 realms. Dao Boy Haotian, you have accompanied me for countless ages and possess great opportunities. Today, I appoint you as the supreme being of the 3 realms, the Jade Emperor, bestowing upon you the Haotian sword, Haotian tower, and Haotian mirror to govern the 3 realms. Dao Boy Yaoqi, today I appoint you as the Heavenly Empress, respectfully titled Queen Mother, to jointly preside over the heavenly court with Haotian, granting you 3,000 heavenly spiritual roots of the peach tree to stabilize the fortune of the heavenly court. The purpose of this gathering of all was not only to re-establish the heavenly court, but also to prepare for his entrance into the chaotic world, leaving behind only one incarnation to remain in seclusion. Unless there are significant matters, do not seek me again. Each of you should focus on your cultivation, as there will come a day when I need you to enter the chaotic world. The Tao ancestor Hongjun addressed the assembly of saints. Ding! With the re-establishment of the heavenly court, Haotian and Yaoqi preside over the 3 realms. Does the host wish to emerge from the abyss to congratulate the heavenly court? Choice 1. Accept the task. Immediately head to the heavenly court and showcase one's cultivation abilities to become a saint teacher of the heavenly court. Choice 2. Decline the task and receive 1 unit of creation divine water. As the Tao ancestor Hongjun re-established the heavenly court, Qin Lin's task was triggered. Upon seeing the creation divine water, he felt a surge of anticipation. Qin Lin chose this item without hesitation. What heavenly master? In this later era, the heavenly realm was devoid of any formidable beings, weak to the point of absurdity. They still needed the Fengshan Bang to gather a number of deities and report to heaven. Wasn't this creation divine water enticing? Especially upon seeing the system's introduction. This creation divine water was a drop of innate spiritual liquid born at the dawn of chaos, a rare treasure among the myriad realms. Upon acquiring this drop of creation divine water, Qin Lin immediately refined it. Do not underestimate this creation divine water. Even a mere droplet allowed Qin Lin to break through his existing boundaries, directly reaching the 7th level of quasi-saint. He was drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the 9th level of quasi-saint. Years swiftly passed. Bai Hu and Tung she returned, accompanied by Qin Long, who was dragging a fainted Zhu Quebec. This scene left Qin Lin momentarily bewildered. What was going on? As Tung she entered the abyss, he rushed to Qin Lin's side, exclaiming, Master, Master, we are back. My brother Bai Hu and I have endured countless hardships and have finally completed our mission and returned safely. Standing beside them, Bai Hu glared at Tung Shi, feeling intensely displeased. This fellow was nothing but a grand deceiver. Perhaps Master was still unaware that after setting out, this rascal first took him to the Central Earth, where they found Qin Long, who was cultivating in a spiritual land. Initially, it was thought that recruiting this Qin Long would require considerable time. However, Tung Shi immediately began to weave a web of deception, nearly causing Qin Long to be utterly convinced. He spoke of the resurgence of the Kylin clan, claiming that the ancestors' cultivation was comparable to a saint, and that within the Kylin ancestors' domain, there were countless rare treasures of heaven and earth, inexhaustible and abundant. From time to time, they could even hear the Kylin ancestor imparting teachings. He asserted that if the ancestor was in a good mood, there would also be innate spiritual treasures awarded. At this point, he even urged Baihu to showcase the innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Heavens' auspicious spear, declaring it a gift from the Qin ancestor, and challenged anyone to doubt him by swearing an oath. With a series of Tong Shi's flamboyant maneuvers, Qin Long was indeed convinced. Furthermore, he followed them to the extreme south to find Zhu Quebec. This Zhu Ke had once maintained close ties with the Phoenix clan in ancient times, and it was said that the Kylin clan's ancestors sought to recruit the 5 holy beasts but had no intention of venturing out, which enraged them. Qin Long did not hesitate. He fought more fiercely than the others, and under the combined efforts of the 3 holy beasts, Zhu Ke was easily subdued, being dragged back by Qin Long in a most brutal manner. Additionally, Qin Long incessantly inquired if he could receive some rewards from the Kylin ancestor upon their return for his efforts in subduing Zhu Quebec, witnessing Tong Shi's various antics. Baihu was astounded. Did this fellow truly understand Master? Moreover, had he not just entered the abyss? He was completely unaware of the circumstances inside, much of which he learned from Tong Shi. How could this guy dare to speak so freely and mislead others? Alas, it was over. Tong Shi was moving too swiftly. His standing before Master was surely in jeopardy. As the 4 holy beasts entered the abyss, Qin Lin proactively revealed himself before them, simultaneously triggering a new task. Ding! The 5 holy beasts are gathering in the primordial chaos. Does the host wish to recruit them and bring the 5 holy beasts under the command of the abyss? Choice 1. Accept the task and make the 5 holy beasts submit, which will grant one opportunity to hear the Tao expounded. Choice 2. Reject the task and allow the 5 holy beasts to depart, which will yield a postnatal spiritual treasure, the golden carp scale armor. Upon witnessing this newly triggered task, Qin Lin did not hesitate and chose to accept it. Immediately, the entire abyss began to resonate with the sounds of the Tao. As the heavenly Tao imparted teachings to all beings within the abyss, a far more precious opportunity than a saint's discourse. Chapter 36. The Tao's teachings. The heavenly Tao's teachings benefited all beings in the abyss immensely. This tremendous commotion drew forth numerous Qilin, as well as Yuan Hong, Zhu Lu Sun, and Xian Wu, who had been cultivating in the abyss, while the fainted Zhu Ke also awakened. The 5 holy beasts congregated for the first time since ancient times. The Qilin clan roared, shaking the heavens. Yuan Hong was rewarded for guarding the abyss, receiving the chaotic 9 transformations profound skill. Tong Shi, for recruiting the holy beasts, was granted the chaotic sky splitting palm and divine demon body refinement technique. Zhu Lu Sun, Baihu, Xian Wu, Qin Long, and Zhu Ke could each select one divine skill from the chaotic divine fire palm, chaotic celestial demon fist, or chaotic sky splitting palm. At this moment, the Tao's resonance was complete, and this was our opportunity. Upon obtaining the cultivation methods, they immediately listened to the Tao and practiced. Qin Lin promptly addressed everyone, disseminating several divine skills and techniques. It was not the time to hoard treasures. The instant the Tao's resonance appeared, Qin Lin sensed that this was a tremendous opportunity. If seized well, it might significantly elevate the strength of all beings within the abyss. Under Qin Lin's guidance, all beings in the abyss settled in place to listen and cultivate. Throughout the teachings of the heavenly Tao, Qin Lin's cultivation continuously ascended, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of quasi-saint by the time the Tao's resonance concluded. The 5 holy beasts all attained the peak level of the Luo Jin Xian. His first disciple, Kylin, along with Yuan Hong and Zhu Lu San, also stepped into the Luo Jin Xian realm. Meanwhile, the recently born Di Ting had now become a Tai Ching Xian Xian, with the potential to swiftly attain Jin Xian cultivation if the opportunity arose. Across the vast abyss, among the hundreds of thousands of Qilin, none were below the Xian Xian level. After this session of the heavenly Tao's teachings, all benefited greatly, and every Qilin comprehended the 10,000 beasts' shocking roar. Fortunately, they were in the abyss where the Taoist grounds shielded them. Otherwise, at the conclusion of the teachings, these Qilin would have been unable to restrain themselves from unleashing a roar powerful enough to reverberate throughout the primordial chaos. This opportunity had expedited the cultivation of all beings in the abyss significantly. The newly entered Qin Long and Zhu Ke were equally perplexed. What was happening? They had just entered the abyss and were already met with such a grand opportunity. Was the Qilin ancestor truly imparting teachings? How astonishing. The previously reluctant Zhu Ke now looked gratefully at Qin Long, Tong Shi, and Bai Hu. Qin Long discreetly approached Tong Shi, quietly transmitting, "Brother Tong Shi, from now on, you are my true elder brother. You truly did not deceive me. Throughout our journey, that Bai Hu scolded me for being foolish, which made me slightly doubt. However, it seems I was overly concerned. The ancestor of the Kylin clan is indeed formidable, and so generous to impart teachings and bestow divine skills upon us." Meanwhile, Tong Shi, though feeling somewhat uncertain, mustered his courage to respond. "Of course. We are all holy beasts. How could I deceive you? Let me tell you, that Bai Hu is the cunning one. He fears that we might align with Master and contend with him for power. So that's how it is. Brother Tong Shi, from now on, I stand with you. That damned Bai Hu is far too scheming. It would be best for us to maintain some distance from him." Tong Shi could not say much more and merely nodded in silent agreement. Standing nearby, Bai Hu sensed something amiss. He glanced at Tong Shi and Qin Long. Noticing that they were avoiding his gaze, Bai Hu's heart sank. It was clear that the two were exchanging thoughts about him. After the heavenly Tao's teachings concluded, Qin Lin led the 5 holy beasts to the depths of the abyss, a place of his meticulous cultivation. Sitting upon the 5 elements lotus platform, he addressed Qin Long and Zhu Ke. "Your arrival here signifies a connection with me. Do you wish to remain here as the guardian holy beasts of the abyss?" The azure dragon and vermilion bird exchanged glances and nodded in quick agreement. They had just reaped considerable benefits and grasped the profound essence of this abyssal realm. If they could continue their cultivation here, they might very well have the opportunity to transcend to the quasi-saint level and attain the power of creation. I possess a set of innate 5-direction flags in this abyssal domain, and now that you, the 5 sacred beasts, have gathered here, each of you should wield one flag. As your cultivation continues to ascend, you will eventually possess the strength to contend before the saints. Chapter 37. Emergence in the Netherworld and the Primordial World, the Netherworld. After returning from the Purple Heaven Palace, Hutu had transformed into an old woman. She stood upon the bridge of helplessness, stirring a pot that had been birthed in the Netherworld, preparing a broth. Some members of the witch tribe received this broth and distributed it to the souls waiting in line for reincarnation. Only by consuming this bowl of broth could they be reborn, a rule established by Hutu. This incarnation of hers had acquired a name among mortals, Meng Pa, and the soup she concocted was known as Meng Pa soup. Consuming this soup would erase the memories of the souls, allowing the departed to cultivate anew in their next life, free from the entanglements of their past karma. At that moment, Hutu suddenly sensed a formidable presence entering the netherworld. This individual possessed at least quasi-saint level strength. Generally, she would ignore the entry of lesser beings, as many primordial beings had ventured into the cycle of reincarnation, seeking opportunities. However, these beings either left empty-handed or were taken under Hutu's wing to assist her in managing the 6 paths of reincarnation. But now a quasi-saint had arrived. Such a powerful individual could easily cause her trouble if they wandered recklessly through the netherworld. Who is this junior that has entered my netherworld? This is the realm of souls, where no living being may find fortune. Depart swiftly, Hutu's voice echoed. Upon entering the netherworld, Qin Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, Qin Lin had emerged, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation. He immediately activated the Chaos Avatar Talisman, manifesting a clone of equal strength to his own. With such a clone, Qin Lin felt fearless. After his emergence, his first destination was the netherworld, where he aimed to converse with Hutu and explore potential collaboration. "Madam Hutu, I am the ancestor of the Kylin clan. By lineage, I cannot be considered your junior. My clan had already governed the primordial continent long before your witch tribe emerged," Qin Lin telepathically conveyed to the depths of the netherworld. This form of communication was imperceptible to ordinary beings, discernible only by those of quasi-saint level or higher. "Oh," Hutu, who was stirring the Meng Pa soup, raised an eyebrow in interest. "The ancestor of the Kylin clan? Is there still a strong presence from your lineage?" In an instant, she appeared near Qin Lin and nodded as she spoke softly. "Indeed, you are the ancestor of the Kylin clan. I had not anticipated that your lineage would endure so long, from ancient times to this day, with such a quasi-saint pinnacle figure among you. Your praise is unwarranted. I have lived in seclusion since ancient times, only choosing to emerge today. It is not that my clan possesses enduring fortune, but rather that I have maintained a low profile. All things in this world inevitably follow the cycle of rise and fall. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Hutu was moved. Yes, the inevitability of rise and fall is indeed lamentable. How powerful had their witch tribe once been? The 12 ancestors of sorcery united to suppress the demon tribe. Yet now, only she remained, her essence split into the 6 paths of reincarnation, with but a single external incarnation present in the world. What brings you to my netherworld? Hutu inquired, regaining her composure. I seek to collaborate with you, Madam Hutu. I possess a supreme, innate spiritual treasure capable of subduing the netherworld and establishing an 18 layers of hell. Once this hell is established, it can discern good from evil, granting virtuous souls better chances of reincarnation while punishing the wicked. This would bring order to the netherworld, easing your burdens significantly. Furthermore, my Kylin clan is willing to shoulder any potential grievances that arise from this, Qin Lin stated earnestly. Hutu's interest was piqued upon hearing Qin Lin's proposition. To create the 18 layers of hell, to differentiate good from evil, this is indeed a great virtue and would enhance my 6 paths of reincarnation. Many of the souls I guide are powerful beings from the primordial era, some with notable backgrounds yet guilty of numerous misdeeds. Such beings do not deserve favorable reincarnation opportunities. However, denying them such chances could provoke powerful enemies. If the ancestor of the Kylin clan is willing to bear the burden, it is indeed a favorable arrangement for me. With Hutu's consent, Qin Lin summoned the entity known as Ti-Ting. He had brought Ti-Ting along to the netherworld, as Ti-Ting possessed the ability to guard the underworld, dispel malevolent entities, and discern the hearts of beings, judging right from wrong. It is time to set the plan in motion. We shall commence with Ti-Ting's establishment in the netherworld. Ti-Ting, I now bestow upon you this innate spiritual treasure, the 18 layers of hell. You will cultivate here and accumulate virtue, creating the 18 layers of hell, which will greatly benefit you. In the future, I will send more young members of the Kylin clan to assist you. Fear not, for as long as Madame Hutu is present in the netherworld, even in my absence, no one shall lay a finger on you. Qin Lin reassured Ti-Ting. Perfecting the 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed a tremendous act of virtue. However, Qin Lin felt that this task was better suited for Ti-Ting, who had his own path. Everything he was doing now was merely a strategic layout. Having just emerged, he sought to gauge the reactions of various factions in the primordial realm, not wishing to be caught off guard, ensuring he had his own trump cards to avoid being completely powerless. Meanwhile, Hutu observed with admiration as Qin Lin bestowed the innate spiritual treasure, the 18 layers of hell, upon a younger member, though she found it puzzling. Creating the 18 layers of hell is a monumental act of virtue. Why would he not keep it for himself, but instead use it to nurture the younger generation? She mused. Perhaps this was the reason why the Kylin clan had endured through the ages. Their selflessness and magnanimity were commendable. Chapter 38. Establishing the 18 layers of hell after Qin Lin entrusted the innate spiritual treasure, the 18 layers of hell, to Ti-Ting. Ti-Ting immediately began to refine it within the netherworld. Simultaneously, this spiritual treasure began to transform, gradually merging with the essence of the netherworld. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Beep. Detection of the netherworld has confirmed the establishment of the 18 layers of hell. Do you wish to take command of this realm? Choice 1. Accept the mission. Take command of this realm, immediately create the underworld, and recruit the 10 Yama Kings. You may become the master of the 18 layers of hell. Choice 2. Decline the mission. You will receive the innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death, and 4 postnatal treasures, the Judge S Pen, soul-locking chains, ghostly steel fork, and the sacred ding of the Yellow Springs. Upon receiving the System S task, Qin Lin glanced at the options and promptly chose to decline. Take command of this realm? What nonsense! After refusing the task, the innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death, along with the 4 postnatal treasures, appeared in Qin Lin's hands. This was indeed timely. With these 5 sacred artifacts of the underworld, Qin Lin's strategic layout was essentially secured. Upon the refining of the innate spiritual treasure, the 18 layers of hell, by the entity known as Diding, an immediate tremor resonated through the underworld. Concurrently, a cascade of merits descended from the heavens, bestowing upon Diding a significant elevation to the golden immortal level. Presently, as long as Diding remains within the 18 layers of hell, he can contend with even the mightiest of the Luo golden immortals. As Diding received these merits, the tremors of the underworld caught the attention of certain demon clans in the primordial wilderness, particularly two demon entities of golden immortal status, who boldly ventured into the realm of the underworld, a horse demon and an ox demon. Upon their entrance, Qin Lin's lips curved into a slight smile, deeming it a twist of fate, for these two could very well become the future embodiments of Oxhead and Horseface. Subsequently, before the presence of Hutu, Qin Lin swiftly apprehended the two demon beings. The horse and ox demons trembled in fear, having been in seclusion in the primordial wilderness. They initially sensed the upheaval in the underworld and believed a treasure was manifesting, thus seeking to seize an opportunity. Little did they anticipate encountering such a formidable Kylin. In an instant, they were captured, with no chance for resistance. You are fated to the underworld. The Saint Hutu has established the 6 paths of reincarnation, a boundless merit. Now, my Kylin clan is willing to guard the underworld in Hutu's stead, establishing the 18 layers of hell to ensure the order of reincarnation, distinguishing good from evil. Will you accept the role of soul collectors, tasked with capturing troublesome souls from the primordial wilderness and exhibiting the authority of the underworld? Qin Lin spoke softly. Hearing his words, Hutu's eyes brightened with interest. The ambitions of this ancient Kylin clan's ancestor were indeed grand. Establishing soul collectors in the underworld to apprehend wayward souls would ultimately create a system of order, a meritorious endeavor that would solidify the underworld's standing among the 3 realms. I am willing, the horse demon stammered, his legs quaking at the sight of Qin Lin and Hutu. Upon hearing the horse demon's consent, the ox demon nodded fervently, echoing that, I too am willing. As they agreed, Qin Lin discreetly produced the recently acquired postnatal treasures, the soul-locking chains, and the Yin Ghost steel fork, and bestowed them upon the 2 demons. At this moment, Hutu spoke. You shall serve in the underworld. Simply report to Diding, and if you fulfill your duties diligently, I shall reward you in the future. With the saint's promise, the 2 demons felt invigorated. It seemed their entry into the underworld was indeed a wise choice, as they had now secured the favor of a saint and received treasures from the enigmatic Kylin ancestor. Such fortuitous events were rare. They had truly struck gold. Following Hutu's endorsement, Qin Lin presented the innate spiritual treasure, the Book of Life and Death, along with the postnatal treasures, the Judge's Pen and the Sacred Cauldron of the Yellow Springs, entrusting them to Diding. These will greatly assist in establishing your 18 layers of hell and aiding Hutu. Should you discover suitable subordinates, reward them appropriately. Lest anyone underestimate the Kylin clan's profound heritage, Qin Lin advised quietly. Hutu, witnessing Qin Lin's continuous unveiling of treasures, was somewhat astonished. Could the Kylin clan's foundation be this formidable? In such a brief span, how many artifacts had been revealed? Was he merely flaunting wealth? However, she dismissed such thoughts, as he was indeed working on her behalf. Regardless, it was a gain for her. At that moment, in the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor, Hongjun, sensed the changes occurring in the underworld. As the sovereign of the 3 realms bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, he had encountered skepticism from many powerful beings. Yet, he longed to prove his capabilities. Having followed Hongjun for many years, he possessed considerable strength. Resolutely, he descended on clouds towards the underworld. As the Jade Emperor entered, far away on Mount Shumi in the west, the 2 saints of the west awakened from their meditation. Exchanging glances, they calculated the occurrences in the underworld and grasped the situation. However, they were taken aback. The underworld was a domain they had coveted. Over the years, they had contemplated acquiring the innate spiritual treasure, the 8th level pagoda, hoping to refine it and negotiate with Hutu to establish a netherworld and seize its fortunes. They aimed to gain partial control over the 6 paths of reincarnation, greatly benefiting their teachings. Yet, they had not anticipated being preempted. During their calculations, they discerned the presence of a Kylin, its cultivation reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, its essence remarkable. However, they could not unveil its past, as if some force obscured the heavenly secrets. As saints who had attained enlightenment, they were seldom deceived in the primordial wilderness. Yet, The emergence of this Qilin signified a shift in the celestial order. "Brother, I shall visit the underworld," the Taoist Kunyi proposed softly. The seated Taoist Jin, upon the 12th rank golden lotus of merit, nodded in agreement, responding, "Junior brother, the Qilin clan is an ancient sovereign, if any strong members of their lineage still exist. It signifies an extraordinary heritage and unparalleled fortune. I believe we can draw them to our Western faction, thereby securing the underworld for ourselves." "Splendid." Kunti clasped his hands together, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, he vanished from Mount Shumi. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor had arrived in the underworld, prompting Hutu's attention. This supreme being of the three realms, once a disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, had crossed paths with her numerous times. She was taken aback by his impressive aura and command over the heavenly palace. Yet, in the eyes of a saint, he was merely another figure. She would acknowledge him if pleased, but otherwise, she had no desire to engage. "Congratulations, Saint Hutu, on the re-establishment of the underworld." With these words of praise, the Jade Emperor materialized before Hutu and Qin Lin, his gaze firmly fixed on Qin Lin. A sense of apprehension accompanied his scrutiny. The Qilin clan had seemingly vanished from history since the initial catastrophe of the Dragon and Han era, and there had been no reports of Qilin's resurgence. How could such a formidable ancestor still exist? How Yin, with the establishment of the Heavenly Palace, the affairs are numerous and complex. "What brings you to the underworld?" Hutu inquired pointedly. "Saint Hutu, I have been conferred the authority by the Tao ancestor to oversee the Heavenly Palace and manage the three realms. Upon discovering the establishment of the 18 layers of hell in the underworld and the descent of merits, I came to ascertain the situation," Hao Yin replied with a composed demeanor. Hutu pondered for a moment before expressing her impatience. "Your governance of the Heavenly Palace, as conferred by the Tao ancestor, is acknowledged. But the underworld is complex and cannot be managed by you alone. I have already agreed to allow the Qilin clan to guard the underworld for me. Focus on managing the other affairs of the Heavenly Palace. It is newly established and lacks personnel. Many matters are not yet ripe for action. Haste will not yield results." Seeing Hutu dismiss the matter with just a few words, the Jade Emperor wore a look of helplessness. Yet, her words bore truth. The Heavenly Palace indeed lacked capable individuals. Managing the three realms was merely a statement, as they lacked the necessary strength. The Heavenly Palace had yet to cultivate the requisite authority. Its foundation remained too fragile. Even though he is personally supported by the Grand Tao ancestor Hongjun, the Tao ancestor is currently in seclusion, and it remains uncertain when he will emerge. This uncertainty has made many saints increasingly reluctant to cooperate. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, a series of celestial chants suddenly resonated through the netherworld. From the ground where a figure stood, golden lotuses sprang forth, and the countless restless souls in this shadowy realm fell silent in an instant. "Taoist Hutu, the heavy energy in this netherworld has caused spirits to wander, leading to a buildup of resentment. Would you be interested in allowing my Western sect to establish a netherworld temple here to purify these negative energies?" The speaker was none other than Taoist Juni. His arrival instilled a deep sense of crisis in Qin Lin. It seemed that Taoist Juni was not here with benign intentions, and he might very well be targeting him. "Taoist Juni, my affairs do not require your Western sect's intervention. This netherworld contains my incarnation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it is my domain. This is not a place for you," Hutu Enlang said, her voice tinged with anger at the uninvited Taoist Junti. If the Heavenly Emperor had come, it would have been more understandable, as he is the supreme being of the three realms, appointed by the Tao ancestor. However, what could Taoist Juni possibly want in netherworld? "Do not be upset, Taoist Hutu. I have observed that a Qilin has appeared in the wilderness, and I happen to need a steed. I wish to bestow upon him an opportunity to see if he would be willing to join my Western sect." Upon saying this, Taoist Juni's gaze fell upon Qin Lin. Hearing his words, Qin Lin felt a surge of indignation. No wonder future generations would describe the two saints of the Western sect as hypocritical and pretentious, feigning compassion. Indeed, this encounter was a prime example, as he was being offered a humiliating proposition to become a mount. However, Qin Lin soon regained his composure and pretended not to hear, engaging in conversation with a nearby Heavenly Emperor. "Heavenly Emperor, as Taoist Hutu mentioned, matters of this netherworld will be assisted by my Qilin clan in the future. However, We have only just established the 18 layers of hell and refined the laws of reincarnation. I feel that something is still lacking. Just as the heavens have their celestial court, the netherworld should also have its underworld. If we establish an underworld, it could record the past and present of all beings, their fortunes and lifespans, ensuring that reincarnation is flawless. If you're interested, we could collaborate on this to better serve Taoist Hutu. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the Heavenly Emperor felt a stirring within. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunities for the celestial court to manage this netherworld. And now the ancestor of the Kylin clan was extending an invitation. Even if collaborating with the Kylin clan meant sharing some authority, it was still an acceptable arrangement. After all, the celestial court was currently lacking in personnel, and having the Kylin clan's assistance would be quite advantageous. As long as the underworld remained subordinate to the celestial court, everything could be negotiated, even if it were merely in name. It would still allow for some semblance of dignity. This is indeed a far superior arrangement compared to the Western sect's encroachment into the netherworld, the Heavenly Emperor thought. Although he recognized that Qin Lin was currently engaged in a contest of wills with Taoist Juni and that he should not intervene, how could he avoid taking risks if he wished to command the celestial court? How could he establish authority in the three realms? Ancestor Kylin, I find your proposal quite intriguing. We can certainly collaborate on this, the Heavenly Emperor declared, promptly aligning himself with Qin Lin. As the Heavenly Emperor spoke, Qin Lin continued to discuss the specifics of establishing the underworld. From the very beginning, Qin Lin understood that the netherworld could not be monopolized by the Kylin clan. Despite Hutu's endorsement, there were other saints in the wilderness. If conflicts arose with other parties, Qin Lin would find it challenging to navigate. For instance, if someone harmed the soul-reaping emissaries of the netherworld or demanded favorable reincarnation opportunities, they might not be able to contend with the Saint Hutu, but could easily target the Kylin clan. Thus, Qin Lin sought to bring the celestial court into the fold. After all, the Heavenly Emperor needed to establish authority and elevate the celestial court's status within the wilderness. Both parties would benefit from this arrangement. Seeing this unfold, Hutu Inlang smiled. She had underestimated the ancestor of the Kylin clan. Not only was he deeply rooted, but his methods were also commendable, daring to openly challenge a saint. However, as a saint herself, she was aware of the capabilities that saints wielded. While the ancestor of the Kylin clan might be at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood with formidable strength, he was still far from being on par with a saint. If they were to engage in a fierce contest, he would surely suffer the consequences. Provided it benefits the netherworld and enhances the 6 paths of reincarnation, I can accept it. Taoist Juni, the Kylin clan, is an ancient hegemon. It is somewhat excessive for you to demand a mount from them upon your arrival. Do not compel me to make things difficult for you. Leave the netherworld at once. Once you step outside, you will be beyond my concern. Even if your fellow disciples join forces, the ancestor Kylin is under my protection, Hutu declared firmly. Standing before the three, Taoist Juni sighed upon hearing Hutu's words. Alas, Taoist Hutu, why must it be this way? My Western sect can choose not to involve itself in the affairs of the netherworld, but this Kylin is truly fated to be with my Western sect. You may try to obstruct me, but I am resolute. The moment this Kylin steps out of the netherworld, I will certainly guide him to the Western Pure Land. With that, Taoist Junti vanished from sight, yet his words echoed throughout the netherworld. A threat, an expression of anger. Qin Lin had thwarted the Western sect's plans, and, in doing so, had undermined his status as a saint. This was something he could not tolerate. Yet, at this moment, Qin Lin remained remarkably calm. Let them come. After all, this was merely an incarnation. If a confrontation were to occur, it would provide him with the perfect opportunity to gauge the disparity in power between himself and the saints. As Qin Lin contemplated the prospect of battle, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Threat detected from a saint. The system has issued a mission. Option 1. Accept the mission. Step out of the netherworld. Engage in battle with Taoist Junti. Restore the dignity of the Kylin clan and lay the groundwork for their resurgence. With a reward of the Chaos Talisman, capable of withstanding 3 fatal attacks from a saint. Option 2. Refuse the mission. Cultivate in the netherworld under the protection of the Saint Hutu and receive the innate spiritual treasure, Netherworld Longbow. With the system's assistance, Qin Lin felt invincible. Just as he was preparing to abandon this incarnation and seek battle, the system had generously offered him a talisman that could withstand 3 fatal attacks. What was there to fear now? He resolved to act decisively. Realizing this, Qin Lin radiated a murderous intent, leaving Hutu, Inlang, and the Heavenly Emperor astonished at his sudden change in demeanor. What was he planning? Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to court death? Ancestor Kylin. The means of Saint are not something we can contend with. In the netherworld, with the protection of Saint Hutu, you can evade some threats. There is no need to take such a direct approach, the Heavenly Emperor cautioned. Indeed, in this netherworld, even the two saints of the West cannot claim you. When Taoist Juni departed, he was intentionally provoking you. If you step outside now, you could fall into his trap, Hutu added, her voice tinged with concern. Understanding their intentions, Qin Lin felt their goodwill, but having lingered in the abyss for so many years, only just emerging, he could not allow himself to be intimidated by Taoist Junti. How could he walk the wilderness with confidence if he yielded to him? This time, he had no choice but to fight. Qin Lin sought to seize this opportunity to demonstrate to all of the wilderness that the Kylin clan was not to be trifled with. Once a hegemon of antiquity, they would not be reduced to a mere shadow of their former selves. Otherwise, he chose to conceal himself in the realm of shadows. When the Kylin clan reemerges, various factions will feel unrestrained, as a broken drum invites relentless beating, leading to dire consequences. I comprehend your intentions. Yet the Kylin clan has lived in seclusion for many years. Perhaps many have forgotten us, deeming us weak and easily bullied. Our retreat is not born of fear, but rather an understanding of the cyclical nature of the heavenly order, which cannot be defied. However, in this instance, as the elder of the Kylin clan, I have been humiliated by the Western sect. Even when facing a sage, I shall fight, for this concerns the honor and disgrace of my clan. Even if it means bloodshed across the primordial earth, I shall not hesitate, Qin Lin declared resolutely. Upon finishing, before stepping out of the Shadow Realm, Qin Lin took a moment to instruct Diting. You now represent the Kylin clan, safeguarding the realm of shadows for the Saint of Earth. Operate the 18 layers of hell with diligence. Do not worry for me. The elder will remain unharmed. In due time, I shall send some clan members to assist you with certain matters. Here, you have the authority to make decisions. If you encounter uncertainty, you may seek my counsel or inquire with the Saint of Earth. After clarifying his instructions, Qin Lin departed the realm of shadows. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the Shadow Realm, Zhuan Ti sat in meditation, his gaze lowered, with a 7 treasures miraculous tree behind him. This tree is the ultimate treasure of Zhuan Ti's enlightenment, possessing immense power. Holding this tree, he is said to be invincible. Its full name is the 7 treasures miraculous brush tree. The renowned Kong Xian, a peak quasi-saint skilled in 5-color divine light, once faced this tree and not only failed to seize it, but was also stripped of 2 of his treasures. In earlier years, Zhuan Ti had even shattered Tongtian's treasures with this tree during their confrontation. Quite formidable indeed. As Qin Lin made his entrance, Zhuan Ti's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect the elder Kylin to be so obstinate. Despite being warned that he would guard him from the outside, he dared to emerge. Zhuan Ti, do not presume that your saintly status places you above all beings. Remember, the heavenly order is clear. Does your Western sect not preach causality? Are you not concerned that one day you too may find yourself ensnared by it? Qin Lin spoke candidly. As he spoke, Zhuan Ti had already launched an attack. With a single hand wave, his fingers bore down like mountains, showcasing a powerful technique of the Western sect. In response, Qin Lin refrained from further words, summoning the chaos divine fire palm, merging the 5 primordial fire sources within him to unleash a formidable display of strength. Bang! 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 In this clash, Qin Lin withstood Zhuan Ti's assault, both combatants evenly matched. However, this did not signify much, as Qin Lin understood that Zhuan Ti had yet to exert his full strength. For subduing a quasi-saint did not warrant such an effort. At this moment, Zhuan Ti was slightly astonished. What is happening? The prowess displayed by this Kylin is surprisingly formidable. It seems that not engaging seriously may not suffice. The Buddha kingdom in my palm. Zhuan Ti unleashed a hand, casting a shadow over the land, relentlessly applying pressure upon Qin Lin. As a saint of enlightenment, if he could not subdue a quasi-saint, he would become a laughingstock. This strike was indeed powerful. Qin Lin employed both the Chaos Divine Fire Palm and the Chaos Burning Heaven Finger to receive it head-on. Seeing the strike thwarted once more, Zhuan Ti was filled with frustration and fury. How could this Qilin be so strong? Outside the saintly realm, all beings are like mere ants. Even a powerful quasi-saint appears as a slightly larger ant in the eyes of sage, who can always find a way to suppress them. However, this time feels different. He sensed urgency. The commotion attracted the attention of many powerful beings in the three realms, including the three pure ones and Nuwa. If he could not capture Qin Lin, it would bring great shame to the Western sect. Kulme, let's battle again. Qin Lin roared, his blood surging with fervor. Regardless of the means employed against him, he showed no signs of retreat. Flames enveloped him, and the essence of the five elements swirled around, exuding an overwhelming majesty. However, during the numerous exchanges, a crack appeared in his chaos protective talisman. Without this talisman, he might have sustained serious injuries. This illustrates the gap between him and a sage. Yet, he remained unscathed. Under the searing flames, Zhuan Ti was not harmed but appeared somewhat disheveled. This alone was enough to etch Qin Lin's name into the annals of the primordial world. On this day, many powerful beings in the primordial realm took note of him. The Qilin clan has not perished. The elder Qilin is still capable of battle. At this moment, in the realm of shadows, the Jade Emperor, Hongjun, sighed repeatedly, grateful that he had previously stood firm with the elder Qilin. His resolve strengthened. After this battle, if the elder did not perish, he must seek to forge a closer bond with him. It could prove immensely beneficial for the development of his heavenly court. Recently, he felt a surge of momentum, engaging in various endeavors, yet sensed a dwindling popularity. Is anyone out there? Come forth and make your presence known. Leave a mark. Those with a small treasury, consider making a donation. Those with time, a 5-star review would be appreciated. Chapter 42. The two saints besiege. Escape with techniques on the primordial land. Qin Lin and Zhuan Ti continued their fierce combat. The sight of a peak quasi-saint confronting a sage for the first time in the primordial world was nothing short of spectacular, drawing numerous onlookers. Many beings unfamiliar with the Qilin clan were enlightened by those in the know. The Qilin clan, you are unaware? Your lineage is rather recent. Let me explain. The Qilin clan, an ancient dominator, once contended with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, while the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan dared not oppose them. Their strength far surpassing others. They are an exceedingly ancient lineage, having existed long before Hongjun Daozu attained enlightenment. Back then, a peak quasi-saint was the pinnacle of combat strength. The Qilin clan possessed at least dozens of quasi-saint warriors, although many years have passed, and the exact number remains unverified. Nonetheless, this clan is indeed powerful. Indeed, I have some knowledge about this. During the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era, it is said that the Phoenix and Qilin clans went extinct, leaving only a few young dragons hidden in the boundless seas. I never imagined that the Qilin clan had not been completely annihilated, and that such an elder still exists. I wonder if there are any other Qilin who have survived alongside this elder. If a significant number of Qilin still exist, to be honest, the demon clan may have a chance to rise again. Should the Qilin clan indeed possess many strong individuals ready to emerge, I would be the first to seek their alliance. Look at the state of our current existence. Since the demon and witch clans clashed, we have been severely constrained, with few strong beings remaining. Many of our somewhat powerful demon kin have emerged from their hidden mountains and rivers to observe from afar, gathering in small groups to discuss and exchange ideas. The current era belongs to the rising human race. The demon clan cannot thrive in many regions and must conceal themselves in remote areas, fearful of conflicts with humans. Presently, humans receive the protection of multiple saints. Should any demon dare to act against them, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, as Qin Lin battled Zhuan Ti, he once again unleashed a new divine technique, the Chaos Celestial Demon Fist. With a single punch, immense power radiated forth, causing even the strongest near the epicenter of the battle to tremble in fear, for this martial arts might was overwhelmingly oppressive. Mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry. Just as Zhuan Ti, frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, was filled with rage. On the summit of the western Mount Meru, the Taoist of guidance sighed. Having been attentively observing the recent fierce battle, he was astonished by the extraordinary prowess displayed by the ancestral figure of the Qilin clan, who managed to endure under his disciples' relentless assault. Such extraordinary talent should either be under their control or eradicated prematurely to avoid future complications. With that thought, He settled upon the 12-petaled golden lotus, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the underworld in the heart of the primordial chaos, the Taoist of Guidance's presence began to materialize again, showcasing his divine ability to traverse vast distances with a mere thought, a skill only attainable by a sage. Upon his arrival, many formidable beings in the primordial chaos displayed disdain. Two sages uniting to confront a quasi-sage seemed like bullying. As the Taoist of Guidance appeared, Qin Lin immediately sensed it. Without hesitation, he employed a secret evasion technique, the chaotic 5-element escape art, his ultimate trump card. This avatar, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage cultivation, was too precious to lose. After activating the escape technique, Qin Lin made his way towards the abyss. The Taoist of Purity, who had been battling Qin Lin, along with the newly arrived Taoist of Guidance, wore expressions of confusion. What kind of evasion technique was this? How could it allow him to escape beneath the very noses of the sages? However, given their prolonged engagement, causality had already been established. The two, masters of the path of causality, swiftly deduced Qin Lin's direction and pursued him. At that moment, deep within the abyss, Qin Lin's true self had gathered the sacred beasts from the 5 directions, as well as all members of the Kylin clan. The Kylin clan had grown to over 700,000 members, all of whom were at least Xianxian level, with many great Luo Jingxian and Jinxian among them. While such a force might seem insignificant before the sages, it was more than sufficient to display their might externally. As Qin Lin's avatar approached the 10,000 Great Mountains, he found himself pursued by the sages, ultimately forced out before he could enter the abyss. His protective chaotic talisman suffered cracks once more, marking the second time this had occurred. Observing Qin Lin's resilience in such dire circumstances left the 2 Western sages astounded. What was happening? Their formidable techniques had been unleashed, and yet the ancestor of the Kylin clan appeared unscathed, with no change in his aura. How could this be? Was it possible that the Kylin clan possessed an inherent physical strength? That seemed implausible. The 2 brothers, both innate beings contemporary with the primordial Kylin, recognized that while the Kylin clan had risen powerfully in ancient times, it was due to fortune rather than inherent strength. Yet, this was not the time for such ponderings. If they could capture this Kylin and successfully convert him, the secrets he held would no longer remain hidden. When Qin Lin's avatar was intercepted by the 2 sages, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from within the abyss, resonating throughout the primordial chaos. This sound bore no murderous intent, only a formidable aura of intimidation. Over 70,000 Kylin raised their voices in unison, utilizing the effect of the 10,000 beasts' thunderous roar, yet Qin Lin had instructed them not to include any offensive elements, for such a roar could potentially result in countless casualties. They could not afford such a karmic death. Then within the abyss, Qin Lin's true self began to convey a message. Our Kylin clan has barely emerged, yet we are besieged by the Western sages. Is this a sign of disdain towards our clan? From ancient times to the present, we have inherited certain clan-defending techniques. I implore you not to pursue complete annihilation. Should your assault lead to the demise of our kin, we, the Kylin clan, vow before the heavenly Tao to pursue eternal conflict with the Western Church. If need be, we shall instigate another calamity. Our survival thus far has been sufficient, and we are prepared to drag the 2 sages into it. Upon hearing Qin Lin's proclamation, many powerful beings within the primordial chaos were shaken. Particularly those of great strength understood the depth of the Kylin clan's heritage. Just moments ago, the 3 pure ones had attempted to probe the abyss with their divine consciousness, only to find their efforts thwarted. Indeed, the sage's consciousness was obstructed, indicating that this area served as a sacred ground. The individual capable of establishing such a domain must be extraordinarily powerful. Could it be that a sage of the Kylin clan still existed? It seemed unlikely. If a sage truly existed, they would have manifested in the primordial chaos, and no one had sensed their presence over the years. Yet, if no sage were present, how could such a domain be formed? The ability to block a sage's consciousness was indeed unfathomable. In an instant, the sages found themselves engulfed in doubt. The 2 Western sages, who had just intercepted Qin Lin's avatar, were also left speechless. What was this situation? Did the Kylin clan possess other powerful beings? The one who had just sent the message seemed to hold a comparable cultivation level to the Kylin before them. They now recognized the hidden domain of the Qilin clan, but found their attempts to probe it equally fruitless. This caused them to tread cautiously. Their establishment of the Western Church was originally to achieve sagehood, and their continued development was to accumulate fortune. To advance further after attaining sagehood, they would need to enter the chaotic world, a perilous realm requiring sufficient fortune for safe passage. Thus, provoking the wrath of a Qilin clan whose strength remained uncertain over the trivial matter of eliminating a single Qilin seemed a poor bargain. Even as sages, they were not immune to threats. If the Qilin clan retaliated recklessly, continually assaulting their disciples, it would present a significant headache for them. Such developments might enable the three pure ones to capitalize on the situation. Contemplating this, the Taoist of guidance stepped aside, allowing Qin Lin's avatar a clear path. Esteemed ancestor of the Qilin clan, you may have misunderstood our intentions. We harbor no desire to harm you. Rather, we feel a connection with your clan and wish to invite this Qilin to our Western Pure Land as a guest. If you are unwilling, my disciple, and I shall depart immediately. We are both ancient beings from primordial times. Let us not allow trivial matters to sour our relationship. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin was left speechless. Was this not exceedingly shameless? Nevertheless, he resolved to bide his time. Once he became a sage himself, the two would learn firsthand of his capabilities. This debt would be remembered and repaid in the future. Meanwhile, across the expanse of the primordial chaos, many powerful figures observing the battle underwent significant changes in demeanor, particularly regarding their perception of the two Western sages. They were indeed formidable, exhibiting a remarkable ability to rise and fall as circumstances dictated. These were beings who had attained the status of sages. Yet, the two sages themselves remained unconcerned. They had weathered countless storms since ancient times, and this was but a minor tempest. With the path cleared by the two Western sages, Qin Lin's avatar advanced directly into the abyss. At this moment, he was somewhat apprehensive. His true self had merely spoken casually within the depths of the abyss. The prowess of the Qilin clan is indeed formidable. How could they remain oblivious? This is merely a facade, a pretense of grandeur. At present, the true form of Qin Lin has yet to emerge, and he must first attain enlightenment and become a sage, perhaps even grow stronger before considering such a step. By that time, who would he need to fear? He could easily dispatch any foe with a single blow. Meanwhile, upon the return of Qin Lin's avatar to the abyss, all factions within the primordial world have turned their gaze toward this location, the 10,000 Mountains, a remote area within the abyss, characterized by its scant spiritual energy and distance from the epicenter of the primordial realm, typically devoid of powerful beings. Yet, who could have anticipated that this place serves as the hidden sanctuary of the Qilin clan, housing an ancient lineage of teachings that have persisted through the ages? In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. Outside the abyss, numerous demon clans have begun to gather, albeit cautiously, choosing to settle discreetly within the 10,000 Mountains. They await their opportunity to ally with the Qilin clan. For the Qilin clan stands as the sovereign of the ancient demon lineage, capable even of contending with sages. The depth of their heritage is unparalleled. The demon clans have weakened in the primordial realm, lacking a demon emperor to guide them, leaving them adrift. Although a few renowned demon warriors have emerged, such as the demon master Kuanpeng from the northern continent. He is widely regarded as a disgrace for having betrayed the demon emperor during the War of the Witches and Demons, leading many to shun his company. There are also a couple of ancient beast clans, possessing peak de luo golden immortal cultivation, who have aspirations to reunite the demon race. Yet they lack the strength and authority to lead. The Qilin clan, however, stand apart. Regardless of the origins or bloodlines of these demon clans, none could compare to the Qilin clan. Many newly emerging demon clans may not even have seen Qilin. Even those with established lineages and some formidable beings are still vastly inferior to the Qilin clan, with some races having been subservient to the Qilin since antiquity. They fought valiantly for the glory of the Qilin clan. Thus, is it shameful to seek allegiance with the Qilin clan? No, it would be more accurate to say it is a disgrace to the demons. Have we not witnessed the two saints of the West compromise with the Qilin clan? These are beings who have achieved sagehood, disregarding their dignity. What grounds do these lesser demon clans have to object? As demon beings congregate, the once desolate 10,000 Mountains come alive with activity. Simultaneously, Qin Lin in the Abyss receives a system notification. Ding. Countless demon clans are gathering in the 10,000 mountains, their malevolent energy rising. If left unchecked, calamity may ensue. Would you like to establish the 10,000 demon kingdom? Choice 1. Accept the task. Rewards include a fragment of Chaos 5 Elements essence. Choice 2. Decline the task. Rewards include a congenital spiritual treasure, the river map of 10,000 miles. Upon triggering this new task, Qin Lin enters a contemplative state. How intriguing! To establish the 10,000 demon kingdom, he recalls this entity from the journey to the West period. Though by then it had become a mere shadow of its former self, he never anticipated that he would be tasked with its creation. Nevertheless, the prospect of obtaining a fragment of Chaos 5 Elements essence is irresistible. Collecting more sacred items related to the 5 Elements Tao will undoubtedly bolster his chances of attaining enlightenment in the future. After choosing to accept the task, the essence appears in Qin Lin's hand. At this moment, Qin Lin summons the 5 sacred beasts. You are the embodiments of sacred beasts, tasked in the past with guarding the abyss to temper your resolve. Today, I wish to establish the 10,000 demon kingdom, uniting the demon clans under one banner, allowing them to cultivate in the 10,000 mountains without causing chaos, in accordance with the natural order. In this era, the human race is on the rise. Yet many demons find themselves without a place to thrive. The creation of the 10,000 demon kingdom offers a refuge, delineating a domain belonging to the demons. Qin Lin's declaration astonishes the 5 sacred beasts, igniting a fervor within them. This endeavor represents a monumental task for the demon race. But what does the master mean? Does he expect them to spearhead the establishment of the 10,000 demon kingdom? Master, do you mean for us to take the lead in founding the 10,000 demon kingdom? Inquires the astute Tongtian. Indeed, while the human race ascends, uniting the demon clans will also gather fortune. Should we succeed, you may reap unforeseen rewards. Qin Lin responds earnestly. His words ring true, for when the treading hell was established, the heavenly Tao bestowed significant merits. Should the 10,000 demon kingdom come to fruition, similar blessings may follow. However, merits do not particularly captivate Qin Lin, as he possesses a system that allows him to complete tasks and collect the necessary items for attaining sagehood. Yet, the 5 sacred beasts remain at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, equipped with the innate 5 Directions banner, but lacking the qualification to contend with sages. Especially in the presence of the 2 saints of the Western Church, their banner could easily be seized. Thus, Qin Lin aims to nurture them. If they can break through to the quasi-saint realm, their innate banner might enable them to engage with a sage, providing them with an opportunity to hold their ground and alleviating some of Qin Lin's burdens. We shall faithfully execute your will. The 5 sacred beasts refrain from further discussion and, bearing the 5 Directions banner, step forth from the abyss. They begin to transmit messages throughout the 10,000 mountains, prompting numerous demon clans in seclusion to converge upon the abyss. We are the 5 sacred beasts, long ago pledged to the Kylin clan's ancestors. We have sensed the gathering of many of our kin in the 10,000 mountains and understand your intentions. We now seek to establish the 10,000 demon kingdom to reorganize the demon race. All who wish to join shall become members of our kingdom and receive our protection. Those who enter the 10,000 demon kingdom must devote themselves to cultivation within the 10,000 mountains, refraining from misconduct and chaos. We have been inspired by the Kylin ancestors to align with the natural order, providing a sanctuary for the demon race in this era dominated by humanity, creating a territory for our kind. Once the 10,000 demon kingdom is established, we shall not interfere in any power struggles. Any demon who fails to abide by the laws set forth today shall face collective retribution from our kin, both in heaven and on earth. Upon witnessing the 5 sacred beasts, many of the demon clans in the 10,000 mountains are taken aback. For these 5 are revered within the demon race and rarely seen in the outside world. They exude an extraordinary presence with unparalleled bloodlines. It is astonishing to learn that they have served the Kylin clan. This realization invigorates the gathered demons, for the Kylin clan's foundation is undeniably robust. Bolstered by a quasi-saint ancestor and now the assembly of 5 sacred beasts. This validates their decision to ally with the Kylin clan as the correct choice. I, the Unicorn Bull, willingly join the 10,000 demon kingdom, serving the Kylin clan. The Earth Black Bear clan, with 8,000 members. The strongest among us being at the golden immortal 5th stage. If the 5 sacred beasts do not reject us, we too shall join the 10,000 demon kingdom. Serving the Kylin clan. You express your intentions so quickly. Do you regard us, the Thunderlion clan, as inconsequential? Our clan has existed since antiquity, originally a subordinate of the Kylin clan, and we now seek to re-affiliate. Countless demon clans begin to pledge their allegiance. Though Qin Lin remains within the abyss, he remains acutely aware of the happenings outside. He never anticipated that the Kylin clan would experience such a resurgence in later generations, inching ever closer to reclaiming its former glory. In ancient times, all beasts came to pay homage. However, during that era, the Kylin clan was merely the leader of the terrestrial beasts, not the entire demon race. Yet, now many demons have flocked to their side, including avian beings and aquatic spirits. Unfortunately, in terms of strength, they appeared rather feeble. In the eyes of the sages, they might just be a disorganized mob. Nevertheless, after the establishment of the 10,000 demon kingdom, auspicious clouds suddenly appeared above the 10,000 great mountains. Following the declarations of various demons, divine merit descended from the heavens. The 5 sacred beasts greatly benefited, each one ascending from the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal directly to the first tier of the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, this place received the blessings of the heavenly Tao, causing spiritual energy to surge within the 10,000 great mountains, leading to the emergence of some spiritual roots and numerous spiritual springs. This once desolate and remote land has now transformed into an excellent location for cultivation. At this moment, the 5 sacred beasts, having broken through their cultivation, knelt toward the abyss. Quasi-saints. They had all become quasi-saints. This was a tremendous fortune, an opportunity that originally belonged to Qin Lin. Yet, he allowed the 5 sacred beasts to establish the 10,000 demon kingdom and lead the demons, granting them this rare chance. Such kindness was akin to a rebirth. At this moment, they resolved to follow Qin Lin to the end. Chapter 46. Reactions from all sides with the establishment of the 10,000 demon kingdom. The heavenly Tao once again bestowed divine merit. As a result, many powerful beings within the vast wilderness turned their attention toward this development. Particularly in the palace of Nuwa. High above the 9 heavens, the Saint Nuwa, observing the lower realm, displayed a hint of joy. Though she was of the demon race, she had also created the human race, and in weighing the two, she often felt helpless. During the war of the witches and demons, she refrained from intervening to attain sagehood, resulting in countless demons perishing, while her brother Fushi fell in battle against several ancestral witches. Even after becoming a sage, she had reunited Fushi's primordial spirit, allowing him to reincarnate and cultivate anew as a human. Yet, the debt she owed to the demon race continued to weigh heavily on her heart. This time, she sensed a change in the fortunes of the demon race. The previously weak fortunes began to shift, revealing some signs of improvement. Upon calculation, she realized that the 10,000 demon kingdom had been established on a vast land, recognized by the heavenly Tao, and had received considerable merit rewards. The Kylin clan held a certain intrigue. Not only were they unmatched in combat prowess, but they also grasped the trends of the heavenly Tao with remarkable precision. This would allow the demon race to survive longer, a merit of immeasurable value. As a fellow demon, should this clan face adversity in the future, she would undoubtedly lend her assistance. At this moment, within the palace of Nuwa, the Saint Nuwa mused to herself. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, atop the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor, Hao Yin, gazed intently at the 10,000 great mountains. Particularly upon witnessing the 5 sacred beasts establishing the 10,000 demon kingdom, he felt a wave of unease. What was the purpose of this new power? The emergence of such a force would complicate his management in the future. Furthermore, with the establishment of the 10,000 demon kingdom, many demons began to flock to the 10,000 great mountains. Initially, some demons were reluctant to align with the Kylin clan, but with the formation of the 10,000 demon kingdom and the gathering of demons, it became a significant force. If it had not joined now, they might miss the opportunity forever. Many demons with supernatural abilities directly relocated their mountains. After all these years, their dwellings were situated atop the mountains, and it would be a pity not to move. Moreover, they heard that the 10,000 great mountains had already been occupied by earlier demons. who had registered with the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. In the future, they could not forcibly seize the land, lest they face expulsion or even suppression. Thus, those demons who arrived later decided to relocate their mountains and join in. Before long, the 10,000 Great Mountains transformed into 1,000,000 Great Mountains, with the abyss at the heart of this vast expanse, encircled like stars around the moon. Seeing this, Kylin could no longer remain seated. As the supreme being of the three realms, he felt compelled to investigate. And it was also an opportune moment to discuss the establishment of the underworld in the Nether Realm with the ancestral Qin clan. Shortly thereafter, the Jade Emperor arrived at the outskirts of the abyss. Having followed the Tao ancestor for many years, he possessed quasi-saint cultivation, yet standing at the edge of the abyss. He could sense the immense power of this domain. Not only could it obstruct divine thoughts, but it also exhibited formidable defensive capabilities. Perhaps only a sage could shake this place. As for the appearance of the Jade Emperor, Qin Lin, deep within the abyss, felt no surprise. Soon, one of his avatars emerged from the abyss and stood before him. "Your Majesty Kylin, we met not long ago. What brings you to my abyss for a visit?" Qin Lin greeted cordially. "Ancestral Kylin, your clan has stirred quite the commotion lately. First, your battle with the Saint of Propositions, and now, the establishment of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom by the 5 sacred beasts. Truly remarkable," the Jade Emperor remarked. Hearing this, Qin Lin understood the underlying meaning. The Jade Emperor was concerned that the Kylin clan might grow too powerful, making it difficult for him to assert his authority over the 3 realms in the future. "Your words are too generous, Your Majesty. We discuss cooperation in the Nether Realm. My Kylin clan has no intention of vying for supremacy in the wilderness. We merely wish for a tranquil existence. If we had desired conquest, we would have emerged long ago instead of waiting until now. Is your heaven in need of personnel? I currently have many. If you're concerned, I can gradually send some accomplished demons to serve in the heavenly court. A few official positions would suffice. You can rest assured that as long as you preside over the heavenly court, I will certainly support you." Chapter 47. The Land Deity. With these words, Qin Lin effectively silenced the Jade Emperor. Especially upon hearing that Qin Lin could dispatch demons to serve in the heavenly court, he was taken aback. Was this true? Had he heard correctly? His heavenly court was currently impoverished, lacking in resources. Over the years, he had attempted to recruit powerful demons, yet they either ignored him or provided excuses. He had felt utterly helpless. If he could truly receive a batch of strong demons to serve in the heavenly court, it would be a tremendous boon, like sending coals in a snowstorm. This was an act of great loyalty. So, only official positions are needed? That's simple enough. I have plenty of vacancies in the heavenly court. As long as you have suitable candidates to recommend, I can certainly offer good positions, the Jade Emperor eagerly replied. That's wonderful. However, Your Majesty, since the 10,000 Demon Kingdom has just been established, it might be inappropriate to send people to the heavenly court right away. I have a disciple, a manifestation of the essence of the land, who has now attained the level of Great Luo, Golden Immortal. I believe he could be a suitable candidate for a trial, Qin Lin suggested. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was filled with excitement. A Great Luo, Golden Immortal? This is indeed promising, but will he be willing? Since the establishment of the heavenly court, I have not managed to recruit many Great Luo, Golden Immortal beings. For the ancestral Kylin to recommend someone of such caliber to serve in the heavenly court, this is quite generous. My disciple is eager to serve, I assure you, Qin Lin replied confidently. Very well, this level of cultivation is indeed commendable. Let me consider an appropriate position for him. It cannot be too low, otherwise I would have trouble justifying it, the Jade Emperor said repeatedly. Your Majesty, my disciple, being a manifestation of the essence of the land, excels in earth-related arts. I wonder if you would consider establishing a land deity, allowing him to oversee various aspects of land management across the 3 realms. This way, any disturbances in the wilderness would not escape your notice. Simultaneously, we are not aiming to establish the realm of the underworld. If we were to appoint a deity of land, in the future, the lost souls wandering through the vast wilderness will be monitored by various land deities, allowing for feedback to be relayed to the underworld and enabling the soul collectors to apprehend them. This would indeed introduce a sense of order. Upon hearing Qin Lin's suggestion, the Jade Emperor, Kylin, was momentarily enlightened. The notion of establishing the position of land deity had crossed his mind before. Yet with other roles in the heavenly court still unfilled, he felt powerless. Now that Qin Lin had brought it up, he found himself quite intrigued. However, as the supreme ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor was acutely aware that agreeing to this proposition would inadvertently bolster the strength of the Kylin clan. After all, he possessed the keen insight to perceive any unrest within the vast wilderness. Yet, this land deity was a disciple of the ancient Kylin, and should any significant event transpire, would he not inform his master? Furthermore, once he consented, the disciple of the ancient Kylin would rightfully take residence in various territories, and even the enlightened sages would refrain from protest. After all, the re-establishment of the heavenly court was a mandate from the Tao ancestor. In this vast wilderness, who among the great sages was not a disciple of the Tao ancestor? Such considerations warranted respect, although he discerned the ancient Kylin's intentions. As long as it served to enhance the authority of the heavenly court, he was willing to acquiesce. Should anyone express dissatisfaction, they could send personnel to the heavenly court, and Hongjun pledged to provide them with positions among the celestial officials, ensuring impartiality. With this thought, Hongjun felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and he promptly declared, "Very well, I shall invite the ancient Kylin to allow his disciple to present himself, and I will bestow upon him a reward and grant him celestial status." As Hongjun gave his consent, Qin Lin summoned the formidable Zhu Li's son from the abyss. Upon his emergence, Qin Lin introduced him, saying, "Zhu Li's son, this is the supreme ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor Hongjun. I have highly recommended you to serve the heavenly court as the deity of land, responsible for overseeing all territories. Do you accept?" Although Zhu Li's son was unaware of Qin Lin's true intentions, he had no objections to the arrangement and readily nodded in agreement. "Excellent, Zhu Li's son. I am the Jade Emperor of the heavenly court. I hereby appoint you as the deity of land, ranking as a first-tier celestial official. You shall oversee all lands within the three realms, and you may recruit other minor land deities at your discretion without needing further approval from me. Remember my words. You are to manage every area with land, including the peach garden within the heavenly court and the residences of powerful beings. Do not fear. Should any troubles arise, the heavenly court shall support you. Do you understand?" The Jade Emperor spoke with great authority. Upon hearing this, Zhu Li's son comprehended the gravity of his new responsibilities. This task was considerable. It could easily offend many powerful beings. Yet if he succeeded, he would become the fastest and most knowledgeable source of information in the three realms. The prospect was exhilarating. In Chapter 6, fresh off the press, we delve into the aftermath of Zhu Li's son receiving the Jade Emperor's decree. He was bestowed with a celestial position, along with a small seal as a symbol of his identity as the deity of land, representing the heavenly court and governing all lands within the three realms. However, an immense challenge loomed ahead. He needed to ascertain the vastness of the wilderness and determine how many personnel he would require to manage all territories. Relying solely on himself was utterly impractical, even with his attainment of the Deluo Golden Immortal. His mastery of earth-based techniques would only allow him to govern a limited area. Therefore, he must amass a sufficient workforce to gradually establish order across the wilderness. Fortunately, Qin Lin was not overly concerned. After all, the heavenly court had recently been re-established and was in a state of disarray, leaving Zhu Li's son ample time to refine his position. Following Zhu Li's son's appointment, the Jade Emperor's gaze returned to Qin Lin, and he spoke softly, "Ancient Kylin, what we have discussed today is a binding agreement. The heavenly court is in dire need of personnel. Feel free to recommend any suitable candidates. I, Hongjun, am a man of loyalty. Currently, various factions are reluctant to send their disciples to the heavenly court, yet the Tao ancestor has entrusted me with its management. This puts me in a predicament. Rest assured, if you assist me now, I will extend my support to your Kylin clan and even the myriad demon nation should any difficulties arise in the future." Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Qin Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This ruler of the heavenly court, though appearing isolated now, would eventually be revered by countless celestial beings, wielding immense power. In the future, during the divine tribulation, the heavenly court would reap substantial rewards. Those who perished in the conflict would find themselves inscribed on the divine list and ultimately enshrined as deities within the heavenly court. Presently, various factions looked down upon the heavenly court, But in due time, many positions would not be easily contested. Now, these positions were laid before Qin Lin, allowing him to arrange for his own people to enter, a splendid opportunity indeed. Furthermore, not only could he place his allies, but he could also ensure that the Jade Emperor remembered this favor. Such an arrangement was mutually beneficial, a perfect win-win situation. Rest assured, Your Majesty Haoyan, I will keep the affairs of the heavenly court close to my heart. Should any suitable individuals arise, I will undoubtedly recommend them for service. My clan has long abandoned its ambitions for supremacy. Having observed much over the years, we have gained considerable insight. Thus, there is no need for you to be overly wary of us. When the heavenly court is firmly established, should you find no further need for my kin, you may allow them to return here to continue their tranquil lives. At this moment, Qin Lin maintained a casual yet sincere demeanor, which greatly pleased the Jade Emperor. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, the two found a natural rapport, fostering a sense of mutual understanding and regret for not having met sooner. I, Haoyan, am not the type to sever ties once the bridge is crossed. Ancient Kylin, rest assured, as long as I govern the heavenly court, I will not delay in assisting your clan whenever possible. Should the two saints of the Western teachings trouble you, I will personally intervene. Having followed the Tao ancestor for countless years, I have encountered them often, and they will certainly grant me some respect. Sighing, Haoyan added, were it not for the Tao ancestor's seclusion, I would wish to take you to meet him. With your remarkable cultivation, you might even become his disciple. If that were the case, who would dare to challenge you in the wilderness? His tone expressed a mix of frustration and admiration. At this moment, Qin Lin realized that Haoyan might genuinely regard him as an ally, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had they not agreed to a mere collaboration? Their bond did not seem to warrant such depth. Nevertheless, fostering a good relationship with the heavenly court was indeed beneficial. However, Haoyan's mention of the Tao ancestor Hongjun instilled a sense of wariness in Qin Lin. While he was unafraid to clash with the likes of a Zhuan Ti Taoist and the two saints of the Western teachings, the prospect of encountering Hongjun was daunting. Should that day come, his instinct would be to flee, for he understood well the Tao ancestor's formidable scheming capabilities. It was best not to befriend him, nor to oppose him. He would rather remain hidden in the abyss until he reached the level of a saint, or even beyond, than to take him as a master. After an enlightening conversation, the Jade Emperor departed with satisfaction, returning to the heavenly court. At this moment, beyond the 33 heavens within the Zixiao Palace, a clone that had remained in this location suddenly opened its eyes. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of its mouth. After so many years, since the ancient battle with the demon ancestor and his ascension to sainthood, he had never endured such severe injuries. This time, however, his true self suffered an assault from chaotic beings upon entering the chaos world. Despite being regarded as one of the most formidable saints in the primordial realm, he was far from being a significant power in the chaos world. Yangmei Taoist, Luya Taoist, it was truly unexpected that when Pangu created the heavens, you merely left behind a wisp of your blood, while your true selves thrived in the chaos world. Over the years, you have not perished, and your strength has grown to this extent. How astonishing it is. Was my decision to venture from the chaos world into the primordial realm right or wrong? Though the primordial realm appears relatively safe, it is merely a small world. The highest cultivation level attainable here is that of a saint, with no possibility for further breakthroughs. One can only comprehend the laws in this world, but cannot cultivate one's own great path. To achieve the realm of the great path, one must either enter the chaos world or acquire sufficient rare treasures from the heavens and earth. Yet, the chaos world is rife with powerful beings. Alas, I shall wait for the saints I have nurtured to mature. They practice the three bodies technique and can send their other two incarnations into the chaos world. Even if misfortune strikes and one or two of the bodies are annihilated, it would not result in their demise. Furthermore, there is a considerable chance that they could return with treasures from the chaos world. With an abundance of such treasures, perhaps I might truly have the opportunity to break through to the great path within the primordial realm. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun gazed out towards the vast chaos world, which harbored boundless opportunities yet was fraught with peril. The primordial realm was originally created by Pangu, a formidable being from the chaos world. Only such an entity could carve out a new small world from the chaos. The simplest method to exit the primordial realm is to leave directly from beyond the 33 heavens. However, Hongjun has established his dominion here. Since his ascension to sainthood, he has long resided in this place, having built the Zhixiao Palace, while other saints could at most create their sanctuaries below the 33 heavens. He cannot allow them to grasp too much information from the outside world. He has also decreed that no one shall enter this place without significant matters. This is the authority of the Master of Saints, ensuring that the entire primordial realm remains firmly under his control. At this moment, he sensed a significant change within the primordial realm, particularly the convergence of its fortune in an originally barren land. With a wave of his hand, a luminous circle appeared, revealing numerous events occurring in the primordial realm. His gaze darkened upon witnessing the emergence of a powerful Kylin. He had a deep understanding of the Kylin clan. They were an ancient lineage that once dominated the primordial realm before his ascension to sainthood. However, had they not gone extinct? There were still a few Kylin bloodlines in the primordial realm, but they were merely mixed-blood Kylin, not the pure lineage. As he continued to deduce, he gained further insights into the happenings within the primordial realm and discovered that the Kylin clan was not limited to a single surviving ancestor. It appeared that many of their kin had endured. They first established the 18 layers of hell in the underworld, then engaged in battle with his disciple, the Zhudi Taoist, managing to retreat without capture. Ultimately, they founded the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, gathering fortune within the primordial realm and gaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Each of these events was monumental. Having been in seclusion, he had not paid attention to the affairs below. He never anticipated so many developments. What was going on? This was not supposed to happen. He had predicted countless futures for the primordial realm, and the Kylin clan was not meant to re-emerge. Could this be an anomaly of the heavenly Tao? Nevertheless, no one in the primordial realm could threaten him at present. His true self was severely injured in the chaos world, making it unwise for this clone to reveal itself and attract unwanted attention. Once his true self returns, he will investigate the Kylin clan thoroughly. Meanwhile, within the abyss of the primordial realm, Qin Lin's clone had returned to the depths, transforming into an ancient jade talisman and flying back into Qin Lin's grasp. This chaos clone talisman was indeed a supreme treasure. As long as the clone was not destroyed, Qin Lin could summon it back into being with a mere thought. At that moment, a voice from the system quietly resonated. Ding! Detection shows that the host has drawn the attention of Hongjun Daozu. Do you wish to exit the abyss and visit the Zhixiao Palace to pay homage to Hongjun Daozu, thereby reducing his animosity? Choice 1. Accept the task. Reward. Primordial treasure. Kunlun mirror. Choice 2. Reject the task. Reward. A Chaos 5 Elements herb. The sudden appearance of the system left Qin Lin both astonished and elated. He was astonished that Hongjun had begun to notice him. However, this was to be expected. Qin Lin had only recently emerged, yet had already caused a stir throughout the primordial realm, establishing a formidable demonic power. Everything had transpired too swiftly and brilliantly. Although he had initially intended to remain inconspicuous, he had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. If he were to venture out quietly without stirring up trouble, it would be ideal. However, his strength did not permit such a luxury. He felt elated at the prospect of the task rewards and immediately chose to reject the task, opting for the Chaos 5 Elements herb, a treasure capable of enhancing his understanding of the 5 Elements path. This would expedite his journey toward attaining sainthood. As he considered the situation, another task appeared. Ding! The rise of humanity has begun, heralding the era of the 3 sovereigns. Emperor Fuxi has created the 8 trigrams. Emperor Shennong has sampled 100 herbs and recorded his findings. Emperor Xianyuan has waged wars across the land to unify the realm. Do you choose to leave the abyss to assist humanity? Choice 1. Accept the task. Reward. Primordial treasure. 8 treasure glazed bottle. Choice 2. Reject the task. Reward. Chaos Sacred Fire. Civilization Fire. Chapter 50. Chaos Sacred Fire. Qin Lin appeared somewhat astonished at the reward for this task. Chaos Sacred Fire? What could that possibly be? It sounded formidable. Subsequently, he promptly chose to reject the task. What nonsense! His clone had just stirred up some trouble outside, and now they wanted him to venture out again? That seemed inappropriate. Such actions were likely to attract the attention of powerful beings. Although the 10,000 Demon Kingdom had been established, its foundation remained precarious. A single saint could obliterate it. He needed to bide his time, aiming to maintain an air of mystery. Only if the Kylin clan appeared unfathomably enigmatic could they secure time and opportunities for growth. Once their cards were laid bare, it would not just be others who would take notice. The two saints of the Western Church would be the first strike. Moreover, the three pure ones, who had yet to meet Qin Lin, had not revealed their stance toward him. These were all hidden dangers. However, since these matters had not yet transpired, Qin Lin did not wish to be overly anxious. He promptly chose to reject the task, obtaining the chaos sacred fire, civilization fire. He would focus on enhancing his strength. Only with formidable power would everything else become inconsequential. Upon acquiring this civilization fire, subtle changes began to occur throughout the abyss. Unlike the blinding crimson flames, this fire exuded a sense of tranquility. The flame of civilization manifested in Qin Lin's palm, and he immediately felt a significant enhancement in his comprehension abilities. This flame seemed to possess remarkable auxiliary effects. As he cradled this flame, he experienced a multitude of transformations, words of the sages, the teachings of the heavenly path, the mysteries of the laws, and glimpses of previously unseen creatures. It was a conflation of numerous civilizations, and with the flame of civilization, Qin Lin essentially became a master of civilization, capable of guiding those around him toward enlightenment. Recognizing this extraordinary utility, Qin Lin promptly refined the flame. After mastering the flame of civilization, his strength did not undergo a dramatic change, but an ineffable aura now enveloped him. When he found himself in the depths of the abyss, the myriad beings within experienced a transformation in their cultivation. Many aspects that had long eluded understanding suddenly became clear. It was remarkably wondrous. In this state, Qin Lin retrieved the chaotic 5 elements energy and the recently acquired chaotic 5 elements grass, 2 celestial treasures, which upon his refinement, significantly elevated his power. His comprehension of the 5 elements and their principles deepened substantially. At this moment, Qin Lin felt a premonition that if he could refine 5 or more such extraordinary treasures, he would have a formidable opportunity to transcend his current realm and directly attain the status of a sage. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years passed. Meanwhile, in the Million Mountains, Zhu Lusun was searching for land spirits. Over the years, he had gathered thousands of these entities, some being the spirits of the land that had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and transformed, while others were manifestations of the earth's energy, having coalesced from the ley lines of mountains and rivers. These land spirits, skilled in earth-related techniques, though lacking Zhu Liusun's level of cultivation, were still capable of managing their territories. Consequently, Zhu Lusun granted them titles, allowing them to become custodians of the land and enter the celestial registry. These lands were initially assigned near the Million Mountains for the spirits to acclimatize and observe the reactions of various factions. If all proceeded smoothly, they would gradually extend their influence throughout the vast wilderness, not only in Zhu Liusun's domain, but in the realm of the underworld. Ting, now presiding over the 18th layer of hell, had also recruited numerous soul harvesters. Some powerful beings of the wilderness, despite having fallen and become spirits, retained considerable strength, making them well-suited for service in the underworld. Ting then instructed them to venture into the wilderness to capture souls unwilling to reincarnate. Simultaneously, over the centuries, several halls have been established in the underworld, serving as its governing body. Qin Lin had previously conferred with the Jade Emperor Honghuang regarding the governance of the underworld, which would fall under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, with 10 Yama lords stationed to maintain the cycle of reincarnation for the 6 realms, while refraining from intervening in other matters of the 3 realms. The division of authority was particularly clear. However, the specific individuals to assume the key roles among the 10 Yama lords had yet to be determined, as the Heavenly Court lacked personnel. And Qin Lin, too, found himself without suitable candidates. Now, observing the burgeoning strength of the myriad beast nation, where numerous creatures gathered, Qin Lin noted the volatility among them. He needed more time to discern which factions were reliable and which deserved nurturing. In the Million Mountains, traces of the Wu clan were discovered, with a descendant named Tian being pursued by the foremost of the human emperors, the Yellow Emperor. Should he choose to emerge from the abyss to provide aid? Option 1. Accept the mission and emerge from the abyss to assist Tian. Reward: innate spiritual treasure, heavenly divine sword. Option 2. Decline the mission. Reward: Chaotic 5-element stone. Chapter 51. A Heart of Compassion. Xing Tian. In the abyss, Qin Lin opened his eyes. Having been immersed in cultivation, he was suddenly roused by the system's prompt. Upon hearing the name Xing Tian, he felt a surge of interest. As a being of a later era, Qin Lin was certainly familiar with Xing Tian, a remnant of the Wu clan left in the wilderness, who possessed extraordinary gifts and the stature of a great shaman. Naturally endowed with formidable combat prowess, in an era when the Wu clan flourished, such an individual would have been meticulously cultivated by the 12 ancestral shamans. Yet, in this age, the Wu clan had declined, and those who survived had descended into the underworld alongside Ho Tuesday. The few who remained in the wilderness, characterized by their pride, sought to restore the glory of the Wu clan, attempting to develop in various regions, yet they were powerless against the rising human forces. Xing Tian had suffered greatly in battles against humanity. Historical accounts noted that he was ultimately defeated. The Yellow Emperor severed his head, but the Wu clan, with their unparalleled physical forms, could survive even after such a fate. The Yellow Emperor subsequently imprisoned his head atop Hongjun mountain, preventing his body from reuniting with it. Reflecting on this, Qin Lin sighed, also recalling the Lady of the Earth, Ho Tuesday. In the underworld, he had formed an alliance with her, gaining her tacit approval to establish the 18 layers of hell, while collaborating with the heavenly court to create the underworld. Now, witnessing a member of the Wu clan in distress, Qin Lin felt a pang of compassion. After all, Xing Tian embodied the essence of a great shaman. In this era, the decline of the Wu clan made the emergence of such a figure quite rare. If he could save him, regardless of whether Xing Tian chose to remain in the abyss or be sent to the underworld to be entrusted to Ho Tu, it would greatly benefit Qin Lin. A great shaman could potentially grow to the quasi-saint realm, given sufficient time and opportunity. Such a warrior of the Wu clan could indeed reclaim their past dominance over the demon clan, a testament to their innate strength in battle. This was no mere boast. With this thought in mind, Qin Lin made his choice. He wished to rescue Xing Tian, but not by his own hand. To obtain the rewards of the task, he opted to decline the mission first, securing the chaotic 5-element stone. He then summoned his disciple, the fire Kylin, who had followed him since ancient times and now possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It seemed that before long, he would reach the pinnacle of that realm, at which point he would have the opportunity to strive for the quasi-saint level. Disciple, a member of the Wu clan has entered the Million Mountains. Go and bring him back. Ensure he is unharmed. Additionally, I have a treasured relic of the Kylin clan to bestow upon you. This is the innate spiritual treasure, Kylin seal, which serves as a clan emblem. With this Kylin seal, all Kylin in the wilderness shall heed your command. Therefore, you must possess sufficient capability and cultivation to allow our Kylin clan to flourish. We cannot rely solely on me. You, the younger generation, are truly our hope. Only with your rapid rise can our clan achieve true freedom and security. Before assigning him this task, Qin Lin first imparted some wisdom, discussing profound truths with him. After sharing these insights, Qin Lin bestowed the Kylin seal, a relic of the primordial Kylin and indeed a symbol of their clan. Presently, Qin Lin possessed several innate spiritual treasures, even 2 innate supreme treasures. These items, while following him, held little practical use, and thus it was more beneficial to pass the Kylin seal to his disciple. Upon receiving the Kylin seal, the fire Kylin's eyes gleamed with determination, his gaze tinged with emotion. Master, rest assured, I am aware of the challenges faced by the Kylin clan over the years. Were it not for your protection, our lineage would have perished since ancient times. The burden upon you is immense. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to alleviate your responsibilities. The fire Kylin spoke earnestly, his tone sincere. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Lin realized that his comforting words had proven effective. However, while such reassurance was beneficial, one must not overindulge. He quickly decided that it was time to cease. He instructed the fire Kylin to promptly attend to the tasks he had assigned, lest he arrive too late and find that the formidable Xing Tian had indeed fallen to the hands of the Yellow Emperor. An unfortunate outcome indeed. Chapter 52. The Great Witch Xing Tian. Outside the Million Great Mountains, the colossal figure of Xing Tian wielded a sharp axe, fiercely battling a powerful human clad in yellow robes. Their fierce clash caused mountains to fracture and rivers to run dry. Xing Tian, with unmatched vitality, swung his axe with a force akin to 10,000 June, yet the human adversary proved even more formidable, relentlessly pursuing him and inflicting significant wounds. With no other choice, Xing Tian was compelled to retreat. The figure in the yellow robe was none other than the Yellow Emperor, the foremost of the 5 emperors heralding the rise of humanity. With the 3 sovereigns established, and now the emergence of the 5 emperors, the strength of the human race had grown immensely. Each of the 3 human emperors possessed quasi-saint capabilities, while the newly arisen 5 emperors were all top-tier, Deluo, golden immortals, considered powerful figures even in the vast wilderness. Moreover, the human race had the support of several saints, marking their complete resurgence. In contrast, the Witch clan, now in decline, could hardly contend. The momentum was irreversible. At that moment, as Xing Tian hastily fled, he was on the verge of entering the territory of the Million Great Mountains. The Yellow Emperor, commanding a golden dragon war chariot, and to eliminate him before he could cross the threshold. After all, the Million Great Mountains were the domain of the demon race. Despite the current dominance of humanity in the vast wilderness, claiming numerous celestial mountains and spiritual lands, the Million Great Mountains remained a unique area, home to a congregation of demons and a secluded sanctuary for the Kylin clan. Entering this territory could easily instigate conflict between humans and demons, potentially igniting a great war. Especially since the 3 sovereigns had once decreed that the human race could wage war across any part of the wilderness. Save for the Million Great Mountains, this was the last bastion of the demon race, a boundary recognized by the heavenly Tao, not to be transgressed. Xing Tian, you cannot escape. What, do you intend to seek refuge within the Million Great Mountains? This is the domain of the demon race, and your Witch clan has long been their mortal enemy, clashing for years. Should you dare step into their territory, I fear your demise will be even more tragic, the Yellow Emperor proclaimed. Upon hearing these words, Xing Tian understood the gravity of the situation. The enmity between the Witch and Demon clans was profound. The Witch-Demon War had seen ancestral witches fall and demon emperors stain the heavens with blood. Despite the passage of time, such hatred could not be extinguished. Yet now, pursued by the powerful Yellow Emperor, backed by saints, should he fall into his hands, survival would be improbable. Even in death, no one would rise to avenge him. The demons, despite their historical grievances, might not hinder him now. For a common understanding prevailed: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rather than succumb to the humans, it would be wiser to venture into the demon territory, perhaps uncovering new opportunities. With this thought, Xing Tian ignited his essence blood, retreating with a speed akin to a shooting star towards the Million Great Mountains. The Yellow Emperor, witnessing Xing Tian's resolute intent, pursued relentlessly in his golden dragon chariot, unwilling to allow him entry into the demon domain. Crossing into the Million Great Mountains would mean trespassing upon demon lands. As the foremost of the 5 emperors, he had considerable reservations about direct confrontation. In this moment of contemplation, the Yellow Emperor summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan sword. As he wielded it, a massive chasm appeared in the earth, exuding a palpable aura of death, strikingly formidable. Xing Tian, already at the brink of exhaustion, would surely suffer further injuries under this strike, or even face immediate suppression by the Yellow Emperor. But at this critical juncture, a great seal burst forth from the Million Great Mountains, radiating brilliant golden light. In that instant, a Kylin-esque form emerged from the seal, and as the seal collided with the sword light, the Kylin devoured the sword-esque energy in one gulp, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Subsequently, a powerful fire Kylin materialized at the scene, reclaiming the seal into its grasp. Yellow Emperor, this is the territory of my demon race, the Wan Yao Kingdom, and a sacred sanctuary for my Kylin clan. My ancestor has foreseen the arrival of a fated individual, and I must escort him. You are kindly requested to withdraw, the Fire Kylin stated assertively. This individual is a member of the Witch clan, our archenemy. I implore the Kylin clan to refrain from intervening in this matter, lest we jeopardize our mutual relations. This man is from the Witch clan, born with innate prowess. We cannot allow him to grow stronger, for that would spell disaster not only for the human race, but for your demon race and the Kylin clan as well. The Witch clan revels in war and slaughter. Many formidable ancestors of the demon race have perished in past conflicts, and today presents an opportunity for me to vanquish him. You would bear no burdens of consequence. So what is there to lose? The Yellow Emperor replied calmly, having sheathed his Xianyuan sword, his demeanor respectful toward the Qilin clan, recognizing their significance. My ancestor has decreed that this individual bears a connection to him. I beseech you not to pursue a total annihilation. I wish to take him back to report to our ancestor. Surely, you would not make things difficult for me? The Fire Qilin insisted before the Yellow Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Emperor's ire flared. As the foremost of the 5 emperors, he had fought valiantly across the realms, vanquishing numerous members of the Witch clan and countless rogue demons, establishing vast territories for humanity. Yet here stood the audacious Fire Qilin, obstructing his path. You Qilin truly do not recognize the gravity of the situation. I have extended my counsel, yet you insist on taking this witch? Do not forget, this is not the Million Great Mountains, nor is it your Wan Yao kingdom. Should you impede me, do you not fear I might eliminate you as well? The Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed, his imperial aura unmistakable, filled with deadly intent. Eliminate me? The Fire Qilin chuckled. Though the Yellow Emperor stood at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, he was still a step below the Fire Qilin, who had followed Qin Lin since ancient times, acquiring numerous supernatural abilities. Over the years, he had refined the essence of the ground fire from the depths of the abyss, capable of summoning a portion of it at will to aid in battle. Furthermore, he wielded the innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal. In terms of overall strength, he felt no fear before the Yellow Emperor. I have existed since antiquity. My cultivation may be slow, yet I possess my own means. Should you wish to eliminate me, I doubt you are capable. Before me, you remain merely a junior. The Fire Qilin declared nonchalantly. After all these years of following Qin Lin, he had absorbed a trace of dragon might. Should the Yellow Emperor desire conflict, then let it come. With that, the Fire Qilin turned to Tian, which, you may enter the Million Great Mountains. My ancestor is already aware of your circumstances. Within, you shall face no difficulties from the demon race. I will hold them off for you, he whispered. Injured and weary, Tian hesitated, but ultimately furrowed his brow and, without further contemplation, stepped directly into the Million Great Mountains. As Tian entered the mountains, the Yellow Emperor, observing from his golden dragon chariot, wore an expression of helplessness. Due to his innate sensitivity, he could discern that the Qilin before him was not to be trifled with. Although this Qilin appeared weaker in cultivation, its profound heritage was undeniable. This lineage had survived since ancient times, placing him in the position of a junior in its presence. Contemplating this, the Yellow Emperor felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for Tian had already escaped. Moreover, the 3 sovereigns had previously stated that one should not provoke the demon tribes unduly, especially in the vast expanse of the Million Great Mountains, a haven for the demon race and their last bastion in the primordial world. The human race could not afford to be overly domineering, otherwise, they would find themselves isolated and at loss. With that, the Yellow Emperor said nothing further, steering his golden dragon chariot away from the scene. Meanwhile, as Tian ventured into the Million Great Mountains, before other demon tribes could take notice of him, Qin Lin, deep within the abyss, employed his divine powers to draw Tian into the depths. Now, Tian stood before Qin Lin, who lazily opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon him. Which tribe member? Tian, I am grateful to the ancient Qilin for saving me, and I am deeply indebted. Upon realizing that Qin Lin was observing him, Tian felt a tremor of apprehension and knelt on one knee in reverence. Although I belong to the demon race, our Qilin lineage did not partake in the witch demon war. Thus, there is no animosity between our tribes. You need not be overly anxious or concerned. I rescued you because of your fortuitous fate, and due to my prior acquaintance with the Earth Mother Saint of your witch tribe. Upon seeing her descendant in peril, I intervened. Qin Lin paused momentarily before continuing. Now, I present you with 2 options. First, remain in my abyss for secluded cultivation until the time for your emergence arrives. Second, I can send you to the netherworld, where your witch tribe has retreated entirely. Though the environment for cultivation there is not ideal, it is under the protection of the Earth Mother Saint, and no one would dare to bully you. Ancestor, I do not wish to enter the netherworld. Over the years, some of our witch tribe have returned from the netherworld to seek out scattered members like us, urging us to retreat. but I refuse. In the netherworld, rapid cultivation is unattainable. I desire strength and thus wish to remain here. However, I harbor resentment. The human race nearly slew me, and I long for the day I can emerge and exact my revenge. Tongtian implored earnestly. Foolish child, I ask you, what is the purpose of your quest for strength? Is it merely for vengeance? You choose to remain in the primordial realm, rejecting the netherworld. Is it not to see the resurgence of the witch tribe? The honor and disgrace of an individual versus the continuation of a race. What do you deem more important? If you value personal honor above all, then I have erred in saving you. You may leave. I will not harbor such a person in my abyss. My Kylin clan, in ancient times, was not weaker than your witch tribe. Yet after enduring great calamities, we have persisted, while your lineage, were it not for the Earth Mother Saint's reincarnation, creating a sanctuary for the surviving witches, your tribe would have long vanished from the primordial world. You must understand the importance of knowing when to advance and when to retreat, recognizing what you can pursue and what you can relinquish. Only then can you witness the rebirth of the witch tribe and reclaim your place in the primordial realm. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Tongtian was deeply moved. Initially kneeling on one knee, he now knelt on both, pleading, "Ancestor, accept me as your disciple. I am willing to remain in the abyss. From this day forth, I, Tongtian, will no longer be the reckless warrior of the witch tribe. I will endure humiliation and burdens, all in hopes of witnessing our tribe rise once more, free from eternal exile in the netherworld." In the early morning, 2 chapters were presented. Chapter 54, The Great Formation of Mountains and Rivers. In the abyss, Qin Lin observed Tongtian kneeling in submission and accepted him as a disciple. Tongtian was renowned for his valor in battle, yet he was merely at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, explaining his defeat against the Yellow Emperor. Had he reached the pinnacle of that realm, he might have overwhelmed the Yellow Emperor instead. I can accept you, but as a strict master for the time being, you will only be my registered disciple. If you achieve merit in the future, I may accept you as an official disciple, Qin Lin stated, fixing his gaze on Tongtian. The prostrate Tongtian expressed no hesitation, proclaiming that as long as he could follow Qin Lin, he cared not whether as a registered or official disciple. He simply sought the opportunity to be accepted as a student. Seeing this, Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction and instructed him to find a secluded place in the abyss for cultivation, stating that the combative Tongtian of old no longer existed. Instead, there was now a Tongtian who could endure and adapt, biding his time until he became sufficiently powerful. After accepting Tongtian, several hundred years passed in the primordial world. The human race now thrived across the land. Many demon tribes either sought refuge in the kingdom of 10,000 demons or chose to cultivate in remote forests or expansive lakes, enjoying a degree of freedom. Yet, with the rise of the human race, the living space for the demon tribes was increasingly constricted. Numerous demons who had not allied with the kingdom of 10,000 demons faced hostility from ordinary humans, who labeled them as monsters, calling for their extermination. This left many demons wary of appearing before humans, and only those with profound cultivation dared to transform into human forms. This situation forced many demons to make choices, either to pledge allegiance to the kingdom of 10,000 demons early on or, if fortunate, to gain the protection of certain saintly powers, or to seek a hidden place to cultivate diligently, avoiding any distractions. In this era, the human race was overwhelmingly powerful. Nonetheless, Qin Lin, residing in the abyss, remained acutely aware of the external circumstances. He understood that the rise of the human race was an unstoppable force. As a being of a later age, witnessing their ascent, he felt no resentment. Rather, he gained a deeper understanding of the unfolding situation. The human race was, in truth, quite weak. Compared to the demon tribes, they possessed no significant advantages. And when juxtaposed with the witch tribes, they paled even further. However, the human race multiplied rapidly, spreading their civilization and thriving in a manner that the witch and demon tribes could not match. This was, in part, the favor of the heavenly Tao. In recent years, Qin Lin had sensed that with the surge of saints, the emergence of formidable beings among the various races in the primordial world had dwindled. He even speculated that the number of powerful beings the primordial world could sustain was limited. If a continuous influx of powerful beings and saints were to emerge, the balance of the primordial world might collapse. With the rise of the human race, the heavenly Tao began to focus its attention on them. This race, with their uneven talents and short lifespans, if allowed to proliferate unchecked, could help maintain a harmonious balance in the primordial realm. Otherwise, should the demon or witch tribes continue to flourish with their innate gifts and bloodlines, the emergence of a new generation of great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints would be as simple as child's play. Therefore, the rise of the human race in the primordial world was not mere chance. It was an inevitability. At this moment, across the primordial land, sudden torrential rains had caused rivers to overflow, resulting in widespread flooding that devastated numerous human settlements. However, amidst this calamity, the various powers of the primordial world refrained from intervening. It was a matter for the human race to resolve. Among them, a man named Yu, lacking formidable cultivation, took it upon himself to lead many humans in efforts to combat the floods. Far away in the abyss, Qin Lin suddenly received a mission prompt. Ding! A deluge rages forth. Amidst the primordial chaos, there exists a human named Yu, tirelessly traversing the land to commence his grand endeavor of water control. Will you choose to emerge from the abyss to offer assistance? Option 1. Accept the mission and aid Yu in his efforts to control the waters. You shall be rewarded with a postnatal spiritual treasure, the River Sword. Option 2. Decline the mission. You shall receive one of the 10 renowned formations of the primordial world. The 10,000 Li Mountain River Formation. This formation, born of the essence of the primordial land, can imprison quasi-saints and withstand numerous assaults from saints. Moreover, it can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, providing substantial benefits for cultivation within its bounds. Upon reading this, Qin Lin immediately chose to decline the mission. He promptly received the formation plate for the 10,000 Li Mountain River Formation. With a swift gesture, he sent the newly acquired formation plate soaring out of the abyss, where it automatically extended across the vast expanse of the Million Mountain Range. In that instant, the formidable demons residing within the mountains sensed a powerful formation emerging within the territory of the 10,000 Demon Nation. This formation proved immensely advantageous to the demon kin, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, allowing many who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation to experience a breakthrough in their realms. It was likely that the ancestor Kylin had comprehended a profound formation and discreetly laid it within the Million Mountain Range. Indeed, I too have sensed it. We are currently enveloped within this formation. However, it is quite benevolent towards us, presenting no threat whatsoever. The ancestor Kylin is truly a master of celestial arts, remarked the ancestor Lingxi and the ancestor Tianma. Though both possessed the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal, their understanding of formations was limited. But I, as one who has played with formations for many years, shall not hesitate to inform you that the grand formation of our 10,000 demon nation is indeed exceedingly mysterious. Even should a quasi-saint or a saint come upon us, we could withstand their onslaught for a time. Is that truly the case? How astonishing! In the Million Mountain Range, 3 great Luo golden immortal demon ancestors convened. They had long pledged allegiance to the 10,000 demon nation and brought their kin along, fully subjugating themselves to the Kylin clan. Just moments ago, they had detected the sudden emergence of formation power within the Million Mountain Range and gathered to discuss it privately. Chapter 55. The end of the earth veins at this moment. Having just established the 10,000 Li Mountain River Formation, Qin Lin summoned Honghuang. Honghuang had resided in the abyss for many years, steadily progressing from the profound immortal realm to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. This monkey had endured the solitude of guarding the abyss' gateway without complaint, gaining some merit in the process. Now, Qin Lin called upon him, believing that his time had come. How did the future son Wukong acquire the Rui Jingubang? It was a segment of iron used by Yu during his water control efforts, which, due to his meritorious deeds, was imbued with profound blessings and thus transformed into a postnatal treasure, possessing the fortune of merit. If Honghuang were to emerge and wield this postnatal treasure in his assistance to control the waters, could he not also garner substantial merit? Perhaps this would be his opportunity to ascend to quasi-saint status. With this thought in mind, Qin Lin promptly issued his orders to Honghuang. The primordial land is currently ravaged by floods, resulting in the suffering of countless beings. This is both a calamity and an opportunity for you. You have dwelled in the abyss for many years, it is time for you to emerge. Go to the primordial land and seek out a human named Yu. You shall aid him in controlling the waters. Remember, you must find this individual. Should you succeed in managing the deluge, you may very well receive the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the years, his once fiery temperament had mellowed. Whether he emerged or not mattered little to him, for in the abyss, he lacked for nothing. He had sampled various peaches and heavenly spiritual fruits over the years. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Although he had refined a drop of chaos demon ape blood and had thus become a congenital being, he remained among the weakest of his kind. Without further opportunity, his chances of breaking through to quasi-saint status seemed rather slim, so he accepted his fate with equanimity. I shall obey the ancestors' decree. Hongjun said nothing more, promptly took his leave and stepped forth from the abyss, venturing deep into the primordial expanse. Seated in the abyss, Qin Lin observed Hongjun's departure. Feeling somewhat bored, he turned his gaze towards the molten magma of the abyss and dove headlong into it. The fire of the earth's veins led directly to the subterranean depths of the primordial realm. Below lay an expanse of boundless flames. However, these flames posed little threat to Qin Lin, who had mastered several primal fires far mightier than the earth fire. Thus, he navigated this environment with ease. Every few millennia, Qin Lin would descend to this location. The space beneath was vast, and the continuous flow of earth fire had birthed numerous fire-type treasures and spiritual entities. While these held little value for him, they were of considerable utility to his younger kin. This time, he entered with dual intentions: to search for any new treasures or spiritual entities, and to inspect the barriers deep within the earth's veins to see if he might breach them. Several millennia prior, he had ventured here and encountered a subterranean barrier. This barrier, a luminous shield, had blocked all of Qin Lin's formidable assaults, leaving him with no opportunity to explore what lay beyond. This time, he retrieved the god-slaying spear, eager to give it another attempt. Over the past millennia, he had refined several sacred artifacts of the five elements, significantly enhancing his strength. With a full-powered thrust of his spear, the once impenetrable luminous shield revealed a minuscule crack, through which wisps of chaotic energy surged forth. This sight caused Qin Lin's eyes to widen. This is intriguing. I have actually managed to shake the shield. Furthermore, the emergence of chaotic energy suggested that beyond this luminous shield lay the chaotic world. The shield functioned as a protective barrier for the primordial realm. Should he succeed in breaking through, he might gain entry into the chaotic realm. However, after grasping the implications of this discovery, Qin Lin chose not to continue his assault on the underground luminous shield. Instead, he turned and returned to the abyss. For now, it was prudent to remain concealed. He had yet to establish himself as a sovereign in the primordial realm. Venturing into the chaotic world was premature. Besides, his current strength was insufficient to breach that luminous shield. Further attempts would be futile. As dawn broke, he resolved to continue his writing, invigorated. Chapter 56. To use water control, the three pure ones turn against each other guided by Qin Lin's instructions. Hongjun had now arrived on the primordial continent, appearing within the domain of the human race. After several years of diligent inquiry, he finally located Yu, who was fervently contemplating methods to manage the floods. Yu, being an enlightened individual, held no disdain or hostility towards the demon race, particularly upon learning that Hongjun possessed the pinnacle cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal and was willing to assist him in controlling the waters. He was filled with excitement and engaged Hongjun in discussions regarding water management strategies. In our previous efforts to control the floods, we primarily relied upon Earth to block the waters. While this may provide a temporary solution, it is not sustainable in the long run. I have observed the terrain of the entire realm and discovered that the east is lower while the west is elevated and water flows towards lower ground. We could excavate channels to direct the floodwaters into the eastern sea. Yu articulated his insights to Hongjun. Naturally, Hongjun nodded in agreement. He had merely come to reap the merits. Under Yu's guidance, with Hongjun's assistance and the tireless efforts of countless humans, the grand endeavor of water control commenced. Following the news of Yu's achievements, even more wise individuals from the human race arrived to offer their assistance. He traversed the remote and desolate corners of the vast wilderness alongside Yu, leaving their footprints in every secluded place. Ultimately, They devised a plan for 2 rivers, channeling all the waters of the realm into these 2 waterways, which would then lead to the Eastern Sea, thus resolving the calamities of flooding. Upon discovering the method for flood control, Honghuang began to manifest his extraordinary abilities, excavating the land and carving out rivers. However, despite his considerable prowess, such a monumental undertaking was beyond the capacity of a single individual. They rallied many from the human race to join in the excavation of the riverbeds. The task of flood control was no small feat, requiring considerable time and effort. While Honghuang continued his industrious work, Zhu Lushan received numerous land spirits and tree spirits, bestowing titles upon lesser land deities to expand his dominion over the wilderness. Meanwhile, in the underworld of the Yomi realm, everything operated in an orderly manner, appearing tranquil and stable. Yet, on Kunlun Mountain, discord was brewing among the 3 Pure Ones. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brow, expressing great dissatisfaction with Tongtian. Tongtian, in turn, bore resentment towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Why had the 2 disciples descended to such a state? Taiji Laojun sighed, his ancient, tranquil eyes reflecting a profound depth akin to Hongjun. Elder brother, Yuanshi has insulted me. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Tongtian exclaimed indignantly, his displeasure evident upon his countenance. Disciple, do you know the nature of your own students? Those who are brash and uncultured, how can they be worthy to practice alongside us on Kunlun Mountain? Yuanshi Tianzuan's disdain was unmistakable. Brash and uncultured? And what of your disciples? Tongtian, incensed by Yuanshi's remarks, confronted him with fiery anger. Observing their impending quarrel, Taiji Laojun interjected, there is no need for further argument. Our paths diverge, and it is futile to quarrel over trivial matters that could harm the harmony of the 3 Pure Ones. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt that Taiji Laojun was favoring Tongtian. He continued his ridicule. Tongtian, do you not see the state of Kunlun Mountain due to your disciples? Is this truly a place for them? Tongtian rose from his seat, dismissively waving his sleeve. When did Kunlun Mountain become solely yours? If that is the case, I shall take my disciples and seek another sanctuary, allowing you this Kunlun Mountain in peace. In truth, Yuanshi Tianzuan had regretted his words the moment they left his lips. After all, the 3 Pure Ones were one family. Such a rift was too severe. However, upon hearing Tongtian's retort, he shouted, very well. It spares me the trouble of acting myself and harming our relationship. Sighing, he recalled his recent travels, where he discovered rare treasures on Shoyang Mountain. He would establish his own sanctuary there. Taiji Laojun, witnessing the exchange and recognizing Yuanshi's intent to expel Tongtian, felt disheartened and proposed his own departure. Yuanshi Tianzuan, upon hearing Laojun's words, was so enraged that his complexion turned pale, struggling to maintain his sage-like demeanor, while inwardly harboring resentment towards Tongtian, attributing all faults to him. Subsequently, Laojun, accompanied by his sole disciple Xuandu, arrived at Shoyang Mountain, where he established the 8 Scenery Palace and cultivated numerous spiritual herbs, refining a spirit of gold and a spirit of black iron, summoning the golden and silver boys. Each day, he engaged in alchemy and teachings on Shoyang Mountain, living a content and leisurely life, deepening his understanding of the transcendent. Meanwhile, Tongtian and his disciples journeyed to the Eastern Sea in search of a new sanctuary. While traversing a maritime expanse, they encountered 2 golden serpents attacking. Without hesitation, Tongtian transformed the serpents into a postnatal spiritual treasure, the golden serpent scissors, bestowing it upon his disciple, the fairy Yinxiao. Years later, passing through another sea, they encountered a golden tortoise causing havoc. Emboldened by the power of the golden serpent scissors, Yinxiao severed the tortoise's head, prompting Tongtian to refine the remains and draw down the power of the stars. He established the Bayou Palace on the island, naming it Golden Tortoise Island. Back in the vast wilderness, with Yuanhong's assistance, Diyu successfully channeled the rivers of the realm into 2 major waterways, thus alleviating the widespread floods. Heavenly merit descended, with half attributed to Diyu, elevating this otherwise unremarkable individual to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Yuanhong received 40%, while the remaining 10% was shared among the thousands of humans who participated in the flood control efforts. Upon receiving his share of merit, Yuanhong experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. Originally at the pinnacle of great Luo Golden Immortal, he surged beyond his limitations, achieving the first level of quasi-saint status. As a result of his contributions to flood control, his iron staff absorbed considerable merit benefits, transforming from a postnatal treasure, which had accompanied him for countless ages, into a postnatal merit treasure akin to the exquisite treasure pagoda of heaven and earth, weighing 100,000 pounds. Capable of changing size at will, far superior to the Rui Jingu Bang. After the flood control efforts concluded, Yuan Hong bid farewell to the Yu's warm hospitality and returned to the abyss. Chapter 57. Beyond the 33 heavens in the purple cloud palace, Hongjun's avatar opened his eyes, a frown upon his face. His true self was trapped within the secret realm of the chaotic world and could not return for the time being. However, following the great battle between the Wu and the Lich, many talents had emerged in the wilderness world. If they were not kept in check, his control over the wilderness world could weaken, something he was desperate to avoid. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had arrived. It was time to initiate the next calamity. Yet, this trial would not befall the human race, but rather his saintly disciples. Presently, the saints wielded immense power, necessitating their restraint. Otherwise, the rapid rise of their disciples would undoubtedly impact his dominion over the wilderness world. Not only them, but also the suddenly emerging Kylin clan posed a significant threat. At this moment, Hongjun rose to his feet. According to his calculations, his heavenly son should have come seeking his assistance by now. Why had he not yet appeared? This stirred a sense of loss of control within him. Closing his eyes, he began to calculate, but found that everything remained unchanged, just as it had been during his calculations. Confounded, he pondered for a long time without gaining any insight, ultimately deciding to summon Hao Yin to him. Upon receiving Hongjun's call, the Jade Emperor Hao Yin felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. Ever since the Dao ancestor entrusted him with the management of the heavenly court, it felt as though he had been abandoned, with no word from Hongjun. Coupled with the disdain of the saints and their disciples, and the scorn from the great powers, he felt deeply wounded. Had it not been for the assistance of the Qilin ancestor and the support of the formidable Zhu Lu Shun, a great Luo Golden Immortal, he might have resorted to pleading for help at the Purple Cloud Palace. Currently, great Luo Golden Immortals were a rarity in the heavenly court. And Zhu Lu Shun not only possessed exceptional cultivation, but had also managed the affairs of the 3 realms adeptly, maintaining stability. Thus, when summoned by Hongjun, the Jade Emperor approached with feelings of curiosity, anxiety, and anticipation. Disciple Hao Yin, I pay my respects to the esteemed one. May your holy life be boundless. Upon meeting Hongjun, Hao Yin knelt in reverence, acknowledging that all he possessed was granted by Hongjun, feeling both grateful and fearful, anxious that any misstep might lead to the loss of his lofty position. Rise, Hongjun commanded, seated in meditation with eyes closed, surrounded by rising purple energy. His aged visage revealed no hint of emotion as he spoke calmly. How fares the heavenly court? Do you face any difficulties? He held a deep trust in this disciple, not only because he was his student, but because all that Hao Yin had was bestowed by him. Due to its very essence being a piece of chaotic stubborn stone, it was transformed by him, possessing exceptional qualities. Since the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, it has accompanied him, and now it has only reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He felt assured, immensely assured. The heavenly court? A sudden jolt ran through Hao Yin's heart. Why would the master inquire about the heavenly court? Could it be that the master was dissatisfied with him? No, that could not be the case. Perhaps the master felt he was enduring too much hardship and wished to offer assistance. This seemed quite plausible. The master, possessing boundless magical power and vast divine abilities, although residing beyond the 33 heavens, must have perceived his struggles and sought to aid him. With this thought, Hao Qian prostrated himself on the ground, lamenting to Hongjun, Master, it has been arduous for your disciple. The sages look down upon me. The great powers humiliate me. The disciples of the sages bully me. It has been a difficult journey. Ever since the master entrusted him with responsibilities, he has tirelessly endeavored, fearing that he would fail the master's expectations. Yet those powerful beings, most have entered the realms of the sages, rendering the heavenly court almost irrelevant. The beings of the world only recognize the sages, unaware of the heavenly court. Currently, the only faction willing to assist the heavenly court is the Qilin clan of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. It has been a tough path for me. Hongjun did not take Hao Yan's lamentations to heart. However, upon hearing of the Qilin clan from the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, he opened his eyes and inquired, 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Indeed, although Hao Yan did not comprehend why Hongjun was asking about the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, he spoke the truth. This kingdom faithfully adheres to the Master's directives. Not only do they follow the guidance of the Heavenly Court, but they also regularly recommend some exceptionally talented individuals to serve in the Heavenly Court. They are the sole supporters of your disciple. While explaining the situation, Hao Yan did not forget to reiterate his grievances. After listening to Hao Yan's lament, Hongjun closed his eyes once more. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Qilin clan was rather obedient. Although he did not understand how they survived the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, their compliance was sufficient. He only needed them to refrain from causing disturbances like his other disciples. However, suppression was still necessary to ensure they did not grow overly powerful and beyond control. You shall wait a moment. After addressing Hao Yan, Hongjun Daozu sent messages to the various sages, summoning them to convene. Ding! Hongjun summoned the sages to the Zixiao Palace to deliberate on matters of canonization. Would they proceed to the Zixiao Palace to discuss canonization? Option 1. Accept the task and proceed to the Zixiao Palace to confer with the sages regarding canonization. You will receive the postnatal treasure, White Dragon Shin Jade Scissors. Option 2. Decline the task. You will receive Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Essence. Over decades, Qin Lin completely refined the Chaos 5 Element Stone, experiencing another surge in power. Although he remained at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he was now significantly stronger than before. His premonition grew more intense. Having refined the Chaos 5 Element Stone, he only needed to refine 4 more Chaos Sacred Objects to comprehend the principles of the 5 elements and ascend to sainthood. Regarding this task, Qin Lin chose the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Essence, as it was the most crucial to him at present. As for going to the Zixiao Palace, wouldn't he be delivering goods directly to his doorstep? Hongjun was indeed a cunning figure, holding the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Essence in his hands. Feeling the overwhelming power of the chaotic 5 elements, Qin Lin closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the cultivation of the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Essence. In the Zixiao Palace, the sages gathered. Hongjun opened his eyes again, his calm gaze betraying no emotion, though it lingered briefly on Laozi before he spoke. Since the battle between the Wu and the Yao, chaos had engulfed the wilderness, leading to endless strife and suffering among sentient beings. Although I have restored the Heavenly Court to unify the 3 realms, the Heavenly Court, despite its establishment, lacks the manpower and prestige to uphold the principles of the 3 realms. Hence, there shall inevitably be a divine calamity after 5,000 years. Upon finishing, Hongjun waved his hand, and before the sages appeared a book and a whip. These were the Heavenly Book of Canonization and the God-Slaying Whip. Once the designated figure for canonization emerges, these 2 items may be bestowed upon them. Taijun is my foremost disciple. These 2 items shall be entrusted to you. After saying this, the canonization list and God-Slaying Whip fell into Laozi's hands. The sages, all possessing immense abilities, recognized the functions of the canonization list and God-Slaying Whip at a glance. Naturally, they were reluctant to see their disciples listed on the canonization list and subjected to such servitude. Yuanshi Tianzun immediately inquired, "May I ask, Master, who may ascend this list? Who may wield the power of canonization?" All beneath the sages may ascend the list. Immortals, demons, ghosts, witches, Buddhas, humans. All have a chance. The one who wields the power of canonization shall bear the mark of the flying bear. After speaking, Hongjun vanished, leaving the sages with complex expressions. Even Zhuan Ti's face marked by a myriad of emotions. For Hongjun had declared that all beneath the sages could ascend the list. The sages exchanged glances, their gazes settling upon Laozi. At this moment, Laozi calmly unfurled the canonization list, softly stating, "I have but one disciple, Xuandu, who shall not ascend the list. I can send my virtuous corpse to the Heavenly Court." Upon saying this, under the watchful eyes of the sages and Hao Yan and the Yaoqi, Laozi's virtuous corpse emerged from his body, performing a gesture of respect towards the sages before soaring towards the Heavenly Court. Meanwhile, Laozi's true self unfolded the canonization list. presenting it before the sages. His eyes lowered, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. His posture resembled another Hongjun. Seeing Laozi's demeanor, the sages understood his resolve. He would rather send his virtuous corpse to the heavenly court than allow his disciple to go. However, others could comprehend this, for Laozi had only one disciple, the great master Xuandu. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced at Hao Yin and then at Tongtian Jiaozhu. Without haste, he spoke. Although our Chan sect has 12 golden immortals, each possessing exceptional qualities and great fortune, they cannot ascend the list. Only Tongtian's name is known to the myriad immortals, yet his disciples are all mere fledglings. Let him fill all 365 positions of the righteous gods. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Tongtian nearly erupted in anger. The expressions of Enhua, Huitu, Zhuan-Ti, and Jane all displayed various complexities. They truly did not expect the relationship among the three purities to have deteriorated to this extent. This canonization was indeed a divine calamity, and all beneath the sages must be included. The Buddhist and demon races, as well as the witch race, were no exceptions. The Western teachings, having long resided in the barren West, originally had few talented disciples, and after the battle between the Wu and Yao, both races were severely weakened. If they were to ascend the list again, it would be exceedingly arduous for them. The universe operates in cycles, with humans eluding one part. The Great Way has 3,000 paths to enlightenment. We establish the path to provide sentient beings with a glimmer of hope. How can we reject them at the door due to their origins? Although my disciples are numerous, they are all sincere seekers of the way. How can they ascend that canonization list? Tongtian Jiaozhu, possessing a relatively gentle temperament, after calming his emotions, articulated his teachings directly. Although the Great Way encompasses 3,000 paths, only a few attain sainthood. We should follow the heavenly mandate, choosing those who are virtuous to expound the principles of the way. In the dispute over doctrines, Yuan Shi Tianzun was unwilling to be outdone. He immediately began to argue with Tongtian Jiaozhu. All the sages were reluctant to see their disciples listed on that canonization list, and in a moment of disagreement, they began to quarrel. However, in the end, a resolution emerged. Let the virtuous attain the path of immortality. Those who have accumulated great merit enjoy divine positions, while those with shallow fortunes are reincarnated. And those entangled in karma shall turn to ashes. In simpler terms, those with profound cultivation and sufficient strength shall continue on the path of immortality. Those who are slain yet possess some strength shall ascend the canonization list to become immortals, while those without strength shall be sent into reincarnation. Ultimately, those entangled in karma are the most intricate of all. In simpler terms, it can be said that the defeated were left utterly shattered, with not a trace of their true essence remaining. Naturally, in a typical confrontation, no one would resort to such ruthless measures. Hence they are termed as those entangled in karma. Chapter 59. The red-bottomed horse monkey and the six-eared macaque. After the assembly of the saints to deliberate on the matters of canonization, more than a decade passed. In the depths of the abyss, Qin Lin refined another piece of chaotic sacred artifact, having thoroughly assimilated the previously acquired five-element spirit essence, enveloping himself in an enigmatic aura of chaos. Although he had yet to break through to the saintly realm, he was on the verge of doing so. Qin Lin felt confident. If his true form were to emerge, wielding treasures like the god-slaying spear, he would not dare to claim victory against the likes of Zhuan-Ti, but he would certainly not suffer as he did last time. At the very least, he could engage him for a considerable duration without falling behind. After all, during their previous encounter, Qin Lin fought using a clone and, fearing its destruction, had not brought along any formidable treasures. Now, Qin Lin's cultivation could no longer be advanced solely through solitary meditation. He required 3 additional chaotic 5-elements sacred artifacts, which could only be procured through the system, leaving him with no alternative means for the time being. Reflecting on this, Qin Lin took out the heaven-observing mirror, continuously scanning the vast expanse of the primordial world, seeking to observe the circumstances across various regions. When his gaze fell upon the East Sea, he discovered a celestial dojo, Golden Tortoise Island. However, due to the presence of a saint there, Qin Lin could not directly inspect it with the heaven-observing mirror, lest he attract attention and provoke the master of Tongtian. Upon seeing Golden Tortoise Island, Qin Lin was reminded of the canonization matters. Humanity had now entered the Xia dynasty period. There were only a few thousand years left before the grand battle of canonization. Though a few thousand years may seem extensive, to a being of great power, it is merely a brief period of meditation. In the era of canonization, the disciples of Jie were destined for calamity. Essentially, all capable individuals would perish. Contemplating this, Qin Lin sighed, yet he also harbored his own schemes. The master of Tongtian was, in fact, quite amiable and powerful. Should the opportunity arise, he could seek a conversation to discuss life, perhaps even stirring the currents of the impending calamity. After all, this great calamity was established by the Tao ancestor Hongjun to weaken the powers of various factions. Currently, the Kylin clan had already emerged and established the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, which was rather conspicuous. It was possible that he had already drawn the attention of Hongjun Tao ancestor, and this canonization calamity would inevitably draw Qin Lin into its vortex. Aside from Qin Lin, gazing across the entirety of the primordial world, it was only Tongtian's disciples who were numerous. He likely found himself quite troubled at this point. If the two were to meet, there would surely be ample topics to discuss. While pondering, Qin Lin continued to explore the East Sea with the heaven-observing mirror. Before long, he spotted an island where two monkeys were engaged in combat. Observing closely, one monkey had grayish-blue fur with a tuft of white atop its head, deep-set eyes, a flattened nose, and a prominent forehead. The other had sharp teeth, exposed fangs, and golden fur, yet possessed 6 ears. Ding discovered the mischievous 4 monkeys, red-bottomed horse monkey and 6-eared macaque. Would you like to take them as disciples? Option 1. Accept the task. Recruit the 2 monkeys as disciples, strengthen the power of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, and enhance the foundation of the Kylin clan. Receive 5 innate spirit roots, Hongjun Li, 10 earthly spirit roots, purple moon lotus, 10 immortal spirit fruit trees, and 10 thunderwind leaf trees. Option 2. Reject the task. Turn a blind eye. Can obtain the postnatal spiritual treasure, illuminating mirror. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Lin confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was these 2 monkeys. The 4 great spirit monkeys had seen 3 of their kind emerge during the primordial era, with the last appearing only during the journey to the west. Over the years, Qin Lin had contemplated locating them, but had found no trace until now when both had fortuitously appeared. After observing for a moment, he chose to accept the task and summoned Yuanhong. After the flood control efforts, Yuanhong had secured a portion of the merit and had advanced from the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the first level of Quasi-Saint. He had also cultivated in the abyss for several hundred years. While his cultivation had not significantly progressed, his foundation had become more refined. 3,000 miles east of the East Sea lies an island where 2 monkeys akin to the 4 great spirit monkeys reside. You may bring them here to cultivate in this abyss. Qin Lin was exceedingly pleased with Yuanhong's strength, a quasi-saint's prowess. Even in the canonization era, he would be considered an exceptional expert, a formidable force beneath the saints. Similar to me, the 4 great spirit monkeys? Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, even Yuanhong, who had honed his temperament to perfection in the abyss, could not suppress the innate excitement of a monkey, fidgeting with anticipation. He had always trained alone, although he had many friends in the abyss, such as the Fire Kylin, White Tiger, and Tongue Snake, who never regarded him as an outsider. Witnessing groups of Kylin frolicking together, with even the White Tiger surrounded by companions like the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, he felt undeniably solitary. Hearing that other 4 great spirit monkeys had emerged brought him immense joy, and according to the ancestors' words, he was to recruit those fortunate beings to the abyss. This indicated that he would no longer be alone. How could he not be elated? Following the master's decree, Yuanhong eagerly bowed to Qin Lin and promptly set off towards the East Sea, staff in hand. Meanwhile, after Qin Lin accepted the task, 5 Hongjun leaf fruit trees, 10 purple moon lotuses, 10 immortal spirit fruit trees, and 10 thunderwind leaf trees quietly manifested in the abyss. 2 chapters presented. Chapter 60. The arrival of Tongtian after Yuanhong departed. Qin Lin's gaze returned to the heaven-observing mirror. However, as no significant events unfolded in the primordial world recently, he soon lost interest and resumed his meditation. At Golden Tortoise Island in the East Sea, after the master of Tongtian returned from deliberations on the canonization matters at the Purple Cloud Palace, he summoned all disciples to the Bio Palace. In no time, The 7 sages, 4 great disciples, 4 outer disciples, the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island, and the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Tortoise Island. All gathered. The number exceeded several thousand, with those below the Xianxian level unable to enter Bio Palace. Seeing all had assembled, the eldest disciple of Jie Jiao, Daobao Daoist, broke the silence and inquired, "Master, you have summoned us. What instructions do you have for us?" The master of Tongtian, seated upon a mat, surveyed the hall and spoke calmly. Since the war of the witch and demon has passed for several millennia, the heavenly path continues its cycle, and in 5,000 years, there will be a calamity of divine slaying. Those of virtue shall achieve the path of immortality. Those with deep merit shall enjoy divine positions, while those with shallow fortunes shall re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, and those entangled in karma shall be reduced to ashes. This canonization calamity has been jointly decided upon by me and the other saints. May I inquire, Master, upon whom shall this calamity fall? The turtle spirit Holy Mother furrowed her brow. The war of the witch and demon had only recently concluded, and now a new calamity was upon them. This calamity, being a divine slaying, should affect those below the saints, encompassing all immortals, ghosts, demons, witches, Buddhas, and mortals. The tone of the master of Tongtian bore a hint of sorrow. A calamity foretold death. Although the presence of the heavenly book of the canonization list likely reduced the probability of fatalities, entering that list meant relinquishing control over one's life and stalling cultivation. Hearing the master's words, all disciples grew tense. The primordial world had already endured the initial calamity of dragons and phoenixes and the cataclysm of witches and demons. And the aftermath of each calamity had been nothing short of tragic. This time, the protagonists of the calamity would be the practitioners of the immortal path among them. Seeing the anxious expressions of his disciples, the master of Tongtian elaborated on the matter of the canonization list, which somewhat eased their minds, yet the tension remained. Although it was not a true death, being placed on the canonization list meant that one's path in the immortal realm would reach its conclusion. At last, Tongtian issued a final instruction, advising his disciples not to venture outside for the next millennium. He urged them to remain on Jinao Island and in the East China Sea to diligently cultivate and enhance their own strength. Although Tongtian had shared the impending calamity of the Fengshen with his disciples, he harbored an unsettling premonition within himself. He had initially wished to disregard such thoughts, yet for reasons unknown, this ominous feeling persistently lingered in his mind. Reluctantly, Tongtian stealthily left Bio Palace, intending to take a brief excursion into the wilderness of Honghuang. As he walked, he found himself drawn to the Million Great Mountains, the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It seemed that this divine calamity also enveloped the demon race. With a sigh, Tongtian contemplated departing, but was reminded of a mysterious ancestor from the Kylin clan he had previously encountered, which sparked a desire to pay a visit. When Tongtian exited Bio Palace, he did so without alerting anyone. Upon entering the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he remained undetected by any of its inhabitants. However, Qin Lin sensed Tongtian's arrival through the vast mountain and river formation, for the formation intertwined with the essence of Honghuang, making it exceedingly difficult for even a sage to breach without multiple attempts. Tongtian's entrance into the Million Great Mountains was akin to a bright bulb amidst a swarm of fireflies, strikingly conspicuous. Upon his arrival, he felt himself enveloped by a formation. As the master of the foremost killing formation in Honghuang, the Zhuzhen sword array, he took great pride in his unparalleled understanding of formations. This particular formation was evidently defensive in nature, intricately connected to the essence of Honghuang, likely impervious even to a sage's might. Moreover, any forceful breach would undoubtedly disturb the geologic veins of the Honghuang continent, incurring fresh karmic debts. Ding! Tongtian arrived at the Million Great Mountains. Should he proceed to meet? Option 1. Accept the task and meet with Tongtian. Rewards include the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Jade. Option 2. Decline the task, avoiding contact, and allowing Tongtian to leave. Rewards include the innate spiritual treasure, the 36-layered pagoda. Chapter 61. Discussing strategies upon entering the Million Great Mountains, Tongtian made his way toward the abyss. To the outside world, this place was shrouded in mystery. Many sages had previously attempted to probe its depths with their divine senses, yet none could discern the true nature of the abyss. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, Sages were the pinnacle of existence, and there was scarcely a place they could not reach with their awareness. Yet, this abyss managed to thwart their probing. This alone was enough to instill apprehension in the sages. As Tongtian drew closer to the abyss, he felt increasingly awed by the profound heritage of the Qilin clan. The powerful demon beings within the million great mountains were numerous. He sensed over a dozen Deluo golden immortals and hundreds at the golden immortal level nearby. This locale was rich in spiritual energy, rivaling that of some blessed realms. Nearing the abyss, he discovered an intangible force enveloping the entire area. This power was remarkably enigmatic. Unlike the formations present in the million great mountains, the abyss lacked a formation. It was instead a naturally formed innate Taoist sanctuary. As long as one remained within, even a sage would find it challenging to penetrate. Tongtian couldn't help but feel envious of such a Taoist sanctuary. No wonder the Qilin clan had endured since ancient times. They possessed such a remarkable innate venue. The fortune of this clan was indeed extraordinary, he mused. Before long, Tongtian found himself at the edge of the abyss, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into its depths. However, he chose not to reveal himself immediately, concealing his presence. Even if some beings passed by, they would likely remain unaware of his existence. After observing for a time, Tongtian hesitated, uncertain whether he should initiate contact. Meanwhile, within the depths of the abyss, Qin Lin chose to accept the task, thereby acquiring the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Jade. Once he refined it, he would only need 2 more Chaos Sacred Artifacts to ascend to the Sage Realm. This thought filled him with excitement. Additionally, he was somewhat surprised by Tongtian's visit. However, his arrival was indeed a fortuitous event. With the impending divine calamity approaching, strategic planning was essential. Tongtian was the most tragic sage of the Hongjun era, having squandered a promising hand, resulting in many of his disciples ascending the Hongjun list, while others were led astray by the Western teachings. Though his strength was commendable, his lack of cunning and strategy was apparent. Nonetheless, such a person was worth befriending. At the very least, should an opportunity for collaboration arise, there would be no need for constant vigilance against one another. With this thought in mind, Qin Lin took out the Chaos Avatar Talisman, creating a manifestation that stepped forth from the abyss. Tongtian Sage, I apologize for the lack of hospitality from my Qilin clan upon your arrival. Qin Lin conveyed telepathically, his tone respectful. From a distance, Tongtian, who had been contemplating whether to make a visit to the Qilin clan, was taken aback upon seeing the clan's ancestor personally approach him, even reaching out with a telepathic message. This surprised him. After all, he had concealed his whereabouts. The fact that the Qilin clan's ancestor had detected him and pinpointed his exact location was remarkable. This indicated either that the ancestor was of sage caliber or that the formation covering the million great mountains was far superior to his expectations, allowing such detection. Forgive me for the unintentional intrusion. I had no idea the Qilin clan possessed such astonishing depth. The formation outside undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 formations in Honghuang. Moreover, the abyss where your clan resides is an exceptional treasure, rare to find across the entire expanse of Honghuang. I am truly envious, Tongtian expressed earnestly. At this moment, Qin Lin refrained from responding further and instead approached a centuries-old pine tree at the edge of the abyss. There, he found a natural stone table accompanied by several stone stools. As a guest, Tongtian Sage, I have prepared some aged tea from the Tao Enlightenment tree. If you have the time, shall we enjoy tea and discuss the Tao together? Chapter 62. Tea and Tao Discussion at Qin Lin's invitation. Tongtian appeared on the stone stool in the blink of an eye. Without further ado, he picked up a teacup and took a sip of the Tao Enlightenment tea. Though he had already attained sagehood, rendering the tea ineffective for him, he could still appreciate its extraordinary essence. May I ask what insights you seek with your arrival? Tongtian Sage, Qin Lin inquired softly. Nothing of great consequence. I merely passed by and decided to pay a visit. Tongtian replied. Ah, I see. However, Tongtian Sage, do you harbor concerns regarding the impending calamity? Qin Lin asked casually, lifting his teacup as he spoke. You are aware of the calamity? Tongtian was taken aback. The knowledge of the next calamity was confined to a few sages and figures like Hongjun and Hongjun. He was astonished at how Qin Lin had learned of it so soon after informing his disciples. Yet, recalling the Qilin clan's amicable ties with Hongjun, He surmised that Qin Lin might have gleaned this information from there. With this reasoning, Tongtian felt at ease, nodding in acknowledgement of Qin Lin's inquiry. The initial calamity of the dragon and phoenix led to the near annihilation of the three clans. The witch and demon calamity would have similarly resulted in complete destruction had it not been for the reincarnation of Lady Hutu. Tongtian, my friend, I trust you are concerned for your disciples as well. Qin Lin remarked calmly, taking a sip of tea. Alas, as the Taoist sage proclaimed, this calamity is indeed a divine tribulation, a massacre among immortals. Within the three realms, all beings beneath the status of saints are ensnared in the list of calamity. Yet, in the vast expanse of the primordial continent, there are but a handful of saints. Tongtian, the master of the celestial church, sighed deeply. Despite commanding the foremost killing formation in the primordial realm, he remained a hesitant and compassionate soul. This was evident when Guang Qingzi, after slaying the turtle spirit mother, boldly flaunted his prowess at the Bo Palace, and yet Tongtian refrained from wrath, mindful of the bonds shared with the Sanqing. Tongtian's true fury erupted only after the 9. When Yuan Shi Tian Zun exploited his might against the weak, and Taiqing Lao Zhu obliterated the three heavens, culminating in a complete moral decline following the extermination sword array. Hearing Tongtian's words, Qin Lin maintained a facade of calm, yet his heart quaked with unease. In his recollection, this divine calamity was specifically a slaughter targeting disciples of the three teachings. How had it morphed into a tribulation for all beneath the saints in the primordial realm? Could it be that his earlier conjectures were correct? Had his sudden emergence and the establishment of the myriad beast kingdom caught Hongjun's attention? This time of tribulation included the Kylin clan and the myriad beast kingdom. Why did his companion show no signs of distress? Tongtian, preoccupied with his thoughts, noted Qin Lin's unwavering tranquility and grew curious about the Kylin clan's secrets of survival. All tribulations arise from the force of calamity, and the ominous energy of the heavens and earth flows like a raging torrent. Periodically, it overflows, breaching the banks, and thus the source of calamity is revealed. Yet, understanding the inevitability of this fate, what purpose does worry serve? Having endured the dragon and phoenix calamity and the witch and demon calamity, Qin Lin held his own perspective on the tribulations. The myriad beings in the primordial realm number in the hundreds of billions, along with many accomplished cultivators, imposing great constraints upon the natural order. This constitutes a tremendous burden. Thus, at certain junctures, calamities must inevitably descend. This is an immutable truth. Although this divine calamity was initiated by Hongjun with considerable selfish motives, it is also the will of the Tao. Tongtian had never encountered anyone who articulated the tribulation in such a straightforward manner. Yet upon reflection, he found it to be true. Extremes lead to decline, and the transformation of yin to yang reflects this principle. Upon hearing Qin Lin's perspective, Tongtian could not help but agree. Truly, the ancient and formidable clans possess a unique understanding of calamity. Chapter 63. Closed doors and the severance of cause and effect. What are your thoughts on this divine massacre? Tongtian inquired. Under this calamity, the celestial church faces dire straits. Qin Lin responded candidly, causing Tongtian to rise in astonishment, his saintly demeanor momentarily forgotten. Realizing his overreaction, he quickly seated himself, striving to regain composure. Why do you say such things? Do you know how many disciples the human sect possesses? How many in the celestial church? How many in the Western sect? Qin Lin shook his head in resignation. The answer was glaringly obvious to any outsider, yet those embroiled in the situation, even saints, were blinded to the truth. It was not that Tongtian had failed to consider this, but rather he had believed this calamity to be a mere contest of strength against others, placing immense trust in his disciples and thus failing to think critically. Now, confronted with Qin Lin's revelations, Tongtian emerged from his mental confines, realizing he had but one disciple and could not allow him to ascend the divine list. The Chan sect had merely 12 golden immortals. Even if they all ascended, how many would remain? The Western sect, despite its multitude of disciples, had only 2 who achieved immortality, the Buddha of Merit and the Glazed Medicine Buddha. The Witch clan, ensconced in the underworld and overseeing reincarnation, was also the protagonist of the previous calamity, making their involvement unlikely. The Demon clan divided into 2 factions, the old demons who survived the witch-demon war from the northern region, and the burgeoning myriad beast kingdom. From Qin Lin's resolute words, it became clear that the myriad beast kingdom and the Kylin clan had likely devised a strategy. Thus, only the celestial church remained vulnerable. So, do you know how to evade the tribulation? Emerging from his mental confinement, Tongtian sought counsel earnestly. For the Kylin clan had undoubtedly developed unique methods of evading calamity since ancient times. He pondered whether they would reveal their secrets, as the celestial church could not afford to fill the divine list of 365 righteous deities without other participants. To remain closed off from the world, to sever cause and effect, and to avoid the corrupting energies of calamity, that is the way to remain unscathed. Meanwhile, Qin Lin did not withhold his thoughts. He proposed a singular method: survival. That is indeed the case. Tongtian sighed in relief, for he had previously instructed his disciples to focus on cultivation and avoid unnecessary conflict. However, Qin Lin shook his head, sensing that Tongtian had yet to grasp the essence of his survival strategy. Simply admonishing his disciples to remain indoors and cultivate in light of the impending tribulation would yield no results, as Tongtian had already attempted this approach. What was the outcome? A disruptive element emerged from the celestial church, and with a simple request to stay, much of the sect found itself enshrined on the divine list. Tongtian furrowed his brow, perplexed as he gazed at Qin Lin. If merely verbal warnings were insufficient, there would still be those who ventured into the calamity. You must instruct your disciples to remain within the confines of the temple for the next 5,000 years. Those who defy this command shall be expelled from the sect. Qin Lin calmly sipped his tea and replied softly, "We transmit the Tao for the benefit of all beings. How can we so easily cast them out?" Qin Lin's words starkly contrasted with Tongtian's doctrine of safeguarding a sliver of hope for all beings. Since you are aware of the consequences of entering the calamity, you understand that such measures are for the benefit of your disciples. Should they refuse to heed your command, it simply indicates their lack of fortune. After speaking, Qin Lin closed his eyes, awaiting Tongtian's response. After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian considered the numbers of disciples across the other sects and sighed. Although somewhat at odds with his teachings, he believed it was ultimately for the good of his disciples, confident they would adhere to his edicts. All of this was indeed for their benefit. Thank you for your guidance. Chapter 64. The Three Monkey Brothers, after parting ways with Qin Lin. Tongtian returned to Golden Ao Island, promptly summoning his disciples and establishing a decree. Until the tribulation has passed, no one may leave the temple. Violators shall be expelled from the sect. At this moment, apart from the three heavens goddesses residing on the nearby Three Immortal Island, most of the celestial church's disciples were engaged in cultivation on Golden Ao Island and had not ventured out in search of heavenly blessings. Thus, Tongtian's decree effectively confined all disciples to the vicinity of Golden Ao Island. Once Tongtian departed, Qin Lin's avatar returned to his secluded realm. He summoned the fire Kylin and the 5 sacred beasts, imparting the details of the divine massacre and instructing them to cultivate diligently, forbidding them from stepping outside the abyss. He also activated the Great Mountain River Formation, sealing off the Million Mountains. Months later, Honghuang returned with the 6-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey. Initially reluctant to come, but soon subdued after a few stern lessons from Honghuang. Learning of Honghuang's attainment of quasi-saint status made them even more eager. Under the guidance of the red-butt monkey, the trio pledged brotherhood, with Honghuang as the elder brother, 6-eared as the second brother, and Wu Zhiqi as the youngest. Qin Lin opened his eyes, focusing on the fidgeting 6-eared macaque. Among the 3 spiritual monkeys, 6-eared was the earliest to emerge, having been born during Hongjun's first sermon. However, he had languished under Hongjun's prohibition of sharing his teachings, wasting half his life. Currently, he has only attained the 6th level of the Ta realm, whereas the red-bottomed horse monkey, who was born many years later, has already reached the 4th level of Ta. This can be deemed as one of the most pitiable beings in the entire Honghuang, despite possessing the extraordinary talents of the 4 monkeys of chaos, as well as the ability to perceive sound, discern principles, and comprehend all things. He finds himself at a standstill in his cultivation. Following the edict of the ancestor, these 2 fellows have been brought back. Honghuang clasped his fists in salute to Qin Lin. Well done. Qin Lin praised Honghuang and inquired of the 2 monkeys. Would you care to enter my abyssal domain? Absolutely. We would be more than willing. The 6-eared macaque and Wu Zhiqi's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing Qin Lin's words. During their journey, they had learned from Yuan Hong about the myriad benefits of the abyssal domain. Fruitful spiritual treasures abound, countless immortal herbs, and an incredibly dense aura of spiritual energy. Although they had yet to see any spiritual fruits or immortal herbs, the aura here was indeed exponentially richer than that found in various regions of Honghuang. It was far more potent than the island they had previously contested, making cultivation here significantly easier. This is the chaotic celestial demon fist. You too may take it for your training. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek guidance from Yuan Hong. As Qin Lin spoke, he transmitted the chaotic celestial demon fist into the divine seas of the two monkeys. They quickly expressed their gratitude. Since their birth, their fortunes have been exceptionally poor, rendering them quite pitiable. Witnessing Yuan Hong, another of the four monkeys of chaos, break through to quasi-saint status, they felt both envy and a pressing desire to forge connections. The evidence proved that recognizing this elder brother was not in vain. Having lived through countless ages in Honghuang, the two monkeys had developed a remarkably astute intellect, always seizing opportunities as they arose. Now, having just arrived in the abyssal domain and encountered the Kylin ancestor, they were generously bestowed with a formidable divine ability, which filled them with gratitude and made them reflect on the profound heritage of the Kylin clan. Truly, they were a dominant lineage that had persisted since ancient times. They had firmly attached themselves to this significant ally. In the ensuing 5,000 years, a great calamity would unfold, a calamity that posed a lethal threat to immortals, with risks of being drawn into the catastrophe even for those below the saintly level. The three of you must diligently cultivate in the abyssal domain and refrain from meddling in this calamity. Otherwise, you risk perishing to ashes. Finally, Qin Lin informed the three monkeys about the impending calamity, urging them to focus on their cultivation. We shall comply with the ancestors' edict. The three monkeys bowed and withdrew. Yuan Hong had been in the abyssal domain for quite some time and had no objections, while Six-Eared Macaque and Wu Zhiqi had never encountered such a dense spiritual aura and were eager to remain there indefinitely, reluctant to depart. Once the three monkeys had left, Qin Lin took out the chaotic 5 elements spiritual jade he had obtained after meeting with the Tongtian master, preparing to begin its refinement and absorption. Today marks the 5th chapter. As promised, an explosive update has been delivered, and I shall not renege on my word. For those who have yet to rate or comment, could you possibly write some favorable reviews and give a 5-star rating? The more comments, the more fervently I shall update. Let's go. Chapter 65. Chaotic 5 elements, spiritual mushroom centuries passed quietly. Qin Lin had thoroughly refined the chaotic 5 elements spiritual jade, his strength now unfathomable. He became increasingly convinced that, with just 2 more pieces of chaotic 5 elements sacred artifacts, he could comprehend the 5 elements principle and break through to saintly status. Presently, although he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint 9th level, he had 1 foot firmly within the realm of saints, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a half-step saint. At this juncture, Qin Lin discovered a troubling issue. Although they were all within the saintly realm, should he achieve sainthood, he would undoubtedly overpower the likes of Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. It wasn't that their cultivation was lacking. Rather, their combat prowess felt somewhat inadequate. Especially after encountering the Tongtian master, Qin Lin sensed that, while Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin were indeed weaker than Tongtian, they were not significantly so. Yet in Qin Lin's presence, they seemed to lack a certain essence. They were all saints, no doubt, but Zhuan-Ti, Jiayin, and Tongtian gave him the impression of being incomplete, lacking a certain roundness. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Lin. He recalled the system's earlier reward of the method of slaying the 3 corpses, a method of attaining sainthood passed down by Hongjun in Honghuang. However, Qin Lin had never practiced it, choosing instead to pursue the path of the 5 elements in hopes of realizing his own way. It now seemed highly probable that the issue lay within this method of achieving sainthood through the 3 corpses. Fortunately, Qin Lin had maintained a degree of caution earlier. Otherwise, while attaining sainthood would have been feasible, his combat abilities thereafter could have been exceedingly weak. Moreover, it was uncertain whether further advancement would even be possible. Upon contemplating this, Qin Lin scrutinized the method of slaying the 3 corpses, but found no discernible faults. It was understandable, if it were so easily identifiable. The The saints like Tongtian would have discovered it long ago. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, Hongjun, opened his eyes for meditation. Sighing deeply, he had yet to break through to quasi-saint status. He was transformed from chaotic primal stone, possessing limited aptitude and a mediocre foundation. Since being enlightened by Hongjun during the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, he had endured countless months and years. Yet his strength remained at the pinnacle of the Daluo golden immortal realm, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. Alas, the path of cultivation cannot be forced. With this thought, Hao Yin appeared within the Lingxiao treasure hall. Over the years, he had recruited numerous powerful beings. For instance, the Tai Bai Jinxing, transformed from the Golden Star, though not particularly strong, proved to be an excellent assistant in managing affairs. Additionally, there were the demon-subduing marshal, the heavenly quelling marshal, and the Black Fiend General, among others, all at least possessing golden immortal level cultivation. Each had their own set of skills. However, in comparison to the vast expanse of the heavenly court, they were merely a handful. It was known that the heavenly court had once been established to accommodate all the powerful beings of the Honghuang. Yet now, the numbers appeared woefully inadequate. Realizing this, Hao Yin felt a sense of helplessness, but he recalled Qin Lin, who had previously promised to send some demon clans to the heavens. Moreover, the individual he had recommended, Zhu Lu Sun, had indeed proven to be quite useful. The position of land god had already gained deep-rooted recognition within Honghuang. It was said that some mortals were even building temples for the land and worshipping it with reverence. With this in mind, Hao Qian briefed Tai by jinxing on a few matters, delegating the mundane affairs of the heavenly court to him before heading towards the Million Mountains. He had some matters to discuss with the Kylin clan's ancestor. The strength of the Kylin clan was evident from his multiple encounters with their ancestor. They were indeed formidable. Although no saints had emerged from their lineage, they were arguably stronger than certain saintly factions. Furthermore, the Kylin clan stood as staunch supporters of the 10,000 Demon Nation. Despite some vested interests, they remained aligned with him in the grand scheme of things, significantly more so than those disciples of saints and great practitioners. Ding. Upon arriving at the Million Mountains to pay a visit, would you like to meet him? Option 1. Meet him. You can obtain the chaotic 5 elements spiritual mushroom. Option 2. Decline the meeting and let him leave. You can receive the postnatal supreme treasure, human sovereign creation cauldron. The sudden emergence of this task, especially with another piece of chaotic sacred artifact, filled Qin Lin with immense excitement. It is nearly time. Once he acquired this, he would only need one last piece. However, seeing Hao Ian's visit left Qin Lin somewhat puzzled. What could Hao Ian want from him? Could it be that the heavenly court is in need of personnel, and Hao Ian seeks to recruit from him? That possibility is quite significant. Although Zhu Lu Sun had already taken a position in the heavenly court, assisting the Jade Emperor in assembling various land deities, many divine positions within the heavenly court still remained vacant. If suitable opportunities arose, he could indeed recommend some individuals to him. After all, once the deification process commenced, advantageous positions within the heavenly court would be scarce. The chance to select individuals would be a tremendous opportunity. In the abyssal domain, a smile crept across Qin Lin's face as he promptly dispatched a clone to meet with Hao Ian and inquire about the Jade Emperor's intentions. If there truly is a matter at hand, seeking his assistance, he might be able to offer some aid. Chapter 66, The Divine Layout. The Jade Emperor, Hao Ian. Your sudden visit leaves me curious about your intentions. At this moment, Qin Lin appeared before Hao Ian, inquiring earnestly. Upon entering the Million Great Mountains, Hao Ian, upon seeing Qin Lin, clasped his fists and bowed, stating, "Old Ancestor Kylin, I come to discuss matters pertaining to the impending calamity." Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback. It was understandable for Tongtian to inquire about the matters of the divine sealing, but why would Hao Ian seek his counsel on the same subject? This was rather peculiar. However, Qin Lin swiftly gestured, and before them appeared stone tables and benches. They took their seats, and Qin Lin brewed a cup of enlightenment tea, presenting it to Hao Ian. This divine sealing calamity is a grand event for the deities of the 3 realms entering the heavenly court. What troubles you? Upon hearing Qin Lin accurately describe the nature of this calamity, Hao Ian was visibly astonished. Old Ancestor Kylin, you know in part but not the other. On the surface, this appears true, but this calamity is one of slaughter, and those who enter the divine sealing list will be disciples of the 4 teachings. How could they willingly submit to the divine sealing? How could they be driven by the heavenly court? Qin Lin was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated Hao Yan to possess such foresight. Indeed, as Hao Yan articulated, while the divine sealing ostensibly bolstered the heavenly court's strength, most of the deified positions would be filled by disciples of the. After their sealing, would any of his disciples heed Hao Yan's command? In fact, many might disregard him entirely. As for the Chan teaching, aside from a few third-generation descendants, no one truly listened to Hao Yan's directives. And later on, they were even overshadowed by the Western teachings. What is your perspective, my friend? Qin Lin gazed at Hao Yan. Though his words were few, they revealed Hao Yan's considerable ambition, matched only by his talents, which unfortunately lacked the corresponding strength. I wish to ask the old ancestor to recommend some talents to serve in the heavenly court as chief deities, to weaken the strength of the four teachings. The Jade Emperor Hao Yan clasped his fists towards Qin Lin, beseeching earnestly. I have previously promised to recommend some individuals, and I shall not go back on my word. However, you need not worry excessively. First, do you know the number of disciples among the three teachings? Do you truly believe that the four teachings would allow their disciples to engage in fair competition as deliberated in the Purple Cloud Palace? Qin Lin shook his head. Although Hao Yan possessed talent, he was equally limited by his perspective. He only observed the discord between the three pure ones and the Western teachings, failing to grasp the internal issues of the three pure ones and naively believing it to be merely a fair contest among the disciples of saints. Do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Hao Yan suddenly awakened, his heart gripped by fear. He understood the implications within Qin Lin's statements. The less numerous Yuan, Shi Tianzun, Laozi, and the two saints of the West might indeed collaborate, and thus those entering the divine sealing list would be disciples of the. Initially, he had thought little of it. After all, the three pure ones were still kin. Despite their separation, the bond remained. How could they collaborate against their own? Yet with Qin Lin's reminder, the thought lingered. The more he considered it, the more chilling it felt. If what Qin Lin suggested were true, then his plan to appoint loyal confidants to high positions to weaken the four teachings was utterly futile. At that time, the deities of the heavenly court would predominantly be disciples. What would be the point of division? Most likely, they would ignore him entirely. Please, old ancestor, guide me. Hao Yan was a clever man, adept at understanding when to advance or retreat. Realizing that Qin Lin had pinpointed the crux of the issue, he humbly sought guidance. This matter has already been discussed with my friend Tongtian. You need only observe. Qin Lin offered Hao Yan a knowing smile. Hao Yan was taken aback by Qin Lin's words. You've informed Tongtian? Are you not concerned that this will escalate further? Simultaneously, I shall send some gifted individuals from the 10,000 Demons Kingdom to serve in the heavenly court. So rest assured, my friend. Qin Lin sipped his tea, speaking softly. Sending individuals from the 10,000 Demons Kingdom to the heavenly court was indeed a commendable choice. The heavenly court represented the celestial order governing the three realms, maintaining their balance. If some less constrained demon powerhouses were to take positions there, they could perform their duties while enjoying their freedom, as no one would dare to trouble them. Indeed, Hao Yan exhaled, feeling relieved. The conflicts among the four teachings were not a concern for him. Even if the disciples of the four teachings were to upheave the Honghuang continent, it would hardly affect him. They would not dare to challenge the heavenly court. As customary, 2 chapters were to be released at dawn. Today, in celebration of the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. Esteemed readers, let us continue the fervor. Chapter 67, The Imprint of Chaos. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Hao Yan felt a temporary sense of relief. He then returned to the heavenly court, while Qin Lin resumed his meditation in the abyss. Before meeting Hao Yan, he had received a reward from the system, the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Herb. Taking it out, Qin Lin began the process of refining and absorbing it. During this refining, strands of chaotic energy enveloped him, with hints of purple energy rising. The time taken for this process was incomparable to previous attempts. It consumed a full 300 years. By the time Qin Lin completely refined the Chaos 5 Elements Spirit Herb and solidified his cultivation, 400 years had passed, and the gains were substantial, bringing him just a step away from the saintly realm. Ding! The destined person for the divine sealing, Jiangxia, has been born. Will the host proceed to accept him as a disciple? Option 1. Proceed to accept the disciple and oversee the divine sealing. receive the Golden Crow transformation technique. Option 2. Reject the task. Receive the Chaos Calamity Finger. Why has Jiang Ziya emerged so swiftly? Qin Lin furrowed his brow. The current period was still during the Xia dynasty, and the Shang dynasty had yet to appear. How could Jiang Ziya already be born? However, upon further contemplation, Qin Lin realized that this must pertain to Jiang Ziya's previous life, Zhongpai. Calculating the timeline, Zhongpai would indeed be born around this time, and would seek enlightenment at Kunlun Mountain, but was rejected at the door by the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who looked down upon him for his humble origins. Zhongpai knelt before Kunlun Mountain for 1,750 days, eventually returning to the underworld. And in his second life, he reincarnated as Jiang Ziya, entering Kunlun Mountain, where he was accepted as a disciple by Yuan Shi Tianzun. After careful consideration, Qin Lin declined the task. Jiang Ziya, or rather Zhongpai, although endowed with remarkable perseverance, being a product of bears and Pai Xiu, resembled a bear with wings, earning the title of the Flying Bear. Yet, he failed to inherit the qualities of the Pai Xiu, which were notably poor. This was evident from Jiang Ziya's 40 years of cultivation, during which he had not even broken through to the Earth immortal realm. Thus, accepting Jiang Ziya as a disciple would yield no benefits and could disrupt his subsequent plans. Allowing Jiang Ziya to continue his path into the Chan teaching would be prudent. However, this calamity was indeed a divine slaughter, dragging all beneath the saints, including the Western teachings, into the calamity. Therefore, he could subtly reveal Jiang Ziya's destined identity to the two from the West. Considering their unscrupulous nature, undermining him would be a mere basic operation. If coupled with Yuan Shi Tianzun's protective tendencies, it would be inconceivable to avoid a confrontation. With this thought, a smile spread across Qin Lin's face. The Western teachings, wishing to remain aloof, would find it impossible with him around. Time passed swiftly once more, and 2,000 more years elapsed, leading to the rise and fall of human dynasties, with the Shang dynasty replacing the Xia. Throughout the millennium, under the directives of Qin Lin and the Tongtian teacher, none of their disciples ventured outside. They remained devotedly practicing within their own sanctuaries, showing no concern for the affairs of the Honghuang realm, which consequently fell into a profound tranquility, coupled with the low profile of the human race. The lesser immortals of the subsequent millennium were only aware of the teachings of Buddhism, oblivious to the myriad celestial beings that flocked to the Jie sect and the multitude of demons that revered the demon kingdom. The human race, indeed, proved to be the most prolific of all species. In a span of 3,000 years, their population surged from millions during the era of the Yu to trillions, spreading across the expanse of the Honghuang continent, with even traces of humanity found in the demon-infested northern region of Julu Island. Ding, a great fortune and merit-bearing figure, Wu Ding, has emerged. Do you wish to take on the task of collecting disciples? Option 1. Proceed to collect disciples. You will receive the postnatal merit treasure, the measuring ruler. Option 2. Decline the task. You will receive the chaos boundary stone, which can be used to suppress the chaotic energies, allowing those below the great Luo golden immortal to cultivate within the chaos. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Lin awakened from his meditation. Over the course of 2,000 years, he had not only mastered the Chaos Calamity Finger, but also synthesized his previous learnings to create his own divine technique, the Chaos Great Hand Seal. Furthermore, he had attained profound levels in the Chaos 9 transformations, and with his Kylin physique, he had become more formidable than the average innate spiritual treasure. However, regarding Wu Ding, it seemed he was a pivotal figure in his previous life, a monarch who elevated the Shang dynasty to its zenith, taming pigs, cattle, and horses, even producing mules during his reign. He also subdued the 5 barbarian tribes, expanding the territory of Huaxia by more than double. Additionally, he appeared to be a chemist, having developed bronze, brass, lead, and tin, and possessing extensive knowledge in astronomy and divination. But this was the Honghuang world, and he was a ruler of a flourishing era, possessing some fortune and merit, yet not overwhelmingly so, perhaps. With this thought, Qin Lin chose to decline the task. Chapter 68. The Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree. Wu Ding governed for 120 years, living to 150, and upon his death, heavenly merit descended, propelling him, an ordinary mortal, to the golden immortal realm, where he later became the foremost of the 5 emperors of the underworld, reigning as the emperor of Fengdu. Another millennium passed, and Jiang was born. 20 years later, after interring his deceased parents, he resolutely embarked on the quest for immortality, journeying westward to Qin Lin Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Huayin Mountain, he encountered a man with a noble visage and a somewhat simple demeanor, named Shun Gongbao. Thus, the two formed a companionship on their path to seek enlightenment at Qin Lin Mountain. Ding! It has been detected that Jiang Ziya and Shun Gongbao have become disciples of the primordial heavenly venerable. Should the host inform the two saints of the West? Option 1. Inform the two saints of the West, sow discord, and incite a rift between the primordial heavenly venerable and the two saints. You shall receive the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Tree. Option 2. A gentleman acts with integrity, while a rogue harbors treachery. How can one resort to such petty schemes? One should refuse the task and condemn the system. You will receive a signed photo from the author of Honghuang. Kylin ancestor, please emerge from the abyss. Seeing the system's task options, Qin Lin's expression darkened. This troublesome system, is it conspiring? Without hesitation, Qin Lin opted for the first choice. He had no interest in an author's signed photo. The chaos sacred item was far more enticing. Revealing Jiang Ziya's news to the two saints of the West was no challenge for him, and it could incite conflict between the two saints and the primordial heavenly venerable. Why not seize the opportunity? Silently, Qin Lin's avatar left the abyss, heading westward, spreading the word that Jiang Ziya was a crucial figure in the current divine calamity. This quickly attracted the attention of the two saints of the West. Being adept in divination, recognized that Jiang Ziya indeed bore the auspicious sign of a flying bear. As prophesied by the Tao ancestor, he was to be the one to oversee the deification. Realizing this, the two saints were compelled to take action. This impending calamity was a divine slaughter. Whoever could claim him would hold a significant advantage. Months later, Qin Lin's avatar returned, satisfied, and resumed his cultivation in the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the saint of approaching appeared at the foot of Qin Lin Mountain. Approaching. How shameless! The roar of the primordial heavenly venerable echoed throughout the three realms, drawing the gaze of all-powerful beings towards Qin Lin Mountain. This child is fated to join our Western sect. The saint of approaching grinned, while Jiang Ziya lay peacefully in his purple-gold alms bowl. Absurd. The primordial heavenly venerable snorted, and without revealing himself, a chaos banner shot out from Qin Lin Mountain, radiating an overwhelming might, infused with the elemental forces of earth, wind, fire, and water, striking towards the saint of approaching. The saint of approaching's expression shifted, unprepared for the primordial heavenly venerable to act so decisively. He quickly brandished the seven treasures mysterious tree against the Panga banner, again and again, until the Panga banner's terrifying power waned. He then hastily summoned the eight-layered stupa, barely managing to block the Panga banner's assault. Although having reached the saint realm, the distinction between possessing innate treasures and being without was stark. Before the saint of approaching could respond, a crystal-clear, resplendent jade ruby, the treasured artifact of the primordial heavenly venerable, soared from Qin Lin Mountain. This artifact, known to counteract the three treasures of humanity, essence, spirit, and energy, was particularly formidable in the hands of a saint, descending with overwhelming sacred might. The saint of approaching's complexion changed dramatically, and he prepared to counter with the seven treasures mysterious tree, but the Panga banner obstructed both the seven treasures mysterious tree and the eight-layered stupa. Far away in the west, the saint of receiving's troubled expression deepened, his frail form filled with compassion and concern for the world, as his figure gradually faded from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the saint of approaching, summoning the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, infused with the power of Buddhist faith, to collide with the jade ruby. The might of the saints surged outward, causing all mountain creatures to cower in fear. Were it not for the three retaining their rationality, the overwhelming force might have obliterated them in an instant. This child is fated to our Western sect. Why does the primordial Taoist remain so obstinate? The anguished expression of the saint of receiving grew more sorrowful as he clasped his hands, appearing dignified and compassionate towards humanity. The West's shamelessness is truly evident. The primordial heavenly venerable gritted his teeth in fury. While he could handle either the saint of approaching or the saint of receiving individually, the two combined posed a formidable challenge. Boom! just as the primordial heavenly venerable contemplated enduring this slight. The saint of approaching and the saint of receiving began to depart with Jiangxia when a Taiji diagram, infused with the essence of chaos and creation, emerged from Shouyang Mountain, landing beside the Panga banner. From the Taiji diagram, a book and a whip flew into Qin Lin Mountain, indicating that the Grand Supreme Elder had intervened. Moreover, from the manner in which he acted and the previous instances of gifting the god-slaying whip and the deification list to the primordial heavenly venerable, it was clear that he stood firmly on the side of the primordial heavenly venerable. Alas, alack, observing the Grand Supreme Elder's involvement, the saint of approaching sighed. Returning Jiangxia within the purple gold alms bowl, and together with the saint of receiving, they gradually vanished from sight. The Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and Jade Rui each returned to Shouyang Mountain and Qin Lin Mountain. Chapter 69. Becoming a saint. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin in the abyss sighed. The Grand Supreme Elder's timely intervention exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had intended for the primordial heavenly venerable to suffer, knowing that, true to the primordial heavenly venerable's character, he would never again collaborate with the Western sect after facing a setback. But the situation had changed. The embarrassment was now on the saint of approaching and the saint of receiving, who would not care for face and would undoubtedly seek collaboration with the primordial heavenly venerable if there were benefits to gain. Shaking his head in resignation, Qin Lin continued his seclusion and cultivation. With Jiangxia and now at Qin Lin Mountain, the onset of the deification process was only 40 years away. Suddenly, Qin Lin produced the Chaos 5 Elements Divine, what he had acquired earlier. By refining this final piece of chaos sacred artifact, he would grasp the laws of the 5 elements and transcend to the saint realm. As Qin Lin engaged in the refinement, an enigmatic aura enveloped him, and he seemed to enter a profound state of existence. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Lin finally completed the refinement of the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Wood. His foundation was now immensely deep, and his speed in refining chaos sacred artifacts had significantly increased. He broke through from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the quasi-saint realm to the saint realm. Since Qin Lin made this breakthrough within the Taoist temple, his saintly aura did not spread to the vast wilderness, nor did any auspicious signs appear. However, the fire Kylin, white tiger, and others in the abyss felt the overwhelming pressure of his saintly presence, and all knelt in reverence, their faces reflecting profound respect as they chorused. Congratulations to our ancestor for breaking through to the saint realm. May our ancestor's lifespan be boundless. Indeed, Qin Lin responded calmly, feeling the vast power of the laws within him, astonished. Was this truly the saint realm? The difference between this state and his previous one, where he had 1 foot in the saint realm, was akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. After soothing his excited heart, Qin Lin summoned several disciples, including Honghuang. You have all made commendable progress in your cultivation. Qin Lin assessed everyone's strength and nodded in satisfaction. The 5 direction sacred beasts had all reached quasi-saint cultivation. Honghuang possessed quasi-saint prowess, and both the fire Kylin and Zhu Sun had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while Tongtian had reached the 8th layer of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even the later arrivals, Wiziki and Luer, had both broken through to the golden immortal realm. Not only that, but the Kylin clan now boasted 1 million descendants, including 5 great Luo golden immortal Kylins and over 60 golden immortal level Kylins. This power, in any setting, would command significant attention. Moreover, this was solely the internal situation of the abyss, if one were to consider the myriad demons in the Million Mountains. Qin Lin's influence was sufficient to dominate a region, rivaling other saintly forces. As the Honghuang catastrophe was about to commence, Qin Lin pondered the number of Taiqing, Xuanqian-level demons in the myriad demon kingdom. He turned to the 5 directions sacred beasts, who had always managed the kingdom. Report to me, my ancestor. In the myriad demon kingdom, there are 150,000 Taiqing, Xuanqian-level demons, 3,600 golden immortals, and 21 great Luo golden immortals. The white tiger stepped forward to relay the information to Qin Lin. Very well, Qin Lin nodded, recalling that when the myriad demon kingdom was first established, there were only about a dozen great Luo golden immortal allies. Now, the number had risen to 21. You may inquire if they wish to serve in the heavenly court. Those who serve there can gain mortal incense and heavenly merits. If they express interest, I can recommend them. The heavenly court? I shall obey your command, ancestor. The white tiger nodded and withdrew. Although the current heavenly court was not particularly impressive. After the Honghuang catastrophe, when the three teachings retreat, it would become a prime location for gathering faith and incense. However, the power of faith is not as pure as heavenly merits. Using faith for cultivation can lead to constraints from followers, who must have their desires satisfied. Nevertheless, cultivating through faith is remarkably swift, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Furthermore, the power of faith can also be utilized to forge faith-based artifacts. In theory, if enough believers exist, such artifacts could surpass innate treasures, though no one has ever achieved such a feat. The Buddhist 8-layer pagoda, having been infused with merit and faith for countless years in the underworld, only reached the 9th level pagoda, equivalent to an innate merit spiritual treasure, never attaining the level of an innate treasure. However, the underworld had long been seized by Qin Lin, and the 8-layer pagoda had already transformed into the 18 layers of hell. It was unlikely that the 8-layer pagoda would become a Buddhist treasure of the 9th level. Inform the denizens of the myriad demon kingdom that for the next 1,000 years, they are not to step beyond the million mountains. Those who violate this decree will be expelled from the myriad demon kingdom and shall never return. Qin Lin declared with a stern and resolute demeanor, not unlike Tongtian. Understood, ancestor. Everyone bowed deeply, taken aback by Qin Lin's seriousness. In 10 years, I shall give a lecture, allowing those above the Xianxian level to enter and listen. Qin Lin waved his hand, dismissing everyone, and then closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation. Having attained sainthood, he was eager for the next endeavor. Chapter 70. The Chaos World. After breaking through to the Saint Realm and solidifying his cultivation level, Qin Lin eagerly descended into the subterranean magma beneath the abyss. He first collected some spiritual objects birthed from the magma, then arrived before the protective barrier he had encountered previously. Qin Lin took out the god-slaying spear, holding it firmly, and infused all his magical power into it before thrusting it fiercely towards the barrier. The immense power enveloping the god-slaying spear, an innate treasure, collided with the barrier, creating a powerful shockwave that caused the entire magma world to quake violently. Observing the cracks appearing on the barrier, a smile spread across Qin Lin's face. He then channeled the full force of the laws, pouring all his magical energy into the god-slaying spear and unleashed another fierce thrust. The impact between the barrier and the spear produced a thunderous roar, shaking the entire magma world once more. Under the force of Qin Lin's full assault, the barrier shattered into countless fragments and vanished. Before Qin Lin could explore the outside of the barrier, a surge of ancient and wild energy emanated from beyond. As chaotic energy flooded into the underground magma like a raging river, wherever it flowed, the magma was assimilated by the chaotic energy, and Qin Lin felt a surge of danger. It was as though all things were returning to chaos, a terrifying pressure enveloping him. In haste, Qin Lin retrieved the chaos boundary steel. Upon encountering the steel, the rampaging chaotic energy transformed into docile lambs, subdued on the spot, retreating from the Honghuang world. As Qin Lin sighed in relief, he felt fortunate that the system had rewarded him with the chaos boundary steel. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable difficulty against such volatile chaotic energy. Once the chaotic energy calmed, Qin Lin observed that the breach he had created had stabilized with the outside chaotic world, allowing free passage in and out. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lin tentatively stepped out into the chaos world, only to be met with a vast expanse of chaos. Thanks to the chaos boundary steel, the chaotic energy surrounding him remained tranquil, in stark contrast to the still volatile chaotic energy elsewhere, which intermittently provoked eruptions of earth, wind, and fire. From within the chaos, looking back at the Honghuang world, it appeared as a massive sphere, with the place where Qin Lin emerged resembling a hole punctured in the sphere's lower side. Positioning the chaos boundary steel beside the opening he had just created to prevent chaotic energy from flooding back into the Honghuang world, Qin Lin took a moment to survey the surrounding chaos, finding it filled with disordered and volatile chaotic energy, along with sporadic eruptions of earth, wind, and fire. Any being below the great Luo golden immortal level entering this chaos would be immediately shredded by the raging chaotic energy. Even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to endure for long without a treasure to protect them. Qin Lin could traverse the chaos freely, not only due to his own attainment of saintly strength, but also because of his body, which rivaled innate spiritual treasures. After a thorough exploration, finding nothing but chaotic energy swirling about, Qin Lin shook his head and returned to the Honghuang world. At present, he had little understanding of the chaos world and deemed it unsuitable for exploration at this time. All of this required careful deliberation. Upon returning to the Honghuang world, Qin Lin left the chaos boundary steel in place to maintain the stability of this passage. However, within the chaos world, this breach remained undetectable, hidden from view. The chaos boundary stone, while successfully restraining the chaotic energies in this realm, has nevertheless allowed a small amount of chaos to seep into the primordial world. This meager influx of chaotic energy was swiftly assimilated by the primordial world, transforming into the purest and most primordial innate spiritual energy. This energy ascended from the subterranean lava world to the abyss, eventually rising into the vast mountain ranges of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom. It was akin to the experience of a steam sauna, with wisps of chaotic energy continually entering the primordial world, where they were refined into pure, innate spiritual energy, enriching the atmosphere of the abyss manifold. Naturally, Qin Lin was attuned to this phenomenon. In the abyss, he established a spirit-absorbing array to draw the spiritual energy from the lava world, allowing him to continue his seclusion. As the 6th chapter unfolds, the excitement among the brethren becomes palpable. Years later, having attained the status of saint, Qin Lin perfected the chaotic 9 transformations, elevating his physical form to a level comparable to the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons. Even standing still, his defenses were formidable, rendering him nearly impervious to any assault beneath the saint realm, unless confronted with supreme treasures. At this juncture, Qin Lin summoned the 5 sacred beasts, allowing them to select worthy candidates from the myriad creatures of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom to enter the abyss and partake in his teachings. Ultimately, the 5 sacred beasts chose tens of thousands of creatures, all of whom eagerly entered the abyss. Their curiosity piqued as they ventured into this mysterious domain for the first time. Prior to Qin Lin's ascension to sainthood, the abyss was shrouded in absolute secrecy. However, with his newfound strength, it was now feasible to welcome more beings for his teachings without concern for attracting the attention of other saints within the primordial world. During the discourse, the Kylin tribe listened attentively. From Qin Lin's perspective, his immediate disciples, Yuan Hong, Wu Zhiqi, Lu Er, Xing Tian, and Zhu Lu Sun, occupied the front row, while the dense throng of Kylin and the myriad creatures of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom filled the back. With the yellow cord above and the primal origin below, the ethereal and the fateful intermingled as Qin Lin began his teachings from the simplest principles of cultivation, gradually advancing to more complex concepts. His teachings flowed with the elegance of lotus blossoms in bloom, and many creatures experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation during the session. As a swift decade passed, Qin Lin completed the path of the quasi-saints, his teachings far more concise than those of Hongjun, yet rich with essence and addressing common obstacles faced on the path of cultivation. After 10 fleeting years, Qin Lin surveyed the assembly and inquired whether anyone wished to serve in the heavenly court. This opportunity was direct, bypassing the restrictions of the divine seal list, alleviating any concerns regarding limitations. Reporting to the ancestor, "We are willing." Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, 72 creatures stepped forward, 60 from the Ta Ching Xian Immortal and 12 Golden Immortals. The Great Luo Golden Immortals, being clan elders and leaders, were understandably reluctant to depart for the heavenly court. Very well, Qin Lin nodded appreciatively. The willingness of these 72 creatures to journey to the heavenly court served as a commendable concession to Haoyan. With a wave of his hand, he utilized the 5 elements lotus to transport the 72 creatures to the heavenly court, where they were met with astonishment as they found themselves at the southern heavenly gate, their surroundings shifting from the abyss in an instant. Esteemed guests, you must be the powerful creatures recommended by the ancestors of the Qilin tribe. I have heard of your arrival from His Majesty, who has instructed me to escort you for an audience, announced the celestial general at the southern heavenly gate. Inviting them inside, the 72 creatures, constrained by their qualifications or faced with insurmountable bottlenecks, held the heavenly court in high regard and bore no discontent towards the arrangements made by the Jade Emperor Haoyan. Following the celestial general, they traversed deep into the heavenly court to pay their respects to the Jade Emperor. Ding, the protagonist of the Hongjun calamity, King Zhou, has been born. Endowed with the supreme aura of humanity and great fortune. Will you proceed to accept disciples? Choice 1. Accept the task. Proceed to gather disciples. And set the stage for the Hongjun. Reward. Innate treasure. Chaos bell. Choice 2. Decline the task. Reward. Innate treasure. Celestial ruler. Measuring rod. 3 years elapsed. And with the passing of Wending, his son Di ascended the throne. The system's voice echoed in Qin Lin's mind. King Zhou has emerged? A smile graced Qin Lin's face as he noted that both rewards offered were innate treasures, and the balance between the choices was unprecedented. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lin chose the first task, motivated by a desire for the Chaos Bell, as well as to ensure a safeguard for the Hongjun calamity. He manifested a clone and swiftly arrived at the capital of the Shang dynasty, Zhaoge City, which dwarfed any city from his past life. Bustling with over 50 million inhabitants. It was noteworthy that during this era, the tallest structures barely reached 10 stories, with commoners residing in single-story homes. Qin Lin made his way directly to the imperial palace. Though the palace bore the energies of human fortune, as a saint, he faced no significant restrictions. Chapter 7 is out, and I see the support from my brothers is substantial. I shall not grow lax. I am diligently typing away. Chapter 72. Self-Introduction. The birth of Xin was undoubtedly joyous news for Di, who had been without a legitimate heir for over 20 years. Di paced restlessly outside the hall, accompanied by esteemed ministers and generals such as Baigan, Wenzhong, Meng Fong, and Peng Shi. My king, do not worry. This child possesses great fortune and destiny. Suddenly, a voice broke the air, startling everyone. Wenzhong swiftly drew his dual whips, shielding Di behind him, while Peng Shi conjured the Qinquan Sun and Moonblade, warily eyeing the suddenly appearing Qin Lin. Who are you? Why do you dare intrude upon the imperial palace? Begin demanded, questioning Qin Lin. A fierce roar resonated from outside the palace, as a pitch-black Kylin, shimmering with an eerie glow, charged in, standing beside Wenzhong with an air of sanctity. Me? How shall I introduce myself to you all? From the chaos at the dawn of creation, I have existed amidst the dragon and phoenix's rivalry. In the depths of the abyss, I cultivate the great path, revered among the Kylin, with mountains and rivers held within my grasp. I ride the celestial bodies through the cosmos. Ask me where I cultivate? In the depths of the million mountains of the abyss. Upon hearing Qin Lin's profound words and sensing his formidable aura, the arriving black Kylin knelt in reverence. Trembling, it addressed Qin Lin. I am the younger generation, the black Kylin, and I pay my respects to the ancestor. Indeed, Qin Lin regarded the black Kylin, noticing its mere celestial being cultivation and mixed bloodline. His gaze shifted to Wenzhong, who also possessed only the profundity of the Xianxian realm, and a frown of discontent crossed his features. Sensing Qin Lin's displeasure, the black Kylin hastily clarified, reporting to the ancestor, "It is not that Wenzhong oppresses me. Rather, I willingly serve as his mount." Oh! Qin Lin's gaze narrowed upon the black Kylin, and upon discerning the absence of any controlling influence upon it, he nodded for it to continue. "Old ancestor, I was once pursued by certain demon clans, and it was fortunate that I was rescued by Wenzhong. Subsequently, I followed him, and he treated me not as a mere mount, but as a brother." He knelt before Qin Lin and spoke. "Indeed, this is the innate spiritual fruit, Hongjun Li. Take it to enhance your cultivation." Qin Lin waved his hand and produced over 30 Hongjun Li, tossing them to the... While the innate spiritual fruit may be considered a treasure by others, for him, it was abundant. Although much had been consumed by the younger generation of the Kylin clan over the years, there remained plenty. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your generous gift." Expressed profound gratitude. Truly, the Kylin clan's ancestor possessed such grandeur, treating the innate spiritual fruit with such indifference. Had I known, I would have gone directly to the million great mountains. I pay my respects to the Kylin ancestor. Wenzhong and Peng Xie were the first to respond. As a disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Wenzhong naturally recognized the existence of the Kylin ancestor, although Peng Xie was not a disciple of the three teachings. As a great general during the reign of Emperor Yi, he may not have attained immortality, but possessed strength on par with Earth immortals. thus having some understanding of the celestial beings in the primordial world. Bygone, being Emperor Yi's brother, and Meng Fong, who was a civil minister, like Emperor Yi, were unfamiliar with Qin Lin and had not heard of his name. However, upon hearing Qin Lin's self-introduction, they could not help but feel that this person was quite impressive and adept at displaying his prowess. Qin Lin glanced at the two briefly before turning his gaze to Emperor. Although he exuded a certain imperial aura, it paled in comparison to the likes of Xianyuan Huangdi and Diyu, revealing the extent of the encroachment by the Chan sect on human fortune. Might I inquire why the Kylin ancestor has come? I was informed by my master, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, that the ancestor should be in seclusion within the million great mountains. When Zhong stepped forward, clasping his fists in inquiry. If he had not stepped up, no one else would have dared to. Peng Xia was not qualified, and Emperor Yi did not recognize Qin Lin, leaving only him. His words were carefully chosen. The first question inquired about Qin Lin's purpose while also flattering him, and the second sentence invoked his own backing, as his master was the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, indicating that he was under the protection of the Chan sect, while also reiterating his inquiry into Qin Lin's purpose. This child is fated to be connected with me. I shall take him as my disciple. Qin Lin paid no heed to Wen Zhong's subtle intentions. Not only was he in a cooperative relationship with Tongtian, but having broken through to the sage level, he was confident he could confront three beings like the three pure ones or the two saints from the west, who had achieved sagehood through the method of severing their three corpses. As the 8th chapter unfolded, just as Qin Lin's words fell, a baby's cries echoed from within the room. An elderly palace maid soon emerged, cradling a male infant and presenting him before Emperor Yi. Your Majesty, it is the Xian bird, emblematic of the Shang dynasty. Thus, the newborn prince was referred to as the Xian bird, carrying hopes and expectations, akin to how future emperor's sons were referred to as dragon sons. Truly, this is my good fortune. Emperor Yi received the infant, a joyful smile gracing his face as he beheld the chubby little one. He then brought the infant to Qin Lin, inquiring, since you wish to take my son as a disciple, may I trouble you to bestow upon him a name? Emperor Yi was no fool. On the contrary, he was a wise ruler. While he could not compare to his ancestor Wu Ding, he was undoubtedly intelligent. Though unacquainted with Qin Lin, he discerned Qin Lin's exceptional status from the demeanor of Wen Zhong and Peng Xia. Thus, he directly presented the infant to Qin Lin, implicitly agreeing to allow his son to become Qin Lin's disciple. Let it be called Zhou. Qin Lin did not alter the name of the future King Zhou of Shang, retaining his historical name. Zhou, my son Zhou. A splendid name. Thank you for the bestowed name. Emperor Yi expressed satisfaction, unable to contain his joy. After all, this name had been debated and decided upon after much discussion with Meng Fong. I can reside in Chaoga, and when he turns 3, I shall formally take him as my disciple. Qin Lin nodded before vanishing from sight. Emperor Yi had no objections. Having such a formidable presence in Chaoga was advantageous for him, while not explicitly assisting should he find himself in peril. Would the other not intervene out of consideration for his son? Wen Zhong, please elaborate on that esteemed individual's identity. Emperor Yi, handing his son to Meng Fong, eagerly inquired of Wen Zhong. Since the newborn prince had just entered the world, Wen Zhong could not yet assume the role of grand tutor. At present, he held the position of Zai Yi, akin to a half-prime minister combined with the minister of war and the minister of personnel, serving as both a military and literary official. Well, this is a long story. In short, this individual possesses a unique status. Meanwhile, Qin Lin departed the imperial palace, heading westward toward Chaoga. On his way, he had passed a place suffused with radiant, multicolored light. In his haste upon arrival, he had not scrutinized it closely, but now, with leisure on his hands, he decided to return and investigate. Soon, he arrived at the location he had previously traversed, Sand Mountain Pass. Observing the plaque at the city gate, Qin Lin began to comprehend the source of the pulsing, multicolored light within the city. It was likely the famed Kong Xian, heralded as the most powerful being beneath the saints during the Fengshen calamity. As the first peacock of heaven and earth, Kong Xian was born with the divine ability of the 5-color divine light, capable of manifesting anything within the 5 elements. While not as formidable as the 7 treasures mysterious tree of the Zhuan Ti Daoist, he was still not to be underestimated. He was, after all, a pitiful figure. Qin Lin shook his head and stepped into Sand Mountain Pass. It turned out that he had a certain connection with Tongtian. Following the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, the Phoenix clan had vanished from the primordial world, yet the Peacock clan emerged, albeit in limited numbers, thereby extending the legacy of the Phoenix clan. Not long after entering Sand Mountain Pass, Qin Lin found himself face to face with Tongtian. Initially taken aback by Qin Lin's sudden appearance, Tongtian's expression shifted upon recognizing him as the ancestor of the Kylin clan, displaying a hint of arrogance. After all, he now represented the Phoenix clan. Amidst the ancient conflicts, countless casualties had occurred among the three clans, yet no resolution had been achieved. In Tongtian's eyes, his clan stood supreme. What were the Kylin and Dragon clans to him but mere trifles? I thought who it was. It turns out to be the ancestor of the Kylin clan. Pray tell, what brings you here? Tongtian's words dripped with a tinge of indifference, revealing that he regarded Qin Lin with little respect. The peacock was synonymous with pride, and as the first peacock of heaven and earth, Tongtian was exceedingly haughty, treating even saints with disdain. Instruction is not on the agenda. I merely find it somewhat lamentable that following the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, while the Phoenix clan has perished, your peacock lineage persists. Qin Lin sighed, paying no mind to Tongtian's arrogance. Pride requires capital. Pride without substance is merely a farce. Although Tongtian boasted a cultivation of the 8th level of quasi-saint, along with the divine ability of the 5-color divine light, he was but a joke in Qin Lin's presence. Since you have no counsel to offer, begone. I have a poor temper, and our clans are sworn enemies. I have long heard that your Kylin clan has hidden away in a deep abyss, continuing to endure in secrecy. Best return there quickly, lest others extinguish you. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Tongtian retorted with derision. This audacity nearly made Qin Lin laugh in exasperation. How utterly arrogant! Should any incident unfold subsequently, he would bear no responsibility. This was all of Tongtian's own doing, for he was far too provocative. Chapter 9. Exhausted. I'm too tired. Brothers, I shall continue tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 74. I let you run 600 miles ahead. Qin Lin stood still, gazing at Tongtian with an expression that seemed to regard him as a fool. How about this? In honor of your ancestors, I shall allow you a head start of 300 miles. Do not say that I, the ancestor, bullied you. Qin Lin maintained his composure and spoke softly. Humph. What does this mean? Are you going to make a move? Who knows who will run away first? Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Tongtian let out a cold snort. Proud as he was, he took Qin Lin's remarks as a provocation, soaring into the air, his wings unfurling behind him, filling the sky with vibrant colors. This was not an appropriate place for a confrontation. Qin Lin smiled lightly, summoning the chaos bell into his hand and tossing it like a brick. Though this avatar lacked the cultivation of a sage, it still possessed peak quasi-sage strength, and it was imperative to maintain that status. He had also brought along this newly acquired innate treasure when he emerged from the abyss. In that instant, Tongtian was sent flying. The commotion was tremendous. Ordinary citizens and practitioners within the 3-mountain pass turned their terrified gazes toward Qin Lin. For them, Tongtian was the strongest being, an invincible force. Yet now, he had been sent flying by someone. At that moment, Qin Lin casually smiled at those around him and pursued the airborne Tongtian, waving his hand in midair as the chaos bell reappeared in his grasp. The sound was deafening. Tongtian, caught off guard by being struck away, felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Such humiliation was intolerable. He immediately shouted, displaying his peacock feathers as vibrant colors enveloped the sky. Qin Lin approached Tongtian, the chaos bell hovering above him, calmly observing Tongtian. Kylin ancestor, you are truly insidious. How dare you ambush me? Tongtian bellowed in fury, unleashing a burst of colorful light from behind him towards Qin Lin. Qin Lin, with the chaos bell above his head, remained unfazed by Tongtian's actions. Both practiced the 5 elements principles, and he was curious about the differences between Tongtian's understanding and his own. With a flash, the vibrant light swept past, yet Qin Lin remained suspended in midair, unchanged. Tongtian was taken aback. Since mastering the 5-color divine light, he had never missed before. This unexpected failure left him astounded. Observing Tongtian's technique, Qin Lin shook his head in disappointment. He had sensed Tongtian's understanding of the 5 elements earlier and found it lacking. Tongtian focused too much on destruction while neglecting creation. The 5 elements interact in cycles, and Hongjun was fixated solely on their opposition, missing the essential harmony. How could you not be swept away by my five-color divine light? Hongjun glared at Qin Lin, fixated on the chaos bell above him. Is that all you have? You are somewhat disappointing. Qin Lin shook his head, and with a resounding clang, the chaos bell's sound waves reverberated across the expanse, targeting Hongjun. Hongjun, aware of the threat, could not afford to underestimate it. Having experienced the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, he recognized the ancient treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai. The chaos bell, above Qin Lin's head. Wasn't this the very object shattered by the 12 ancestors of sorcery? It had vanished without a trace. How could it have fallen into the hands of the Kylin ancestor? Although he had not delved deeply into the calamity, he was well aware of the chaos bell's formidable reputation. This time, I will allow you to flee 600 miles. Qin Lin declared with a mocking smirk at Hongjun. You dare to insult me. Seeking death, Hongjun brandished the Phoenix clan treasure. The Phoenix Wing Luoyuan blade, charging at Qin Lin. With the chaos bell overhead, Qin Lin formed a hand seal, unleashing a chaos 5-element hand seal that surged forward, encompassing the 5 elements principles toward Hongjun. Hongjun regarded the approaching hand seal with disdain, thinking it a trivial display of the 5 elements principles. However, upon collision with the chaos hand seal, he was left bewildered. This was incredibly powerful. Once again, he was sent flying. Hongjun felt utterly helpless. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? How could there be anyone in this primordial realm who surpasses my understanding of the 5 elements? And a Kylin at that? This is unbearable. Yet the aura emanating from the chaos hand seal filled him with terror. From their encounters, he sensed that this Kylin was merely at the quasi-sage level. Though stronger than him, it shouldn't be by much. Yet the understanding of the 5 elements possessed by Qin Lin far exceeded his own, and his pride rested upon that very mastery. In that moment, Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if he had been surpassed in his strongest domain. Brothers, yesterday was a fierce battle, and today my rhythm is off, so the update is delayed. More to come tonight. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 75, Inner Defeat today. I can offer you an opportunity to join my ranks and become my steed. Qin Lin hovered before Hongjun, calmly assessing him. The so-called first under the sages now seemed exaggerated. This level of strength might suffice against lesser opponents, such as Randang and other juniors. But it fell far short when contending with those who had heard the teachings in the Zixiao Palace. Not to mention figures like Zhen Yuanzi or Ming He. Even a Kuanpeng could easily trample Hongjun. His only notable skill lay in the 5-color divine light, capable of dispelling others' treasures. But against those who could counter him, this technique appeared rather mundane, especially before Qin Lin. Become your steed? You want me to be your mount? Umph. You might as well kill me. It is impossible. I would rather die. Hongjun scoffed, hurling the Phoenix Wing Luoyuan blade at Qin Lin. Realizing he could not match Qin Lin's understanding of the principles, he resorted to a contest of treasures. However, upon witnessing this, Qin Lin laughed. This boy must have been dazed by the previous encounter. Challenging him with treasures? He had brought the Chaos Bell with him. One of the renowned innate treasures of the primordial realm, the Chaos Bell possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, revealing its formidable nature. With a resonant clang, sound waves erupted, freezing the space they traversed, ensnaring all matter within. In Qin Lin's hands, the Chaos Bell radiated greater power than when wielded by the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Phoenix Wing Luoyuan blade, although a treasure of the Phoenix clan, was rendered completely immobile upon contact with the bell sound waves. This blade, while also an innate spiritual treasure, paled in comparison to the burning heaven feather fan that Qin Lin had previously acquired. It was the ancestral treasure of the Phoenix clan, yet next to the Chaos Bell, it seemed utterly inferior. Had Qin Lin unveiled the burning heaven feather fan, Hongjun would have been thrown into a panic, for that was a treasure belonging to the Yuan phone. How could it be in the possession of a Kylin ancestor? Now with the advantage, Qin Lin stepped through the air, effortlessly grasping the Phoenix Wing Luoyuan blade, which trembled violently in his hold, sensing an overwhelming threat. On the opposite side, Hongjun's once arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment and fear. The fundamental attribute of the Chaos Bell was to confine space. Under its oppression, the Phoenix Wing Luoyuan blade gradually quieted. Should Qin Lin desire it, he could easily claim it as his own. As my steed, Consider it a punishment for your insolent words. Not just anyone can be my mount. You should feel fortunate, Qin Lin remarked, loosening his grip, allowing the phoenix wing Luoyuan blade to return to Kong Xian's hand. Yet now, Kong Xian's heart raced with unease. Since achieving the five-color divine light, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of the primordial world, considering even those who had attended Hongjun's teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace as beneath his notice. However, reality delivered a stinging slap to his face. Not only were there formidable beings who had attended the Purple Cloud Palace, but even an ancient Kylin ancestor who had hidden for countless years could effortlessly overpower him, leaving him utterly defenseless. This instilled within him a sense of defeat, fear, and a shattering of his Tao heart. What kind of world was this, that he encountered such a ruthless adversary? I've already said I could let you run 600 miles ahead. Why don't you take the chance? Just as the words left his mouth, the chaos bell appeared once more above Qin Lin, looking down upon Kong Xian, applying pressure on his proud heart step by step. Boom! Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Kong Xian indeed hesitated no longer, transforming into his true form, a resplendent red peacock, radiating a terrifying aura and vibrant rays of multicolored light, soaring southward. Qin Lin remained in place, waiting patiently. After observing Kong Xian fly 600 miles away, the chaos bell above him, akin to a bullet fired from chamber, shrank down to mere inches, swiftly catching up to the distant Kong Xian. Although the Phoenix clan excelled in speed, Qin Lin's Chaos 5 Elements escape technique transcended the methods of the primordial world, and his cultivation was also superior to Kong Xian's, making the pursuit feel like child's play. Flying above Kong Xian, Qin Lin raised the Chaos Bell in his hand and brought it down upon Kong Xian's back like a heavy brick. Kong Xian cried out in agony, plummeting from the sky and creating a massive crater upon impact. Chapter 76. Encounter with Zhuani. Qin Lin landed beside the crater, showing Kong Xian the now shrunken Chaos Bell in his hand, gently asking, "So, have you made up your mind? Will you become my mount? Do you think I would yield? I refuse. You merely rely on your artifact to flaunt your power." Kong Xian defiantly retorted, attributing all of Qin Lin's victories to the Chaos Bell. "Very well, I won't use the Chaos Bell this time. Let us see if you can run another 600 miles. Qin Lin replied with a smile, putting away the bell and gazing at Kong Xian. "Oof." Kong Xian snorted, taking to the skies again, heading southward. Qin Lin watched calmly, and as Kong Xian flew 600 miles, he formed a hand seal. The seal transformed into a colossal multicolored hand, embodying the 5 elements principles, which caught up to the swiftly flying Kong Xian, forming a massive 5-finger mountain that pinned him beneath its weight, rendering him completely immobile. Qin Lin ambled leisurely to Kong Xian's side, crouching down to stroke the vibrant plumes atop his head, inquiring, "Do you yield now?" "I refuse. You're just relying on your divine powers." Kong Xian still held his head high, attributing his defeat solely to Qin Lin's abilities. "Ha ha! If you encounter danger in the future, will you ask your enemies to refrain from using artifacts and divine powers as well?" Qin Lin's words made Kong Xian fall silent, realizing that if he faced other foes, would they truly refrain from using their artifacts and divine powers? Artifacts and divine powers were part of one's strength. If he barred others from using them, would he be left without his 5-color divine light? "Enough. My patience is limited. I will ask you one last time. Will you become my mount?" Qin Lin's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Kong Xian. Just as Kong Xian lowered his head to agree, a voice echoed from miles away. "Friend, this beast has a connection with me." Upon hearing this, Qin Lin turned to see a rotund monk adorned with radiant jewels swiftly approaching from afar, appearing before Qin Lin in an instant. This figure was none other than Zhuani, one of the 2 saints of the West. Qin Lin pursed his lips. The arrival of this individual surely heralded trouble. "Friend, this beast has a connection with me. Allow it to join my Western teachings as the guardian beast of our sacred mountain." Zhuani made a gesture of respect towards Qin Lin, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Kong Xian, the first peacock of the world, a descendant of the Phoenix clan, destined to join their Western teachings. "He has already agreed to be my mount. I kindly ask you to take your leave, Zhuani." Qin Lin shot a glance at Zhuani, his understanding of the latter's shamelessness deepening. Long before Qin Lin rang the first note of the Chaos Bell, the gazes of all the great power wielders across the 3 realms had converged here, Upon witnessing the emergence of the chaos bell of Donghuang Tai, many minds began to concoct schemes, including Zhuanti. However, upon seeing that it was Qin Lin wielding the chaos bell, everyone abandoned their ambitions to seize it. This was a figure capable of standing firm against a saint, the ancient ancestor of the Kylin, the founder behind the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. Not someone to provoke, absolutely not. Zhuanti had relinquished his greed for the chaos bell, yet upon seeing Kongxian, he could not resist. Kongxian was perfectly suited to his teachings. Thus, he hurried over with great speed. This beast is fated to be with my Western teachings. I implore you, Kylin friend, to part with it. Zhuanti insisted, his face still adorned with that ambiguous smile. Qin Lin's expression remained unchanged, even smiling as he replied, parting is out of the question. I kindly ask you to take your leave, Zhuanti. Ugh. Seeing Qin Lin's obstinate stance, Zhuanti felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he had never cared for appearances, being rejected twice stirred a flicker of irritation within him. He glanced at Kongxian. Gritting his teeth, he declared, the Western teachings are willing to offer a piece of innate spiritual treasure. I kindly ask for your generosity. Upon hearing Zhuanti's offer, Qin Lin laughed, while the prone Kongxian nearly choked on his indignation. Was he truly worth only an innate spiritual treasure? His phoenix wing Luyan blade was an innate spiritual treasure. After all, noticing that Qin Lin was ignoring him, Zhuanti's eyes flickered as he reached for Kongxian. Humph. Qin Lin coldly snorted. Zhuanti's failure to negotiate led him to attempt a direct theft, prompting the chaos bell to fly out from within him. Boom! The chaos bell resonated with an authoritative chime, colliding with Zhuanti's hand. Zhuanti staggered back, and the chaos bell returned to Qin Lin's grasp. Holding the bell, Qin Lin's gaze turned icy. Are you seeking to engage me in battle once more? Not at all. Not at all. Zhuanti's hand trembled beneath his robe, yet his expression remained unchanged, still bearing that elusive smile. He glanced at Kongxian before turning his attention back to Qin Lin, stating whether to join the Western teachings or to remain with you. Kongxian should be the one to choose, should he not? After addressing Qin Lin, Zhuanti focused on Kongxian, saying, if Kongxian wishes to join my Western teachings, I shall bestow upon him the title of Peacock, Great Bright King Bodhisattva, granting him the Bodhisattva fruit position, shaping an indestructible golden body, and receiving the faith of believers. Today, I will only present 3 chapters. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to write more. Chapter 77. Acquiring a Mount Qin Lin's expression remained unchanged, even revealing a smile as he focused on Kongxian, silently observing his choice. To be honest, upon hearing Zhuanti's promise, Kongxian felt a flicker of temptation. However, considering the character and disposition of those 2 Western saints, he quickly dispelled the thought. These 2 Western saints presented one facade while concealing another. Their current promises were likely mere traps. Once he joined them, would he not be at their mercy? Perhaps he would merely become a guardian beast. Furthermore, upon seeing Qin Lin's seemingly amused expression, Kongxian shuddered. He was certain that if he acquiesced to Zhuanti, their future encounters would result in severe beatings, and it would be a relentless cycle. From the recent encounter, it is evident that Qin Lin is undoubtedly someone who harbors a deep grudge. Merely exchanging a single retort led him to pursue me relentlessly for 1,000 miles. Furthermore, he has subjected me to ridicule across 300 miles and 600 miles. This individual is certainly not to be trifled with. He is a formidable force. Should he accept Zhuanti's proposal, he may gain certain assurances, yet he would be forever barred from the Western teachings. Encountering him would yield no favorable outcomes. However, to become a steed, that is an indignity I cannot accept. Taoist Kongxian, have you considered this? Upon hearing Zhuanti's words, Kongxian's eyelids twitched. This person had previously referred to him as a beast, yet now he addresses him as a fellow Taoist. Zhuanti's shamelessness has once again reshaped the perception of all present. The gaze of the deities from the 3 realms converged upon Kongxian, curious about his impending choice. The West is too distant. I shall not go. Although Kongxian had consented to become Qin Lin's mount, he remained proud and refused to acknowledge the term steed. Alas, my fellow Taoist reluctance brings me some disappointment. Zhuanti shook his head regretfully, while the virtuous golden wheel behind him radiated a brilliant light. Qin Lin released the 5 elements Great Seal from Kongxian, and the chaos bell appeared above him. He turned his gaze toward Zhuan Ti and inquired, Taoist Zhuan Ti, do you wish to engage in another battle? Not at all. Not at all. Do not misunderstand. Zhuan Ti shook his head, his figure transforming into a radiant seven-colored light, vanishing from sight. Given the earlier interaction with the Chaos Bell, it was evident that the strength of the Kylin ancestor had significantly increased since their last meeting. Moreover, with the Chaos Bell, a primordial treasure, by his side, Zhuan Ti realized he could not single-handedly retain the Kylin ancestor. Zhuan Ti is a wise man. He would not engage in futile endeavors, especially when many within the three realms eagerly anticipated a continuation of the conflict between him and the Kylin ancestor. With Zhuan Ti's departure, Qin Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he currently did not fear the two sages of the West, this was not the opportune moment to act. Prematurely revealing his strength would only attract Zhuan Ti's attention. Let us depart for Chaoga. Qin Lin glanced at Hongjun and soared onto his back. Despite feeling 100-fold indignation, he had agreed to become a steed, and he would not go back on his word. With wings unfurled, he was accompanied by a vibrant glow as they headed toward Chaoga. Refrain from displaying your divine abilities. It is too ostentatious. Qin Lin perched upon Hongjun's back and tapped his head. Oomph. Although he had chosen to submit to Qin Lin, Hongjun's prideful nature remained evident in his words. Without the vibrant glow, Hongjun's speed noticeably diminished. However, Qin Lin did not seek Hongjun as a mount simply for swift travel. If speed were the goal, Hongjun could not even keep pace with his own incarnation. What purpose would he serve? Before long, they arrived at Chaoga City. Due to the presence of the Emperor's aura and the fortune of the human race, Hongjun dared not act recklessly above the city, noticeably slowing down as they descended to the ground. After all, the current dominant force on this land was the human race, necessitating a more subdued approach. With a population exceeding billions, the combined fortunes of the people converged at the heart of the human realm, where the imperial army resided in Chaoga. Even saints would hesitate to act against the human race, for the karmic debt incurred would be immense. Upon landing, their formidable cultivation levels rendered them undetectable to ordinary individuals. Even if one were to walk past them, they would remain oblivious to their presence. Let us find a place to settle down here. Qin Lin surveyed the surroundings and soon acquired a two-story wooden loft not far from the imperial city. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Qin Lin officially took Zi Shou as his disciple, making him the second direct disciple after the Fire Kylin, personally instructing him in spells and imperial strategies. Although Qin Lin had little understanding of imperial tactics, he had not squandered his time watching historical dramas in his previous life. Chapter 78. This is not a wise strategy. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed. Before his demise, Emperor Yi ultimately could not conquer the northern Rong and had to entrust this arduous task to his son, Zi Shou. Upon ascending the throne, Zi Shou adopted the imperial name Xen, henceforth known as Emperor Xian. Meanwhile, within the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi of Taiji paused in his fan waving and turned to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, saying, "You two have come to stoke the furnace." "Yes." Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao nodded, fanning the flames of the Bagua furnace with their wind and fire banana fans. Taiji sat upon a meditation mat, closing his eyes once more to conduct his divinations. The Fengshan calamity ought to commence soon. Earlier, while wielding the god-slaying whip and the Fengshan list, he had already deduced that this calamity would be initiated by a saint. However, concerning the identity of that saint, he could not ascertain whether it would be one of the two from the west, or perhaps Niwa. Given the shamelessness of the two from the west, what deeds might they not undertake? Niwa, the mother of humanity, was at the core of this calamity, despite it being a divine slaughter. The essence should indeed focus on humanity. The roots of this calamity must lie within these three individuals. Yet now, it seemed that the calamity had yet to begin. Another 10 years passed, and Taiji Laozi began to grow restless. Logically, this calamity should have commenced by now, yet there remained no signs of activity, prompting further contemplation. Another decade elapsed, and Taiji could no longer remain still. He entrusted Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao with guarding the place, and directed Xuandu Dafa Master to guide the ox to Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, among the human race, Emperor Xian prioritized agriculture and commerce, developed water conservancy, and dispatched Wenzhong, Yilao, and Fei Lian to wage war externally. After 2 decades of rule, he had doubled the population of the human race and conquered the northern Rong and other remnants of the Xia dynasty. The human race had grown unprecedentedly powerful. One day, after court assembly, Emperor Xin visited Qin Lin's residence and respectfully greeted him, saying, "Master." Qin Lin casually nodded, awaiting Emperor Xin to elaborate. It was clear that Emperor Xin had come with a purpose. He would not visit without reason. "Master, tomorrow is Nua's birthday. Will you attend?" "Empevo sin inquit." "Nua's birthday? What business do I have there? I shall not go." Qin Lin turned over and continued to sleep. Emperor Xin nodded, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he seemingly spoke without intent. "Master, the conflict among cultivators have become increasingly frequent lately. Do you know the reason?" "I do not know. Remember to close the door." Qin Lin replied, his back turned to Emperor Xin, waving his hand dismissively. Once Emperor Xin departed, Qin Lin curled his lip. This little fellow had unwittingly employed his imperial strategies against him, without considering who had taught him such things. However, it was indeed true that conflicts among cultivators had escalated. The calamity that should have commenced 20 years prior had been delayed for 2 decades. How could it not emerge? With the calamity's energy lacking a suitable outlet, it could only seek release through minor fissures. Yawning, Qin Lin paid little mind to it. Currently, the only prominent forces traversing the world were the Chan and Buddhist sects, alongside the likes of Hongjun, who had joined the GS sect's 3rd generation. Neither the 10,000 Demons Kingdom nor the Abyss had any bearing on him. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun Yushu Palace, Taiji Laozi relayed his findings to Yuan Shi Tianzun. "As my elder brother has stated, a chilling aura pervades the 3 realms." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded, instructing his attendant by He Tongzi, "Summon your senior brothers Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao." Summoning the 2 was merely a matter of sending a message. Having Bai He Tongzi make the trip was both a necessity for further discussion with Taiji Laozi and a matter of maintaining his reputation. "Are you intending to send those 2 down the mountain?" Taiji Laozi immediately grasped Yuan Shi Tianzun's intentions. Not long ago, his disciple Tai he had encountered some conflict with the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, which had developed considerably over the years, with many of its members now emerging into the world. The words of the primordial supreme being were straightforward. "My disciples have already been influenced by the calamities of the world, and the time has come for this great tribulation to commence. Should we select a few from the Dragon Clan to eliminate first, perhaps to fill the ranks of the divine list?" However, the thought of targeting the Dragon Clan was met with hesitation, for this lineage had endured numerous tribulations. Such a course of action would not be wise. Laozi of Taiji shook his head. If matters were truly so simple, he would have already instructed the primordial supreme being to release the 2 individuals from their mountain confinement. There would have been no need for him to make this journey personally. "Fear not, my elder brother, for I have devised a brilliant plan." A profound smile appeared on the face of the primordial supreme being, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the Blood Sea. Chapter 79. The Sound of Swineham? Laozi of Taiji's eyes also turned towards the Blood Sea of the underworld, as if he could pierce through its depths to glimpse the countless Azura beings dwelling within. The ancestor of the Underworld River had long resided within the River of the Underworld, safeguarding the Azura clan. Yet within this tribe, many formidable beings had emerged, such as Zaishin Pashu, Yushi Tian, Brahma, and Shiva, all possessing the strength of peak de Luo golden immortals. If we could draw them into this calamity, it would alleviate some of our burdens. As he spoke, an indescribable smile danced upon the lips of the primordial supreme being. Excellent. After contemplating, Laozi of Taiji concluded that, in the entirety of the primordial realm, the Azura clan indeed represented a promising choice to fill the divine list. For in recent years, they had been observant of the movements of the GS sect and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. The GS sect had entirely retreated into seclusion, while the 10,000 Demon Kingdom had sealed 100,000 mountains with an intricate formation, prohibiting the entry and exit of the Demon Clan, which had left them quite distressed. Soon, Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao arrived at the Grand Hall of Yushu Palace. Upon seeing the primordial supreme being and Laozi of Taiji, they hastily bowed in respect. "Greetings, Master. May your longevity be boundless." "Greetings, Uncle Taiji. May your longevity be boundless." After completing their salutations, the 2 awaited the commands of the primordial supreme being. With a serene voice, he spoke. You two have been on the mountain for over 60 years, yet you have not even attained the path of immortality. It is time for you to descend the mountain. Master, Shun Gongbao, who had already surpassed the realm of Taiji Xianxian, intended to explain himself, but upon encountering the primordial supreme being's imposing gaze, he found himself unable to utter a word. I beseech you, Master, I am wholly devoted to the path, yearning solely for the method of eternal life. Please do not cast me down the mountain. Jiang Zia prostrated himself on the ground, wearing a pitiful expression. Alas, your talents are limited, and the possibility of achieving the immortal path is bleak. You may take the divine list and the god-slaying whip to the mortal realm, seeking those worthy of the list, in accordance with the heavenly will. Upon success, you may yet achieve greatness. Go now, go. With that, the primordial supreme being waved his hand, and the two ascended swiftly, only to be cast out of Kunlun Mountain in the blink of an eye. As they were expelled, Shun Gongbao's heart seethed with anger. He had clearly surpassed the realm of Taiji Xianxian, yet was still thrown out. He felt deeply aggrieved. Having long endured disdain from the primordial supreme being and his disciples due to his identity as a Black Panther. Most of his interactions had been with disciples of the Jie sect, where he was also looked down upon by figures such as Guang Qingzi. Now, he had been unceremoniously cast out of Kunlun Mountain. Brother, what shall we do now? Jiang Zia, clutching the divine list and the god-slaying whip, looked sorrowfully at Shun Gongbao. Sigh, I wish to journey to the Eastern Sea to engage in discourse with a few fellow practitioners. If you have no matters to attend to, you may accompany me. Shun Gongbao glanced at Jiang Zia's divine list, shaking his head in resignation. He could not oppose the decision of a saint, being merely a minor Taiji Xianxian. Very well. With nowhere else to go, Jiang Zia accepted Shun Gongbao's invitation and followed him toward the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, having observed Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao's departure through the Haotian mirror, contemplated for a moment before transforming into a radiant light and leaving the heavenly court. Arriving swiftly at Chaoga City, upon entering the courtyard, he beheld Qin Lin, who appeared to be resting in the center, though in truth, he was engaged in profound contemplation. My friend Haotian, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Qin Lin opened his eyes, sitting up, and waved his hand, conjuring a tea table between them. You seem to be enjoying a most comfortable existence here in Chaoga City. Haotian sat down, taking a sip from the teacup. Are you still troubled by the matter of the divine list? Qin Lin inquired calmly. Indeed. Haotian nodded. The destined beings for the divine list have already emerged. I am aware. Qin Lin acknowledged. Others may not have delved as deeply into the study of calamities as he had, but at the moment Jiang Zia appeared, it seemed as if the calamities of the world found their release, flooding into Shun Gongbao. Indeed, it was Shun Gongbao, not the destined one Jiang Zia. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of Qin Lin, who had been researching calamities, and he quickly recognized the emergence of Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao. Thus, the tribulation of the divine list was set to commence. A deep worry clouded Haotian's expression. Hadn't the matter of the divine list been discussed previously? Why then? Did he still harbor concerns? Qin Lin, sipping his tea, found it perplexing why Haotian continuously fretted. Alas, my brother, with Tongtian collaborating with you, and the human teachings not entering the tribulation, while the witch clan of the underworld is also absent. Surely, the Western sect and the Chan sect cannot adequately fill the divine list. Haotian shook his head, appearing quite helpless. Qin Lin nearly burst into laughter. Haotian, who had previously worried that those on the divine list would not heed his words, was now concerned that there would not be enough candidates to fill it. While it was indeed a valid point, the Chan sect could only muster the 12 golden immortals, and the Western sect had even fewer. At present, even if all the experts from both sects perished, there would be barely 30 remaining. Yet the divine list required 360 rightful deities, with thousands more for auxiliary and miscellaneous deities. My friends, I implore you for 5-star reviews. Chapter 80. The Destined One for the Divine List. Haotian, my friend, accompany me to the Bo Palace, where we shall consult with Tongtian regarding our future plans. At this moment, Qin Lin rose and spoke softly. While Haotian harbored considerable ambition, he also spoke the truth. Moreover, granting Haotian greater influence within the heavenly court would likewise bolster the position of the Kylin clan. As for the possibility of Haotian turning against him, that seemed improbable in the near term. After all, The tribulation of the divine list appeared to arise due to Hao Qian's appeal to the Tao ancestor Hongjun for assistance, stemming from the heavenly court's lack of personnel. The deeper implications of Hongjun's desire to cleanse the primordial realm remained unknown even to Qin Lin, let alone the other saints, who thus directed their ire toward Hao Qian. The entire world believed the tribulation of the divine list to be a consequence of Hao Qian's actions, leading to widespread resentment against him. In this context, the only allies Hao Qian had were the Kylin clan and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Under such circumstances, it was Hao Qian who should worry about Qin Lin potentially breaking their agreement, not the other way around. Seated upon the back of Tongtian, the two swiftly arrived at the Golden Turtle Island's Bo Palace in the Eastern Sea. It seemed that Tongtian had already anticipated Qin Lin and Hao Qian's arrival, as he had instructed Taoist duo Bao to await them at the entrance. Esteemed uncles, the master has been awaiting you for some time. Taoist duo Bao stipet forward, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting to Qin Lin and Hao Qian. Previously, Tongtian had informed them that he and Qin Lin were peers. Thus Taoist duo Bao addressed both with the same title of uncle. Qin Lin paid little heed to such formalities, recognizing them as mere superficial gestures. As the two entered the Azure Palace, they beheld Tongtian seated upon his cloud bed, opening his eyes to regard them and inquiring, esteemed friends, I regret not having welcomed you properly. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Upon encountering Tongtian, Qin Lin took the initiative to speak about the impending calamities. After listening to Qin Lin's words, Tongtian began to delve into the study of the calamity aura. Just as Qin Lin had articulated, whenever a great tribulation approached, a chilling aura of slaughter would inevitably permeate the three realms, affecting even the practitioners of immortality. Even the saints, if not vigilant, could fall prey to this sinister energy. Are you aware that the destined ones have descended from the mountain? Qin Lin and Hao Qian took their seats on either side of Tongtian, as Chang'er Dingguang presented them with tea and an assortment of spiritual pastries. Oh, Tongtian expressed surprise, for despite his own studies on calamity aura, he found himself lacking the depth of Qin Lin's understanding. He felt that over the years, the aura of slaughter had only intensified. It appeared that the individual of concern had delivered himself right to their doorstep. Qin Lin smiled, gesturing in the air to draw a circle, within which the figures of Shen Gongbao and Jiang Zia materialized. Their powers were significantly inferior to that of Kongtian, which was why they had only now arrived at Golden Ao Island. I recognize this individual. He is a disciple of the Yuanshu sect, originally a Black Panther transformed. He was not well received in Yushu Palace, so he often frequented my Azure Palace to engage with his peers in discussions of the Tao. I observed he is a person inclined towards the Great Way, so I did not expel him, and I even shared teachings with him, Tongtian remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. If Shen Gongbao truly was a talent, his actions could serve as a remarkable tale, promoting his sect's mission of seeking survival for the populace and their doctrine of inclusivity. However, to Tongtian's dismay, Shen Gongbao was not a talent at all, but rather a troublemaker, the greatest instigator in the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Qin Lin understood Tongtian's thoughts, but merely shook his head, employing certain divine techniques to reveal that Shen Gongbao was enveloped in a malevolent red aura capable of tainting half the sky. This is calamity aura? Tongtian's composure faltered. After receiving Qin Lin's insights, he had conducted some research on calamity aura, yet his studies only deepened his astonishment. A mere trace of such aura could influence one's mind, and a single strand could impact even a Deluo golden immortal. Now, he witnessed an expanse of crimson calamity aura gathering around one individual, who seemed entirely unaffected. This contradicted his understanding of calamity aura. As a sage, Tongtian knew that what Qin Lin displayed was not an illusion, but a unique method that allowed them to perceive the calamity aura. His gaze turned to Qin Lin, awaiting an explanation. This individual is the calamity master of this tribulation, bearing the aura of calamity. Those who come into contact with him will inevitably be influenced. Tongtian and the Jade Emperor Hao Qian continued to observe the scene conjured by Qin Lin. Tongtian forbade his disciples from approaching the vicinity of Golden Ao Island, leading them to establish a sanctuary nearby. Over the millennia, numerous smaller islands emerged around Golden Ao Island. The Three Immortals Island remained relatively distant, while Zhao Gongming's sanctuary was not far from there. Shen Gongbao and Jiang Zia landed on Zhao Gongming's floating altar. Zhao Gongming sent his 2 attendant boys to welcome them into his domain. From a vision, it was evident that as Zhao Gongming engaged with Shen Gongbao in dialogue, strands of red calamity aura began to infiltrate Zhao Gongming's being. Wait! Tongtian's eyes widened in alarm, appearing quite anxious, as if he were ready to rush to the floating altar to expel Shen Gongbao, whom he deemed a calamity incarnate. Do not be hasty. Qin Lin signaled Tongtian to remain calm. I have been overly concerned. Tongtian realized his own impatience. Shen Gongbao was indeed a crucial aspect of this investiture of the god's calamity. It was necessary to keep his disciples at a distance from him, yet they could also utilize him for their purposes. Qin Lin regarded Tongtian and Hao Yin, taking a sip of tea, and spoke in a grave tone. After hearing Qin Lin's words, Tongtian's expression soured. He had always held disdain for using cunning tactics, placing greater emphasis on personal strength. Observing this, Qin Lin shook his head. He understood Tongtian's disposition, and it was precisely because of this trait that Qin Lin chose to collaborate with him, as such a person was free from ulterior motives, allowing for a trustworthy partnership. Qin Lin turned to Hao Yin and suggested, perhaps it would be best if you elaborate further, dear friend. Hao Yin nodded and reiterated his concerns. Upon concluding, Tongtian furrowed his brow. Realizing he had neglected the fact that the investiture of the gods' roster still required 360 deities and nearly 3,000 auxiliary gods, miscellaneous gods, and divine generals. As for heavenly soldiers, they would require several thousand accomplished immortals. While finding auxiliary gods, miscellaneous gods, and divine generals could be somewhat manageable, the 360 true gods needed to be genuine golden immortals or possess substantial fortune. Do you have any solutions? Tongtian pondered, looking towards Qin Lin for guidance. With a smile, Qin Lin produced a bamboo slip and presented it to Tongtian. Upon opening it and glancing at its contents, Tongtian quickly returned the slip to Qin Lin and closed his eyes to begin his calculations. Qin Lin then handed the slip to Hao Yin, who, lacking Tongtian's sage-like prowess, took a moment to read through it, but remained somewhat perplexed, as the slip seemed to contain an esoteric cultivation method. After a considerable time, Tongtian opened his eyes, having internally deduced the content of the bamboo slip. Though your Wuji Xiangong is indeed profound, allowing one to attain the golden immortal realm within a century, it carries substantial risks. A century to reach golden immortal? Upon hearing this, Hao Yin nearly dropped his teacup in disbelief. What was his current standing? At the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, he had spent an exorbitant amount of time to achieve this level. It had taken him a span of 3 tribulations since the Dragon and Phoenix calamity. Now, he heard that one could attain the golden immortal state within a century. What had he accomplished over those tribulations? The golden immortal realm, albeit significant, still represented a formidable strength. At this moment, due to Qin Lin's discourse, Tongtian had sealed the surroundings with divine power, preventing Cheng-Er Dingguang from overhearing. Otherwise, he would likely have knelt in awe upon hearing that one could achieve golden immortal status within a century, especially considering he had just recently ascended from the Deluo realm after countless years of effort. Do not hesitate to speak, my friend, Qin Lin replied with a smile, retracting the bamboo slip. This Wuji Xiangong was a rapid success method he had devised after attaining sainthood over the years. To an ordinary person, a golden immortal was indeed a formidable being, but to a sage, a golden immortal was still akin to an ant, particularly for those who cultivated through this method. Their combat prowess would be severely diminished. This technique was created primarily to confront calamities. While the method was indeed exquisite, it came at the cost of depleting one's potential. Although there existed a possibility of breaking through to the golden immortal realm, it would also exhaust one's innate potential. And compared to orthodox practitioners, those who achieved the same realm would find themselves utterly incapable of battling others. This was but one drawback. This method demands a high level of innate talent. The more extraordinary the talent, the more effortlessly one can cultivate this technique. However, it simultaneously depletes potential at a significant rate, which is its second flaw. The requirement for innate talent is so stringent that those without it would need an abundance of rare materials to practice, consuming resources tenfold compared to normal practitioners. Marking its third flaw, after practicing this technique, one may attain the realm of golden immortal, yet due to the initial consumption of potential. Achieving the Great Luo realm later becomes impossible, as one cannot gather the 3 flowers atop the head or the 5 qi converging towards the origin. Even though rare materials could condense the Dao fruit, it would merely be a counterfeit Dao fruit, far inferior to the true Great Luo Dao fruit. Thus, I refer to it as the Tai Dao fruit. Those who cultivate using this method can only be called Tai Golden Immortals upon reaching this level. This is its 4th flaw. The Celestial Master readily articulated the 4 vulnerabilities within the Qin Lin technique. In simpler terms, it possesses 2 primary shortcomings. The cultivation comes at the expense of one's potential, and even if one breaks through to a level beyond the Golden Immortal, it remains utterly worthless. Consequently, the Celestial Master designated this realm as Tai Golden Immortal, which, despite being on par with the Great Luo, does not yield the authentic Great Luo Dao fruit, but rather a counterfeit. Upon hearing the Celestial Master's explanation, Qian felt a sense of relief. How formidable could this technique truly be? If it were to spread, it would undoubtedly give rise to countless powerful beings. What do you think of this technique? Qin Lin inquired, turning to the Celestial Master. Although it allows rapid ascension to the Golden Immortal and even Tai Golden Immortal, its flaws are considerable. My disciples shall not practice this method. The Celestial Master shook his head, firmly believing that his disciples were the most resolute seekers of the Tao. That is not my intention. I mean, what do you think about allowing mortals to cultivate this technique? Qin Lin found this amusing. Mortals? The Celestial Master furrowed his brow and replied, mortals generally possess poor aptitude. Should they wish to achieve mastery within a century, they would need to invest resources 20 to 30 times greater. This resource should be provided by you, Qian. Qin Lin said, casting a teasing glance at Qian. Upon hearing this, both the Celestial Master and Qian instantly understood Qin Lin's intent. He was clearly suggesting the rapid cultivation of a batch of Golden Immortals to be sent to the Divine List. The fundamental reason why the disciples of the 4 teachings were most apprehensive and reluctant to ascend the Divine List was straightforward. Once they were on the list, they could no longer continue their cultivation, and this technique seems to align perfectly with the Divine List. As they departed from the Zixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor had conferred the innate spiritual root of the peach tree, and now, after 9,000 years, the peaches had already ripened several times. Qian wore a broad smile. He initially intended to host a peach banquet to win over the great powers of the 3 realms. However, it now seemed far more vital to cultivate his trusted subordinates. As long as he could nurture a large number of Golden Immortals, even Tai Golden Immortals, then he would firmly secure his position in heaven. Even if powerful beings of the quasi-saint realm came to stir trouble, he could suppress them without relying on anyone else's power. I can also assist you in refining that Wuji Xiangong. The Celestial Master nodded, acknowledging that accelerating mortal cultivation to ascend the Divine List was indeed a wise choice. After some contemplation, he suggested, we may select those who voluntarily wish to ascend the Divine List and impart this technique to them. Excellent. Qin Lin understood the Celestial Master's mindset. As the leader of he was committed to seizing a sliver of hope for the common people and would not allow himself to sever their path to the Tao. Thus, he offered a final reminder. Chapter 3 delivered. I have been suffering from cold lately, and I apologize for the delay in writing. Chapter 83. The Azura clan enters the tribulation, however. Mastering this technique requires a century. While the destined individuals for the Divine List and the Tribulation Master have already descended the mountain, Qian looked at Qin Lin, clearly indicating that time was insufficient. Qin Lin and the Celestial Master exchanged glances with Qian, shaking their heads, as if regarding him as foolish. Hadn't those 2 already presented themselves? Hiding them for 100 years would be child's play. Even with the combined efforts of Taiji and Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Celestial Master could obscure the heavenly secrets. Moreover, with the impending tribulation, the heavenly secrets had already become exceedingly muddled. Concealing Jiangxia and Shengongbao was as trivial as child's play. Realizing the foolishness of his question, Qian awkwardly cleared his throat and asked Qin Lin, you have been cultivating in Chaoga City. Do you have any recommendations? Indeed. Qin Lin nodded, producing a list from his sleeve and handing it to Qian. These individuals are blessed with great fortune and are worthy of ascending the Divine List. You may nurture 1 or 2 of them. Wonderful, Qian exclaimed, eagerly accepting the list from Qin Lin, which would save him considerable effort. Thus, the two entrusted the matter to the Celestial Master. After bidding farewell to the Celestial Master, Qin Lin and Honghuang departed from Golden Ao Island. Upon seeing Shan Gongbao and Jiangze leave the altar-floating island to head toward Chaoga, the Celestial Master divided a portion of his malevolent corpse to pursue them, using the game of time to control them. In Kunlun, within the Jade Void Palace, Taiji Laozi had already departed, and Yuan Shitianzun had yet to realize that his two recently dispatched disciples had vanished. At this moment, Yuan Shitianzun summoned his second disciple, whom he favored most, Guang Chengzi, and instructed, "I have heard that the medicine master Liuli Guang Buddha is preaching in the eastern lands." "Yes, master," Guang Chengzi replied. "Though in the eastern lands, he is preaching in a location very close to the west due to the presence of the Chan and Jie sections." Although Guang Chengzi did not understand why Yuan Shitianzun inquired about the medicine master Liuli Guang Buddha, he answered truthfully, stating that the medicine master Liuli Guang Buddha possessed the cultivation of great Luo golden immortal and was preaching in the eastern lands, which naturally drew the attention of their sect. "You may go and invite him to preach near the Sea of Blood." Yuan Shitianzun spoke calmly. This was not an ideal task, and should have been assigned to Huang Long, yet he chose Guang Chengzi, believing he would understand his intent, while others might misinterpret it. "I shall comply with the master's wishes." Guang Chengzi was astonished, fully grasping Yuan Shitianzun's intentions, but also apprehensive about the impending tribulation, wondering if it would involve the Azura clan. The Azura clan resided in the Blood River region, having not emerged for many years, quietly cultivating. Many younger practitioners in the wilderness were even unaware of the Azura clan's specific circumstances. The Azura clan enters the tribulation. Could it be that master plans to take action against the Lord of the Underworld River? Guang Chengzi speculated incessantly in his mind. However, this seemed unlikely. The Lord of the Underworld River and they had maintained a peaceful coexistence, unlikely to engage in open conflict. Recently, Taiji had visited, likely discussing the matter of involving the Azura clan in the tribulation. Before long, Guang Chengzi had pieced together much of the conversation between Yuan Shitianzun and Taiji Laozi. Exiting the Jade Void Palace, he set off towards the west, soon finding the medicine master Liuli Guang Buddha at the junction of the east and west. After some persuasive dialogue, he successfully encouraged the medicine master to preach near the Sea of Blood. Not fully at ease, Guang Chengzi transformed into the likeness of the medicine master Liuli Guang Buddha and approached the Sea of Blood, slaying a few Azuras while letting others escape, then vanished like a long rainbow. Not long after Guang Chengzi disappeared, the quasi-saint appeared at the location where Guang Chengzi had vanished. He was ultimately still too young. Would the Azura clan believe such tactics? Would the Lord of the Underworld River believe it? That was far too presumptuous. The quasi-saint paid no heed to Guang Chengzi's shallow schemes. When he orchestrated the events of Jinwu burning the heavens and Ho Yi shooting the sun, Guang Chengzi had yet to be born. This method rendered him incapable of even contemplating acts of sabotage. He cast a glance toward the southern Kunlun Mountains. Since the Primordial Lord had already devised a scheme against them, it was only natural for him to reciprocate with a grand gesture. However, it was imperative that neither the Primordial Lord nor the Western sect knew of his involvement. Guang Chengzi's schemes were too simplistic. They were not worthy of comparison with his own. If one were to speak of cunning, he, as Zhuan Ti, was no ordinary figure. Subsequently, Zhuan Ti's gaze shifted towards the northern sea, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 84. The layout of the Western sect in the Northern Sea. Within the Demon Master Palace. After the War of the Witches and Demons, the Demon Master Kunpeng had originally fled to the northern Jilu continent, establishing the Demon Master Palace and enjoying a period of leisure. However, with the resurgence of humanity, his kind faced increasing hardships in the northern Jilu territory. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retreat to the Northern Sea for secluded cultivation. Following Fushi's reincarnation as the human sovereign and his subsequent seizure of the river map and Luo book, Kunpeng, backed by the Saint Enhua, could only harbor resentment in silence. To date, he possessed no formidable treasures. Nevertheless, due to Kunpeng's innate status as a primordial being and his years of cultivation in the Honghuang realm, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of quasi-saint. As a being known for his fear of the strong and bullying the weak, Kunpeng had remained in the Northern Sea for years, never emerging. Thus, his understanding of significant events in Honghuang was notably limited. However, on this particular day, Qin received news from his subordinates. A supreme innate spiritual treasure was rumored to emerge in the southern sea. Many had already journeyed there, yet none could breach the grand formation surrounding the island. Initially dismissive of the news, Qin found it hard to believe. What era was it now? This was not the early days of Honghuang, where a bit of luck could lead to encountering innate treasures. In the current world of Honghuang, was there any place left undiscovered? Were there truly unclaimed supreme innate treasures? Yet, the more the rumor circulated, the more believers it garnered. While Qin might have brushed off one or two of his subordinates' claims, when dozens began to speak of the Southern Sea's treasure, it piqued his interest. After all, despite his early birth, he had been constrained by fate and had never acquired any supreme innate treasures, which was a source of deep frustration for him. This was also the reason he had taken the river map and Luo book during the War of the Witches and Demons, only for Fuxi to later seize them from him, ultimately leading to Fuxi's ascension as the human sovereign. Now, the only asset he could boast was the Demon Master Palace, a post-heavenly merit treasure he had painstakingly crafted from abundant star essence and various metals, enhanced by his significant contributions to the creation of demon scripts. While it was exceptional among post-heavenly merit treasures, it could not compare to even an ordinary innate treasure. Thus, Qin covertly departed the northern sea, heading towards the southern sea. Meanwhile, at Mount Luojia in the southern sea, 5 of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect gathered again. Tai Zhenren, Cihong Daoren, Huanglong Zhenren, Lingbao Dafa, and Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan. They had been summoned by Cihong Daoren, who spoke of great opportunity in the southern sea. Although the primordial lord favored Guangchengzi, causing discontent among the other disciples, they could do nothing about it, for the primordial lord was a saint. Thus, aside from the southern polar immortal and Guangchengzi, the relationships among the others were generally amicable. It was precisely this island, protected by an innate formation, that had recently attracted attention from certain sea creatures, prompting their brothers to convene. Cihong Daoren, holding a jade vase of lamb fat, radiated an aura of solemnity as he addressed them. His words dispelled the doubts of Tai Zhenren and the others. Initially, they had questioned the motives behind sharing news of a supreme innate treasure. Yet they soon realized that some sea demons had disseminated information about the island. Cihong Daoren feared that others might seize the opportunity. So rather than let it fall into foreign hands, it was better to invite his fellow disciples. Even if one among them were to gain the treasure, he would certainly receive his due benefits, both out of past friendships and for the sake of face. Before long, the others had convinced themselves of their understanding of Cihong Daoren's intentions. They thought, they are merely creatures of the wet and wild. If they see us from the Chan sect, declaring our names, who would dare contend? The proud Tai Zhenren spoke, his words laced with disdain for the sea demons. Chapter 85. Return to the Abyss. This formation was indeed extraordinary. It would require the combined efforts of the brothers to dismantle it. Lingbao Dafa studied the formation and addressed the group. The 3 teachings of Chan and Jia are: Taiji excels in alchemy, Yuqing in artifact crafting, and Shanqing in formations. Correspondingly, the disciples of these teachings are generally proficient in their respective domains, with Lingbao Dafa being particularly adept in formations. Senior brothers, you may take action. The others chimed in, their faces adorned with friendly smiles, though each harbored their own ulterior motives. Lingbao Dafa stepped forward to begin dismantling the formation, while the other 4 stood behind him, channeling their powers to assist him. Moments later, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and their expressions grew strained, as if they were gritting their teeth to persevere. However, it remained to be seen how many of them were truly exerting their full strength, as the number of those sweating was still uncertain. In the depths of the sea, Qin sensed the formation's presence atop the island. It was indeed an innate formation, and its potency was formidable. Even he, at the pinnacle of quasi-saint 9th stage, would require time to decipher it. From the aura emanating from the formation, it seemed that the treasures within were likely more than just a supreme innate treasure, as the protective formation could not be this powerful for mere treasures. After all, he was a veteran of Honghuang. Had he never seen a pig run after having eaten pork? This realization intensified Qin's fervor, leading him to submerge deeper into the sea, waiting for the younger generation to break the formation. Meanwhile, Qin Lin arrived at the palace, seeking out Emperor Exine, who was managing court affairs. After a moment of silence, he addressed Emperor Xn. "I must take my leave." "Master, you are." Emperor Xn rose, his expression betraying anxiety and reluctance. For many years, he had followed Qin Lin in pursuit of knowledge, and to him, Qin Lin felt more like a father than a teacher. Although he had anticipated this departure, he had not expected it to arrive so soon, and he felt a profound sense of loss. After all, during his childhood, he had been occupied with governing the state and had little time to spend with Emperor Xn, who had thus remained by Qin Lin's side. Their bond transcended that of teacher and student, resembling that of father and son. All good things must come to an end. It was time to part ways. Qin Lin extended his hand, wishing to ruffle the hair of the young one he had raised, but ultimately settled for a gentle pat on Emperor Xion's shoulder. "For years, you have inquired about the calamity of the ages, have you not? The reason I did not inform you before was that the calamity was still far off. But now I must tell you, for it has already commenced." Qin Lin glanced at Emperor Xian, recounting the matters concerning Jiangxia and Shingongbao, along with the discussions he had shared with Hao Yan and the others regarding the calamity. "So, there are still 100 years until the official onset of the calamity of consecration?" After listening to Qin Lin's entire explanation, Emperor Xian found himself somewhat dazed. The existence of such matters in the world was entirely beyond his prior comprehension and understanding. However, he too had undergone the baptism of the imperial dramas in his previous life, where concealing one's emotions was the most fundamental skill of an emperor. Indeed, Taoist Hao Yan was already preparing for the divine sealing, and I shall not disclose that list to you. You must not inquire with Taoist Hao Yan either. You may recruit those individuals into your ranks, which shall serve as a test for your capabilities. Qin Lin smiled faintly and turned to exit the imperial palace. Kong Xian awaited outside. Upon mounting his back, Qin Lin returned to the abyssal realm. The individuals cultivated by Hao Yan would likely achieve at least the Golden Immortal realm in the future, or even the Tai Golden Immortal. Although the Tai Golden Immortal is not as formidable as the Deluo Golden Immortal, it still represents considerable support. The forthcoming divine sealing war will undoubtedly revolve around the human race. If he could recruit those individuals, it would constitute a tremendous advantage. However, if he failed to do so, they would merely fall into the hands of others. Thus, they would not only fail to assist King Zhou, but become a potential threat to him. Qin Lin could have easily shared the list intended for Hao Yan with Xian, yet he refrained, as this served to test Xian's abilities and his belief that Xian would successfully identify those talented individuals nurtured by Hao Yan amidst the vast sea of humanity. Chapter 86. The Demon Master Kunpeng in the South Sea, as the five figures, Ziheng Daoist, Tai Zhenren, Lingbao Dafa Master, Huanglong Zhenren, and Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, broke through the formation. Kunpeng swiftly took action. A colossal wave surged forth, and Kunpeng emerged from the depths of the ocean, transforming into the magnificent form of the rock. With a single flap of his wings, he soared 9,000 miles, mastering the speed principles among the 3,000 great paths. Among the entirety of the primordial world, with no sages present, Kunpeng undoubtedly ranked among the swiftest. In a desperate bid for the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, his speed exceeded all precedents, sending the 5 Deluo Golden Immortals crashing into the waters while he plunged into the formation. Yet, upon observing the barren island with merely a few spiritual herbs, Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback. Where was the supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Why was there only an empty island? Where had his coveted treasure gone? Initially, the 5 Deluo Golden Immortals intended to exchange pleasantries, as they were all proud individuals. However, Kunpeng's sudden assault left them bewildered. They had already driven away the weaker sea demons and felt secure in their exploration. Thus, they were caught off guard when a single wave sent all 5 into the sea. Who was this? The 9-dragon divine fire shield appeared around Tai Zhenren, encasing him within. The 9 divine dragons formed from Tai's sacred flames surrounded him, poised and vigilant. The other 4 emerged from the water, all gazing toward the island. Meanwhile, Kunpeng's countenance darkened. His original plan was to seize the supreme, innate spiritual treasure and flee. His speed would make even a sage think twice, let alone a few young Deluo Golden Immortals. Yet now, he had not even laid eyes on a single strand of the treasure. With no intention of fleeing, Kunpeng coldly addressed the 5. You younglings have been deceived. There is no supreme, innate spiritual treasure here. All 5 were disciples of the Chan sect, students of the sages, and Kunpeng hesitated to openly confront them. He merely let out a cold snort and prepared to transform back into the rock. Brother, do not let him escape. It is likely that the supreme, innate spiritual treasure has already been taken by him. Sihong Taoist interjected before Tai Jinren could speak. Demon Master Kunpeng, hurry and surrender the supreme, innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan also spoke, having recognized Kunpeng's identity. The others, upon learning he was the infamous Demon Master Kunpeng, were taken aback. He was well known throughout the primordial world and possessed quasi-saint powers, making him a formidable opponent. However, as disciples of the sages and with 5 of them present, they believed Kunpeng would hesitate to act against them. With this thought, they exchanged glances and then collectively fixed their determined gazes upon Kunpeng, clearly indicating that they would not relent until he yielded the treasure. Kunpeng felt a wave of vexation. These individuals had the backing of sages, and he was reluctant to strike directly. Otherwise, he could easily dispatch these young Deluo golden immortals with a single blow. This island harbored no supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It was merely a ruse. As he voiced this thought, Kunpeng's heart sank. He realized someone was scheming against him. But who could it be? Quietly, Kunpeng's gaze towards the 5 Chan sect disciples shifted, filled with suspicion. Could it be that these 5 were involved in a scheme against him? I have never encountered any supreme, innate spiritual treasure here. I vow upon the great Tao to affirm my innocence. Kunpeng coldly declared, transforming into his human form, hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding the 5. Upon hearing this, the 5 hesitated. Kunpeng's vow indicated that there might truly be no supreme, innate spiritual treasure on the island. Otherwise, such an oath could not be made lightly. With such formidable formations guarding it, it could very well be a powerful innate treasure or a celestial root. Sihong Taoist remarked, his tone devoid of emotion but tinged with a subtle chill. Nevertheless, the others understood that if there had been a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, even if Sihong Taoist did not acquire it, those who came would have offered him some benefits in gratitude for his invitation, as they all held esteemed positions and required face. However, now that Kunpeng had seized the opportunity, Sihong Taoist naturally felt resentment. Junior brother, do not speak so lightly. This Kunpeng possesses certain means, and his words carry weight. Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan chimed in, casting a glance at Kunpeng before whispering, audible only to the 5. Moreover, we may not be a match for this demon. Brother, what is there to fear? We are disciples of the sages. Does Kunpeng dare to act against us? Besides, even if we anger this demon, the 5 of us united can still contend. Sihong Taoist added, inflating the confidence of those around him. The others nodded in agreement. You damp, egg-laying creature, what use is your oath? If you wish for us to believe you, then open your storage space and let us inspect whether there are any supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Tai Jinren, who had considered trusting Kunpeng, now fully agreed after hearing Sihong Taoist's words, coldly addressing Kunpeng. Chapter 87. The appearance of Randang upon hearing Tai Jinren's words. Kunpeng's expression grew frosty, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. Damp, egg-laying creature, armored and scaled, these words were all too familiar. It was precisely these phrases that had been used by Zhuanti and Jin to force him to relinquish his seat on the mat during his time in Zixiao Palace, leading to the loss of his chance at sainthood, his greatest regret. Although he possessed innate roots and had now reached the peak of quasi-saint cultivation, he could never break through to become a saint. In the primordial world, he seemed to live freely, but the longer he lived, the more he felt apprehensive. He was all too aware of the power of the saints. When Fuxi seized his Hichu in Luoshu, he had the opportunity to repel him, but sensed the presence of Enhua's aura. He had a premonition that should he dare to harm Fuxi, Enhua would likely suppress him on the spot. Without becoming a saint, true freedom in the primordial realm was elusive. He would forever have to look up to the other saints and live in their shadows. Thus, these words stirred countless thoughts within him. When Tai Jinren mentioned them, he was already seething with rage, yet the demand to open his storage space for inspection by these younglings was beyond intolerable. The storage space of the practitioner was inspected by others, which was nothing short of humiliation. Moreover, it was at the hands of a few juniors, pushing Kunpeng to the brink of eruption. You spawn of the wet and hatching creatures, Are you too cowardly to allow us to inspect? What makes you hesitate? Observing Kunpeng's demeanor, Tai Junren felt a surge of pride. He was born of innate true qi and harbored a profound disdain for those wet and hatching demon races, dismissing them entirely. With the closure of and the concealment of the myriad demons, the most formidable force in the entire Honghuang was their Chan sect. Thus they became exceedingly arrogant. Coupled with the backing of a saint, witnessing Kunpeng's fury, yet restrained by the presence of the primordial supreme being, only fueled his delight. Yet, none noticed that when Tai Junren uttered those identical words as those spoken in the Zishao Palace, a crimson fury surged within Kunpeng's eyes, and a trace of the elusive saint's calamity energy infiltrated his consciousness. Death. Under the influence of this calamity energy, Kunpeng's rage soared. He transformed into his colossal form, and with a single sweep of his tail, unleashed the formidable power of a peak quasi-saint. Tai Junren never anticipated that Kunpeng would truly strike at him. After all, Kunpeng was renowned throughout Honghuang for being weak against the strong. How could he dare to confront them, backed as they were by a saint? Tai Junren's thoughts were not unfounded. Under normal circumstances, Kunpeng might have yielded, but this was the time of tribulation. A tribulation that had been suppressed for 20 years without eruption. His pent-up frustrations found an outlet in this moment. Having roamed the Honghuang for countless years, to be humiliated by mere juniors at the peak of quasi-saint status, how could he not be enraged? In his fury, Kunpeng no longer considered the consequences. It was akin to the late stages of the Fengshan calamity, where Tongtian Jiao Master, having realized he was schemed against and witnessing countless disciples dead and wounded, could no longer endure and took action himself. Whether they were saints or other practitioners, all had their limits, their sensitive spots. Once provoked, they could turn hostile. Tai Junren never imagined that Kunpeng, known for his cowardice, would dare to strike. Quickly, he summoned the 9-dragon divine fire cover and the yin-yang sword to defend himself. Yet, Kunpeng was a peak quasi-saint, immersed in this realm for many years. His strength was beyond Tai Junren's capacity to withstand. Even with the 9-dragon divine fire cover and the yin-yang sword, they were no match for Kunpeng. In mere moments, Kunpeng's massive tail struck him, dragging him into the depths of the sea, creating a colossal splash upon impact. His soul, departing towards reincarnation, was drawn inexplicably northward. Witnessing this scene, the other four were filled with terror, astonished that Kunpeng had truly resorted to lethal force. Did he not fear the repercussions? To strike down a disciple of a saint in Honghuang was to invite inevitable doom. Only a dead end awaited. Kunpeng, you are audacious indeed, daring to slay a member of our Chan sect. I shall report this to my master. Clearly, it is you who have gone too far. Even if the primordial supreme being arrives, I shall still strike him down. At this moment, under the influence of the calamity energy, Kunpeng was in a state of exhilaration, disregarding the primordial supreme being altogether. Wait for it. Upon my return, I shall certainly inform my master. Return? Now that I have struck, you shall all remain here. To kill one is to kill. To kill 5 is still to kill. Since I have already offended the primordial supreme being, with debts piled high, what do I have to fear? You shall all perish. With a cold snort, Kunpeng transformed into the Great Peng, unleashing his powers, and in the blink of an eye, charged toward them. As a quasi-saint, unleashing his full might dealing with these Daluo Jinxian was a mere trifle. With this strike, the four were immediately injured to varying degrees. This is bad. You all quickly flee. I will hold him off. The Lingbao Grandmaster's complexion changed dramatically. Had he known better, he would not have threatened Kunpeng. Wasn't he, it said, that Kunpeng feared the strong? His heart raced with anxiety, yet as the highest cultivator among them with the most treasures, he bore the responsibility. Let the 3 of them, Hongjun and the others, escape first. Surrounding him were 12 azure blue pearls, with a sword radiating terrifying killing intent above his head, inscribed with the words Zhu Xian. These 12 azure pearls were the remaining 12 sea-controlling beads that Zhao Gongming had sought for many years without success. While the sword inscribed with Zhu Xian was a replica crafted by the Lingbao Grandmaster based on the original Zhu Xian sword. In terms of pirating techniques in Honghuang, the Lingbao Grandmaster was undoubtedly the best. This replicated Zhu Xian sword had even obtained some of the original's power. Hongjun and the others exchanged glances with the Lingbao Grandmaster before hastily retreating, showing no intention of staying to help. If the 4 joined forces, Combined with their respective treasures, they would have a chance to resist Qin, albeit sustaining severe injuries, but no one would be left behind. Boom! Qin's true form descended from the heavens, colliding with the replica Zhu Xian sword and the 12 sea-controlling beads, unleashing an astonishing divine might. However, due to the disparity in power between a Daluo Jingxian and a quasi-saint, the Lingbao Grandmaster let out a scream as he fell into the sea. Qin's eyes glinted with crimson light as he roared. Far in the distance, the heavens were shrouded by the presence of the two saints, Jin and Randan, who stood calmly observing the distant battle. Without needing to say much, this entire scenario was orchestrated by Jin. From acquiring the supreme innate treasure to Qin being infiltrated by calamity energy, all part of his scheme. Sihong has entered my Western realm, and Wenshu also shares a connection with my Western teaching. Now is the time for my ally to act. A profound smile adorned Jin's face, a reflection of his intricate plotting, far from the simplistic and full of flaws strategies of Guang Chengzi. This was the terrifying aspect of Jin, in terms of strategic foresight. Apart from Hongjun, he was undoubtedly the foremost in all of Honghuang. Good. Randan nodded, and the Qin ruler flew forth, targeting Qin in midair, while Jin transformed into a swirling, dreamlike mist, vanishing from sight. Qin, you dare? Simultaneously, Randan shouted, swiftly launching himself forward. The Qin ruler collided with Qin's true form, deflecting him away from Sihong Daoran, who was meant to be struck. After Randan intervened, he quickly grabbed Sihong Daoran and the others, turning to flee. Qin was a renowned powerhouse, and he was not his match. There was no need to confront directly. Qin had already slain 2 disciples of the Chan sect. His days were numbered. Yet, gazing at the recently fallen true spirit of the Lingbao Grandmaster, Randan could not help but sigh. This individual had once basked in glory. Now, he had succumbed to the tribulation so early. Upon witnessing Randan's sudden appearance, Qin was filled with confusion. However, realizing the gravity of the situation, he employed his divine powers and, in the blink of an eye, was 90,000 miles away. He wished to leave promptly to avoid escalating the situation. Once he returned to the Demon Master Palace, Qin, now calm, reflected on his actions and felt an increasing sense of trepidation. After maintaining a low profile for so many years, how could he have lost his composure this time? Chapter 88. Chaos Spirit Objects in the Depths of the Million Mountains and Abyss. Ding. Detection indicates Qin's furious slaying of Taijinren. The Northern Sea Demon race will engage in a fierce battle with the Kunlun Yushu Palace. Should one intervene? Option 1. For the stability and harmonious development of the entire Honghuang, proceed to mediate, gaining an innate treasure, the soul refining tower. Option 2. Let the winds blow from all directions. I shall remain steadfast as a pine, refusing the task. Gain a chaotic spirit object, the melting crystal gold. Note, in the chaotic realm, the treasures of heaven and earth are primarily divided into 3 categories. First, chaotic spirit objects. Second, chaotic sacred objects. And third, chaotic divine objects. Chaotic spirit objects are effective for the great Luo golden immortal. Chaotic sacred objects benefit the quasi-saints, and chaotic divine objects assist the saints. At this moment in the abyss, holding a spirit fruit and gazing through the heavenly observation realm at the unfolding schemes, Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the task with a hint of surprise. Particularly with this system, the treasures of heaven and earth were assigned levels. Previously, system tasks were based on events that were destined to occur in the primordial world. However, today's task was evidently a plot that could not possibly exist within the original development of the primordial realm. Yet, it was also understandable, as the original history of the primordial world had been severely distorted since Qin Lin's emergence. The calamity of canonization, which was supposed to unfold, had already been delayed by him for 20 years. What else was truly impossible to happen? He had observed the entirety of Quasi-T's scheme from beginning to end. Although the heavenly observation realm could not perceive saints, it could generally indicate the places Quasi-T had visited. Wherever he had been, the heavenly secrets were obscured and untraceable, allowing Qin Lin to deduce his actions. First, he had arrived at the South Sea, discussing unknown matters with the compassionate way master of Mount Luojia, then found an island in the South Sea to set up a primordial formation, and finally spread the news of supreme, innate spiritual treasures in the North Sea. Ultimately, he had brought the lamplighting Taoist and rescued the three compassionate way masters. To outsiders, everything appeared flawless. The most glaring flaw, perhaps, was that, within such a short span, news of supreme, innate spiritual treasures in the South Sea reached the North Sea before it did the East Sea and West Sea. However, typically, even saints might overlook such trivialities. Perhaps the sea monsters of the North Sea were relatives of those in the South Sea. It was entirely plausible for relatives to be informed first, was it not? Thus, on the surface, everything seemed devoid of flaws. Truly, the mastermind behind the schemes of the Golden Crow burning the heavens, Qua Fu chasing the sun, and Ho Yi shooting the sun remained unknown to all. Quasi-TS plotting was evidently profound and far-reaching. As for the chaotic spirit object, chaotic melting crystal gold, Qin Lin chose to decline the task. Not only did he have no ties to the Chan sect, but revealing his strength in the process was also a concern. How could he, with mere words, persuade the primordial supreme being not to trouble Kunpeng? It was absurd. His disconnection from the Chan sect was one reason. Not wanting to expose his strength was another. But the primary reason lay within the system's rewards. Holding the chaotic spirit object, chaotic melting crystal gold, Qin Lin furrowed his brow. Compared to the chaotic sacred objects, this item bore no substantial power of the laws, containing only a few fragments. Moreover, the chaotic melting crystal gold was imbued with fire attribute law fragments. Having already ascended to the level of saint and practicing the 5-element laws, this item held little utility for him. It appeared somewhat superfluous. While it seemed to aid Qin Lin at his current level, it provided minimal assistance. Furthermore, having transcended to the saint level, comprehending the laws could not solely rely on absorbing chaotic spirit or sacred objects. It required extensive contemplation, or acquiring a chaotic divine object. Subsequently, Qin Lin summoned the fire Kylin. He tossed the chaotic spirit object, chaotic melting crystal gold, to the fire Kylin, saying, "You may absorb this chaotic melting crystal gold to enhance your strength. You should be able to break through to the quasi-saint realm." The fire Kylin gazed at Qin Lin, who had transformed into human form atop the high platform, momentarily stunned. In its understanding, the ancestor typically manifested in the abyss. It had never assumed human form. Yet it made sense. Since the ancestor's emergence, he had frequently taken on human form. He had likely grown accustomed to it, now maintaining that state. With this thought, the fire Kylin hurriedly accepted the chaotic melting crystal gold and departed to absorb and refine it. Preparing for its breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, it resolved to transform only after becoming stronger. Otherwise, it would forego the transformation altogether. Chapter 3 delivered. With no further content today, continuing tomorrow. Chapter 89. The Primordial Supreme Being's Fury. Meanwhile, due to the deaths of Tai Zhenren and Lingbao Dafa Master, they became the first and second individuals on the Fengshan list among the 4 sects. This was akin to a bomb being dropped into a tranquil river. The entire primordial realm was stirred. In the primordial realm, various powerful beings were aware of the impending calamity and knew that many would perish in this tribulation. Yet they did not anticipate the suddenness of this slaughter. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme being sat cross-legged on a mat. Upon hearing the accounts of the 3 compassionate way masters and understanding the situation, his face darkened ominously, filled with fury. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of a saint erupted, shaking Kunlun Mountain as all beings within prostrated in terror, trembling beneath the formidable aura. The 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect. No, now only 10 remained, and they too felt a profound panic under this saintly pressure. Only the lamplighting Taoist, who had broken through to quasi-saint, and the Southern Pole immortals seemed slightly better off. Yet even they appeared tense under the terrifying aura. Because Qiu Lusan had been drawn into the abyss by Qin Lin, the position among the 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect was now occupied by the Dui Zhenren. This Dui Zhenren, originally a mysterious scattered immortal from the western Kunlun, had made an appearance during the canonization period and possessed a renowned treasure, the calming wind pearl. No one had anticipated that he would join the Chan sect and become a disciple of one of the 12 great Luo golden immortals. Master, that Kunpeng has shown utter disdain for our Yushu Palace. I implore you to take action and suppress that audacious Kunpeng. Upon hearing the lamentations of the compassionate way master, Guoqingzi could no longer remain silent. The 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Qin sect had roamed the primordial realm for many years, revered wherever they went. Today, someone dared to act against them, a grave omen indeed. If such audacity went unpunished, it could embolden further transgressions. Resolving this, Guoqingzi gritted his teeth and spoke up. Humph! The primordial supreme being cast a cold glance at his most favored disciple, snoring softly. With a wave of the Pango banner, a torrent of ethereal waters appeared above, encompassing boundless mysteries, seemingly containing the past and future of all beings between heaven and earth. It was the temporal river that only saints could glimpse. At this moment, the 10 remaining great Luo golden immortals, along with the lamplighting Taoist and Southern Pole immortal, eagerly gazed upon the temporal river, hoping to glean a glimpse of their futures. The primordial supreme being glanced at his disciples, but did not dwell on them. The temporal river was merely a reflection of the history of the primordial realm. Even saints could only catch fleeting glimpses of past events. As for the unmanifested future, even as a saint, he could not discern anything, for the uncertainties of the future were too numerous. The glimpsed future might only represent one of countless possibilities. It was not necessarily accurate. He had once heard the Tao ancestor speak, recounting tales of a chaos demon adept in the path of time, the ancestor of time. Even this being could not precisely probe into the future, which was indeed a challenging feat. The past held opportunities for retrospection, but the future remained elusive and unpredictable. Soon, he located the moment within the temporal river when Tai Zhenren and Lingbao Dafa Master were slain. However, the more he watched, the darker his expression became, confirming the words of the compassionate way master. Yet, he could not fully uncover the causal intricacies of this matter, for all events had been obscured by the other saints, veiling the heavenly secrets. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin, the 2 revered sages, combined their powers to obscure the truth. Among them, Zhuan Ti excelled in the principles of cause and effect. In a vast expanse of the primordial world, only the combined strength of the 3 pure ones could hope to unveil the mysteries hidden within the river of time and space. The incident of Kuinpeng slaying my disciple cannot be left unavenged. South Pole, take my Panga banner and proceed to the North Sea to subdue Kuinpeng and annihilate those lingering demon masters. The primordial supreme bestowed the Panga banner upon the South Pole immortal, leaving a trace of the sage's divine consciousness within. Respect the master's decree. Just as the South Pole immortal accepted the command, 9 of the 10 great Luo golden immortals exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We too are willing to accompany the senior brother. This expression of unity was not born from genuine camaraderie, but rather from the prospect of fishing in troubled waters for personal gain, all while presenting a facade of solidarity before the primordial supreme. Only Hongjun remained bewildered, standing in place, somewhat perplexed. Well, you all go then. The primordial supreme cast a satisfied glance at his disciples, but when he noticed Hongjun still standing there, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Witnessing this scene, the South Pole immortal felt a surge of joy within. Though he possessed the semi-saint realm, he was not as ancient as Kuinpeng and perhaps lacked in certain divine abilities. Yet, possessing the Panga banner, one of the few innate treasures in the primordial world, coupled with the support of numerous disciples from the Qin teaching, subduing a Kuinpeng and annihilating a demon master palace should be a straightforward endeavor. Chapter 90. The Achilles heel of Tongtian at Mount Taishan, in a mysterious Taoist sanctuary. Tongtian's malevolent corpse observed the souls of Tai Zhenren and Lingbao Dafa Master flying from afar. He glanced at Jiangxia and Shen Gongbao, who were still engrossed in their chess game. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately seized the 2 souls, preventing them from ascending to the investiture of the gods. This place was a secret hideaway sought by the leader of the Tongtian sect. It served to confine Jiangxia and Shen Gongbao. As long as these 2 remained absent from the world, the investiture calamity could not truly commence, granting him the opportunity to stir the primordial waters even further. Yet, gazing at their souls, Tongtian could not help but sigh. He was, after all, a kind-hearted being. He simply could not bear to let these 2 disciples ascend the investiture list. He then produced a yellow gourd, carefully storing their souls within. Simultaneously, he cast a glance toward the North Sea, remaining silent for a long while, before gradually vanishing from the scene and quietly appearing in the heavenly court. Upon his arrival, he followed the communication device left by Qin Lin to engage in discussion, inviting Qin Lin, who was currently meditating in the abyss, to the heavenly court for important matters. In the abyss, Qin Lin was utterly perplexed. What did Tongtian intend? Was there an issue? Soon, Qin Lin's avatar stepped forth from the abyss, soaring toward the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor Honghuang welcomed Tongtian and Qin Lin, hastily inviting them into the Lingxiao treasure hall, where they took their seats. Brother Tongtian, have you summoned us regarding Taiyi Junren and Lingbao, Dafa Master? Honghuang inquired curiously, having sipped some tea. Now that Taiyi Junren and Lingbao Dafa Master had perished, it signified their impending ascent to the investiture, a piece of news that had already spread throughout the primordial realm. Everyone marveled at Kuanpeng's audacity while sincerely wishing him a fate less tragic. Honghuang possessed the Honghuang mirror, enabling him to observe the three realms. Thus, he was fairly well informed about the situation. However, he remained unaware that this was Zhuan Ti's scheme, prompting him to pose the question to Tongtian. Indeed, Tongtian nodded, casting a glance at Qin Lin. Though the three pure ones have parted ways, their bond remains. I cannot bear to see them ascend the investiture. What do you mean, my friend? Qin Lin furrowed his brow, wondering if Tongtian was up to something. If so, he might need to reconsider his partnership. I wish to ask both of you a favor. Could we delay their investiture for the time being? Since we can now cultivate a large number of disciples. These two are, in fact, expendable. If the ranks are filled, could we return them to the primordial supreme for him to reconstruct their physical forms? As he spoke, a hint of conflict and embarrassment appeared on Tongtian's face. He felt he should not have come here, as the various sages had already agreed upon the investiture calamity in the Purple Cloud Palace after the establishment by Hongjun. However, out of respect for the past camaraderie of the three pure ones, Tongtian chose to attend. Very well. Qin Lin pondered for a moment. If it were merely this, it was certainly feasible. He understood Tongtian's character. He was not a bad person, albeit a bit too kind-hearted. He still held onto the sentiment of the three pure ones. Yet without Qin Lin's appearance, his sect would have been extinguished by internal strife among the three pure ones. In that case, would Taiji Laozu and the Primordial Supreme still consider their former bonds? Reflecting on this, Qin Lin felt a wave of helplessness. However, such matters should be viewed positively. If Tongtian, a person who valued relationships, could be befriended, it would help avoid future betrayals. This thought brought Qin Lin some solace. Otherwise, if he collaborated with the two saints of the Western teachings, he would likely find himself ensnared in their schemes, with no regard for friendship. Meanwhile, Honghuang contemplated for a moment and nodded gently. I have no objections. This posed no impact on him whatsoever, and Tongtian need not have sought their counsel. He could have discreetly detained the souls of Taiyi Junren and Lingbao Dafa Master. Nevertheless, Tongtian chose to consult with them, reflecting his upright character. Moments later, another chapter was in the works. Chapter 91. The South Pole immortal. Since Tongtian had approached them and sought their opinions, it indicated that he genuinely valued their collaboration. Indeed, Tongtian expressed his gratitude with a nod, glancing at the two of them, momentarily at a loss for words. As a sage, he held a distinct advantage in cultivation and thus spoke first. This place is devoid of affairs. Why don't we discuss the Tao together? Certainly, Qin Lin nodded. He had yet to engage in a discussion of the Tao with anyone since his cultivation began. Simultaneously, he understood that Tongtian was deliberately bestowing wisdom upon them. After all, Tongtian was unaware of Qin Lin's true cultivation level. His avatar had only reached the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, which, when compared to a sage, lacked depth. Furthermore, since Qin Lin had broken through to the sage realm, progress had become exceedingly challenging, requiring profound comprehension of the Tao, substantial time investment, or a wealth of chaotic divine materials. Engaging in discourse with fellow sages of the same level was a mutual learning experience, allowing for cross-references in understanding and enhancing one's own insights. Thus, the three began to discuss the Tao, sharing their respective practices and elucidating their understanding of the principles. Qin Lin listened attentively. Tongtian's path was one of destruction. This resonated with Qin Lin's understanding of the 5 elements of annihilation. Meanwhile, Honghuang, who practiced imperial laws and had only reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, mostly listened, unable to contribute much to the discussion. Tongtian was astonished. He had initially hoped to guide the two through their discourse, but the more he engaged with Qin Lin, the more he was taken aback. Qin Lin's comprehension of the five-element laws had evidently surpassed that of a semi-saint and even many ordinary sages. He had delved into both the destruction and creation of the five elements, achieving commendable proficiency in both, indicating that he should have long since attained sagehood. Yet upon further inspection of Qin Lin's strength, he remained merely at the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm. At the same time, the South Pole Immortal, bearing the Panga banner and accompanied by 9 great Luo Golden Immortals, had just descended from Mount Kunlun and was on his way to confront Kunpeng in the North Sea when he encountered a group of cultivators who had recently reached the realm of Taiji Xianxian, including several true immortals and Xianxian. Xianxiao, Xianshun, Xianyun, Xianhai, I greet you all, esteemed uncles and elders. The 4 foremost Taiji Xianxian stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute to Nanji Xianweng and the others. You are disciples of Taiji? Nanji Xianweng recognized several of them, being the 4 outer disciples of Taiji Jinren, belonging to the Taiwi sect, which is considered a branch of the Chan teaching. He had encountered them previously at Qianyuan Mountain. Indeed, esteemed master uncle, that Kunpeng has slain our master. We are willing to accompany you to the North Sea and avenge our master's honor. A fierce glint of vengeance shone in Xuanqiao's eyes. Although Taiji Jinren was known for his difficult temperament and high self-regard, he was undeniably one of the most esteemed figures in the entire Chan teaching and even the vast wilderness in terms of his dedication to his disciples. He inherited not only the flaws of Yuanshi Tianzuan, but also his protective nature towards his students. In the original history, he had shown great care for Neza, gifting him all his treasures for his safety, even offering his own 9-dragon divine firehood, showcasing his nurturing disposition. However, in this world, due to King Zhou taking Qin Lin as his disciple, the incident of King Zhou composing poems to insult Nuwa never transpired. Thus, there was no descent of Ling Zuzi to assist Zhou in overthrowing Shang, and Taiji Jinren did not take Neza as his disciple. Nevertheless, his protective nature remained undiminished. While he might not indulge his Taiwi disciples to the same extent as Neza, he treated them reasonably well. Your profound respect for your master is commendable. I shall not impede your intentions. You may accompany me to the North Sea. A look of delight spread across Nanji Xianweng's face upon hearing their words. To suppress Kunpeng was a well-justified endeavor, and indeed, this fiendish master deserved to be vanquished. However, to annihilate the entire Demon Master Palace and exterminate their lineage entailed various consequences. Having attained the quasi-saint realm, Nanji Xianweng understood this principle well. Now, fortune favored him, as these disciples of Taiji Jinren had come forth. As for his fellow disciples, it was evident they all had their agendas, with only a handful genuinely wishing to avenge Taiji Jinren and Lingbao Dashi. The others, however, had ulterior motives, and when the time came, they would not share the consequences with him. Thus, allowing Taiji Jinren's disciples to take the initiative seemed prudent. They were avenging Taiji, and should anyone dare to resist, it would provide a pretext for action. This would allow for the thorough eradication of the Demon Master Palace, with all consequences detached from him. Chapter 92. The greater the Tao, the greater the demon. A group of individuals, bearing the banner of the Chan teaching, marched forth toward the North Sea, stirring a commotion among the powerful beings of the 3 realms. All eyes of the great practitioners converged upon this procession, eager to witness the outcome of this impending conflict. Before long, they arrived at the North Sea. Nanji Xianweng, holding the Panga banner, turned to Xianxiao and the others, speaking, "Since you have come seeking vengeance for your master, we shall not impose ourselves. When we confront Kunpeng, the remaining fiends of the Demon Master Palace shall be your responsibility." Xianxiao nodded, feeling immense gratitude toward Nanji Xianweng. Sensing that this esteemed uncle was not as difficult to approach as rumored, it was clear he valued their intentions, wishing for them to personally avenge their master. However, little did he realize that the one who strikes first would bear the greater burden of karma. The more they slaughter, the heavier their sins would become, potentially jeopardizing their futures and invoking terrifying heavenly retribution. Yet, how could those who had not yet attained the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm comprehend the terrifying nature of karma and retribution? The Taiji Xianxian, while not the mightiest in the vast wilderness, as the primary combatants of the three realms were still the Golden Immortals, had received Taiji Zhenren's teachings. Though their cultivation was slightly inferior, they could still contend with ordinary Golden Immortals. In recent years, the Demon Master Palace had developed slowly, apart from Kunpeng, a quasi-saint. There were hardly any formidable fiends. The demon tribes within the North Sea were merely a few insignificant creatures. Thus, allowing these individuals to engage in battle was not unreasonable, especially with the presence of 9 great Luo Golden Immortals from the Chan teaching and the watchful eye of Nanji Xinwen. With 4 Taiji Xianxian and a multitude of Xianxian and Jinxian from the Taiwi sect behind them, they slaughtered any fiends encountered along their path. Meanwhile, Nanji Xinwen signaled to Due Zhenren and Daoxing Tianzuan, who produced their treasures, the wind-stabilizing pearl and the demon-subduing staff, to part the waters leading towards the depths of the Demon Master Palace. Beside them, Sihong Daoren and Puxian Daoren exchanged glances, silently coordinating their actions to stabilize the parted waters as the group surged toward the heart of the Demon Master Palace. Boom! As they approached the depths of the sea, a tremendous buzzing echoed forth, accompanied by a massive blood-red formation erupting Fro-Ding. A message appears, indicating the discovery of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure from outside the Honghuang world, which can grow. Do you wish to investigate? Option 1. Proceed to investigate and claim it for yourself. You shall obtain the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, Xin Yu Feng Wan Chariot. Option 2. Ignore it and decline the task. You will receive the innate spiritual treasure, 9 Dragons Jade Fragrance Carriage. Sensing the emergence of a new task, Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback. What could it be? A supreme, innate spiritual treasure not belonging to the Honghuang world? Could it be? He turned his gaze towards the Haotian mirror, where he spotted the curvilinear blade held in the grasp of Kunpeng. Indeed, this blade exuded an aura of malevolence, even through the Haotian mirror. A chilling sensation crept down his spine, confirming its status as an innate spiritual treasure. However, within the realm of Honghuang, only a limited number of renowned, innate spiritual treasures existed, let alone supreme ones. There was no record of this curvilinear blade. It must indeed be the supreme, innate spiritual treasure referred to by the system. And it was also a magical treasure capable of growth, a rarity he had only encountered with the 18 layers of hell. Observing Tongtian and Haotian, he noticed their attention fixated on Kunpeng, entirely oblivious to the curvilinear blade. After some contemplation, he realized that this situation might be more complex than it appeared, possibly linked to matters beyond the Honghuang realm. Thus, his interest in the curvilinear blade deepened. Very well, it is time for me to take action. To seize this curvilinear blade, it seems only I possess the opportunity. After all, the entire 3 realms, including all-powerful beings and sages, were currently focused on Kunpeng's actions. Therefore, only my direct involvement would ensure a discreet and secure retrieval of the blade. Acquisition. Such an act cannot merely be described as theft, but rather as a taking. As the others continued to gaze into the Haotian mirror, Qin Lin, in his true form, stealthily departed from the abyss, instantly reappearing in the Northern Sea. Being a sage, and a great Dao sage at that, he utilized the chaotic 5 elements escape technique, making it impossible for anyone to detect his emergence. In the Northern Sea, Kunpeng wielded the curvilinear blade and ferociously suppressed a group from the Chan sect. Behaving like a madman, wielding the blade like a hammer, mercilessly striking at the likes of the Southern Pole Immortal. The Southern Pole Immortal and his companions had never witnessed such a combat style. Typically, encounters in Honghuang followed a protocol of greetings, followed by the presentation of treasures, culminating in a clash of artifacts to determine the victor. However, Kunpeng's method transcended their understanding, as such a style had never been seen in Honghuang. In that moment, despite possessing the innate supreme treasure, the Panga Banner, the Southern Pole Immortal found himself utterly powerless against Kunpeng's relentless assault, left only with the option to shield himself with the Panga Banner and the Qingmu Ding, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. So, the Chan sect, feeling quite arrogant, thought they were invincible. Come now, engage me. My Zongtian ghost spine has yet to taste enough blood. Kunpeng, in a frenzied state, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, was surrounded by a swirling mass of dark demonic shadows, with grotesque visages seemingly poised to devour him. Ultimately, the Southern Pole Immortal could no longer withstand Kunpeng's savage onslaught. throwing the Pango banner high into the air and hastily kneeling on the ground, followed by his fellow disciples from the Chan sect, who all fell to their knees in a chorus of pleas for their master to intervene. "Master, please help us," they cried in unison. Oof. A cold snort resonated from within the Pango banner, as a formidable sword energy shot forth, piercing Kunpeng's brow. The Pango banner reverted to its original form, landing back in the southern pole immortal's grasp. "Master has intervened. Kunpeng, will you not perish?" Despite the astonishment on the southern pole immortal's face, Kunpeng, rather than succumbing to the soul-piercing attack, exhibited an even more deranged expression, choosing to self-destruct, igniting both the Demon Master Palace and the mysterious and eerie formation. Boom! The self-detonation of a peak pre-saint. Furthermore, Kunpeng not only self-exploded, but also triggered the explosion of the post-heaven merit treasure, the Demon Master Palace, and that bizarre formation, which was likely on par with the grand arrays set by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The explosion unleashed colossal waves across the northern sea, inundating the entire North Julu continent and bringing calamity upon countless mortals. The waters of the eastern and western seas began to surge uncontrollably into the northern sea, with the sea eye of the northern sea ruptured by the blast, creating a colossal whirlpool as the waters from all directions rushed into it, spilling forth from the realm of Honghuang into the chaotic void, merging with the chaotic energies. It appeared as though a breach had formed in Honghuang, causing the seawater within to diminish at an observable rate, and the concentration of spiritual energy plummeted alongside it. Endless karmic repercussions descended, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of calamity, rivaling, if not surpassing, the karmic retribution unleashed during the incident of Gonggong's wrath against Buzhou Mountain. Qin Lin stood in awe, unable to fathom Kunpeng's sheer madness, which had escalated to such terrifying extremes. It was indeed true that no demon cultivator possessed a sound mind. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was, and Kunpeng was even more so, clearly a lunatic. Chapter 94. The Path of Luya Zongtian Ghost Spine? That name sounds vaguely familiar. In the northern sea, Qin Lin's true form quietly manifested, and immediately after Kunpeng's self-detonation, he reached out to seize the magical, growing supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Zongtian Ghost Spine, which was attempting to flee. To his astonishment, he discovered that this treasure contained a spirit. It is well known that no artifacts in Honghuang possess such spirits. Even if this treasure did, it would merely classify as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, having transcended to the sage realm. He grasped it without any hindrance and promptly stored the Zongtian Ghost Spine away. He then cast a glance at the surviving individuals beneath the Pango banner. However, even if they managed to endure, they would inevitably bear the weight of boundless karmic retribution. When the demon ancestor Luo Ho detonated the western spiritual meridian, he met his demise, and the heavens demanded accountability from Hongjun, compelling him to relinquish 2 sage positions to mitigate the karmic fallout. This time, Kunpeng's self-detonation bore a similarly grave consequence. With Kunpeng's demise, the karmic repercussions and retribution would likely fall squarely upon the Chan sect. Qin Lin shook his head, choosing not to dwell on this matter any longer, as his immediate concern lay with the issue of the Northern Sea's eye. What? His eyes brightened as he noticed several artifacts flying from the explosion of the Demon Master Palace in the distance. These were renowned treasures belonging to the great Luo Jingxian of the Chan sect. He swiftly reached out, retrieving some of these artifacts into his possession. Though these treasures belonged to juniors, they possessed considerable might. Seizing this opportunity to gather more for his disciples was quite advantageous. As he initiated his actions, he had already concealed the heavenly secrets. Although he could not maintain this concealment for long, the time afforded him was sufficient to resolve the situation at hand. From the artifacts he had just collected, he extracted 12 sea-calming pearls, casting them into the eye of the Northern Sea, and proceeded to arrange formations using the 5 elemental laws. Before long, the violent turbulence of the Northern Sea subsided. Qin Lin surveyed the location of the sea eye, casually dropping a stone tablet inscribed with a warning, erasing all traces of his presence before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the other great beings monitoring the incident found themselves momentarily stripped of their ability to perceive this realm. Even the sages were no exception, but soon regained their faculties. Upon re-examining the area, they discovered that the Northern Sea had returned to a state of tranquility. As I gaze upon the remnants of past battles and the submerged remnants of the human race in the northern Jilu continent, I am compelled to recount that all this has indeed transpired, albeit now it has subsided into a calm. At this moment, the crowd is astonished. Who possesses the might to pacify the northern CSI in such a short span of time? Who could restore tranquility to the four seas? Such power can undoubtedly belong only to a sage. Could it be that the Tao ancestor has intervened? Yet, if the Tao ancestor were involved, why conceal the heavenly secrets? If it were another sage, they would not be so secretive about such a monumental achievement, one that could be chronicled for future generations. Is it possible that there are other sages in the primordial chaos? But how could that be? The attainment of sagehood is marked by celestial phenomena, and throughout history, such occurrences have been scarce. Thus, the number of sages in the primordial chaos is well known to all. This, indeed, speaks to the exalted nature of sages. Dear friend, may I have a word with you? Just as Qin Lin was about to return to the abyss, a voice called out from behind. Surprised, Qin Lin sensed that the speaker was not far away, yet he only became aware of them after they spoke. He hastily turned around to see a young man clad in a grayish-blue robe, with two diminutive antennae protruding from his forehead and a peculiar mark at his brow, cradling a yellow gourd in his hands. What astonished Qin Lin most was that he found it difficult to discern the cultivation level of this individual. To the naked eye, the person appeared to possess the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, yet an uncanny sensation suggested that he was not inferior to a sage. And Qin Lin could faintly perceive a hint of chaotic essence emanating from him. May I inquire who you are? Qin Lin did not dare to be presumptuous. Sensing that touch of chaotic essence, he understood the gravity of the moment. The possibility that this individual could traverse the chaos implied that his instincts were correct. This person might indeed possess sage-like power. Thus, his address of friend was entirely appropriate. I am the humble Luya, a wandering cultivator amidst the heavens and earth. The Taoist Luya introduced himself, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Luya? Qin Lin was taken aback, being well-versed in the history of the primordial chaos. He could not be unaware of the many conjectures surrounding the figure of Luya in later generations. First came Hongjun, then came Tian. Luya existed before them. Those familiar with the primordial chaos were likely aware of this saying, which attests to Lu Ya's remarkable status. Regarding Lu Ya's identity, later generations have proposed various interpretations, all ambiguous and neither wholly credible nor entirely dismissible. Indeed, I am the one known as Lu Ya. Lu Ya chuckled, stroking his beard, gazing at Qin Lin with a friendly demeanor. I wonder what prompted you to call out to me. Sensing the strange aura of chaotic essence emanating from Lu Ya, despite his apparent cultivation being that of a great Luo golden immortal, Qin Lin felt a tinge of caution. There is no need for alarm, my friend. Lu Ya seemed to perceive Qin Lin's wariness. He smiled and shook his head. I noticed you had taken the Zong Tian Gui Ji and came here to elaborate on its origins. The origins of the Zong Tian Gui Ji? Qin Lin furrowed his brow. When he had taken the Zong Tian Gui Ji, he had erased the heavenly secrets, so no one should have been aware of it. The fact that Lu Ya had spoken indicated he had confirmed that Qin Lin had indeed taken the Zong Tian Gui Ji. Thus, there was only one possibility. Lu Ya had been present and observed when Qin Lin had taken the Zong Tian Gui Ji. This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, even a top-tier sage would be unable to deduce heavenly secrets. The only way Lu Ya could know was if he had been there to witness everything. Contemplating this, Qin Lin felt a wave of apprehension. Lu Ya's cultivation was manifestly that of a great Luo golden immortal, yet he exuded an extraordinary presence and chaotic essence, without Qin Lin being able to detect him. This left him with only two possibilities. The first was that Lu Ya had suppressed his power and realm within the primordial chaos. However, this seemed unlikely, as Qin Lin would have sensed it. Even a sage stronger than him would reveal an underlying aura. The second possibility was that this Lu Ya was merely an avatar, with his true self not residing in this primordial realm. Comparatively, this second possibility seemed the most plausible. It also pointed towards the chaos beyond the primordial realm. My friend, as an elder of the Kylin clan, you must have experienced the Dragon-Phoenix calamity. I wonder if you have heard of the white-boned true man? Lu Ya gently stroked his beard, appearing quite relaxed and at ease. The mention of the white-boned true man caused Qin Lin's heart to skip a beat. Naturally, He was unfamiliar with this figure, as the white-boned true man had existed since the dawn of creation. However, he had come across some records in later generations regarding this formidable being. In the later primordial chaos, Hongjun was revered, yet in its early days. 4 individuals stood equal to him: Luya, Yang Meidasian, the white-boned true man, and the old ancestor of Yinshan. He had not anticipated that both Luya and the white-boned true man were indeed real figures. He was left wondering about the existence of Yang Meidasian and the old ancestor of Yinshan. It seems you have heard of his name. When Pangu opened the heavens and attained Tao, he faced 3,000 demons in opposition. Ultimately, while Pangu succeeded in creating the heavens, he perished from exhaustion. Following this, 5 chaotic beings quietly reincarnated, and the white-boned true man was one of them. Luya regarded Qin Lin, recounting history from eons past. Was Hongjun also one of those 5? Qin Lin could not help but inquire, captivated by such primordial secrets. Indeed, Luyanadi continuing. The Tongtian Guiji was a spiritual treasure obtained by the white-boned true man from a small world before the primordial chaos was established. Before the primordial chaos, there existed worlds? Qin Lin furrowed his brow, for this did not align with his understanding of primordial history. According to established narratives, Pangu opened the heavens, and the primordial chaos should have been the first world. Now, hearing Luya's tone, it seemed that worlds existed in the chaos prior to the establishment of the primordial chaos. How could that be? Furthermore, the existence of a treasure like the Tongtian Guiji suggested that the level of that world was not significantly inferior to that of the primordial chaos. Worlds beyond worlds? Qin Lin harbored no doubts about this, yet the notion that worlds existed before the primordial chaos was simply too unfathomable. Of course, there are such worlds. Pangu wielded the divine authority to open the heavens. The primordial chaos is merely one of the worlds he created. Luya maintained a serene expression. Pangu? Qin Lin's brow furrowed further. Could it be that Pangu is not a single person, but a lineage? How could that be possible? Pangu should be unique. How could there be countless Pangu? Qin Lin suddenly felt overwhelmed. The revelations he received from Luya were indeed staggering, even surpassing his comprehension. He accepted the idea of worlds beyond the primordial realm, but the thought that worlds existed before the primordial chaos? That Pangu was not merely one individual, but a lineage, with many Pangu figures within the chaos? This was simply too incredible for Qin Lin to process. He needed to calm himself. Chapter 96. A grand and open scheme. Are you finding this hard to believe? Luya chuckled, saying, but that is simply the nature of this world. Why share this with me? Qin Lin regained his composure. Regardless of whether worlds existed beyond or prior to the primordial chaos, or whether Pangu was merely one person, none of it held significant relevance to him now. It would only serve to burden him further. Besides, he still had his system. Worst-case scenario, he could continue to bide his time until he was powerful enough to confront everything. He had also discovered that his system, much like himself, thrived on patience. The longer one waited, the greater the rewards. Watching Qin Lin swiftly regain his composure, Luya felt a twinge of surprise. Ordinarily, one would expect a person to be astonished for a while upon receiving such explosive news. Yet, he did not anticipate that the individual before him would return to tranquility so rapidly. Upon hearing Qin Lin's inquiry, Luya smiled and said, I merely came to remind you, my friend, after witnessing you take the Tongtian Go spine, you have also broken through to the Saint Realm, which in the Honghuang world is the ultimate threshold. The next step leads to the Tao realm, necessitating entry into the chaos for a chance to advance. In the Honghuang world, to step into the chaos, one must traverse through the 33 heavens. That domain is under the watch of Hongjun, who established the Zixiao Palace there long before achieving sainthood, to prevent the beings of the Honghuang world from entering the chaos. He intends to maintain control over all beings in the Honghuang, ensuring they cannot surpass him in realm and power. The 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the Western religion, Niwa and Hutu, are all recognized and permitted by him to attain sainthood. Many among them have acquired chaos sacred artifacts, such as the Hongmeng purple qi, which formed the foundation of their ascension. Otherwise, achieving sainthood in the Honghuang world is exceedingly arduous. My friend, having shared so much, do you comprehend my meaning? Hongjun is rather sinister. You ought to exercise caution. Thank you for the warning. Qin Lin acknowledged. He heeded much of Luya's words, but dismissed the caution regarding Hongjun. It was evident that Lu Ye's lengthy discourse concealed ulterior motives, far beyond mere friendly advice. However, Qin Lin chose to disregard it. At worst, he could retreat to his home and continue his solitary existence. With that thought, he refrained from further conversation with Lu Ye, clasped his fists in farewell, and turned to leave. After all, Qin Lin possessed his own depth and secrets, particularly given Lu Ye's sudden appearance. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Observing Qin Lin's departure, Lu Ye furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. The fact that this individual could achieve sainthood beneath Hongjun's very nose without detection suggested he possessed remarkable qualities. Moreover, Qin Lin's innate talent appeared exceptional, as he cultivated the 5 elements principles. If Lu Ye could entice him to join his cause, their chances of confronting Hongjun would increase significantly. Furthermore, should they escape the Honghuang world, having an ally in the chaos would prove advantageous in the inevitable conflicts with other powerful beings. His appearance was not merely to enlighten Qin Lin about the origins of the Tongtian ghost spine, but was motivated by several factors. Primarily, to gauge the character of this saint, unknown to the 3 realms, and secondarily, to inform him of matters beyond the chaos, igniting in him a yearning for exploration. Presently, Hongjun guarded the 33 heavens, the sole gateway to the chaos, necessitating that anyone from the Honghuang world who wished to enter the chaos must pass through it. Consequently, any powerful figure from the Honghuang world seeking access to the chaos would inevitably clash with Hongjun. Should a conflict arise, it would present the perfect opportunity for Lu Ye to intervene. His strategy was straightforward, a bold and transparent scheme. To inform the saints of the Honghuang world that their growth was constrained within its bounds and to continue advancing, they must venture into the vast realm of chaos. However, the entryway to the chaos was barred by Hongjun, meaning they would have to confront him. Simple, brutal, and direct. A perfectly legitimate scheme. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Lin possessed a system that allowed him to enhance his power without venturing into the chaos, rendering las insinuaciones inconsecuentes. Furthermore, he was entirely unaware that his abyss could lead to the chaos realm beyond the Honghuang world. Chapter 97. The pinnacle of power with the Tongtian ghost spine in hand, Qin Lin swiftly returned to the abyss. Although the revelations from Lu Ye were indeed sensational, they bore little impact on him. Life must continue as usual. While dismissing Lu Ye's words, he nonetheless harbored a curiosity regarding the Tongtian ghost spine and the world it belonged to, as the name seemed vaguely familiar. Clutching the Tongtian ghost spine, Qin Lin closed his eyes and soon perceived the spirit concealed within it. It was a middle-aged man with hair swept back, exuding an air of arrogance and majesty, mingled with a scholarly demeanor. Yet, it was evident that he was disoriented, engulfed in a potent aura of demonic power and ghostly energy, his eyes devoid of clarity, filled only with malice and bloodlust. "Let me see what you have endured." Qin Lin smiled, his formidable, saintly consciousness penetrating the spirit's essence. In an instant, he found himself in a chilling realm filled with an oppressive, ghostly presence, a space constructed from the memories of the spirit. Cough, cough. I never expected the sword sect to possess such prowess. Cough, cough. Within this frigid expanse, a figure emerged, none other than the spirit himself. He was evidently gravely injured, a deep sword wound across his chest, emanating a formidable sword intent that constantly thwarted his recovery. Could it be that this spirit was not merely a spirit, but rather a soul forcibly fused into this form? A conjecture began to take shape in Qin Lin's mind. Husband, how have you sustained such grievous injuries today? Just as Qin Lin pondered, a striking woman adorned in a pink gown and crowned with a phoenix headdress rushed in, supporting the injured man. It is nothing, merely a skirmish with the sword sect. I did not anticipate their comprehension of the sword path to be so profound. Go, prepare the 10,000 blood pool. I require recovery. The man waved dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. The 10,000 blood pool, as he spoke, appeared to be a place for swift healing. Yes, I shall prepare it at once. The woman nodded and hurried away. The man settled onto the throne, closed his eyes, and awaited her return. Moments later, she reappeared, announcing, "Husband, the 10,000 blood pool is ready." "Very well. I shall go there to recuperate. If anyone inquires, tell them I am in seclusion." The man nodded and rose to leave. However, as he brushed past the woman, she suddenly attacked, thrusting her hands through his back and tearing out his heart. "Jieju, you!" As a top-tier powerhouse, even with his heart ripped from his body, the man did not perish immediately. Instead, he turned to gaze incredulously at the woman. Qin Lin was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. From their dialogue, it was clear the man was the woman's husband. He had not anticipated such ruthless betrayal. Tian Gue, your death shall aid me in ascending to the unparalleled throne of the ancient empress. Ha ha ha. I will be grateful for your sacrifice. The woman laughed maniacally as she seized the man, known as Tian Gue, by the neck. With a brutal yank, she tore out his spine, leaving Qin Lin in stunned silence. Blood splattered onto the woman, rendering her visage both terrifying and grotesque. Yet, it appeared that Tian Gue had not yet succumbed. His head, along with his spine, firmly grasped in her hands. He seethed with anger and defiance. Jieju, you will regret this. I curse you. I curse that you shall be slain by your closest kin in the most brutal manner. I curse you. I curse that you shall be betrayed by all, even your beloved daughter. I curse you. That day, the celestial demon continued to unleash a frenzy of curses, summoning the surrounding spectral energies to swirl violently. Ha ha ha. Celestial demon, you men are all worthless. Celestial demon, the aspirations you cannot fulfill shall be accomplished by my hand. What men can do, women can too, and what women can do, men ought to be able to as well. I will show you how I ascend step by step to the unparalleled throne of eternity. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed maniacally, and with a wave of her hand, the head of the celestial demon fell, capturing its soul and merging it into her spine. The celestial demon's spine, it traverses the world. Just as this scene unfolded, the entire vision vanished, and Qin Lin was forcibly ejected. Gazing at the spirit within the celestial demon's spine, Qin Lin silently bestowed upon it a look of compassion. What a pitiable man. What a terrifying woman. Originally, he should have been an extraordinary being surpassing the great Luo Golden Immortal, perhaps even reaching the status of a quasi-saint. Yet, encountering such a ruthless woman, he ultimately now remains but a fragment of his soul with scarce memories of lingering obsession. How tragic. Truly, how tragic. Chapter 3 has arrived. Chapter 98. The Xian Yu Phoenix Lawn Chariot. Upon witnessing the spirit's memories within the celestial demon's spine, Qin Lin was utterly astonished. It appears there are myriad unforeseen events unfolding beyond the primordial world. At the same time, Qin Lin deemed his cautious approach in navigating the path to the chaotic grand world to be remarkably prudent. The depths of this chaotic grand world are unfathomably profound. According to Master Luya, the celestial demon spine was acquired by the white-boned true person in a minor world. Thus, it stands to reason that such minor worlds likely abound within the chaotic grand expanse. When Pangu opened the heavens, 5 chaotic deities entered the primordial world, with Hongjun being one among them. This suggests that Hongjun possessed an undeniable advantage, attaining sainthood first. Viewed from this perspective, it is understandable why, after achieving sainthood, Hongjun chose to expound the Tao within the Purple Cloud Palace, likely seeking to ascertain the strength of the beings within the primordial realm. Simultaneously, he aimed to select suitable disciples and exert complete control over the entire primordial world. Contemplating this, Qin Lin felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Hongjun truly is insidious. If he were to discover the emergence of a saint in the primordial world beyond his control, he would undoubtedly come to eradicate Qin Lin, lest his schemes be disrupted by this anomaly. After such profound reflection, Qin Lin felt a twinge of recklessness regarding his own emergence. It was perilous. After all, his presence had already drawn Lu Ya's attention, and for the immensely powerful Hongjun, it was not beyond reason that he might also notice him. I must endure. I shall continue to bide my time. I would rather venture into the chaotic grand world than recklessly tread into the abyss. The risks are far too great. At that moment, within the depths of the abyss, a formidable aura surged forth, prompting Qin Lin's curiosity to gaze in that direction. There, amidst the abyss, his first disciple, the fire Kylin, had just broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Recently, he had bestowed upon him a chaotic spiritual object, which had facilitated his closed-door training. And now he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Observing this, Qin Lin's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. After all these years, while he had sheltered the Kylin clan in the abyss, they remained somewhat weak in terms of power. Prior to the fire Kylin's breakthrough, there had not been a single quasi-saint Kylin among them. Only he, the venerable ancestor, could hold the fort. In contrast, the 5 sacred beasts he had taken into the abyss, along with Yuan Hong, had all become quasi-saint powerhouses, which was somewhat disheartening by comparison. Although the Kylin of the abyss said little, each was diligently cultivating, not wishing to bring shame upon their mighty ancestor. Qin Lin then flashed and appeared before the fire Kylin. "Indeed, you have become a quasi-saint," he remarked with a smile. Upon seeing Qin Lin's arrival, the fire Kylin was taken aback and immediately prostrated, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to my esteemed master. My meager cultivation is entirely due to your guidance. Without you, there would be no today for me, nor for our Kylin clan." "All right, rise," Qin Lin said with a wave of his hand, lifting him up. Simultaneously, he waved his hand again, and before them appeared an exquisitely ornate chariot, with the true spirits of phoenixes and luan birds shimmering at its front, seemingly pulling the chariot. This chariot was a reward from the system when he had ventured out to acquire the celestial demon spine, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyu Phoenix Luan chariot. This chariot, forged from numerous true spirits of Xianyu phoenixes and luan birds, exuded an air of magnificence, and standing atop, it would grant the bearer enhanced protection. "From this day forth, you shall be the chieftain of the Kylin clan. This is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyu Phoenix Luan chariot, which I now bestow upon you. In ancient times, our clan and the Phoenix clan were like fire and water, yet now, as the leader of the Kylin clan, commanding this chariot signifies everything. This is the honor of our Kylin clan. You have just reached the quasi-saint realm, and I hope you will strive further, so that you may lead more of our future Kylin kin to greatness. Only when our clan grows strong can we stand unafraid of the myriad tribes of the primordial realm, unafraid of the powers of the saints, unafraid of all that lies beyond the primordial world." Qin Lin gazed at him earnestly and spoke again. Hearing Qin Lin's words, the fire Kylin, who had just risen, once more bowed low to the ground, his emotions stirred, with tears brimming in his eyes. He had endured the initial tribulation of dragons and phoenixes. After the great war among the 3 clans, the strong had perished almost entirely, leaving the younger generation like lost dogs, hunted by other demon clans. Had it not been for Qin Lin's timely rescue, he would have long since perished in the primordial realm. Thus, he understood deeply that only by growing stronger could the Kylin clan thrive and endure. "I will surely heed my master's counsel." Meanwhile, the aura of the fire Kylin's breakthrough to quasi-saint reverberated throughout the abyss, stirring many members of the Kylin clan, who hurried in that direction. Some of the elder Kylin, upon witnessing this scene, prostrated themselves, weeping uncontrollably. Consequently, the Kylin clan became unprecedentedly united. After years of seclusion, the population of the Kylin clan had now surpassed 200,000 and continued to proliferate. Qin Lin had previously estimated that the abyss could sustain around 300,000 Kylin, indicating he would need to devise some strategy soon. Whether to relocate some Kylin or expand the abyss itself, he would need to consider these options. Yet, there was no urgency, time was still on his side, and he need not overthink the matter. Chapter 99, Small Regional Map. While Qin Lin was amidst the Kylin clan in the abyss, a sudden system prompt echoed in his mind, filling him with delight. What new fortune awaited him this time? Ding! A connection to the chaotic grand world has birthed some chaotic spiritual objects at the entrance within the abyss. Will the host venture forth to collect them? Choice 1. Accept the mission. Collect chaotic spiritual objects. Reward. A small regional map of the chaotic grand world. Choice 2. Decline the mission. Reward. A postnatal spiritual treasure. Serrated sword. Upon seeing the mission announcement, Qin Lin blinked in surprise. What has happened to the system recently? Is it becoming more generous? Is it encouraging him to explore the outside world? First, chaotic spiritual objects appear outside, and now a reward, a small regional map of the chaotic grand world. This was incredibly tempting for Qin Lin, who had been fretting over his ignorance of the outside situation. The system had come just in time with this news. Though it may seem unyielding, it remains considerate. Choosing one, I accept the task. Qin Lin promptly made his decision, briefly communicated with the fire Kylin, and returned to his secluded retreat. Upon making his choice, a mysterious ancient map materialized in his hands. As Qin Lin unfurled the map, he discovered that the world he inhabited, the primordial world, shimmered upon it as if it had been pinpointed. As his gaze swept across the map, he gradually grasped various circumstances within the chaos. Surrounding the primordial world were 4 other realms of similar magnitude, and further afield, the map also indicated larger worlds. In terms of both size and the vibrancy of their surroundings, these realms far surpassed the area occupied by the primordial world. Upon this realization, Qin Lin surmised that the location of the primordial world might indeed be a remote corner of the chaos, suggesting that its rank was likely not high, possibly categorizing it as a minor world. According to the markings on the map, countless worlds had been carved out of the chaos, encompassing both small and medium-sized realms, though no larger worlds were depicted. Yet, Qin Lin speculated that large worlds might indeed exist, but the map he possessed only detailed the surrounding regions, lacking a complete representation of the vast chaos. Amidst the boundless chaos, there were indeed monumental mountains, vast rivers, and in some locales, a myriad of beings resided. Alongside secret realms where deities and demons had perished or where formidable beings had once dwelled. This sight stirred excitement within Qin Lin. Previously, he had remained rather composed while listening to the numerous tales recounted by Taoist Liya. Their lack of familiarity left him uncertain of their veracity. However, now that he had obtained external map information and glimpsed a broader world, he found himself exhilarated. No wonder Hongjun forbade others from stepping into the chaos. Should a fortuitous individual venture there, they might fare even better than him, perhaps evoking a hint of fear in Hongjun. Qin Lin murmured to himself. In that moment, he directly delved beneath the earth. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the protective barrier surrounding the primordial world. Here stood the Chaos Boundary Stone, securing the passage's entry and exit, rendering it nearly invisible to those outside the chaos. Upon stepping out of the primordial world, Qin Lin immediately sensed a looming danger within the chaos, as the atmosphere was thick with the essence of ancient wilderness. Taking a few steps forward, he inadvertently triggered the eruption of elemental forces. However, not far away, he noticed a vast ravine. Within this ravine, fierce winds swirled and flames raged. Should a being of the great Luo golden immortal realm set foot here, they would likely meet their demise. Yet, it was precisely in such an environment that rare treasures of heaven and earth could easily come into being. Upon reaching the ravine, Qin Lin discovered a chaotic spiritual herb, wind blade grass. This herb thrived under the gusts of wind, even utilizing the winds as nourishment. Upon spotting this chaotic spiritual herb, Qin Lin promptly collected it and continued his search. It was known that such a herb could provide a fleeting chance for a peak great Luo golden immortal to break free from their constraints and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Thus, the more of such items he could gather, the better. This way, his disciples and the members of the Kylin clan, who were also great Luo golden immortals, could successfully transcend to the quasi-saint level, thereby establishing a formidable force. Meanwhile, Qin Lin's avatar remained within the Lingxiao treasure hall of the Heavenly Court. Presently, Tongtian and Haoyan observed the reactions of various forces within the primordial world, their expressions filled with contemplation. Kuanpeng had succumbed to madness, annihilating the powerful beings of the Demon Master Palace, only to self-destruct in the end. Although the disciples of the Chan sect remained alive, they bore the weight of immense karmic repercussions. As this continued, they sensed that countless powerful beings might perish even before the calamity officially commenced. Coupled with their previous intentions to rapidly produce a batch of golden immortal-level human beings to reside in the heavenly court, it seemed that the divine positions on the subsequent god list would not suffice to accommodate all. This was indeed a cause for concern. In the Lingxiao Hall, the Lord of Heaven, Tongtian, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Over the years, his relationship with Yuanshi Tianzuan had been fraught with tension, yet they were brothers at heart. Witnessing the plight of the Chan sect disciples filled him with a sense of helplessness. Tongtian was not one to be overly accommodating, yet he harbored no ill intentions. The 3 teachings were originally one family. Alas, what was the point of this incessant strife? Many of Chan's sect disciples had once referred to him as their master uncle and had benefited from his guidance. Observing their impending doom weighed heavily on his conscience. Though one cannot avoid the inevitable, what you see are the Chan sect disciples facing tribulation. Had we reached an accord earlier, perhaps your disciples and my demon kin would be the ones ensnared by this calamity. Qin Lin remarked softly after taking a sip of tea, sharing a glance with Haoyan. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. You are a sage of the heavenly path, yet when calamity approaches, even you may feel powerless. Ultimately, someone must confront this tribulation, and all we can do is remain true to ourselves, avoiding selfishness that could bring suffering to the masses. Though your stance may waver, I have unwavering faith in you, for your integrity surpasses that of those schemers lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing these words, Tongtian gently closed his eyes, falling into silence before nodding in agreement. He tacitly acknowledged Qin Lin's perspective, fully aware of its truth. Recently, Taiji Laozu had visited Jinin Island, and Tongtian had initially assumed it was a social call. However, after a few exchanges, he sensed something amiss. Taiji Laozu had subtly encouraged him not to remain in seclusion and even urged his disciples to venture out into the world rather than remain confined to his side. While this sounded reasonable, Tongtian was not naive. With the impending calamity, the suggestion to send his disciples out could be interpreted as a veiled call to fill the god list swiftly. This left Tongtian feeling disheartened. If Yuanshu Tianzuan had made such a suggestion, it would have been understandable, given their contentious history. However, Taiji Laozu, with only one disciple, who had presented a corpse of good and evil to the heavenly court and had thus evaded calamity, coming to act as a mediator was a blatant attempt to forge an alliance with Yuanshu Tianzuan. Tongtian felt cornered. Consequently, following Taiji Laozu's departure, he issued a more stringent decree, forbidding any disciples of the Jie sect from entering the primordial world, with those who defied this order to be expelled from the Jie sect, regardless of life or death. The words of the Kylin ancestor resonate with truth. In the face of calamity, we should seek to avoid it while remaining true to our essence, as long as we do not scheme against others. The outcome rests in the hands of the collective, Tongtian declared, finding solace in this thought. Observing this exchange, Qin Lin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hao Yin appeared indifferent, believing that an increase in numbers would pose no issue. If the divine positions on the god list were filled, suitable individuals could still be granted positions in the underworld. For him, the more capable individuals available for his bidding, the better. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud. The three engaged in silent dreadful. How could the disciples of the sage so brazenly massacre the Azura clan? You, the Chan sect, await my wrath. I, the ancestor of the Nether River, shall not rest until I exact my vengeance. At that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the Blood Sea. Witnessing the devastation of the Nether Blood Sea, fury igniting within him, a mysterious powerful being had lured him away, causing him to leave the Nether River momentarily. Little did he expect, others had trespassed into his domain, slaughtering numerous Azura, particularly the four mightiest warriors, the unfettered Tathagata, the desire Tathagata, the great Brahma, and Shiva. All had vanished. Though not dead, they were likely captured. Recalling the one who lured him away, it seemed to be a quasi-saint from the Chan sect. Initially, he thought the intruder sought a chance within the Blood River, and as the lord of the Nether River, he felt compelled to drive them away, only to realize it was a colossal trap. His fury knew no bounds. Meanwhile, atop a once barren mountain in the west, the Taoist of guidance sat majestically on a 12-petal golden lotus of merit, accompanied by the quasi-saint of the precious tree. Suddenly, they revealed themselves, alongside a man adorned in the attire of the Chan sect, Burning Lamp. You have performed admirably, Burning Lamp. You have drawn the ancestor of the Nether River away, allowing us the opportunity to capture these four. Rest assured, when you arrive in the Western sect, we shall reserve an esteemed position for you. Upon hearing this, Burning Lamp nodded in satisfaction before swiftly departing. The Taoist of guidance and the precious tree exchanged glances and vanished, only to reappear on Mount Sumru, where four Azura, stripped of their powers, awaited. You are destined to join our Western sect. We shall grant each of you a Bodhisattva fruit position. Chapter 3. Early today. If time permits tonight, I shall contribute more. For those who have yet to rate, I humbly request a wave of 5-star reviews. Chapter 101. The Ashamed Disciples of the Chan sect. Within the Nether Blood River, the very flow trembled. The ancestor of the Nether River was enraged. Historically, he had maintained a low profile, rarely attracting the attention of formidable beings, save for the time he created the Azura clan. Yet now he could no longer endure. The Azura clan had suffered grievously, and their four great generals had been abducted, a force he had nurtured for countless years, now obliterated. How could he bear such an affront? Chan sect, I, the ancestor of the Nether River, vow to oppose you till the end, he proclaimed, simultaneously swearing an oath to the great Tao amidst the Netherblood River. At this moment, within the Jade Void Palace of Qin Lin Mountain, the Primordial Lord had been vigilantly observing the events in the Northern Sea, particularly shocked by the corrupted Kunpeng. Initially, he intended to warn the disciples of the Chan sect to retreat immediately, for the methods of the demonic path were ruthlessly lethal, with battles resulting in mutual destruction. The demon ancestor, Luo Ho, was a notorious figure. During ancient times, none dared provoke him. Ultimately, it was the Tao ancestor who intervened personally to suppress him. Had it been any other powerful being, they might not have succeeded against the demon ancestor. Moreover, when the Tao ancestor subdued Luo Ho, though victorious, the latter's self-detonation left the Western realm with a significant karmic debt. This lineage was not to be trifled with. Observing the Chan sect disciples cornering the Kunpeng, it chose to self-destruct. The Primordial Lord's visage twitched in response. Yet fortunately, his disciples, shielded by the Panga banner, escaped with their lives, albeit battered and burdened with immense karma. In the Northern Sea, the Southern Pole Immortal withdrew the Panga banner, surveying the injured assembly. Though they had all sustained grievous wounds, their lives were spared, granting them a sigh of relief. It was crucial to note that those present were the core disciples of the Chan sect. Had the Kunpeng's explosion ensnared them, the Chan sect would have faced obliteration. The Primordial Lord would surely have wept bitterly. Brothers, my 5 Fire 7 Birds fan and my heart-piercing nail are missing. Haven't you seen them? At that moment, the true monarch of Clear Void seemed to realize something, speaking urgently. His words prompted others to sense their own missing treasures. My heaven-revolving seal, my soul-dispersing bell is gone, exclaimed Guang Chengzi. My dragon-dodging pillar is also unaccounted for, declared Munju Shri. The previously bewildered realizer of deliverance suddenly recognized that his famed treasure, the wind-stabilizing pearl, had also vanished. My wind-stabilizing pearl. The 9 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect had all lost the magical treasures they wielded in suppressing the Kunpeng. Uncertain whether they had genuinely been lost or shattered into fragments during the explosion. However, they could never fathom that it was all orchestrated by Qin Lin. Many of their renowned treasures had fallen into his hands while he collected the remnants of the ghost spine. Brothers, let us return. We shall report the loss of our treasures to the Master. He, as a sage of the Tao, should be able to assist us in divining our losses. Let us go. The Kunpeng has been vanquished. We must return to Qin Lin Mountain to report to our Master. The Southern Pole Immortal spoke in a somber tone. Hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with resignation. They had incurred significant losses, not only suffering injuries, but also losing their treasured artifacts. With a collective sigh, they departed the Northern Sea, heading towards Qin Lin Mountain. Chapter 102. The ancestor of the Nether River takes action. At this moment, far from the Nether Blood River, the ancestor of the Nether River emerged. Near the river, there is a blood spring of pursuit. By sacrificing a drop of blood, one could trace the whereabouts of a target, simply by silently reciting their name. However, it was ineffective against those of formidable cultivation. Otherwise, the spring would yield no results. Yet now, the ancestor of the Nether River was elated to discover that many disciples of the Chan sect were in the Northern Sea, now heading towards the Honghuang continent, seemingly en route to Qin Lin Mountain, to the Taoist temple of the Primordial Lord. Insidious members of the Chan sect, brace yourselves. You dared invade my Nether Blood River and obliterate my cultivated Azura clan. Now you shall face my wrath. Though I, the ancestor of the Nether River, have not attained sainthood, I have existed at the pinnacle of quasi-saint for countless ages, having already refined the entire Nether Blood River. As long as the Blood Sea remains, I possess immortality. Should the saints come forth, I shall not falter. Come, let us embrace madness together. As the ancestor of the Nether River stepped forth from the Blood River, the moment he returned to the abyss, Qin Lin's avatar received a system notification, startling him. Ding! The ancestor of the Nether River is enraged and seeks to exact revenge on the disciples of the Chan sect, currently lying in ambush along their path back to Qin Lin Mountain. Will the host assist him? Option 1. Assist the ancestor of the Nether River. Reward: postnatal supreme treasure, mirror of Nether divine light. Option 2. Assist the disciples of the Chan sect. Reward: Postnatal Supreme Treasure. Icy Dragon Spear. Option 3. Decline the task and observe the developments. Reward. Chaotic Divine Object. Primal Chaotic 5-Element Flower. Upon examining the system's offerings and the rewards, Qin Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? A chaotic divine object? This is a chance for fortune. Previously, the chaotic sacred artifact he acquired did not bear the term innate in its name. Now, it appears that this chaotic divine object is merely an enhancement of the sacred artifact with the addition of innate. Without further contemplation, Qin Lin promptly chose to decline the task, thereby obtaining his first chaotic divine object. This artifact represents his inaugural opportunity to elevate his cultivation since attaining the status of a sage. He wondered if, upon refining it, he might ascend even a minor tier in his cultivation level. Having become a sage, he currently remains at the first tier of the sage realm. However, as he comprehends his own path, he stands alongside Hongjun as a sage of the great Tao, his prowess unparalleled, and his combat abilities far exceeding those of other sages in the primordial world. Sages are categorized into different ranks. The first and lowest rank is the merit sage, exemplified by figures such as Nuwa and Hutu, who achieved sagehood through the accumulation of immense merit within a world. This merit sage cannot transcend their world. The more prosperous their realm, the stronger their abilities, and vice versa. The second rank is the heavenly Tao sage, represented by the Sanqing and the two saints of the West, who possess their unique methods of cultivation while also relying on substantial merit to gain the recognition of their world's heavenly Tao, thus attaining sagehood. However, once they step beyond their world into the chaos, their power diminishes significantly, and they practice the method of severing the three corpses, rendering them weaker in battle. The third and most esteemed rank is the Sage of the Great Tao, the most challenging path to sagehood, achieved by comprehending a unique Tao and mastering it, allowing them to remain unaffected in strength regardless of whether they traverse their own world, the chaos, or even enter realms devoid of rules. At this moment, on the road to Kunlun Mountain, a group of disciples from the Chan sect, returning from a North Sea, found themselves engulfed by a swirling crimson mist, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In an instant, all disciples of the Taiwei sect, nurtured by Tai Zhenren, were annihilated. The 9 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect were left in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the southern extreme celestial elder was profoundly astonished, pondering the identity of this formidable individual. How could one possess such immense power? In that fleeting moment, he sensed that the opponent's capabilities surpassed even those of Kunpeng. Had he been in peak condition, he might have withstood the onslaught with the Panga banner. However, having just emerged from a fierce battle and sustained injuries, he felt utterly powerless to protect his junior disciples, grappling with a sense of self-preservation. Who are you? Are you aware that we are disciples of the primordial heavenly sovereign? We are sages' apprentices and cannot be insulted. The southern extreme celestial elder invoked the name of the primordial heavenly sovereign threateningly. Do you still dare to use the primordial heavenly sovereign to intimidate me? What a fine sage's apprentice cannot be insulted. The blood debts incurred by your Chan sect must be repaid by you. All of you perish. Remember, I am the ancestor of the Dark River. You shall die, but you will remember me well. With that, the ancestor of the Dark River continued his assault, unleashing an array of supernatural techniques. The 9 great Luo golden immortals were engulfed in terror, each sustaining varying degrees of injury, their powerful treasures lost, rendering them pale with fright. Chapter 5 concludes here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 103. The 12-petal fiery red lotus of karma, the ancestor of the Dark River, was fiercely formidable. He wielded 2 swords, both top-tier innate spiritual treasures, Yuan Tu and Abi. It is said these 2 swords were birthed from the Blood River alongside the ancestor of the Dark River. One sheath bore twin swords, one green and one white, with razor-sharp edges and unmatched momentum. As he unsheathed these blades, countless beams of sword light materialized in the void, each infused with supreme, murderous intent. Caught off guard, Yu Dingzhen was swiftly subdued. The ancestor of the Dark River showed no signs of relenting. Having finally cornered this group of Chan sect's great Luo golden immortals, who appear to be grievously injured, he saw an opportunity to eradicate them entirely. Brothers, do not scatter. The ancestor of the Dark River has been established for many years. His techniques are formidable. I have already sent word to our master. If we can hold on for a while longer, we shall be rescued. The southern extreme celestial elder, astonished by the adversary's power, urged his fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Guang Tiandi, Tizing Di, Ging Su Dao Zenzun, Pu Xian Zenun, Gi Hang Dao Zen, Du E Zenun, Zhao Xing Tian Zun, and Wan Shu Guang Fa Tian Zun. The remaining 8 great Luo golden immortals gathered together. However, upon witnessing their convergence, the ancestor of the Dark River was filled with delight. He promptly unleashed a blood lotus, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal fiery red lotus of karma, said to incinerate all evil within the world, possessing unmatched power. This treasure belongs to the same echelon as the 12-petal merit golden lotus of the intercepting Taoist. Although the ancestor of the Dark River is not a sage, he is a powerful being who has survived since ancient times, having long dominated the Netherblood River. Over the years, nearly all treasures that have emerged from the Netherblood River have fallen into his hands, showcasing his formidable foundation. He is certainly not a pauper like Qin. As the 12-petal fiery red lotus emerged, it instantly subdued these Chan sect disciples. Despite wielding the Panga banner, the southern extreme celestial elder, weakened and wounded, was fortunate to remain unscathed amidst such an overwhelming assault, completely unable to assist others. In that moment, Qi Jingzi and Qin Su Daojinjun were also slain, their bodies transforming into blood mist, consumed by the 12-petal fiery red lotus. Ancestor of the Dark River, is there some misunderstanding between you and us of the Chan sect? Now that calamity approaches, we are all seeking ways to evade disaster. Why do you emerge from the Netherblood River to oppose us? You hail from ancient times, wield formidable techniques, but should my master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, pursue you, you will find it difficult to survive. At this moment, Guang Qingzi, the foremost among the 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect, spoke earnestly. He is the most favored disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, endowed with exceptional fortune, and even has the potential to reach the quasi-saint realm in the future. Yet, in recent times, he first faced an assault from Qin, and now the ancestor of the Dark River has intercepted him. He feels as though invisible hands are manipulating events from behind, leaving him to ponder whether he is ensnared in a scheme deeply entrenched in calamity. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding between me and your Chan sect. You people have been excessively tyrannical, slaughtering my created Azura race, even abducting Zaishan, Brahma, the realm of desire, and Shiva. What do you intend to achieve? Do you truly believe I would not retaliate? I, the ancestor of the Dark River, have traversed the primordial realm for many years. What tempest have I not witnessed? Moreover, though I have not attained sagehood, it is not so easy for the primordial heavenly sovereign to slay me. But today, I shall slay you with ease. The ancestor of the Dark River declared resolutely. In the Yushu Palace on Qin Lin Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign, seated upon a mat, suddenly received a transmission from the southern extreme celestial elder. Their group, en route back to Qin Lin, had been ambushed by the ancestor of the Dark River. Yu Dingzhenren, Qi Jingzi, and Qin Su Daojinjuan, 3 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect, had already perished, and the ancestor of the Dark River showed no signs of ceasing his onslaught. This news incited a furious wrath within the primordial heavenly sovereign. Having long remained in the depths of the Netherblood River, he had not sought trouble with this individual. Yet now the ancestor of the Dark River dared to provoke him? Truly a death wish. However, the primordial heavenly sovereign was not impulsive. Recalling the attacks from the demon master Qin on Tai Jinren and the Ling Bao Grandmaster, followed now by the ancestor of the Dark River's annihilation of 3 of his great Luo golden immortals, he sensed an underlying conspiracy. Yet, he could not decipher it at this moment. However, the primordial heavenly sovereign had no time for contemplation and immediately employed his divine powers to soar forth from Qin Lin Mountain, hastening toward the location of the southern polar immortal and his companions. He feared that if he tarried any longer, the disciples of the Chan sect might truly be annihilated. Meanwhile, at the ambush site orchestrated by the ancestor of the Underworld River, both sides were exerting themselves to the utmost. The ancestor of the Underworld River understood that delay could lead to unforeseen dangers, while the disciples of the Chan sect hoped to prolong the confrontation until the primordial heavenly sovereign arrived. Nonetheless, under the relentless onslaught, the venerable Taoist Tianzuan, Manjushri, and the realized one of deliverance found themselves struggling to endure. They were already gravely wounded, having lost their magical artifacts, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. They were merely enduring the blows. In mere moments, the three were engulfed, their forms exploding into a mist of blood, consumed by the 12-petal karma, fire lotus, which was nourished by their essence. This time, they had dispatched 9 great Luo golden immortals, yet in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained, Guang Chengzi, the realized one of universal virtue and the Taoist of compassionate navigation, along with the semi-saint southern polar immortal who was desperately wielding the Panga banner to hold his ground. The state of all present was dire. It seemed that if the primordial heavenly sovereign did not arrive soon, they would surely be subdued by the ancestor of the underworld river. The disciples of the Chan sect had heard of the ancestor's formidable reputation, yet they had never encountered him, as he had long been reclusive. They were astonished by his overwhelming prowess, realizing he was not to be trifled with. As they witnessed his relentless assault, despair washed over them. They truly could not withstand him. Chapter 104. Caught in a trap? The ancestor of the underworld river continued to unleash his might, each of his strikes akin to cataclysmic upheavals, whereas the 3 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect felt as though they were suffocating under the pressure, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Just as the ancestor was about to strike again, a figure materialized in the void, cloaked in an aura of compassion. Taoist of the underworld river, I beseech you to show mercy. The realized one of universal virtue and the Taoist of compassionate navigation are connected to our Western sect through fate. I hope, for the sake of the 2 saints of the West, that you will spare their lives. The remaining individuals are of no concern to us. Their fates may be left to your discretion. The speaker was none other than the Taoist of provisional enlightenment. He had been nearby during the ancestor's assault, having orchestrated the situation from the shadows. Although he had not intended to reveal himself, a collaboration with the Taoist of compassionate navigation had necessitated his appearance. Their partnership was laden with secrets, and if the safety of the Taoist of compassionate navigation was compromised, the repercussions of his true spirit being reclaimed by the primordial heavenly sovereign could pose significant threats. Moreover, the realized one of universal virtue had long caught his eye for recruitment into the Western sect, and the timing was now opportune for such an endeavor. As for the primordial heavenly sovereign, the situation had escalated to a point where even a falling out would not deter him. He was acutely aware of the current dynamics among the 3 pure ones, which had drastically changed. Though you may offend the primordial heavenly sovereign, what consequence could that bring? Upon witnessing the Taoist of provisional enlightenment's arrival, the ancestor of the underworld river momentarily faltered. Despite his unparalleled abilities, he felt dwarfed in the presence of a sage. His intent had been to eliminate as many Chan sect disciples as possible before the primordial heavenly sovereign arrived, only to find that the Taoist of provisional enlightenment had appeared first. These 2 you may take. I shall claim the others, Guang Chengzi and the southern polar immortal. I implore you, sage provisional enlightenment, to acquiesce. As an ancient being myself, I possess my own principles. The Chan sect has wronged me, and I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Without further deliberation, the ancestor chose to compromise. Very well, I require only these 2. The fates of the remaining disciples of the Chan sect are of no concern to me. The Taoist of provisional enlightenment responded with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, he captured the realized one of universal virtue and the Taoist of compassionate navigation. However, at that moment, a powerful aura surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming air of authority that swept through the void. Provisional enlightenment, are you not assisting? Instead, you seek to take my disciples of the Chan sect. What is your true intent? A voice echoed from afar, brimming with fury. The speaker was none other than the primordial heavenly sovereign, though he had yet to arrive. As a sage, he was well aware of the unfolding situation, and, upon seeing the Taoist of provisional enlightenment, a realization struck him. Could it be that I have fallen into a trap orchestrated by the Western sect? Primordial heavenly sovereign, the realized one of universal virtue and the Taoist of compassionate navigation aligning with you is akin to a pearl cast into the shadows. They now willingly enter our Western sect. I implore you not to complicate matters. Otherwise, the 2 saints of the West are not to be trifled with. At this juncture, You ought to keep a vigilant eye on Guangchengzi and the Southern Polar Immortal. Observe whether the ancestor of the underworld river can eliminate them before you arrive. You are still quite a distance away, are you not? Even a sage requires time. The Taoist of provisional enlightenment communicated this. His words also meant for the ancestor of the underworld river, subtly encouraging him not to fear. The primordial heavenly sovereign would take time to arrive, and thus, there was still an opportunity to act. At that moment, the Taoist of provisional enlightenment vanished with the realized one of universal virtue and the Taoist of compassionate navigation, seizing the moment to extract them, fully aware that the primordial heavenly sovereign would not dare pursue them. For the time being, Guangchengzi and the Southern Polar Immortal situation was increasingly precarious. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, the ancestor of the underworld river's gaze darkened, and he ignited his own blood essence. The 12-petal karma fire lotus enveloping the two disciples of the Chan sect expanded rapidly, exuding immense power. Underworld river, should you choose to relent, I may grant you a complete corpse. Should you slay these two, even if you retreat to the blood river of the underworld, I shall personally hunt you down. Do not think that hiding within your blood river will ensure your invulnerability. I will fill your foul gutter and crush you like the pest you are. The primordial heavenly sovereign declared in a rage. Crush me? Ha ha! Primordial heavenly sovereign. We are contemporaries of an era. You have attained sainthood, yet I am no lesser. Others may fear you, but I do not. Urri, come fort. So I may collect the remains of your precious disciples. The ancestor of the underworld river retorted with a sinister grin. In that instant, Guangchengzi, under the pressure of the 12-petal karma fire lotus, let out a pained scream, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. The primordial heavenly sovereign's favored disciple had thus met his end. Now, only the Southern Polar Immortal remained. Possessing semi-saint cultivation and the protective Panga banner, his complexion was pale. Yet he could endure a while longer, avoiding imminent demise. The ancestor of the underworld river recognized that he likely could not eliminate the Southern Polar Immortal in time. Nevertheless, he would show no mercy. He spewed forth a torrent of dark blood, contaminating the Southern Polar Immortal. The blood river of the underworld was said to be birthed from the foul blood within Pangu, and thus the blood within the ancestor also harbored formidable potency. While this foul blood could not claim the Southern Polar Immortal's life, its taint would swiftly degrade his cultivation from semi-saint to great Luo Golden Immortal, then further to Golden Immortal. This act obliterated countless years of arduous training. Moreover, should the Southern Polar Immortal fail to refine this foul blood, his cultivation would stagnate permanently, rendering him utterly crippled. Ha ha ha, primordial heavenly sovereign, I shall spare the Southern Polar Immortal. Yet I believe this day shall be etched in his memory forever. Living in perpetual fear, the ancestor of the underworld river proclaimed before swiftly retreating toward the blood river of the underworld. After a mere dozen breaths, the primordial supreme being finally arrived. However, all 9 of the great Luo Golden Immortals had already perished, and the South Pole Elder's cultivation had severely declined, his countenance reflecting utmost distress. Chapter 105. The Stronghold of the Mighty. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, the primordial supreme being was engulfed in rage. This moment also captured the attention of various saints, as it is often said that even the most meticulous plans can harbor flaws. After their deliberations, all eyes turned towards the Shumi mountain of the Western sect. Such a commotion had arisen. Countless casualties had befallen the Chan sect, only for the Western sect to reap the greatest benefits. Could this not signify something of importance? The two saints of the West displayed an utter disregard for propriety, not only personally intervening, but also spreading calumnies. The Demon Master Palace had been obliterated, and the Nether Blood River had forged a deadly enmity with the primordial supreme being, while the disciples of the Chan sect had fallen into calamity. It was truly lamentable. At this moment, the primordial supreme being had arrived at the Nether Blood River. Although he recognized that he had been outmaneuvered by the two saints of the Western sect, the Nether River ancestor showed him little respect, ruthlessly slaying 9 of the Chan sect's great Luo Golden Immortals before his very eyes, an affront he could not easily swallow. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm, Qin Lin was diligently gathering chaotic spiritual materials within a mountain gorge. He had already collected 3 such items: a gale grass, a spirit water stone, and a wisp of thunderlight. If properly utilized, these 3 materials could potentially cultivate 3 quasi-saint powers. Over the years, Qin Lin had relied on the reward from the system to steadily grow stronger. He had not anticipated that now, as he gathered spiritual materials, the experience would be quite gratifying. At this juncture, Qin Lin stumbled upon a concealed cave adorned with ancient inscriptions. Although he was unfamiliar with these characters, their profound essence was palpable, allowing him to grasp their meaning upon careful contemplation. This was indeed the dwelling of a formidable being. However, it appeared somewhat antiquated and neglected. Driven by curiosity, Qin Lin approached the cave, simultaneously summoning the innate treasure, Chaos Bell. With this defensive artifact at his disposal, he felt considerably more secure. Upon nearing the cave, it became evident that this place had been devoid of visitors for many years. Surrounding the cave was a form of confinement, but due to the passage of time, the restraining array had weakened. Once he entered, Qin Lin effortlessly dismantled it. Upon entering, he discovered a rather simplistic abode. However, it was clear that someone had once inhabited this space, as there stood an alchemical furnace, still autonomously absorbing the essence of flames, persistently refining pills. This furnace had likely been at work for countless years. The moment Qin Lin set foot in the cave, he was greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. After so many years of alchemical processes, it was evident that the pills produced would possess potent effects, likely aiding golden immortals in their ascension to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Moreover, this furnace was presumably a postnatal treasure. In addition to the furnace, there was also a postnatal treasure in the form of a mat, along with various items necessary for quiet cultivation. Yet none of these items particularly piqued Qin Lin's interest. The sole exception was a treasure chest within, which captured his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered 5 chaotic spiritual materials and 2 chaotic sacred objects, gems of the earth that would aid great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints alike. It appeared that the individual who had originally established this dwelling was indeed a being of saintly caliber. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for such treasures to remain unrefined, as they would have been immediately consumed to enhance one's cultivation. After all, in the chaotic realm, only items deemed useless to oneself would be collected, perhaps with the intention of nurturing a following or providing for younger generations. Yet, the reasons behind the current desolation of this place remained a mystery. All of this fortuitously benefited Qin Lin. He was overjoyed, for the chaotic realm proved to be an extraordinary place. In such a brief span of time, he had acquired numerous treasures, a rarity in the primordial world. With his newfound possessions, Qin Lin's gaze fell upon an unidentified piece of leather, which bore markings of nearby routes. Not far from the primordial world, a small dot encircled in red caught his eye. It clearly indicated the existence of a miniature world, a recently birthed exquisite microcosm. Such worlds were plentiful in the chaos, yet upon their emergence, they were often claimed by chaotic deities or powerful beings within the chaos. Whether transformed into a sanctuary for quiet cultivation or a secret realm for nurturing successors, they presented unparalleled opportunities. Unlike formal small worlds, these exquisite microcosms lacked the establishment of a heavenly Tao. They were easily usurped, and many such microcosms remained devoid of life, making them readily controllable. Should a supreme being continuously refine resources within, there existed the potential to evolve it into a true small world. Upon contemplating this, Qin Lin felt a surge of excitement. If he could seize control of a microcosm, it would allow him to shelter the Kylin clan and other formidable beings he had discreetly cultivated within, effectively circumventing the scrutiny of the various saintly factions in the primordial realm, especially avoiding the attention of Hongjun. In Qin Lin's eyes, the other saints were manageable. It was solely the Tao ancestor Hongjun who invoked his deepest concerns. Chapter 106, The 5 Elements Divine Body. After collecting a number of items from the cave, Qin Lin decided to depart. After much contemplation, he resolved to temporarily refrain from further exploration of the chaotic realm, opting instead to return. He had acquired a plethora of valuable items during this excursion, which could be utilized to nurture his clan members and disciples. Moreover, prior to this, his avatar had obtained a chaotic divine object, which he could refine to potentially enhance his own strength. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Additionally, should the members of the Kylin clan and his disciples elevate their prowess, it would enable them to explore the chaotic realm further down the line, thereby conserving time and effort. However, in the chaotic realm, One needed to possess at least quasi-saint level cultivation to traverse safely, and many perilous areas remained off-limits, necessitating caution and resource gathering, which relied heavily on fortune. Upon returning to the primordial world, Qin Lin immediately summoned Zhu Lushun and Xing Tian. Both were his named disciples, currently at the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal cultivation, yet struggling to break through to quasi-saint. This summons served to bestow upon them opportunities. Without delay, he presented Zhu Lushun with a chaotic spiritual object, the celestial essence dust, and to Xing Tian, a chaotic bloodline fruit. The former was an earth-type spiritual material from the 5 elements, while the latter was a heavenly fruit capable of enhancing and purifying bloodline power, both of which Qin Lin had unearthed from the treasure chest within the cave, perfectly suited for the two of them. If all proceeded as expected, once they refined these chaotic spiritual materials, they should successfully ascend to quasi-saint status. Their foundational lineage posed no issues. In contrast, for other primordial beings with inferior lineage, breaking through to quasi-saint after reaching the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal would likely require not just one, but several chaotic spiritual materials, perhaps 3 to 5 or even more. Only through such means could they transcend the limitations of their lineage and ascend to higher realms. Such breakthroughs would inevitably alter their lineage to a significant extent. After bestowing the spiritual materials upon the two, Qin Lin then summoned the formidable members of the Kylin clan. For instance, the most formidable Kylin of the Thunder Kylin lineage has ascended to the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Coincidentally, Qin Lin has collected a strand of thunderous light, which is perfectly suited for the cultivation of Kylin with a thunder attribute. Moreover, for the Wind Kylin, he plans to bestow upon it a rare gale herb. With such allocations, Qin Lin feels that it will not be long before at least 5 formidable beings at the quasi-saint level emerge from the abyss. Furthermore, he will also acquire a cauldron of elixirs, which he intends to bestow upon Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi. These 2 monkeys now possess cultivation at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, yet they have yet to break through to become Deluo Golden Immortals. After sharing the cauldron of elixirs, they should be able to smoothly advance their realms. At this moment, Qin Lin's mood is exceedingly buoyant. Just then, a new task from the system suddenly appears, causing Qin Lin to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Ding! The primordial heavenly venerable is engaged in battle with the ancestor of the underworld river in the blood river of the underworld. Do you wish to emerge from the abyss to assist? Option 1. Assist the primordial heavenly venerable. You may become the vice headmaster of the Chan sect, rewarded with the postnatal spiritual treasure, Vine Armor. Option 2. Assist the ancestor of the underworld river. You may become a distinguished figure of the Azura clan in the blood river of the underworld, rewarded with the postnatal spiritual treasure, Spirit Fire Lamp. Option 3. Remain uninvolved. Reward, 5 elements divine body. Upon reading this, Qin Lin chuckled. Let the chaos unfold. The more tumultuous the primordial wilderness becomes, the more tasks he shall receive. Recently, the frequency of tasks has been quite satisfactory, which excites him greatly. Moreover, upon seeing the system rewards, particularly the 5 elements divine body, he decides not to ponder further and promptly selects task 3. In that fleeting moment of choice, Qin Lin feels a transformation within his very being, as his body becomes increasingly attuned to the 5 elements laws. The once incomprehensible profundities of these laws now become clear to him in an instant. He feels as if he has become the embodiment of the 5 elements. With this progression, he senses that his future cultivation will be far more effortless. At this time, Qin Lin retrieves the recently acquired primordial chaotic artifact, the innate chaos 5 elements flower, and begins to refine it. However, after completing the refinement, he furrows his brow. He perceives that after reaching the saintly realm, each subsequent elevation in his level has become notably arduous. Previously, while merely a quasi-saint, refining a chaotic sacred object would enable him to break through a minor realm. Yet now, as a saint, refining a chaotic divine object yields no elevation in his realm, merely a slight loosening. Thus, he conservatively estimates that to achieve a minor elevation, he will require 3 to 5 chaotic divine objects. Following the refinement of this chaotic divine object, powerful auras begin to manifest within the abyss, indicating that his disciples, or the strong of the Kylin clan, have successfully broken through. Kulu's son, Xing Tian, as well as elders from the Wind Qilin, Thunder Qilin, and Water Qilin lineages, a total of 5, have all successfully ascended to the quasi-saint level. Meanwhile, in the outside world, all major factions within the primordial wilderness have turned their attention toward the blood river of the underworld. The primordial heavenly venerable personally intervenes, exhibiting unparalleled combat prowess. Each strike he unleashes cleaves through the blood river, resulting in the demise of countless Azuras. The ancestor of the underworld river remains hidden deep within the blood river, choosing not to reveal himself. Regardless of how the primordial heavenly venerable acts, he remains concealed, leading to significant frustration for the primordial heavenly venerable. Subsequently, the grand pure ancestor appears at this location. The two engage in a discussion, the content of which remains unknown, and ultimately depart the blood river of the underworld together. Chapter 4. Chapter 107. The Heart of the Innate Chaos 5 Elements Tree. On Qin Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the Grand Pure One returns for the first time since establishing his teaching grounds at Shouyang Mountain. This place was once a gathering site for the 3 Pure Ones, where disciples from across the primordial wilderness would come to pay their respects. However, the relationship among the 3 Pure Ones has now deteriorated severely. He harbors some grievances against the primordial heavenly venerable, yet during this divine calamity, he has chosen to covertly support him. Otherwise, the function list and the God-slaying whip would not have been passed to him. Brother, I have brought shame upon the 3 Pure Ones. My Chan sect has been schemed against by petty individuals. Out of the 12 Deluo golden immortals of the Chan sect, only the yellow dragon true man, whom I dislike, remains. The 2 quasi-saint disciples I painstakingly nurtured, one has been crippled, and the other, the lamplighter, has defected to the Western sect while I am en route to the blood river of the underworld, the primordial heavenly venerable says in a tone tinged with helplessness. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Pure One shakes his head in resignation. He is familiar with the yellow dragon true man, who is mockingly referred to in the primordial wilderness as the Forwu Daoist, having no disciples, no treasures, no powerful spells, and no strategic acumen. The once illustrious Chan sect now has only this one core disciple. It is indeed somewhat embarrassing. It seems that every faction in the primordial wilderness is currently mocking the primordial heavenly venerable. As a saint, reaching this point is truly a mark of failure. Well, it has come to this. What can be done? The calamity is imminent, and you have been overly complacent. We initially thought that this calamity would result in the small disciple of the GS sect suffering some losses, but unexpectedly, it is your Chan sect that has been the first to suffer, the Grand Pure One remarked softly. Then, brother, what should be done now? Am I truly to swallow my pride and allow all beings in the primordial wilderness to secretly mock me? The primordial heavenly venerable retorts, somewhat unwilling to accept this fate. This time, you have fallen victim to the schemes of the Western sect. They calculated that there are issues in the relationship among the 3 Pure Ones, creating a rift, and thus, we would not join forces to confront them on your behalf. Therefore, I suggest you seek out Brother Tongtian to mend the relationship. After all, we 3 Pure Ones are of one family. There is no need for perpetual estrangement. The Grand Pure One advises, seek out Tongtian, even if I wish to. Given his foul temper, he may not even agree to meet with me. After all, our relationship has been quite poor over the years. The primordial heavenly venerable frowns. I am aware of this, but if you do not take the initiative to mend things with Brother Tongtian, you will continue to be at the mercy of the 2 saints of the Western sect. Do you believe that we alone can intimidate them? We are both heavenly Tao saints, with comparable abilities and strength. Moreover, if a conflict were to erupt between saints, it would bring tremendous calamity to the primordial wilderness. In such a case, our revered master may intervene, and we would gain nothing from it. Those involved may even face severe punishment, the Grand Pure One cautions. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable falls silent for a moment, then reluctantly nods in agreement. Let us go. We have underestimated Brother Tongtian. Over the years, we have known him to have a fiery temperament, yet he is indeed astute. Have you noticed? The 2 you sent down the mountain, Jiangxia and Shangongbao, are now completely untraceable. I have deduced that after they descended, they visited the golden tortoise island of the GS sect. It is possible that the calamity has yet to commence because Brother Tongtian has kept them there, causing various factions to grow restless, leading to the events of today. The Grand Pure One shares his speculations. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable is shocked beyond measure. In recent times, he has been preoccupied with numerous distressing matters and has not kept track of Jiangxia and Shun Gongbao. These two were the ones he had dispatched to initiate the Fengshen calamity and are pivotal figures in this great calamity. He never anticipated that Tongtian had discovered this secret and had retained them. Indeed, brother, after hearing your words, I believe it is indeed necessary to pay a visit to brother Tongtian, regardless of whether we can mend our relationship. The crucial point is to retrieve those two. Only then will we have the opportunity to teach the Western sect a lesson during the impending calamity. The primordial heavenly venerable exclaims repeatedly. With that, the two depart from the Jade Void Palace, flying toward the Golden Tortoise Island in the Eastern Sea. Ding! The primordial heavenly venerable and the Grand Pure One are preparing to visit Golden Tortoise Island to mend relations with the Tongtian sect leader. Does the host wish to emerge from the abyss to meet with Tongtian first? Choose one. Accept the mission. Meet with Tongtian to disrupt the relationship between the three purities, and you may obtain the postnatal spiritual treasure, the Clear Windblade. Choose 2. Decline the mission and observe the changes. You may receive the chaotic divine object, the innate chaos 5 elements tree heart. At this moment in the abyssal land, Qin Lin once again heard the system's prompt. How intriguing, increasingly fascinating. The powerful figures of the primordial world are already stirring, and the once feuding three purities seem intent on mending their relationship. Yet, Qin Lin holds a deep confidence in Tongtian. Over the years, he has had pleasant conversations with the master of Tongtian, and beneath the surface, Tongtian is indeed aware of his two brother schemes. Had it not been for Qin Lin's appearance, the calamity would have already commenced. The first to fall into calamity would have been his disciples from the Jie sect. Therefore, now that Yuanshi Tianzuan has suffered a great loss, he is considering repairing their relationship. Is Tongtian a fool? He will certainly ignore them. Presently, the Jie sect is collectively in seclusion, avoiding the calamity, and Qin Lin himself is at ease. Why should he accompany Yuanshi Tianzuan into this tumultuous situation? With this thought, Qin Lin promptly chose to decline the mission, thereby acquiring another chaotic divine object. Chapter 108. Hello, Tongtian Jr. Brother EC, Golden Turtle Island. The Supreme Lord Taiji and Yuanshi Tianzuan have arrived at this location. However, they do not step onto the island, but hover in the air outside. For they have discovered that Tongtian has set up the most formidable killing formation of the primordial world, the Extermination Sword Array. Legend has it that this array can only be broken by the combined efforts of the four saints, highlighting its immense power. Meanwhile, Tongtian, who is in seclusion on Golden Turtle Island, opens his eyes. He has sensed his two brothers outside the island, but he is reluctant to go out. He has been attentive to the commotion caused by Yuanshi Tianzuan. The disciples of the Chan sect have nearly all perished, which fills him with a sense of melancholy. Yet, he feels an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, he heeded the advice of the Kylin ancestor, ensuring that all disciples of the Jie sect remain in seclusion, avoiding the primordial continent and actively practicing in isolation. This has allowed the Jie sect's disciples to remain unscathed thus far. Tongtian Jr. Brother, my elder brother and I have come to pay a visit. Please come out to meet us. Outside the island, Yuanshi Tianzuan lowered his stance and initiated a communication with Tongtian. Inside the island, Tongtian furrowed his brows. To be honest, upon hearing these words, he felt a bit hesitant and conflicted. However, glancing at the Jie sect's disciples on Golden Turtle Island, he steeled himself. Regardless of who they are, he will not leave his seclusion. The arrival of Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taiji Old Master cannot bode well. Perhaps they intend to leverage their past relationship to persuade him to join forces against the two saints of the Western sect. After all, Yuanshi Tianzuan has suffered a considerable setback at their hands. He must be unable to swallow this humiliation. However, with his mind consumed by thoughts of revenge, Tongtian feels it is increasingly perilous. The calamity in the universe continues to surge. Although many powerful beings have fallen, the situation has not yet stabilized, and it is not yet the time for him to emerge. My brothers, I am currently in seclusion and unable to leave the island to greet you. However, once I exit my seclusion, I will certainly invite you both to the island for tea, Tongtian replied repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taiji Old Master both frowned. Elder brother, look at Tongtian. He truly disregards our past ties. We merely came to pay a visit, Yet he refuses even to meet us, Yuanshi Tianzuan said, somewhat angrily. Alas, this situation is troublesome. If Tongtian Jr. brother does not wish to meet with us, we shall not force him. However, I wonder if you would be willing to hand over the 2 disciples you sent down the mountain? Taiji old master murmured softly. Hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan continued his communication. Tongtian Jr. brother, your reluctance to meet us is of no consequence. However, the 2 disciples I once sent down should be in your hands, correct? They are key to this great calamity. If you hand them over, we shall leave immediately and refrain from entangling with you further. Tongtian Jr. brother, did you hear my words? Junior brother, please respond. Hello, Tongtian. You are being unreasonable. Outside, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt increasingly isolated. For no matter what he said, Tongtian, the master, remained unresponsive, driving him to the brink of madness. Were it not for the extermination sword array protecting Golden Turtle Island, he might have rushed in to confront Tongtian. Meanwhile, Taiji old master wore an awkward expression. Sighing, he chose to leave first, saying helplessly before departing, Junior brother, since Tongtian does not wish to emerge nor hand over the disciples, we are left with no options. Let us depart. I shall return to the peak of Yangshan, and you should reorganize the Chan sect for now. Do not seek trouble with the Western sect, nor venture to the River of Blood. Although the river's old master has only attained quasi-saint status, if he conceals himself within the Blood River, even if we join forces, we cannot slay him. Furthermore, your excessive slaughter of the Azura clan is detrimental to your future cultivation. After speaking, Taiji old master vanished from the spot. Only Yuanshi Tianzuan remained, gazing at Golden Turtle Island, filled with helplessness. He shook his head and returned to Qin Lin Mountain, to the Jade Void Palace. Time swiftly passed, and a century has passed in the primordial world. During this century, the heavenly Emperor Hao Yin, utilizing the techniques bestowed by Qin Lin, has located several individuals in the primordial world and, with abundant resources, elevated them to the level of golden immortals. As for King Zhou, the disciple of Qin Lin, he was originally a mortal emperor with a limited lifespan. However, due to having Qin Lin as a master, he has been able to cultivate and currently possesses the realm of profound immortal, avoiding the fate of dying an old man. Had the Fengshen calamity been delayed for a century, King Zhou would have long since passed away. At this moment, Jiang Ziya, hidden in Mount Tai, along with Shen Gongbao, has been released. Upon their emergence, they quickly awaken to the realization that they have delayed a significant matter. In a state of alarm and fear, they head towards Chaoga. Chapter 6. That is all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Chapter 109. The tip of the iceberg after Jiang Ziya and Shen Gongbao made their way to Chaoga. The two soon realized the current era was beyond their imagination. Firstly, King Zhou still occupied the throne. In the original historical accounts, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty was a tyrant. However, this man has now become a disciple of Qin Lin and, under his guidance over the years, has transformed into a wise ruler, deeply loved by the common people. As for the infamous debauchery and tyranny, such acts are non-existent, and he has not enacted any brutal laws or severe punishments. Instead, the aging GFA of the Western Zhou is rumored to be secretly gathering strength to challenge King Zhou. Upon learning of this, Jiang Ziya and Shen Gongbao found themselves at odds. Jiang Ziya believed that the Shang dynasty's fate had run its course, and now was the time for the Zhou to replace the Shang and become the sovereign of the realm. Conversely, Shen Gongbao disagreed, asserting that King Zhou currently possessed unparalleled fortune, and the Shang dynasty was thriving, making it impossible for the Western Zhou to overthrow it. However, Jiang Ziya, being Shen Gongbao's senior brother and deeply trusted by Yuanshi Tianzuan, wielded the Fengshen list and the god-slaying whip, exuding an immense amount of authority. He even declared that they could either join him in action or part ways amicably. This left Shen Gongbao infuriated. How could he, Shen Gongbao, possibly be compared to Jiang Ziya? In terms of innate talent and cultivation, Shen Gongbao far surpassed Jiang Ziya by countless degrees. In terms of magical powers and methods, he completely overwhelmed his counterpart. Furthermore, the various treasures he had collected and the connections he had forged over the years, in any aspect, he could outshine Jiang Ziya by several streets. Yet, this fellow now dares to flaunt his superiority. How could he possibly endure this? In a moment, the two parted ways. Jiang Ziya journeyed to the Western Zhou, while Shun Gongbao made his way directly to the imperial palace of Chaogu City, revealing his identity as a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable. He sought an audience with DXIN, hoping to secure an official position and partake in the splendor and power of the mortal realm. DXIN, however, was not at all surprised by Shun Gongbao's arrival. Long ago, Qin Lin had forewarned him that a disciple of the Chan sect would come to seek refuge, and advised that while he could accept him, it was best not to heed any of his counsel. Thus, when Shun Gongbao presented himself, DXIN welcomed him, bestowing upon him an official title and a substantial annual salary, which left Shun Gongbao immensely grateful. After years of obscurity, he finally felt acknowledged. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, Qin Lin sensed the emergence of a system task. Upon inspecting the task's details, he discovered, ding, it has been detected that 3 demonic beings are gestating within the Xianyuan tomb, each possessing alluring enchantments. Yet they have committed heinous acts, bringing shame to their kind. Will the host step out of the abyss to subdue these 3? Option 1. Accept the task. Subduing the 3 will yield a postnatal treasure, the Earthblade. Option 2. Decline the task. This will grant a chaotic divine object, the primordial chaos 5 elements root. Upon reading this, Qin Lin smiled. The 3 of the Xianyuan tomb were none other than the famed 9-tailed fox spirit, the 9-headed rooster spirit, and the jade peepa spirit. The 9-tailed fox, in particular, was renowned in later tales as the Demonis Daji. However, in this lifetime, DXAN had become a sovereign in an era of prosperity, and had not aroused the ire of the Saint Nuwa. Thus the 3 posed no threat. Yet, after attaining enlightenment, they had strayed from the path in their quest for rapid cultivation, ensnaring souls and causing numerous deaths, which triggered the system's task. Seeing the rewards of the task, Qin Lin was inclined to achieve a dual reward. He first declined the task to acquire a chaotic divine object, and then summoned the Fire Kylin to lead the 4 esteemed elders of the Kylin clan, the Wind Kylin, Thunder Kylin, and Water Kylin, to subdue the 3 from the Xianyuan tomb. He need not venture out himself, thus adhering to the system's stipulations. This was a task he had executed with great ease before. By sending forth the 4 esteemed beings of the Kylin clan, he sought to display his formidable foundation. The Kylin clan was no mere paper tiger, boasting more than just a couple of powerful beings. Their emergence would surely send ripples of shock through various factions, illustrating the profound heritage of the Kylin clan from ancient times to the present, a mere glimpse of their might. It would be prudent for others to refrain from coveting their interests, for to do so would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest, leading to endless troubles. Especially in recent times, the once low-key Kunpeng and the venerable ancestor of the Nether River had begun to reveal their formidable sides, though neither were saints. Their rampaging might render the forces under the saints powerless to retaliate. The depth of the Kylin clan's legacy far surpassed that of Kunpeng and the ancestor of the Nether River. As a clan of ancient dominion, they were not to be trifled with. Perhaps even the saints would find it challenging to contend with them. After the 4 esteemed beings of the Kylin clan emerged, they immediately attracted the attention of various factions. The saints had never encountered such figures, leaving them astounded. What was this situation? Did the Kylin clan truly possess such formidable prowess? Hadn't they merely survived from ancient times? It appeared they were not mere survivors, but rather genuine victors of the ancient era, unveiling 4 esteemed beings at once. At that moment, the Fire Kylin transformed into human form, wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyu Phoenix Wankar, a symbol of the Phoenix clan, now utilized by the Kylin clan. This development sparked much speculation. In the vast expanse of the Honghuang land, within the Fire Cloud Cave, once the abode of Red Cloud, now lay the sanctuary of the 3 sovereigns of humanity. As the sovereigns sat in meditation, they opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes directed toward the Xianyuan tomb, filled with astonishment. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi spoke first. Indeed, the Kylin clan possesses immense depth. I had assumed they were akin to the blood river of the underworld, with only a couple of powerful ancestors like the ancestor of the Nether River. Yet now, 4 esteemed beings have appeared. The Earth's sovereign Shinong nodded in agreement. Equally astonished, these 4 esteemed beings, while not overly powerful as Kylin divine beasts, possess strength surpassing ordinary esteemed beings. This clan is indeed fortunate, still harboring such power in this era. In the western regions of Honghuang, atop Mount Shumi, the Taoists of the western sect, Zhuanti and Jian, observed the newly emerged four esteemed beings of the Kylin clan. They exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. What was the meaning of this? The Kylin clan had four esteemed beings? Moreover, they had chosen to reveal themselves. What were they planning? Had the Kylin clan not showcased their strength, they might have dismissed it as mere bluster. Yet the sudden appearance of these four esteemed beings suggested a deeper significance. Zhuanti could not restrain himself from speaking, contemplating the implications. Brother, is the Kylin clan truly this powerful? We have two saints in the western sect, yet our own subordinates lack such prowess. Although the Kylin clan currently lacks a saint, they must possess a considerable number of esteemed beings. Based on what we know, the five sacred beasts sustaining the myriad demon nations are all esteemed beings. Furthermore, Yuan Hong, who gained immense merit from controlling the waters of Honghuang, is also an esteemed being, along with the Kylin ancestor and his mount, Tongtian, adding in these four newly revealed esteemed beings. The total number of esteemed beings openly displayed now stands at 12. This is alarming. Though Zhuanti was a saint of the heavenly Tao, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Esteemed beings were formidable. They were not easily slain, and this was merely the strength they had chosen to reveal. Who knew what other hidden esteemed beings lurked within the depths of the Million Mountains? This clan was far too insidious. Brother, our relationship with this clan is tenuous. If we allow them to grow unchecked, it may not bode well for us. The calamity is about to commence, and the key figures are already in position. We should discuss whether to weaken their strength, ideally eradicating them during the impending calamity. The Taoist Qin, seated upon the 12th grade golden lotus of merit, could not contain his own trepidation. For this clan was indeed formidable. If they were not completely eradicated, he could envision the consequences. Aside from the two of them enjoying their freedom, the disciples of the Western sect would likely bear the brunt of the Kylin clan's wrath. After all, the incident involving the ancestor of the Nether River had transpired not long ago, and the Western sect had orchestrated it, possessing intimate knowledge of its intricacies. Once such matters are mishandled, they can lead to immense troubles for them. Meanwhile, during the exchanges among various parties, the four of the Kylin clan effortlessly subdued three within the Xianyuan tomb. These, having only recently embarked on their path of cultivation and possessing meager abilities, stood no chance against the four. After capturing the three minor, the four then graciously departed, returning to the abyss. Their actions left various factions somewhat perplexed, for they were unaware of the significant Daji. To them, these were merely a few minor, so why would we be mobilized to subdue them? They initially suspected that the Kylin clan was planning something grand, only to witness this instead. In the abyss, after the four returned, the fire Kylin, alone with the three minor, arrived at Qin Lin's secluded area for cultivation. As Qin Lin's foremost disciple, he felt it necessary to handle this matter personally. Master, the three from the Xianyuan tomb have been brought here and await your judgment. The fire Kylin bowed deeply before Qin Lin, demonstrating utmost respect. In front of him, the three trembled with fear. What was happening? They had been fine in the Xianyuan tomb, so how had they attracted the attention of these formidable beings? Very well. You may leave, Qin Lin said, glancing at the three minor. He dismissed the fire Kylin. His gaze then fell upon the nine-tailed fox Daji, and one couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. She had transformed into human form, her figure graceful and her appearance strikingly enchanting. This abyss is in need of a few maidservants. You shall stay and serve me henceforth, Qin Lin remarked softly. Upon hearing this, the three finally calmed down. Initially, they thought they were to be killed, but merely being asked to serve as maidservants seemed a much less dire fate, given the mysterious status of the figure before them, who had commanded such respect even from their captor. Associating with such a powerful individual could indeed be beneficial. Shall I massage your back, my lord? Shall I brew tea for you? Shall I knead your legs? The three quickly adapted, eager to please Qin Lin. Observing this scene, Qin Lin chose not to elaborate further. After so many years of solitude, having these three minor around was indeed a delightful change. As Qin Lin accepted the three from the Xianyuan tomb, the Tongtian in the eastern sea opened his eyes, his gaze directed towards the direction of the Million Great Mountains. He had already released Jiangxia and Shengongbao, thus was aware that the great calamity had commenced. However, he found himself puzzled about how to conclude the impending disaster. While he was uncertain about the details, he realized it was time to consult the Qilin ancestor once more. With that, he vanished from Golden Turtle Island. In the abyss, Qin Lin sensed the arrival of the Tongtian. Now, a sage himself, he had set up within the million great mountains. As soon as Tongtian stepped into the area, Qin Lin was already aware of his presence. He sent forth his avatar. Despite their strong cooperative relationship, he understood the importance of keeping some cards close to his chest. To the outside world, he still appeared to be at the peak of which, while formidable, could not match the highest level of combat power. The avatar of Qin Lin emerged from the abyss and directly appeared before Tongtian. Dear friend Tongtian, what insights do you bring to the million great mountains? Qin Lin inquired earnestly. Insights? I dare not claim such. The killing calamity has begun, and I have some uncertainties I wish to discuss with you, Tongtian replied softly. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin waved his hand, conjuring a stone table with an array of tea and pastries. Please speak freely. The killing calamity has indeed commenced. What do you foresee for its progression? Tongtian asked quietly. Friend Tongtian, this matter is beyond our foresight. When calamity arrives, no one can predict the ensuing changes. However, if we remain observant and refrain from engaging in the killing calamity, it shall not concern us, Qin Lin responded in a low tone. Of course, I understand that. However, when the Tao ancestor bestowed the list of deities, the positions had largely been filled after the battles among the Chan sect, the palace, and the old ancestor of the underworld. We have also prepared a group in secret. If we expedite the process, this calamity may soon conclude. After all, the Tao ancestor stated that the day the list of deities is filled is the day the calamity ends. Yet, no matter the circumstances, certain variables must not be altered too drastically. For instance, the leader of the Shang dynasty you support. I observe that the fortune of the Shang is waning, and this individual seems to be their last ruler. If we conclude the list of deities, will the Shang dynasty persist? Dear friend, that would contravene the heavenly order. Tongtian expressed his concern. Upon hearing his words, Qin Lin understood the purpose of Tongtian's visit. His worries were indeed significant. Nevertheless, Qin Lin had already considered these matters. The fortune of the Shang dynasty had diminished severely. Any forced intervention would incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao and anger the several sages who had risen alongside humanity, a scenario he wished to avoid. Yet, DXN was his disciple, and he could not stand by and watch his pupil's kingdom fall. He had devised a plan, if necessary. He could venture into the chaos realm. Had he not discovered a location of a delicate little world? In due time, he could investigate. If it were indeed unclaimed territory, he could allow his disciple to continue the Shang dynasty there. The entire court and even the citizens of Chaoga could be relocated, provided he did not overreach and kept the numbers manageable. In the vast wilderness, it was unlikely anyone would intervene. At worst, he could have DXN relinquish his position as the human ruler and still enjoy peace in the delicate little world. Rest assured, the fortune of the Western Zhou is thriving, with a new ruler poised to conquer the world. I am well aware of this and will not forcefully intervene. Once matters settle, I will take DXN away. If the Western Zhou insists on instigating turmoil and spreading the killing calamity, I can have DXN abdicate for the sake of the common people. What harm is there in relinquishing a throne? Qin Lin stated directly. Upon hearing his words, Tongtian nodded in agreement. Excellent. To directly relinquish the throne? To spare the common people from the suffering of the killing calamity? Such words from the Kylin ancestor fill me with admiration. To be able to rise and fall, to think of the masses. This is the hallmark of righteousness. After their conversation, Tongtian departed, satisfied. Meanwhile, in the abyss, Qin Lin had dismissed the three servants. After speaking with Tongtian, he felt the urgency of the situation. With the calamity now upon them, he needed to consider the subsequent resolutions. If he were indeed to take DXN away, it would be best to secure the delicate little world in the chaos realm first. Only then could he withdraw successfully and ensure that his disciple would not be left with regrets. Otherwise, should DXN become a ruler without a kingdom, he would likely never find peace. As his master, Qin Lin naturally wished to prevent such a fate. Suddenly, Qin Lin took out the 2 pieces of chaotic divine artifacts he had previously obtained. He was about to refine these artifacts, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his minor realm. Such an advancement would bolster his confidence when he ventured into the chaotic grand world. After all, Whether the exquisite small world had already been claimed by others or remained unoccupied was still uncertain. Thus, possessing greater strength would help avert unforeseen circumstances. Within the abyss, Qin Lin swiftly began the refinement process of the two divine artifacts. Upon achieving the status of a sage, he found that his speed in refining resources had significantly increased. In a short span of time, he successfully refined both chaotic divine artifacts, simultaneously feeling a breakthrough in his realm. He ascended from the first layer of Sage Realm to the second layer. At this stage, his body was imbued with countless laws of power, akin to rivers flowing within him. At the moment of breakthrough, these laws became more condensed, transforming from one river of laws into two. If this momentum continued, upon reaching the 9th layer of Sage Realm, he would possess 9 rivers of laws within him. During battles, one could witness these rivers of laws casting shadows over the heavens. Having achieved a breakthrough in his minor realm, Qin Lin promptly stepped out of the earth's veins and into the chaos, following the map he had previously obtained towards a nearby exquisite small world. After several days of traversing, he found himself before a colossal mountain range. Before him lay a cliff, smooth as a mirror, appearing quite concealed, without careful observation. One would never suspect that it harbored an exquisite small world within. After observing the surroundings for some time, Qin Lin determined that the area was relatively safe, devoid of any visible creatures, and lacking any deployed formations or restrictions. He summoned the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, over his head and wielded another innate treasure, the God-slaying spear, in his hand. With this offensive and defensive arrangement, even if a sage-level powerhouse attempted a surprise attack, he would be able to respond adequately, preventing injury. With all preparations in place, Qin Lin stepped into the exquisite small world. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast realm, approximately 1% the size of the primordial world. Nonetheless, this 1% contained mountains, rivers, and various unknown flora and fauna. Qin Lin's consciousness spread out, exploring the entirety of the exquisite small world. Before long, he discovered a massive python, seemingly deceased, coiled in a particular spot, emanating a sense of death. However, from its aura, it appeared to be a creature from the chaotic realm, not one born of this exquisite small world. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had perished here, having only attained the level of a great Luo golden immortal. As he continued to explore, Qin Lin found not only this python, but also several other creatures that had inadvertently stumbled into this place, some still alive, others deceased, all of relatively weak cultivation. The only notable presence was a quasi-saint-level chaotic golden eagle, which resided atop the highest peak of the exquisite small world, having built a nest and laid a clutch of eggs. Atop the peak, there was a naturally formed formation. Upon seeing this, Qin Lin's heart skipped a beat. This formation was likely responsible for controlling the exquisite small world. To master this realm, he would need to refine this formation, and once accomplished, he would gain a comprehensive understanding of everything within this world. Moreover, he would be able to seal this realm, preventing other beings from entering or exiting without his permission. Upon realizing this, Qin Lin could hardly contain his excitement. To his surprise, the exquisite small world was indeed unclaimed. This was somewhat peculiar. He had acquired the landmark of this world from a cave in the chaotic realm, and based on his deductions, that individual should also have been of sage stature. Why had they not claimed this exquisite small world? However, Qin Lin did not dwell on this for long. He approached the edge of the natural formation, only to be detected by the nearby chaotic golden eagle, which screeched in anger and charged at him. This was its territory, fiercely guarded for many years. Yet, lacking sufficient power, it could not seize control of the exquisite small world, having attempted to refine the formation over the years without success. The sudden appearance of a foreign entity infuriated it. As the eagle swooped down, Qin Lin unleashed his sage-level pressure, causing the chaotic golden eagle to tremble, its feathers falling in disarray. What is happening? A sage has entered this small world? In that instant, the eagle faltered, retreating back to its nest, trembling in fear. Had it not been for its offspring, it would have fled the small world in terror. Years ago, it had stumbled into this place and had lived here for countless ages. Seeing the chaotic golden eagle flee, Qin Lin chuckled softly, relieved that no formidable beings resided within the exquisite small world. He could easily master this realm. After all, In the absence of danger, one should seize every opportunity. Months later, Qin Lin successfully refined the world, gaining complete control over the exquisite small world. He then confronted the chaotic golden eagle, casting a cold gaze upon it. Anticipating Qin Lin's presence, the eagle spoke in a language that, though initially incomprehensible, Qin Lin quickly understood given their levels of cultivation. Senior, I am but a chaotic little demon who accidentally wandered into this place. Now that I have left descendants here, I dare not leave. If I have offended you in any way, I beg for your forgiveness. The chaotic golden eagle spoke nervously. Hearing this, Qin Lin engaged it in conversation. Recognizing that this creature, being a denizen of the chaotic realm, possessed greater knowledge of the chaotic grand world. After a thorough inquiry, Qin Lin learned much about the exquisite small world and its surroundings, corroborating his earlier assumptions. The primordial world and this exquisite small world were situated in a remote region of the chaotic realm, typically devoid of powerful beings. Only local powerhouses and those from nearby minor worlds occasionally traverse these areas. The exquisite small world had existed for millions of years without being claimed. From the eagle, Qin Lin learned that many sage-level powerhouses tended to overlook remote locations like this exquisite small world. Each sage could only control one such realm. And once they refined a world, they could not claim another, especially not in less desirable areas, which lacked allure for most powerful beings. Now understanding this, Qin Lin realized why the sage who had discovered this place had not refined it. They were likely hesitant. Golden Eagle, you shall accompany me henceforth. Please manage this exquisite small world for me. In due time, I shall introduce some beings into this realm, for it currently feels rather desolate. More inhabitants will certainly enliven this place, Qin Lin declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the chaotic golden eagle nodded vigorously, relieved. However, Qin Lin was not completely trusting of the creature. Before departing, he requested a strand of its true spirit. Should it harbor any ulterior motives in the future, Qin Lin would be able to extinguish it in an instant. Faced with a sage, the chaotic golden eagle had no choice but to comply, ultimately surrendering a strand of its true spirit, thereby fully aligning itself with Qin Lin. Subsequently, Qin Lin conducted another inspection of this exquisite little world, bestowing upon it the name, the Kylin realm. After addressing all these matters, he departed from the Kylin realm, sealing the entrances and exits of this world. Without his permission, even the mightiest of saints could not easily breach the luminous barrier protecting this realm. To penetrate this little world's light shield, it would likely require the combined efforts of 3 to 5 saints or a supreme saint of unparalleled strength. In the blink of an eye, an entire year had passed in the vast wilderness. During this time, the Western Zhou, under the guidance of Jiang Ziya, commenced its campaign against the Shang dynasty. Curiously, despite the flourishing fortune of the Western Zhou, it posed no substantial threat to the Shang. In the previous life, disciples of the Chan sect had continually descended to assist, but this time, the Chan sect had withered away. How could they provide aid now? Meanwhile, the Western sect was also covertly observing, filled with apprehension. For they knew that after deceiving the Chan sect, Yuanshi Tinzuin would not let the matter rest easily. They remained vigilant, fearing that Yuanshi might turn against them. After failing to win over Tongtian, Yuanshi Tinzuin returned to Shouyang Mountain, seething with anger, having secretly monitored the Western sect for a long time. The calamity was not yet over. If revenge were to be sought, this was the opportune moment. After all, those with nothing to lose fear not the consequences. In the following days, he announced that several disciples of the Chan sect had been forcibly abducted by the 2 saints of the Western sect, declaring his intent to rescue them single-handedly, launching an assault on the Western Shumi Mountain. The Panga banner enveloped the entire Shumi Mountain. The 3 treasures Rui exerted its dominance in the void. Yuanshi Tinzuin understood full well that he could not repel the 2 saints of the Western sect. Yet he was confident that he could cleanse the traitorous disciples of the Chan sect under his fierce onslaught. Even if he were to suffer injuries at the hands of the Western saints, he would consider it a worthy sacrifice. How could he bear the humiliation of being looked down upon by the vast wilderness? As he unleashed his formidable power, Shumi Mountain was nearly shattered. The Taoist of the Burning Lantern, the true man of Puxian, and the Taoist of Compassion, all brought over by the Western sect, fell in this battle. Furthermore, the 4 great generals of the Azura, appointed as the four protectors by the Western sect, were also subdued in this conflict. The Western sect suffered catastrophic losses. Witnessing the frenzied Yuanshi Tianzuan being relentlessly besieged by the two saints of the Western sect, Taiji Laozu could no longer stand idly by and appeared in the west, where the two joined forces to repel the Western saints. Meanwhile, Tongtian, observing these events unfold from the East Sea, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Since the three pure ones had separated at Qin Lin Mountain, an estrangement had formed. Though remnants of past camaraderie lingered, they could never return to their former selves. As long as there was no life-and-death crisis, mutual well-being sufficed. He would not intervene. Chapter 114. The Bag of Heaven and Earth. Upon returning to the world of the wilderness, Qin Lin immediately received a task from a system. Ding! Yuanshi Tianzuan has launched a surprise attack on the Western Shumi Mountain, engaging in a fierce battle with the two saints of the Western sect. Will the host step out of the abyss to assist? Option 1. Assist Yuanshi Tianzuan and weaken the power of the Western sect, earning the postnatal treasure, the Xiantian colored ribbon. Option 2. Assist the two saints of the Western sect, severely injuring Yuanshi Tianzuan, gaining the postnatal spiritual treasure, the Earth Beast battle armor. Option 3. Decline the task. Gain the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Bag of Heaven and Earth, which contains the laws of space and can accommodate all of heaven and earth. Upon seeing the task presented, Qin Lin chose to decline. Instantly, he obtained a supreme innate spiritual treasure, which was highly useful for him at present, as he had mastered an exquisite little world within the chaotic realm. Subsequently, he could bring many living beings into it, but he could not simply transport them directly. Not to mention the perils of the chaotic land. Traversing through chaos necessitated a certain level of cultivation. Those lacking such strength could not survive. Therefore, using this Bag of Heaven and Earth would be most suitable for transporting individuals into the exquisite little world. At this moment, the long-hidden Saint Enhua and the Empress of Earth also emerged in the Western lands, urging both sides to cease hostilities. After all, this massacre concerned calamities beneath the saints. As saints themselves, why should they personally intervene and create such a tumult? Yuanshi Tianzuan and the two saints of the Western sect. We are somewhat privy to the underlying circumstances of your conflict. Now, as you engage in battle, it risks inflicting great harm upon the wilderness. We, as saints within this realm, can unleash our full power only if the world thrives. Should you persist in this conflict, I fear that the beings of the wilderness will suffer, and we saints will gain nothing from it. Let's not forget, our master once advised us to diligently enhance our cultivation, for soon he may lead us into the chaotic realm. If our strength is compromised now, I believe our master would have reservations. Furthermore, the positions required for the divine list bestowed by our master should already be largely filled. It is best if we all withdraw and witness the conclusion of this great calamity together. Sanhua spoke. With Enhua's mediation, both sides regained their composure. The saints of Enhua and Hutu, both of whom had attained their status through merit, were intrinsically linked to the wilderness, having gained its recognition. They could not allow it to be destroyed. Although the three pure ones and the two saints of the Western sect were heavenly path saints, the collapse of the wilderness would weaken the power of the heavenly path, thereby affecting their strength. Only the saints of the great Tao could remain unscathed. The saints of the great Tao are those who have attained enlightenment of the great Tao, establishing their own paths of cultivation without relying on merit or the recognition of the heavenly path. If such individuals appeared in larger worlds, upon breaking through to sainthood, they might even be punished by the heavenly path, as it would be deemed excessively defiant, inviting heavenly tribulations. In smaller worlds, however, the heavenly path lacks the power to extinguish saints, which is why Qin Lin did not face punishment when he initially broke through his realm. For this reason, there had been no major conflicts among the saints in the wilderness for many years, a tacit understanding among them. However, circumstances have changed. The saints are now engaged in fierce combat. Have they forsaken the desire for peace? Yuanshi Tianzuan, your disciples from the Chan sect willingly sought refuge in my Western sect. Do not hide behind the pretense of rescuing them to vent your personal grievances. Such behavior, I find it quite contemptible, the Taoist of proficiency remarked, slightly vexed. Hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a cold laugh. You find me contemptible? How amusing. You, an old schemer, who only knows how to plot against others. How could you possibly ascend to the rank of a saint and stand alongside us? Yuanshi, Tianzuan retorted. As the two exchanged barbs, Saint Enhua sighed. Gentlemen, I wish to pose a simple question. Shall we conclude the divine list calamity ourselves? Or shall we seek out our master to make the final decision? Enhua spoke softly. Upon hearing Enhua invoke the name of Hongjun Daozu, both Yuanshi and Zhuan Ti fell silent. We shall handle this matter ourselves. There is no need to disturb our master. At present, the one in possession of the divine list is indeed a disciple of my Chan sect, chosen by the Dao ancestor to be the one to ascend. I will have him prepare for the matter of the divine list. However, the Western Zhou he is assisting has yet to successfully conquer the Shang dynasty. And I have heard that the emperor of the Shang is a disciple of the elder of the Qilin clan. The situation is rather complicated. Yuanshi, Tianzuan stated repeatedly. Chapter 115. The seven saints gather upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words. The other 5 saints present displayed varying degrees of surprise. Though the Qilin clan lacks a saint, their foundation remains formidable. To think that the emperors of the Shang dynasty have been accepted as disciples. No wonder the fortunes of the Shang have waned. Yet the Western Zhou still cannot prevail. However, this ultimately defies the celestial order and is not a good omen. Since there are no objections regarding the calamity of the investiture of the gods, why not invite our fellow Taoist Tongtian to join us? We, the 7 great saints under the Dao ancestor, initially convened at the Dao ancestor's behest to discuss this calamity, and now it is only fitting that we conclude it together. If everyone has no objections, we should summon Hao Yin as well. After all, those entering this calamity are destined for positions in the heavenly court, and it would be prudent to seek his opinion. The saint of the Hutu spoke softly. Although she has presided over the realm of the underworld for many years, she remains well informed about the matters of the primordial chaos. After all, countless fallen powerful beings do not all possess the qualifications to be inscribed on the investiture list. The remaining few must either possess the ability to reincarnate through their own efforts or traverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thus, she is quite aware of many matters and cannot be easily deceived. The ancestor of the Qilin clan has ties with her as well. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld have been significantly refined due to the Qilin clan's establishment of the 18 levels of hell and their collaboration with the heavenly court to create the underworld's governance, which has greatly alleviated her burdens and afforded her ample free time. Hence, she harbors a favorable impression of the Qilin ancestor. Upon hearing that Xin is his disciple, although she refrains from making direct comments, she knows well the deep connections between the Qilin ancestor and Hao Yin. Should he arrive, matters concerning the Qilin ancestor would undoubtedly receive assistance. At this juncture, the 6 saints began to transmit their thoughts to Tongtian. If only his 2 fellow disciples were to reach out, Tongtian would stubbornly refuse to emerge from his seclusion. However, with Enhua and Hutu having already made their presence known, it would be quite inappropriate for him to remain hidden any longer. He thus stepped out from the Golden Tortoise Island and hastened towards the gathering of the saints. Upon learning that the saints had decided to conclude the investiture of the god's calamity, Tongtian did not hesitate to nod in agreement. After all, his disciples had long been restless, having spent years in seclusion and growing increasingly bored on Golden Tortoise Island. Therefore, the prospect of ending this calamity was indeed welcome. Once this calamity is wholly resolved, his disciples could pursue their own desires without obstructing his peace any further. At that moment, Tongtian discreetly produced a communication device. After arriving, he had heard the saints discuss the matter of the Shang dynasty emperor, who is a disciple of the Qilin ancestor. He pondered how to address this situation. Meanwhile, Zhuan Ti boldly remarked, I believe we need not overthink this. The decisions made by the 7 saints are unalterable within the primordial chaos. The fortunes of the Shang have already run their course. Why not send some of our disciples to assist Jiang Ziya in hastily subjugating the Shang dynasty? That emperor of the Shang is merely a fallen sovereign. His demise holds no significance. Zhuan Ti's words were aimed at leveraging the situation to suppress the Qilin clan. Had the Western teaching attempted to exert pressure directly, he would have had reservations. However, if the 7 saints of the primordial chaos united, who would dare to resist them? Tongtian, does your Western teaching not preach supreme compassion? Why then resort to violence now? Since we have voluntarily decided to halt this calamity, let us refrain from sending disciples into battle. Otherwise, we risk igniting a new wave of bloodshed. I have already informed the Qilin ancestor, and he will provide us with a satisfactory arrangement. Tongtian immediately countered, "What nonsense! The Qilin ancestor and I are allies, and we have already devised a strategy for this matter. How could you, at this time, seek to use others for your own advantage? What capable individuals does your Western teaching even possess? Are you implying that I should provide more manpower for a confrontation with the Qilin clan? This is truly insidious." Little did Zhuan Ti realize that Tongtian had already established a cooperative relationship with the Qilin clan, one of mutual support. How could they possibly turn against each other? Hearing Tongtian's retort, Zhuan Ti's lips twitched slightly, and the other saints exchanged knowing glances. Intriguingly, this fiery-tempered Tongtian, whom many believed would face dire consequences during this calamity, had instead emerged unscathed, while the teachings of Chan and the Western sect suffered mutual losses. Furthermore, Tongtian appeared to have a profound connection with the Qilin clan. Reflecting on the Qilin clan's recent activities, one could not help but speculate whether they had aided Tongtian in navigating this calamity unscathed. After all, this clan is indeed formidable. From ancient times until now, even after experiencing the initial calamity of dragons and phoenixes, they managed to emerge unscathed. This clan is no ordinary one. They likely possess means to evade calamity. The Hotu saint, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. She had initially assumed that the Qilin ancestor had a good relationship with Hao Yin, but she had not realized the depth of his connection with Tongtian as well. This revelation elevated her regard for the Qilin clan even further. Chapter 116. The world in shock. After the seven saints concluded their discussions, they summoned the Jade Emperor Hao Yin. Before these seven saints, he exhibited remarkable humility, devoid of the imperial demeanor typically associated with his position in the Lingxiao Palace, showcasing an amiable disposition. Upon hearing the saints declare that the calamity of the investiture of the gods was to conclude, he readily agreed. After all, the celestial authority had already been established over the years, and according to the methods provided by Qin Lin, he had rapidly cultivated a cohort of golden immortals, who now served within the heavenly court, having been directly appointed to divine positions. Initially, these individuals had hoped to fill any vacancies on the investiture list. Many were selected by Qin Lin, possessing humble backgrounds yet showing a measure of talent. Without Qin Lin's intervention, they would have led ordinary lives. After nurturing them, not only could they attain celestial positions, but their families also received care from the Shangs Xin, with some even entering the court as officials and others receiving monthly stipends, allowing them to contribute to filling the investiture list, a mutually beneficial arrangement that all agreed upon. However, the fierce conflicts between the teachings of Chan and the Western sect had rendered these individuals unutilized. The 365 righteous deities, alongside numerous auxiliary and miscellaneous deities, had already filled the list. Consequently, with no need to fill the list further, Hao Yin summoned these individuals directly to the heavenly court. Although they might face challenges in advancing their cultivation in the future, they were his creations, and securing key divine positions now would ensure he could maintain his status as the supreme ruler of the three realms. As for those on the investiture list, he could bestow titles and divine positions without granting them actual power. Satisfied with this arrangement, Hao Yin welcomed the conclusion of the calamity. His needs for personnel in the heavenly court were nearly fulfilled, bolstered by the substantial support from the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, which had sent forth hundreds of obedient demon clan elites, providing him with great reassurance. In the abyss, after receiving Tongtian's communication, Qin Lin's avatar, equipped with the Qinquan bag, ventured forth. The situation had reached a pivotal point. He had already taken control of the small world within the chaos. And with the seven saints desiring to prevent the calamity from escalating into a war among saints, it was best to conclude this grand calamity amicably. Upon receiving this news, Qin Lin made his way directly to Chaoga, seeking out Xin and explaining the circumstances surrounding these events. Having greatly benefited from Qin Lin's guidance over the years, Xin naturally placed his trust in his words and promptly summoned the officials and ministers for an audience. Simultaneously, he penned a royal decree. The gist of it is as follows. I, as the sovereign of the Shang dynasty, face rebellion from the Western Zhou. It is within the capabilities of the Shang to vehemently resist and eliminate such treasonous ministers. However, the divine is benevolent. And Emperor Xin is reluctant to see the common folk suffer, nor does he wish for the soldiers on the front lines to shed blood. What is an emperor's throne? After all, if peace can be achieved, Emperor Xin is willing to relinquish his crown. He sacrifices everything for the prosperity of humanity. This realm does not belong solely to Emperor Xin. Rather, is the domain of all humankind, and he harbors no objections to anyone assuming the title of sovereign. Upon seeing Emperor Xion's decree, Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction. It truly reflects his style. Even though the Shang dynasty's fate appears grim, it is essential to uphold righteousness at this juncture. The proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the world. The three sovereigns, residing in the Fire Cloud Cave, exchanged glances. And even the heavenly sovereign Fuxi calculated whether the Shang truly faced extinction. If a ruler of such virtue exists, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for humanity. Yet, no matter how they calculated, it seemed the Shang dynasty's existence was drawing to a close. As this was the immutable principle of the heavenly order, the strong must inevitably decline. Nevertheless, this stirred the three sovereigns' admiration for talent, and they debated whether to summon Emperor Xin to the Fire Cloud Cave for future cultivation. However, while they conferred, Qin Lin had already taken action, securing the entirety of the capital, Chaoga, and its surrounding area within a cosmic bag. With a mere wave of his hand, he reconstructed the capital of Chaoga at its original site, albeit now devoid of inhabitants. All the citizens of Chaoga, along with the court officials, including notable figures such as Baigon, GZ, and Wei Zi, were all captured without exception. Upon successfully gathering the citizens and the capital, Qin Lin returned unhindered to the Abyssal Land. Yet, he could not proceed to the chaotic realm using a clone, for the cosmic bag contained millions of individuals. Any mishap was unacceptable. Thus, it was prudent for him to personally venture into the chaotic realm's exquisite little world. Contemplating this, Qin Lin also gathered a significant portion of the Kylin clan from the Abyssal Land into the cosmic bag. The Abyssal Land boasted protective rewards from the system, capable of warding off the divine thoughts of saints, but it could only withstand the attacks of quasi-saints. Over the years, Qin Lin had been somewhat apprehensive, particularly before attaining the status of a saint. However, after becoming a great Dao saint and opening a passage to the chaotic realm, his confidence surged. Yet, this was not a long-term solution, for a formidable figure, Hongjun, had yet to reveal himself before Qin Lin. This individual had nurtured 7 saints within the wilderness, and his own strength was unfathomable. Frankly, should he choose to confront Qin Lin, the Abyssal Land's defenses would prove inadequate. Hence, it was vital to swiftly evacuate the Kylin clan, particularly the younger ones and those of lesser strength, as they were the future of the Kylin lineage, poised to thrive in the exquisite little world of the chaotic realm. As for those above the golden immortal level, Qin Lin retained their presence, as he would require their assistance should a great battle ensue. Although they could not aid in the conflicts among saints, they could serve as a formidable force, executing his commands and launching ambushes from the Abyssal Land. After gathering the majority of the Kylin clan into the cosmic bag, Qin Lin directly entered the chaotic realm from beneath the Earth's crust, heading towards his exquisite little world. Along the way, he encountered a chaotic demon ape of mediocre strength and promptly subdued it, draining its essence. This infusion of essence would enhance the lineage of the 6-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey, who, despite being among the 4 great spiritual monkeys of the wilderness, fell short compared to the beings of the chaotic realm. Upon arriving in the Kylin realm, Qin Lin employed his supernatural abilities to flatten an expanse of land in this exquisite little world, subsequently releasing the capital of Chaoga, along with all its buildings, mountains, and citizens within a 1,000-mile radius. Many were unaware that they had entered the Kylin realm. After settling this matter, Qin Lin freed the Kylin clan from the cosmic bag, allowing them to select suitable abodes within the Kylin realm. Although the spiritual energy in this small world was not exceedingly rich, it was relatively safe, and opportunities to access the chaotic realm would arise in the future, presenting a significant opportunity for the Kylin clan. Qin Lin's vision diverged from that of Hongjun. While Hongjun sought to block all paths for the beings of the wilderness, making only one individual the master of all, Qin Lin hoped to witness a flourishing competition among many. He would not obstruct the Kylin clan's entry into the chaotic realm, nor would he hinder his disciples or the inhabitants of the Qilin realm from doing so. He understood that each individual possessed their own opportunities, and as long as they shared a common purpose and followed him, there was no need to control others. Instead, he aimed to invigorate them, enabling their continuous growth. Only in this manner could his followers truly become formidable, and the Qilin realm thrive even more. Meanwhile, while Qin Lin's true self remained in the chaotic realm, the disappearance of the Shang dynasty's ministers and Emperor Xin allowed the Western Zhou's King Wu, GFA, to effortlessly enter the capital of Chaoga. This seemed like a dream, a thrilling turn of events. The saints observing this calamity were equally bewildered. What was the situation? Where had all the Shang officials gone? Soon, they would deduce that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Qilin ancestor. In such a case, the establishment of the Western Zhou and the downfall of the Shang would align with the heavenly order. However, this development felt rather peculiar. Holding the deification list, Jiang Zia was also at a loss, questioning why not a single soldier had perished, yet the Western Zhou had been founded, the deification had concluded. Regardless of their myriad confusions, the appearance of the saints compelled Jiang Zia to commence the deification process, thus providing a final resolution to this grand calamity. In the wilderness, beyond the 33 heavens, a figure staggered back from the chaos, pursued by two others who relentlessly attacked. Yet, upon entering the wilderness, these pursuers ceased their assault, encircling the entrance to the wilderness. Hongjun, this time we were careless, allowing your true self to escape. However, your journey into the chaos must have resulted in considerable losses. Haha. The secret realm you discovered will henceforth become our treasure trove, and given your severe injuries, it seems you won't dare to enter the chaos again for many millennia. A robust voice echoed from beyond the world of the wilderness. Raising his eyebrows, Hongjun exclaimed, "You truly overstep your bounds, Yangmei and Luya. Do not presume that I am unaware. Your blood avatars reside within the primordial realm. In the past, you dared not risk everything, only allowing your avatars to enter this world. Over the years, you have continuously opposed me, intending to facilitate the escape of your blood avatars. Am I correct? Do not harbor such foolish dreams. Once I ascend to the realm of the great Tao, I shall gain complete dominion over this world. At that time, you shall await your fate. I will capture your blood avatars, and if I annihilate them, your cultivations will surely suffer a significant decline. Will they not? Ha ha ha! I shall remember the grudge for the ambush that injured me this time, and I will repay it in due course." Having uttered these words, he immediately returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, his avatar, which had been in seclusion, swiftly opened its eyes and soared towards the true body of Hongjun, merging into one. In that instant, the severely injured Hongjun felt his aura restore significantly. Simultaneously, upon entering the primordial realm, he sensed the impending conclusion of the calamity he had orchestrated. Yet, something felt amiss. After calculating with his fingers, he realized that this calamity should have concluded nearly a century ago. Why had it been prolonged until now? Thus, he employed his divine abilities to trace back the events of the past 100 years within the primordial realm. Upon reviewing everything, his brows furrowed, and he murmured, "The Kylin clan is rather formidable. All these years, I have refrained from returning to avoid arousing suspicion among my 7 disciples, but now, it is time to probe the depths of their strength." As Hongjun prepared to descend to the lower realms to investigate, he considered that having only just arrived in the primordial world and being gravely injured, it would be ill-advised to be seen by his disciples in such a state. With this thought, he formed a hand seal and began to transmit a message. At that moment, in the primordial realm, the Taoist Zhuan Ti suddenly heard the voice of the Tao ancestor Hongjun echoing in his ears. "My disciple Zhuan Ti, you have previously crossed paths with the ancestral figure of the Qilin clan. Knowing the strength of this clan, I command you to journey to the depths of the Million Mountains and ascertain their true power. It is not convenient for me to intervene, but should you encounter any difficulties, I shall lend you my support." Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti was momentarily taken aback. However, a smile soon graced his face. He harbored a deep enmity with the Qilin clan, who had once attempted to incite the other saints against him. Yet now the Tao ancestor was communicating with him, filling him with both astonishment and joy. With the Tao ancestor's mandate, he felt no fear. Who among the primordial realm would dare defy his will? The 7 saints were all disciples of the Tao ancestor, and many ancient beings had heard the Tao ancestor's teachings. He was the very embodiment of the primordial world. With Hongjun's decree, he felt unrestrained and immediately flew towards the Million Mountains, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 6 pure bamboo, while the 7 treasures mysterious tree materialized behind him. His demeanor suggested he was not merely probing, but rather preparing for battle. However, every action of Zhuan-Ti was under the watchful gaze of Tao ancestor Hongjun, all of which he silently permitted. The Kylin clan should have perished in ancient times. How could they possibly survive to this day? This anomaly could lead to significant upheaval in the future if left unchecked. Outside the Million Mountains, Zhuan-Ti had arrived and sensed a formidable array guarding the area. Halting his advance, ancestral figure of the Kylin clan, come forth and meet me. I bear a significant opportunity for you. Initially, Zhuan-Ti intended to transmit his voice into the Million Mountains using his sound transmission technique, but after calling for a while without response, he realized that the array before him likely obstructed external sound. Subsequently, he wielded the supreme innate treasure, the 6 pure bamboo, to break a gap in the expansive mountain array, entering the Million Mountains. Within the Million Mountains, the 5 direction sacred beasts had long since detected Zhuan-Ti's presence and informed Qin Lin, who was still in the chaotic realm, unaware of the sudden arrival of Zhuan-Ti. Fortunately, he had an avatar stationed in the depths. Immediately, his avatar emerged from the abyss and shouted to the 5 directions sacred beasts, "Use the innate 5 directions banner to ensnare him. No matter who he is, if he dares to cause us trouble, we must either kill him or, if that proves impossible, we shall inflict heavy damage upon him." Qin Lin's avatar transformed into the Qilin's true form, exuding an untamed aura. In an instant, the other 4 quasi-saint Qilins emerged from the depths, all revealing their true forms. It was clear they were preparing for a decisive battle. Witnessing this, Zhuan-Ti felt a wave of helplessness. He merely intended to probe their strength and exert some authority, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle right from the outset. The 5 directions sacred beasts promptly set up the innate 5 directions banner around Zhuan-Ti. Meanwhile, Qin Lin activated the vast mountain array to encircle Zhuan-Ti. Additionally, his first disciple, the Fire Kylin, summoned the innate treasure, the Kylin seal, said to be a treasured artifact of the Kylin clan with formidable offensive capabilities. The remaining 3 Qilins also channeled their innate powers into the onslaught. Moliuvi, Yuanong, Xing Tian, Kong Xian, and Zhu Lu Sun, 4 other quasi-saint powerhouses, gathered around, bringing the total number of quasi-saint experts to 14 in that moment. This did not even account for the thousands of golden immortals from the myriad demon nations, nor the 37 great demons who had attained the status of De Luo golden immortals, along with 18 De Luo golden immortal Qilins and hundreds of golden-level Qilins from the Kylin clan. Such a display of might was enough to challenge even the saints. Kylin Patriarch, let us converse amicably. What are your intentions? I am a heavenly Tao saint, and you know who stands behind me. No need for further elaboration. I came with good intentions to bestow you an opportunity, believing that your clan and the myriad demon nations could convert to my Western teachings. Yet, it seems your fortune is insufficient. Are you bent on courting death? If you perish, must you drag them with you to their demise as well? Zhuan-Ti proclaimed. Zhuan-Ti, your intrusion into my Million Mountains is a blatant disrespect towards the Kylin clan and all the myriad demon nations. And now you dare speak of conversion to your Western teachings? Truly a shameless individual. Do not think that just because you have become a saint, you can act with impunity in the primordial realm. I'll warn you, if you do not provide us with an explanation today, you may find it difficult to leave the Million Mountains. In the primordial world, no saint had ever fallen since its inception. Look at our side. Today may be the opportunity to slay a saint. Qin Lin hovered in the air, his gaze filled with boundless fury. The overwhelming aura he exuded instilled a profound sense of crisis within Zhuan-Ti. Since becoming a saint, he had never felt such a sensation. As Qin Lin moved, the countless demon tribes surrounding him were ignited with fervor. Once, their kind had been immensely powerful, roaming freely throughout the primordial realm. But now, the glory of the demon tribe had long been forgotten by the beings of the primordial world. Among these demons were many who had once been subservient to the Kylin clan, They saw the primal Qilin's image in Qin Lin. Yes, he resembled the one who once dominated the ancients, a ruthless force, the original Qilin. They were filled with passion, even shedding tears of fervor. Let's fight. Today, let the beings of the primordial realm know that the demon tribe is not to be trifled with, and that the Kylin clan is not to be offended. Chapter 120. The battle in the Million Mountains. The atmosphere was charged with malevolent energy as powerful demons emerged from the shadows, each brandishing their treasured artifacts, converging upon the figure of the Taoist Zhuan. This was the domain of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, the last bastion of peace for the demon race. If this sanctuary were to be shattered by the saints, where would they find refuge? The sight of the ancient Qilin ancestor hovering above, exuding an overwhelming aura, ignited a fervor among the demons. I, the uniquely hornbull, am willing to take up arms. The saints oppress our kind. Even if my lineage is obliterated, I hope future generations of demons will remember our valiant stand today. I, the Earth Black Bear, also volunteer for battle. Though I am not the mightiest, I stand at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, willing to face death in this fight. Ancestors, I, the Thunderlion clan, have fought alongside the Qilin since ancient times. Many may have forgotten us over the years, yet I am ready to lead my kin as vanguard, even in death. We shall not be underestimated. The 100 Spirits Rhinoceros clan, the Pegasus clan, the Pansil clan, and many other formidable demons stood resolute, glaring fiercely at Zhuan. At this moment, thousands of golden immortals among the demon ranks soared into the air, their numbers formidable and awe-inspiring. Witnessing this scene, demons from various corners of the wilderness were moved to tears. The trials faced by their kin over the years were immense. Yet, Zhuan, the saint, pressed on, invading the Million Mountains with relentless ferocity. What was his purpose? Though many demons outside the 10,000 Demon Kingdom had not formally allied with it, they regarded it as a sacred sanctuary, a symbol of hope. They only sought a taste of freedom in the outside world, which is why they had not yet gathered in the Million Mountains. However, upon witnessing the plight of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, many capable demons rushed toward the Million Mountains. Among them was the swiftest, a 9-headed lion, renowned throughout the wilderness as the 9 Spirits Primordial Saint. Few knew him, but he had famously subdued Sun Wukong during the journey to the west. His power was undeniable. Yet, fate had not favored him, for despite his second stage of quasi-saint cultivation, he became the steed of the Eastern Emperor Qinghua of the Celestial Court. As he arrived, he let out a thunderous roar that echoed to the heavens and reached the depths of the earth. Before long, a multitude of demons arrived from across the wilderness, though no further quasi-saints appeared. Several at the Great Luo level and nearly 100 at the Golden Immortal level joined the fray. Countless others below the Golden Immortal level followed suit. This clearly demonstrated the unwavering spirit and combat readiness of the demon race. Especially in this critical moment of survival, various factions rallied to provide support. To engage a saint in battle was a monumental honor. Even in death, it would be a worthy legacy. However, as countless demons continued to converge, Zhuan felt overwhelmed. What was this chaos? Had he stirred a hornet's nest? He had come to test the Qilin clan under the Tao ancestors' decree, never intending for this to escalate into a life-or-death struggle. Despite being an unparalleled saint, he found himself encircled by 15 quasi-saints and nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals. Along with a significant number of golden immortals, the pressure was immense. Moreover, the artifacts wielded by these demons were formidable. The innate 5 Directions banner, a treasure of primordial origins, severely diminished his power, rendering him unable to unleash his full potential. He felt an acute sense of frustration as he fended off their relentless assaults. He sensed that if this siege continued, he might not escape the Million Mountains. In a moment of desperation, he cried out for help. "Brother Tao, ancestor, save me." At this moment, all factions throughout the wilderness were left stunned. What was happening? A saint was pleading for assistance? Was the saint not invincible? It turned out that a saint could indeed be besieged and potentially slain. In the depths of the underworld Blood River, the revered ancestor of the Blood River, who had long dwelled in its depths, emerged upon sensing the battle in the Million Mountains. Observing the crowd attacking Zhuan, he felt a surge of inspiration. How impulsive he had been! If only his subordinates, Zizai Basan, Brahma, Lustful Heaven, and Shiva, were still around, they could cultivate and break through to quasi-saint levels, bolstering the strength of the underworld blood river. Yet, he set aside these thoughts and hastened to the river's end, where several old acquaintances awaited, such as the bloodthirsty black ant mosquito, who had remained hidden in the underworld blood river, possessing the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, capable of transforming into myriad forms to feast on the blood of the living. His fearsome reputation resonated throughout the wilderness. During the last War of the Gods, he became known for his prowess, defeating many celestial formations and later consuming the 12-petal lotus of merit. He had even drained the turtle spirit mother of to the brink of emptiness. Alongside him were the bloodthirsty long-tailed centipede and the spirit-swallowing bloodworm, both holding first-stage quasi-saint cultivation, yet remaining concealed within the depths of the underworld blood river. Have you seen the unity of the 10,000 demon kingdom in the Million Mountains? The saint is not invincible. If Yuanshi Tianzuan comes to the underworld blood river, let us join forces to confront our foes. The blood river ancestor urged. Not only him, but others without saintly forces began to contemplate, such as the immortal Jin Yuan from Honghuang Temple, the 3 human emperors from the Fire Cloud Cave, and the celestial core Tongtian, all considering their own strategies. To encircle and slay a saint was unprecedented in the wilderness. Meanwhile, within the Million Mountains, Zhuan Ti's robes were stained with blood. He truly had not anticipated being injured. Since attaining sainthood, he had never experienced such disarray. His river of laws appeared fragmented, reflecting the damage inflicted upon his saintly foundation. He was merely at the first stage of the saint realm, and after prolonged siege and continuous assaults, his river of laws had suffered tremendous harm. He had incurred a monumental loss. At that moment, the Taoist Jane arrived. The 2 Western saints had stood together for many years. Upon witnessing Zhuan Ti's peril, he hurried with urgency. "Brother, annihilate them all," Sun Ti exclaimed in fury. As Jane arrived, far in the chaos realm, the true form of Qin Lin also entered the wilderness, navigating beneath the earth to reach the abyss. He was equally incensed. Did the 2 saints of the Western teachings truly seek their doom? He was confident he could slay them, yet such an action would surely plunge the wilderness into chaos. Ding! The 2 saints of the Western teachings launched a joint attack. Would the host be willing to emerge from the abyss to turn the tide? Option 1. Accept the mission. It could directly elevate one small realm of cultivation. Option 2. Refuse the mission. Gain a primordial spiritual treasure, the Mad God Battleblade. Upon seeing the mission's prompt, Qin Lin was unwilling to remain passive. Achieving a small elevation in realm required 3 pieces of chaotic divine artifacts previously, and even then, it was an arduous journey. To breach the 3rd stage would likely demand 4 or 5 more artifacts. Now, presented with a direct opportunity for elevation, he could not let it slip away. Chapter 121. Qin Lin prepares to act in the abyss. Qin Lin chose to accept the mission. At the moment of choice, a vast surge of law power rapidly flowed into his being. Previously, he had only possessed 2 rivers of laws within him. Now, a 3rd emerged, propelling him to the 3rd stage of the saint realm. Each breakthrough in cultivation signifies a qualitative transformation. The battle prowess continuously escalates. With Qin Lin's current level of cultivation, it is almost effortless for him to annihilate the 2 saints of the Western Church, who are merely at the 1st level of the saint realm. Their internal rivers of laws lacking in purity and strength compared to his own. The figure being besieged outside, Zhuan Ti, possesses a river of laws that spans merely hundreds of thousands of miles, now marred by signs of fragmentation from the relentless assaults. In stark contrast, if Qin Lin's river of laws were to manifest, it would stretch at least 1,000,000 miles, imbued with formidable power, far surpassing the borrowed celestial might of Zhuan Ti and his ilk, rendering them utterly crushed. At this moment, the arrival of the guide Taoist outside the abyss has shifted the tide of battle. Despite the combined efforts of the demon clans, equipped with the innate treasure, the 5 Directions banner, and the formidable Myriad Mountains Great Formation, facing 2 saints proves to be a strenuous endeavor. Had the guide Taoist not intervened, they might have had a genuine chance to slay a saint today. Zhuan Ti is already in a precarious state, his river of laws cracking under pressure. Continued assault could shatter his very foundation as a saint, potentially diminishing his power and status. Brother, these demons are a significant threat. We must eliminate them today, Zhuanti declared with grim resolve. Over the years, he has suffered a blow of unprecedented magnitude, igniting a furious rage within him. As a heavenly saint, he is accustomed to being treated with respect in the primordial world. Today, however, he finds himself besieged and injured by a pack of demons, a humiliation he cannot bear. Here, we face numerous quasi-saints, many of whom possess innate treasures or even innate artifacts. Although we stand as saints, we may falter under such overwhelming assault. Let us first dismantle this formation, then seize the Five Directions banner, the guide Daoist suggested, surveying their surroundings. Zhuanti nodded in agreement. His brother's reasoning was sound. Previously, he had been ensnared by the formation and the innate treasure, rendering him unable to unleash his full strength. With a plan in hand, they unleashed their divine powers, launching an assault on the Myriad Mountain's great formation, aiming to breach its defenses. This formation is one of the top 10 formations of the primordial world. Intricately tied to the energy of millions of mountains, its fate intertwined with theirs. Should the formation be destroyed, the spiritual essence of those mountains would dissipate, making recovery nearly impossible. Many weaker demon beings would perish in an instant when the formation crumbles. While it should not be difficult to withstand a saint's attack, under the combined might of two, a breach quickly emerged. The overwhelming power of the saints was evident. The demons, who had initially felt victory, was within grasp while besieging Zhuanti. Now sensed the tide, turning with the guide Daoist's formidable entrance. You lowly creatures, daring to confront the Western saints, do you seek death? I offer you a chance. Whoever can slay a quasi-saint shall be rewarded with life and an opportunity to join the Western Church, attaining the status of a bodhisattva. Slaying a great Luo Jingxian will guarantee absolution and the rank of an arhat. Zhuanti proclaimed loudly. With the Western saints now in a position of advantage, they began sowing discord among the demon clans, a tactic Zhuanti excelled at. After the recent massacre by the primordial lord, their ranks were depleted. Recruiting from the Myriad Mountains would be a strategic gain. Yet, Qin Lin would not allow this scheme to unfold. At that moment, he emerged from the abyss. 3 rivers of laws, each spanning millions of miles, surged forth, enveloping the guide Daoist and Zhuanti. Zhuanti guide, you Western saints possess audacity. You dare invade my demon realm and slaughter my kin, while threatening my Kylin clan. Today, I shall strip you of your saintly status and suppress you within these mountains. Establishing my renown in the primordial world, Qin Lin's voice resonated like the decree of heaven, reverberating through the 3 realms. At this moment, the 3 realms trembled. What was happening? The Kylin clan has a saint, and one of formidable prowess at that. As Qin Lin struck, both Zhuanti and the guide Daoist felt a chilling sense of impending doom, especially as they witnessed the rivers of laws rushing toward them. The emergence of Qin Lin's true form instilled terror, the sheer magnitude of his laws invoking a sense of despair. Though both were saints, they felt minuscule before him. Subsequently, they shifted from offense to defense, summoning all their innate treasures to shield themselves. In that instant, they could only passively endure. The thought of counterattack was far from their minds. Today, I shall suppress the Western saints alongside my kin of the Kylin clan, making our might known throughout the primordial realm. I shall remember all who participate in this battle, and bestow upon you great fortuity in the future. Qin Lin declared to the multitude of demon clans and his fellow Kylin kin, his tone calm, yet thunderous, igniting a fervor among the demons. Ready to fight for our ancestor. At your command, we shall battle to the death. They chorused, their spirits ignited. In that moment, countless great demons unleashed their formidable abilities. With a saint from the Kylin clan present, it was indeed an opportune moment to rally behind him. The promise of future rewards further galvanized their resolve. One by one, they launched themselves against the rivers of laws wielded by the Western saints, akin to ants assaulting a behemoth. While their strikes seemed insignificant, sustained attacks could indeed fracture the opposing laws. With Qin Lin's presence, his own river of laws stretched across the skies of the Myriad Mountains, while the other 2 encircled Zhuanti and the guide Daoist, like ferocious dragons ensnaring their prey. The overwhelming power of the 5 elements suppressed them, causing their blood to boil and rapidly eroding their own rivers of laws. What once spanned hundreds of thousands of miles dwindled to less than 100,000, even fracturing along the way. Their faces paled, blood staining their lips. They were wounded at the very essence of their loss. In that instant, both Zhuanti and the guide, Daoist, trembled, and soon after, too, the concepts of the benevolent and malevolent corpses may be challenging for the average person to comprehend. However, according to the teachings passed down by Hongjun, this pertains to severing one's 7 emotions and 6 desires, ultimately achieving a state of tranquility and non-action, thereby enlightening the mind and perceiving one's true nature. Only through this process can one attain the Tao and become a sage. Qin Lin, having acquired the method to sever the 3 corpses, possesses a clear understanding of this technique. Rather than merely eliminating desires, it is more accurate to describe it as the cutting off of the past and the future. In truth, these 2 corpses of good and evil represent one's own past and future. Upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, one can already grasp the power of the laws, enabling them to trace back to a previous version of oneself or glimpse a future self, which serves as a means to validate the Tao. Ultimately, this manifests as one's own avatar, augmenting their strength. One individual may struggle to attain the Tao, but 3 united selves can surely accomplish it. Although this method of cultivation reduces the difficulty of becoming a sage, it also presents significant drawbacks in battle. For instance, when Kunti and Jane suffered grievous injuries, their 3 bodies became separated, leading to instability and a decline in their power. The 2, already severely wounded, found themselves in a state of panic as their 3 bodies split apart. Under Qin Lin's relentless assault, the benevolent and malevolent corpses of the 2 saints were swiftly suppressed, shattering their forms and leaving only their true selves, who gazed upon Qin Lin in despair. Following the demise of their benevolent and malevolent forms, torrents of immense spiritual energy surged forth in the Million Mountains, causing some weaker demon clans to experience a surge in strength, a manifestation of the saints' dispersed power. The once mighty saints, now stripped of their positions, were engulfed in fear. Kunti cried out repeatedly, "Tao Ancestor, Master, save us. I beseech you for assistance. It was you who instructed me to test the Kylin clan. You must aid me." Upon hearing Kunti's words, Qin Lin's brow furrowed. So, it was Hongjun who had sent Kunti to this realm? Regardless, he resolved to suppress them first. Though they were saints, they had merely achieved their status through the primordial heavenly Tao, and over the years, their cultivation had seen no advancement. Qin Lin felt that the task of eliminating them was indeed effortless. However, just as Qin Lin contemplated extinguishing their true forms, 7 formidable rivers of law descended from the 33 heavens. These rivers flowed like the Milky Way, exuding unparalleled might. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin was taken aback. Truly, Hongjun was formidable. His cultivation had long reached the 7th heaven of saintly power, and he could sense the purity of his laws, imbued with the essence of creation. This indicated that Hongjun had comprehended the Tao of creation and was a powerful sage of the great Tao, surpassing all in the primordial world. Chapter 123. A forceful intervention suspended in mid-air, Qin Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing beyond the 33 heavens. He had not anticipated that his first strike would provoke Hongjun, and he recognized a distinct disparity in their strengths. Should a battle ensue, victory was not guaranteed for him. One anomaly, when had another sage of the great Tao emerged in this primordial realm. I entered this world at the inception of the Pangu clan and had never sensed the presence of another sage. How curious. From the 33 heavens, Hongjun's voice resonated, but only Qin Lin could hear it, filled with confusion and bewilderment. He could not fathom how a stranger sage could arise in the primordial realm. Tao Ancestor, my Kylin clan has existed since ancient times. Is it so strange that I possess a sage? Qin Lin replied, maintaining his composure. No, I have encountered the original Kylin. While their power is immense, they remain at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, unable to breach this saintly barrier. How did you accomplish this? I sense your true form is even more potent than the original Kylin, and I detect a chaotic aura emanating from you. Before engaging in combat, Qin Lin and Hongjun exchanged probing remarks. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Qin Lin seized the opportunity to assert, "You emerged from the chaos. Does that preclude my own origin? The original Kylin you encountered is indeed inferior to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hongjun was astonished. "Oh, you too came from the chaos? Then the original Kylin must be your descendant. That explains it. I had wondered how your clan, unable to achieve sainthood, could harbor such potential. After contemplating this, Hongjun arrived at his conclusion. However, Qin Lin chose not to elaborate further on Hongjun's assertions, allowing the mystery of his identity to linger, thereby instilling a sense of caution in Hongjun. Meanwhile, countless demon clans surrounding them, unable to hear the exchange between Qin Lin and the Tao ancestor, were thrown into disarray upon witnessing the 7 rivers of law descending. What was happening? Had the Tao ancestor intervened? At this moment, Qin Lin seized communication with the Tao ancestor. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to eliminate Cunny and Jane. If he did not vanquish them now, it would be akin to nurturing a tiger, posing a future threat. The facade had been shattered, and with the stakes laid bare, he resolved to fight with fervor. Life and death were inconsequential. If they dared to oppose him, he would engage them head-on. After enduring for so many years, he could not allow the first battle to be dictated by Hongjun's emergence. That would be utterly uninteresting. Moreover, should Qin Lin show any sign of retreat, Hongjun would not necessarily spare him. Therefore, it was better to engage in a bloody battle to the bitter end. As Qin Lin made his move, Hongjun immediately perceived his intentions. The 7 rivers of law surged forth, rushing toward Qin Lin with ferocity, even suppressing his own law powers. What would have been an effortless suppression of Kunti and Jane now granted them a moment of respite. Kill the 2 saints of the West. Qin Lin bellowed to the myriad demons and Kylin clan members. Under his command, countless treasures soared into the air, and various divine abilities were unleashed, all aimed at the 2 saints from the West. Just as they had begun to catch their breath, the 2 saints, now severely weakened, felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of the oncoming barrage. The rivers of law were continuously shattered, and before long, Cunny's cultivation plummeted to the quasi-saint pinnacle, stripping him of his saintly title. No, I am the Taoist saint. How can I be besieged by you? Cunny roared in defiance. As his shout faded, Jane's cultivation also fell from saintly status to quasi-saint, leaving them both pale and desperate. Enough. At that moment, Hongjun, observing from the 33 heavens, let out a cold snort. He then used his 2 rivers of creation to envelop Kunti and Jane, abruptly lifting them into the air and providing them with protection. Although the 2 had lost their saintly titles, their lives were spared. Hongjun was evidently angered. After intervening, his disciples had been stripped of their saintly status, a direct affront to his authority. Subsequently, 5 rivers of law surged toward Qin Lin, determined to suppress him. In this primordial realm, he would permit the existence of only one sage of the great Tao, and that was himself. As Hongjun unleashed his full power, 2 individuals with profound auras quietly emerged beyond the Million Mountains. Look, do you see? Our opportunity has arrived, one said, laughing heartily. I never expected there to be another sage of the great Tao in this primordial world. Luya, this truly is a divine intervention. Let us, the 2 of us, with our blood avatars, assist in this matter. While we may not possess overwhelming strength, one of us can certainly withstand a segment of Hongjun's river of laws. He chuckled heartily. Moreover, our true forms beyond the realms can launch a surprise attack on Hongjun, who should currently be in the Purple Cloud Palace. Although this world exhibits a certain repulsion towards our true forms, our blood avatars can briefly traverse here. Ludeloi spoke softly. I believe we can. After battling Hongjun for so many years, hope has finally appeared. Chapter 124. In a fit of rage, Hongjun's 7 rivers of creation laws cascaded from the heavens, visible in every corner of the primordial world, astonishing all. After so many years, Hongjun has once again taken action. His initial move dates back to the ancient era, where he clashed with the demon ancestor, Luo, who. How many years have passed? Many have forgotten Hongjun's capabilities, for he is the master of all saints. Who would dare provoke him? Do not fear, Ancestor Kylin. We are here to lend you our strength. This old Hongjun, those who stray from the path find little support. Since achieving sainthood, he has suppressed dissenters, monopolizing the passage to the chaos, rendering it nearly impossible for great powers to emerge in the primordial realm. It must be noted that beyond the primordial world lies a chaotic grand realm, teeming with various celestial treasures capable of enabling one to attain sainthood and even transcend it. Hongjun aims to dominate this space, subjugating its beings to serve as his vassals. He cannot tolerate anyone stronger than himself, nor any powerful figures beyond his control. As they spoke, two individuals of formidable presence emerged in the Million Mountains. Their dialogue resonated throughout the primordial realm, igniting a profound interest in the chaotic world beyond among its inhabitants. Without further ado, these were Luya and the celestial being Yangmei. Upon witnessing their arrival, Hongjun, who was far away in the 33 heavens, erupted in fury. He was gravely injured. Thanks to these two, over the years, he had swept through the primordial realm with his divine sense, yet had failed to detect the whereabouts of their blood avatars. Now, they had revealed themselves. You two are courting death. How dare you appear in the primordial realm? This is no chaotic land. Should your blood avatars be obliterated, your strength will diminish. He lamented, I truly regret not eradicating you both along with the Whitebone Real Man and the Qin Mountain Ancestor when I had the chance. After their emergence, two of the 5 rivers of laws that had been directed towards Qin Lin were intercepted by Luya and Yangmei. Hongjun was left with 3 rivers of laws, equal to those of Qin Lin, significantly alleviating Qin Lin's burden. However, with the arrival of Luya and Yangmei, Hongjun found himself increasingly restless. From the 33 heavens, a voice of authority echoed. Sanqing, Nuwa, Hutu, the 5 of you must assist. Once the matter is resolved, I can take you into the chaotic realm for cultivation. Upon hearing Hongjun's proclamation, Qin Lin's brow furrowed. If the other 5 saints were to gather, he might truly need to flee. Meanwhile, far in the East Sea, Tongtian wore a worried expression. He had been monitoring the Million Mountains for quite some time, hoping for non-involvement. Because of Qin Lin's guidance, his Jiejiao sect had survived the great calamity. This was a debt of gratitude he would not forget. Master, I, Tongtian, share a profound bond with Ancestor Kylin and cannot intervene for fear of disrupting the path of righteousness. I hope for your understanding, Master. In the realm of the underworld, Hutu, having taken on the guise of Meng Pa, sighed. She glanced at the vigilant Di Ting, who had been monitoring her since the outbreak of the great battle. Concerned she would join the fray. Though he resided in the underworld, his thoughts were ever with the Kylin clan. Additionally, amidst the myriad demon clans in the Million Mountains, Hutu spotted a member of the Wu clan, Xing Tan, whose vitality was exceptional, evidently having broken through to the quasi-saint realm. In ancient times, this would have marked him as a member of the ancestral witch clan. It was unexpected that in later generations, they could still produce a quasi-saint powerhouse. She knew him to have emerged later, initially only possessing the great Luo realm, yet now he had ascended to quasi-saint status. Surely, he had benefited from the Kylin clan's protection. Master, my Wu clan shares a deep connection with the Kylin clan. I too cannot intervene for fear of disrupting the path of righteousness. I hope for your understanding, Master. At the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa herself bore a look of deep concern. As a saint of the demon clan who created humanity, she had always protected them, offering little care to the demon clan, which had caused her unease over the years. Now, the Kylin clan safeguarded the primordial demons. While the Tao ancestor summoned her to assist, she sighed, knowing it contradicted her path of righteousness. She could not comply. Master, I am of the demon clan. The Kylin clan has been a protector of the future demon clans. I too cannot intervene for fear of disrupting the path of righteousness. I hope for your understanding, Master. Upon hearing the words of the 3 saints, Hongjun nearly erupted in rage. Were they attempting? Do they disregard his words? Let them not forget how they achieved sainthood. Each was granted a position by him. Otherwise, they held no right to be called saints. Meanwhile, Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan began to move. However, like Zhuanti and Jin, they were all saints of the heavenly Tao, and their combat prowess was not particularly strong. Although they could assist, they were not enough to compel Qin Lin to flee immediately. Ancestor Kylin, hold on for a moment. Our true forms have already entered the primordial realm, and we will soon strike Hongjun. If we can land a successful blow, he will no longer have the capacity to contend with you. Luya Daoist quietly conveyed to Qin Lin. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin raised an eyebrow. Skilled individuals. These two indeed had the potential. With such external support, Qin Lin felt considerably more at ease. He immediately donned the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, then prepared all his defensive artifacts in readiness for a fierce battle. The array of spiritual treasures Qin Lin possessed left Luya envious. The treasures of Ancestor Kylin were indeed numerous. However, as allies, he could not act against them. In the primordial world, two figures silently appeared outside the purple cloud palace. They slowly approached the vicinity and unleashed their artifacts, launching a sudden assault on the palace. In that moment, Hongjun, who had been fixated on the lower realms, was taken aback. What was happening? The purple cloud palace was under attack. Moreover, the force was extraordinarily powerful. The palace could not withstand it and collapsed into ruins, leaving Hongjun, who was seated within, injured once more. Blood staining the corner of his mouth. He was gravely wounded this time. Simultaneously, he recognized the source of the assault. He was all too familiar with their power. He had not anticipated that these two would dare to invade the primordial realm. Yet, he had been overly complacent, now distracted by the lower realms. He had neglected the true forms of Luya and Yang, Mei beyond the chaos. Their combined strength was comparable to his own. This was untenable. He could not continue to act. Otherwise, the situation would turn dire. Feeling the tension rise, I regret not having written more. I shall pause now and attend to my meal. Chapter 125. The battle comes to a close within the purple cloud palace. Hongjun's condition was dire. His river of laws trembled continuously, with visible cracks beginning to form. This is a manifestation of his severe injuries. Originally, he had returned from the chaotic realm bearing significant wounds, and now, after being ambushed, he felt a sense of his cultivation waning. He could no longer make a move. Otherwise, his foundation would be compromised, jeopardizing his future cultivation. If his foundation faltered, the prospect of ever breaking through to the great Tao would be but a distant dream, a fate he dreaded above all else. After successfully striking, Taoist Liya and the immortal Yang Mei immediately retreated from the primordial world. After all, their true forms were chaotic deities, and they would inevitably face rejection from the heavenly Tao within the primordial realm. However, that strike had sufficed. At this moment, within the vast expanse of the primordial world, among the million mountains, the long river of laws that had descended from the 33 heavens abruptly retracted, taking with it the figures of Zhuanti and Jin, as well as the recently arrived Taiqing Laozi and Yuan Shitianzuan. After all, Hongjun's withdrawal made it clear that his disciples were no match for Qin Lin, a fact he was acutely aware of. Despite not being at the same cultivation level, Qin Lin's combat prowess could easily overpower his disciples. Witnessing the scene, the numerous demon clans within the Million Mountains were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were they no longer fighting? Just moments ago, they were all ablaze with fervor, and now they had seemingly given up. They had prepared to fight to the death, yet their adversaries had ceased hostilities. Each great demon stared at one another, perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. At this juncture, Qin Lin was privy to the underlying truth. Taoist Liya had previously mentioned that he and the immortal Yang Mei intended to ambush Hongjun Daozu, and it appeared they had succeeded. A flicker of delight crossed Qin Lin's face. This encounter had been perilously intense. The power of Hongjun Daozu was indeed formidable. Other saints were unlikely to be Qin Lin's equals. Yet Hongjun had concealed his strength far too deeply. Since he began teaching, he had remained stationed beyond the 33 heavens, rarely revealing himself in the primordial world, and few knew of his true abilities. Ding! Hongjun Daozu has sustained severe injuries. Does the host wish to ascend to the Zixiao Palace to confront Hongjun in a battle to the death? Choice 1. Accept the mission. Proceed to the 33 heavens to continue the battle against Hongjun, with the potential reward of a primordial spiritual treasure, the sacred armor of all beasts. Choice 2. Decline the mission. Receive a primordial treasure, the 5 Elements Guardian Bracelet. This bracelet can automatically block attacks, capable of defending against ordinary assaults of the saint level, but will shatter if faced with overwhelming power beyond its capacity. At this moment, the system's task appeared. To be candid, Qin Lin felt a strong urge to pursue the offensive, knowing that Hongjun was wounded. If he pressed on, he might seize the opportunity to turn the tide completely. Yet, he hesitated. First and foremost, there were still 3 saints in the primordial realm who had yet to make a move. These individuals, due to certain causal relationships, had not adhered to Hongjun's decrees. Should Qin Lin recklessly seek out trouble with Hongjun, these saints might intervene, as Hongjun was their master. Furthermore, Hongjun likely possessed hidden means of counterattack. If he pursued him to the 33 heavens, he could very well face a fierce retaliation. Now, with the System S appearance and the enticing reward, Qin Lin found himself greatly tempted. Perhaps he should take a moment to reconsider? Make it clear that this was not an act of cowardice. He, Qin Lin, was no coward. After all these years of survival, he had endured not for weakness, but to grow stronger. In any case, Hongjun would not dare to trouble him again in the near future. Moreover, if Hongjun could cultivate saint-level disciples, so could Qin Lin. He still possessed 2 chaotic sacred artifacts obtained from the chaotic realm, and if he could collect a few more, he could focus on nurturing some disciples or members of the Kylin clan, potentially giving rise to a few saints. With this thought, Qin Lin floated in midair, refining the great formation of mountains and rivers once more. This formation had been breached during the battle against Zhuanti and Jin, but was now restored to its original state. The essence of good and evil from Zhuanti and Jin had been absorbed into the Million Mountains, enriching the spiritual energy here and enhancing the formation's power. Meanwhile, Taoist Liya and the immortal Yang Mei exchanged glances with Qin Lin before clasping their fists and addressing him with respect. Ancestor Kylin, you truly possess profound depth. Had we known there was another great Tao saint in the primordial realm, we would have overthrown Hongjun long ago. However, it is fortuitous that our ambush succeeded. I doubt he will dare to emerge for thousands of years. Before you, we are but blood avatars. Our true forms remain in chaos, unable to break free from Hongjun's constraints. Should Ancestor Kylin wish to venture into chaos in the future, we can strategize together. United, we stand a chance against Hongjun. Upon hearing their words, Qin Lin simply nodded, refraining from further comment. Although these two had aided him in this battle, they were also serving their own interests. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A principle Qin Lin understood well. Ancestor Kylin, we cannot linger here. Take this communication artifact. Should you have matters to discuss in the future, you can summon us directly. As they took their leave, Taoist Liya handed Qin Lin a communication artifact. He accepted it and exchanged a few pleasantries before watching him depart. After their exit, Qin Lin floated in midair and projected his voice across the primordial realm. Today's battle was not instigated by my demon clan, but rather by the 2 saints of the West who underestimated us, believing our kind to be weak. Hongjun Daozu feared our potential rise and the liberation of our grip from his absolute control over the primordial world. The outcome is clear. We, the demon clan, have triumphed. The 2 saints of the West have been stripped of their good and evil forms within the Million Mountains, their powers diminished, and Hongjun Daozu, having committed transgressions in the chaotic realm, has also sustained grievous injuries. We, the demon clan, must empower ourselves. Today, I shall impart teachings atop the Million Mountains. All demon clans may come to listen. This Million Mountains is the last pure land of our kind. We seek not to contend in the primordial realm, but merely a place to thrive and propagate. And today, all participants in the battle shall receive rewards. Methods of cultivation, earthly spiritual roots, various treasures. Each may select one. Standing upon the clouds, Qin Lin proclaimed with unwavering authority. The demons of the primordial realm gazed upon this scene. Many who had once sought leisure now chose to traverse mountains and rivers, even bear the weight of mountain caves, making their way toward the Million Mountains. Many who had not joined during the establishment of the myriad demon kingdom regretted not arriving sooner, realizing that this place was now guarded by a saint. Furthermore, there were benefits to attending this time, the chance of a lifetime. Although this battle appeared perilous, discerning eyes recognized that the demon clan had suffered minimal losses, while the 2 saints of the West had faltered significantly. Their positions as saints had been diminished. This was a display of immense strength, an unprecedented sight within the primordial world, as Qin Lin dispensed rewards. If Yuanshi, Tianzuan, or any members of the Chan sect were to witness this, they would surely be infuriated. For many of the treasures were relics lost by the 12 golden immortals of their sect. When Qin Lin had salvaged numerous valuable items during the explosion of Kunpeng, he had no fear of revealing them now, especially since the facade had been shattered. Let Yuanshi, Tianzuan come and reclaim them, if he dared. At noon, I shall present a chapter. Chapter 126, 2 Worthless Beings. The matter concluded, Qin Lin sat cross-legged atop a towering peak in the Million Mountains. Around him, countless demon clans sat in reverence, gazing at Qin Lin with utmost respect. The demon race is not without its saints. Yin was indeed a saint of the demon clan. However, throughout the ages, she has never stood up for the demon race, relying solely on their own strength to fight alone. when the heavenly court of the demon race was still in existence and engaged in a fierce battle with the witch race, Niwa did not make an appearance. Thus, the demons in the primordial wilderness have never felt a significant sense of belonging. Many with fortune and power have long since allied themselves with other saints or secluded themselves in hidden realms for solitary cultivation. Yet today is different. The Kylin clan has a saint who protects the demon race and is willing to impart teachings to them. Rarely does one get the opportunity to hear the words of a saint, but now, any demon who arrives at the Million Mountains can partake in these teachings. Even if they cannot approach too closely, merely catching a glimpse of Qin Lin is a source of lifelong pride. It is essential to understand that living in this era is quite stifling for the demons. The human race is on the rise, while the demon race has become a relic of the past. The demons in the primordial wilderness are acutely aware of this trend. Many powerful demons isolate themselves or cultivate in remote areas to avoid entanglements with the human race. However, many demons scattered across the primordial wilderness are starting to unite. At the establishment of the 10,000 Demon Nation, many powerful demons viewed it as a rabble, questioning the utility of such a force before the saints, especially given the potential repercussions of attracting attention from the major powers of the primordial wilderness. Yet now, the 10,000 Demon Nation has transformed into a sacred ground for the demon race, with saints presiding over it. During battles with the two saints of the Western Church, more than 10 unparalleled demons at the quasi-saint level have emerged, a testament to their might. The reputation of the 10,000 Demon Nation has been forged through sheer strength. In the vast primordial wilderness, who can contend with a saint? Who dares to shatter a saint's moral standing? Who would challenge the two saints of the West and even engage with Tao ancestor Hongjun? This series of formidable actions has left the scattered demons in the primordial wilderness in awe. Meanwhile, at the moment when Qin Lin imparts teachings, the Zixiao Palace outside the 33 heavens lies in ruins, with broken walls, toppled alchemical furnaces, and scattered items indicating a fierce battle has taken place. Amidst the rubble, Hongjun sits on a mat, his expression dark and brooding, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, seething with rage. At this moment, his river of laws extends through the 33 heavens, summoning the Taoists of Xuanzhen and Jin, as well as Laojun and Yuanshi to this location. He gazes at the four of them in silence, a heavy atmosphere thickening the air. Xuanzhen and Jin are now bloodied, their breaths weak. This time, they have suffered a devastating defeat. Their moral standing has been obliterated, and their positions as saints have been diminished, becoming the greatest joke in the primordial wilderness, a truly humiliating affair. Laojun and Yuanshi, having arrived just in time to be taken by Hongjun, are uninjured. Yet the sight of the shattered Zixiao Palace and Hongjun's grim demeanor fills them with dread. Master, what shall we do next? Laojun inquires softly. As the leader of the three pure ones and the eldest brother among the saints, he cautiously probes for guidance at this critical juncture. The Kylin clan has indeed concealed themselves well, and he acknowledges that he has suffered a substantial loss this time. Enough of this. Currently, I have been ambushed and severely injured. I need you and Yuanshi to venture into the primordial world. You two will go forth with your mortal bodies. Years ago, I discovered some chaotic divine objects in a perilous location. See if you can retrieve some, Hongjun explains. Do not fear the loss of your Tao bodies. Even if your moral bodies fall in the chaotic realm, I will assist you in reconstructing your Tao bodies. This ability I still possess. His voice is devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. Afterward, he turns to Xuanzhen and Jin. You two are worthless, he scolds. Following this, Hongjun produces a jade vial containing mysterious spiritual liquid. Under his guidance, the liquid slowly drips onto Xuanzhen and Jin. This is the divine water of creation from the chaos, a special chaotic sacred object. Just a small amount will significantly heal their injuries and restore a Tao body. If they regain their Tao bodies, they may venture into the chaotic realm. And I will inform you of the locations of this divine water, allowing you to seize your own opportunities and see if you can ascend to saintly status once more. Hongjun states, as the divine water continues to drip onto Xuanzhen and Jin, their auras indeed become more robust. Simultaneously, they begin to reconstitute the river of laws within themselves. However, since their saintly ranks have been diminished, they cannot fully reassemble the river of laws. Yet, during this process, fragments of the laws coalesce, ultimately giving rise to a new incarnation. It It is uncertain which aspect of their moral bodies has manifested, but a Tao body has indeed appeared. Though it is not at the saintly level, possessing a Tao body can be life-saving in critical moments and significantly enhances their strength. They now stand a chance against peak quasi-saints, as they once bore the stature of saints. With the reconstitution of a Tao body, a glimmer of hope emerges. There may yet be a chance for them to return to the saintly realm in the future. Meanwhile, Laojun and Yuanshi, having heard Hongjun's directive to send their moral bodies into the chaotic realm, are initially filled with trepidation. However, witnessing his ability to aid Xuanzhen and Jin in regaining a Tao body instills them with a measure of confidence. Even if their Tao bodies fall and do not return to the primordial realm, Hongjun possesses methods to help them reconstruct new Tao bodies, suggesting that their situation is not dire. After all, the risks seem manageable. Yet, what they do not realize is that Hongjun has long considered these aspects. His desire to assist Xuanzhen and Jin in restoring their Tao bodies is precisely to reassure Laojun and Yuanshi. The divine water of creation is not easily obtainable. It is the culmination of his years of accumulation. If he had more, he would have restored both of their moral bodies entirely, rather than just one each. Furthermore, the difficulty of returning to the saintly realm is even greater. Their fortunes depend on whether they survive the treacherous chaos and acquire abundant divine water. Otherwise, they should not harbor excessive hopes. Chapter 127. 10 years of teachings after Hongjun's arrangements. Laojun and Yuanshi each allocate a moral body from their essence. Though their foundation is slightly superior to Xuanzhen and Jin, they are still at the first level of the saintly realm, albeit with broader rivers of laws. The strength of a split body, however, is quite weak, resembling that of a novice saint. Observing their cooperation, Hongjun's expression lightens considerably. He imprints a seal on their foreheads and quietly instructs, "This is the precise location of that perilous place. You two shall now exit the primordial world through the small passage to the west. There are likely 2 formidable guardians stationed outside this entrance. Once you emerge, you may be met with lethal force." Outside the 33 heavens, Laojun and Yuanshi gaze toward the west, where a pitch-black void looms. Those of insufficient strength can easily lose their way here. Following Hongjun's guidance, the two swiftly reach the edge of the void. Here, they encounter the protective barrier of the primordial world. Yet upon closer inspection, they discern a small opening in one corner, the origins of which remain a mystery. Exchanging glances, they promptly dash toward this narrow passage. The two ventured into the chaotic realm, which did not draw the attention of Luya and Yangmei. After all, the vastness of the Honghuang world was immense, and they could easily slip away through a small passage without being noticed. Were it not for Hongjun's long-standing presence here, discovering this place would have been impossible. Its revelation had come as a surprise, and now it served a purpose. As the Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzuan departed, Hongjun's gaze fell anew upon Xuanti and Jian. The more he observed these two, the more irate he became. Had he not intervened to rescue them, he would not have been ambushed by Luya and Yangmei. Initially, he had sent a message to Xuanti, urging him to test the Kylin tribe, not to engage in reckless combat. Yet, upon his arrival, Xuanti had stirred up chaos, inciting the wrath of numerous demon clans and provoking the Kylin tribe sage. But, never mind, had he not meddled, Hongjun would still be unaware of the existence of a sage within the Kylin tribe, and a sage of the Tao at that. The Kylin's cultivation had likely reached the 3rd level of sagehood. While not as profound as his own, a battle with such a sage in the Honghuang world could wreak havoc upon its denizens. His previous confrontation with the demon ancestor had resulted in the destruction of countless celestial mountains and spiritual veins in the west, leading him to bear the burden of causality. Engaging a Tao sage would likely disturb the very fabric of the Honghuang's celestial laws. This predicament weighed heavily upon him. In the chaotic realm, two beings could clash without consequence. However, within the confines of the Honghuang world, it was but a small realm, incapable of withstanding their tumult. Hongjun sighed in resignation and addressed Xuanti and Jian. "You may send forth your Tao bodies into the chaotic realm to seek your fortunes. Should you return from perilous lands with ample divine waters of creation, you may yet reclaim your status as sages." Upon completing his words, Hongjun inscribed a seal upon their foreheads, revealing the location of the perilous site abundant with divine waters. At that moment, Zhuan and Jia Yin nodded eagerly and dispatched their Dao bodies into the chaotic realm. This was a gamble, a test of whose fortune would prevail, relying on the whims of fate. Meanwhile, in the Honghuang world, amidst the myriad mountains, Qin Lin's discourse had lasted a full decade. As a sage of the Dao, he was no less adept than Hongjun. Moreover, Hongjun had only recently ascended to sagehood, lacking the profound foundation that Qin Lin possessed. During his teachings, numerous demon clans experienced breakthroughs. The mountains pulsed with celestial springs, and the resonance of Dao echoed throughout, transforming the area into an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. This session of teachings should yield substantial gains for all, he observed, noting the influx of demon kin pledging allegiance. 5 sacred beasts, please manage the new arrivals. Those wishing to join the Wan Yao Kingdom must be registered. Should they choose to reside in the myriad mountains, they shall henceforth be part of the Wan Yao Kingdom. I do not wish to see our kin flaunting their status or bullying others. We demon folk are unafraid of trouble, but must not incite it. Qin Lin admonished the demon kin. This era did not belong to them. They must not presume that with his presence as an ancestral Kylin and a sage of their kind, they could restore the glory of antiquity. He felt it necessary to caution them, lest they become overconfident. Having addressed these matters, Qin Lin returned to the abyssal realm. In his confrontation with Hongjun, he had recognized the disparity in their strengths. Though neither had fought at full capacity, Qin Lin understood that he could not contend against him. This realization weighed heavily upon him. He could not remain complacent. His trump cards had been revealed. He must grow stronger, for only then would the pressures he faced cease to be burdensome. With this resolve, Qin Lin retrieved the map of the chaotic realm he had acquired earlier. Scanning it intently, the map contained markings for various secret domains and perilous locations, but previously he had hesitated to explore them. Now, however, he felt compelled to take the risk. Strengthening himself would yield dividends. When Hongjun next sought him out, he would be met with a significantly enhanced Qin Lin. A delightful surprise. Thus, he scrutinized the map, ultimately focusing on a perilous area known as the chaotic fire domain. The terrain resembled an immense furnace, perpetually giving rise to numerous chaotic spiritual and divine entities. Yet, this place was fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to incineration and annihilation of the soul. However, for Qin Lin, the peril was considerably mitigated, as he was a fire-attributed Kylin, proficient in various primal flames and well-versed in the Tao of the 5 elements. Navigating this domain would be a manageable endeavor. Moreover, he intended to bring along his fiery Kylin disciple, now at the quasi-saint level. It was time to nurture him, as he too might uncover unique opportunities within the chaotic fire domain. Chapter 128. The chaotic fire domain in the abyssal realm. Qin Lin led his first disciple. The fire Kylin,